Chapter 668. Although the invitation from Hollywood was unexpected, it was not too surprising or unbelievable. Nowadays, it was no longer a dream to play a supporting role in a Hollywood blockbuster. With the development of China's economy and the prosperity of the people, China's market share in the world was getting bigger and bigger. For example, the sales of Apple's mobile phones in China even exceeded those in the US. This was not only reflected in the commerce industry, but also in the film industry. A Hollywood blockbuster could easily sell a few billion yuan or even billions of yuan at the box office in China. There was a classic saying in the Hollywood film industry, box office sales are not good? So okay, we still have China. Due to such an environment, Hollywood commercial films were paying more attention to the China market. In order to cater to the market and open up the China market, they frequently invited Chinese stars to join them. This was especially true for disaster films. The cities were flooded, burned, and destroyed by earthquakes. Hong Kong, China could not escape. In addition, the script for the role was sent from the other side. Qin Baobao read it first before showing it to her brother. The role is not bad, the third female lead. It's not considered a walk-on role. Qin Zhe said, "Do you want to go? What do you think?" Qin Baobao asked for her brother's opinion out of habit. "I'm asking you. If you want to go, then go." "I want to go, but I feel that the salary is too little. Although it's a supporting role, it's not even half of the salary in China." His sister was obviously arrogant. She did not care about an income of more than 10 million yuan. After winning the Best Actress award, her salary was as high as 40 million yuan for a movie. Only TV dramas paid more than 100 million yuan. Currently, no one dared to pay 100 million yuan for a movie. A salary of 40 million yuan could be ranked in the top 5 in the Chinese entertainment industry. Among the female stars, she deserved to be number 1. It was a very scary achievement. In the past and present, in the history of the entertainment industry, female stars' salaries were always lower than male stars. The difference between the two was almost 50%. Sometimes, female stars could not even enter the top 10 in terms of salary. However, no matter how high Qin Baobao's salary was, it was useless. She refused to act in passionate scenes, holding hands is the limit, which stopped most commercial films. If it was a literary film, they could not afford to hire her. If it was a comedy, she did not know how to act. Qin Baobao's funny sells? This was a joke in itself. Not at all. The benefits of her rising social status were not in terms of her pay, but the soaring endorsement and commercial fees. It's not a small amount. I've done my research. A Hollywood superstar's salary for a cameo is between 3 million to 20 million US dollars. Your role is only for 15 minutes and the pay is 5 million US dollars. The other party is giving you a lot of face. Qin Zhe said, "If there is no problem with the audition, the role will be secured." The other party invited her to an audition. People in the country had always criticized celebrities for being paid too much. They even said that Hollywood stars were so cheap. They could just say it anonymously online. If they used their real names, they would be laughed at by people who knew the industry. Everyone's pay was in the tens of millions, but other people's pay was in USD, while yours was in RMB. The pay of the big shots in the country could not be compared to that of Hollywood. The difference was too great. Then why was the production cost in China so low? This was a very strange phenomenon. Due to the large population base, there were all kinds of people. Therefore, celebrities became famous very quickly and could rise rapidly. Therefore, there was a phenomenon. People who shouted on microphones could change careers to film. People who sang songs on live broadcasts could also change careers to film. They could do a few exaggerated actions, shout a few jingles, and *CK their sisters-in-law in their free time. In short, anyone could become a celebrity. Through the operation of capital, they could increase the number of views, increase their popularity, create a bubble in their social status, and then drive up their pay. Any Tom, Dick, or Harry dared to ask for a few million USD. They found a godfather to do plastic surgery, spent some money to package them, and then became popular. This was a very rare thing in foreign countries. In the entertainment industry, celebrities who did not have any acting skills could easily become popular with packaging, and asking for sky-high pay were everywhere. For the same 10 celebrities, only the lead actor's pay was especially high. In the country, the 10 celebrities' pay was especially high, and the proportion of the celebrities' pay was imaginable. In terms of integrity in the industry, the integrity in the country was like the top celebrities' pay. It was far from Hollywood. But think about it, why could any weirdo become a celebrity? In the end, everyone had to bear the blame. Then let's go. Can you increase the price? Qin Baobao asked. She was conflicted. As a celebrity's professional integrity, although the opportunity to act in Hollywood was not as precious as in the 80s and 90s, it was still very helpful to one's reputation. Hollywood needed domestic celebrities to increase the audience's favorability, and celebrities also wanted to ride on the popularity of big movies to increase their fame. However, as a maggot who was not so career-minded, Bao Bao felt that she could stay at home to accompany her brother and fight the wolf in the house. Her life was quite comfortable, and she did not want to fly thousands of miles to America. Help me decide. If you increase the price too much, we might break up. If it's too little, it's meaningless. Actually, you just want to slack off, but you also yearn for the legendary Hollywood, so you're conflicted, and let me decide. Qin Zhe hit the nail on the head. Qin Bao Bao was speechless. She blinked her eyes in shock. The thing that was conflicted in her heart was said by her brother in an instant. No one knew her better than her brother. Qin Zhe said proudly, "I've long known your depth. Go on, it's good to see it." She would treat it as a resume to enrich her career as an actor. 3 days later, the flight to America soared into the sky. The wings swept across the sky and disappeared into the horizon. Qin Zhe accompanied his sister to America, just like parents sending their children to school for the first time. His parents were right. In fact, the one who doted on his sister the most was Qin Zhe, since they were young. Otherwise, why would his sister rely on him so much? In addition, there was a small team of 20 people accompanying them, including 2 legal officers. International flights were much more spacious and luxurious than domestic flights. This was especially obvious in the first-class cabin. There were many foreigners on the plane. Even Qin Zhe, who grew up in Shanghai, rarely saw so many foreigners at once. He was looking forward to the trip to America and was full of fighting spirit. When he went to the toilet, he would no longer feel lonely. Let's compete, foreigners. Not only could he compete to his heart's content, but his sister would also not feel lonely with big breasts. There were Class D experts everywhere, and Class E experts were as common as dogs. Western women were all big breasts and had nice names. He really wanted to see them. Qin Bao Bao did not go abroad many times. He was full of expectations. It would be great if this woman was not in the first-class cabin. Suyu said gently, "Ace, send me to the train later." Qin Zhe said, "Oh, no problem." This gentle tone, like that of a girlfriend, made Qin Bao Bao particularly uncomfortable. He rolled his eyes. "Is this your first time on the train? Is this your first time going to Los Angeles? You're asking someone to send you." "Suyu, I didn't ask you to send me. Please don't send me." "Thank you." Qin Bao Bao laughed. "Be careful, don't let people rob you." Suyu retorted. "I'll give you the same words. The entertainment circle here is not clean. I've been in America for so many years. Do you need to worry?" When Suyu heard that Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao were coming to the United States, she followed them. The reason was that she wanted to see her old friends who she had not seen for a long time. Anyway, she had been in the United States for many years, so she still had some close friends. "By the way, Suyu, let me ask you something." Qin Zhe quickly changed the topic. "Is the security in America really so bad? You can't go out in the middle of the night? My sister and I are new here. Tell me." "Suyu, it's not that dangerous. Otherwise, I'm more beautiful than a flower. I'm as beautiful as a fairy. Wouldn't I be finished? It also depends on the place. It's really dangerous to go out in the middle of the night in some places, but it's fine to wander around in the middle of the night in some places." She organized her words for a moment. "The poor are different. Don't go to bars and nightclubs at night, especially a flirtatious woman like your sister. You're the flirtatious one." Suyu took the opportunity to belittle, and Qin Bao Bao took the opportunity to fight back. Suyu ignored her and continued, "The overall environment of Los Angeles is very general. I don't recommend you go out to experience the city's nightlife at night unless there is a local guide. If you don't go to a particularly messy and remote place, there is basically no danger. America is not so dangerous. The reason why you have this idea is probably because guns are not banned there. After all, if a car suddenly stops on the road and then points a gun at your head, it's scary to think about it. There are still a lot of robberies with guns, and there are also a lot of forced sex. The media over there is relatively free and high exposure. There are also a lot of robberies and forced sex in our country, but most of them are not exposed." Suyu threw out a you-know reason. "Foreign countries are full of danger, and foreign countries have a full moon. His mother was born to escape." Qin Zhe was so scared that his little hand trembled. "Suyu, don't die. Quickly recite the core values of socialism 10 times. Suyu, who had been in America for many years, curled her lips in disdain. This topic made Qin Zhe frightened and changed the topic again. "Sister, reading a novel, I recommend it." Qin Bao Bao didn't look up and looked at the mobile phone. My sister is a big star. Very good. Qin Zhe, online novels are the same as slang songs and the tone is the same. Qin Bao Bao, this book is not the same. The author is a cultured person. He can make up idioms. Oh, I'll go to the bathroom. Qin Zhe got up and went to the bathroom. About 10 minutes later, when he was reading with relish, he received a message from Suyu. Husband, I haven't had sex for many days. Let's do it. Is this going to be 1,000 miles a day? Qin Zhe, don't make trouble on the plane. Suyu, it's exciting on the plane, right? I'll come quietly and make sure your sister doesn't find out. Qin Zhe, you can tease me. When I have time in Hollywood, I'll make you doubt your life. Suyu sent a playful emoji. P.S. I'll take a day off tomorrow. I'll spend some time on the outline of the trip to America as well as the ending outline. This book will probably end at the end of June. If the update wasn't so bad at the end of May, at this time it should be finished. However, the update is bad and the results plummeted. Although it's sad and disappointed, it's also a good thing for me. I won't be remembered so much. After all, no one will care about a book that can't be found in the rankings. It was because my results were too good that I fell to this point today. Would you believe it? I was forced to do the outline of this book 3 times. The whole paragraph collapsed. Today the book just happened to be 1 year old, so I couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Along the way my mentality collapsed several times so that I can't find the original feeling. Every time I think about it, I want to cry, sob. This book is not long, there are too many external factors. In the final analysis, it's a man's romance with red eyes. Damn it. Chapter 669. When the plane landed at Los Angeles International Airport, it was 1600 hours p.m. in the 8th West District of the United States. A group of people yawned sleepily. They flew in early in the morning and experienced a long journey of 20 hours. At this time it was early in the morning in China and it was the time to sleep. The team was responsible for the transportation. Qin Zhe and Qin Bao sent Suyu to the high-speed rail. She bought the ticket in advance. Qin Bao and Qin Zhe wore masks and sunglasses out of habit. Suyu didn't. She wore very conservative pants and a knitted sweater. Her face was attractive enough, and her figure was highlighted. She was alone in a foreign country and her courage was too big. Why don't you take a plane? MIT is far away from here. Qin Zhe asked. It's not just far, it's thousands of miles away. Los Angeles is in the western part of the United States, and MIT is in the northeastern city of Boston. You just know? You didn't ask me about the itinerary all the way. Suyu looked back and gave him a bitter look. Who said I was going to MIT? Aren't you going to visit friends? Are all your university classmates locals? Suyu gave him another look. I'm going to MIT to revisit the college at most, and see my mother who doesn't like to talk to me. I don't want to go. Your mother doesn't talk to you? Qin Bao Bao asked curiously. It's none of your business. Suyu scolded with a black face. She just asked a question and was suddenly scolded. Qin Bao Bao glared angrily. Qin Zhe didn't speak. What he said was wrong. A smart man should keep silent at this time. It's wrong to help anyone. He said in his heart, Sister, Suyu's mother doesn't talk to her, just like the system doesn't talk to me. It's a very bad behavior. Family affairs were her worries. Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin only briefly talked about it, and Wang Zijin took the initiative to ask. Even if Suyu loved him again, she would still be angry if he exposed her scars. By the way, are you going to shoot here? How long will it take? Suyu asked. If it's not long, let's go back together? Qin Zhe thought for a moment. It will take some time, but it won't be too long. If it exceeds your expectations, you can go back first. Be careful. Call me if you have any trouble. Remember to contact me, or my sister every night before you go to bed. Suyu nodded. I'm going to a small town. A small town is safer than a city. Although Qin Zhe's experience in the United States was far less than hers, Suyu liked the feeling of being cared for when she traveled. The ticketing time was getting closer and closer. After a long silence, Suyu stood quietly at the ticketing gate for a moment, hesitating, biting his lip, suddenly pointing to the glass window of the dome, and said to Qin Bao Bao, Look, gray plane. Qin Bao Bao, what's so good about a plane? Suyu, hey, you dropped money. Qin Bao Bao, no, I'm not short of money. Suyu, someone behind you seems to be calling you. Qin Bao Bao was unmoved. I'm not familiar with this place. I don't care who is calling me. Suyu, so stubborn. When the ticketing time came, Suyu bit her lip again, looked at Qin Zhe with grievance, and dragged her suitcase into the station. She wanted to do a goodbye kiss in the movie. She wanted to peck him, but the movies were all lies and the moves didn't work. Watching Su Yu enter the station and disappear on the escalator, Qin Baobao rolled her eyes and took Qin Zhe's arm. Let's go to Hollywood. Qin Zhe walked and turned his head to look at the crowded ticket gate again. Su Teddy should have wanted to kiss him in the end. From her eyes, Qin Zhe saw that impulse. With her ability to make trouble, it was indeed possible. Perhaps she was afraid of being bullied by Qin Baobao in public, so she was scared. Qin Baobao's serious brother complex was known by Wang Zijin and Su Yu later. Both of them held the mentality that since they were siblings, there was no threat to Qin Baobao. Hollywood was in the suburbs of Los Angeles. It was both a place name in the film industry of the United States. Originally a pleasant village, it later developed into the world-famous Hollywood. Countless major film companies gathered here. It was the center of the global music and film industry. At the same time, there were also many stars working here. It was a bit like an upgraded version of Dongyang Hengyan. Wanhai Film and Television. Director Davis discussed the script with the scriptwriter in the office. In fact, the movie scripts of American superheroes were the same. Adventures, growth, killing bosses. If you don't believe it, all superheroes had the same routine. Therefore, the selling point of Hollywood superhero movies was the character design and special effects. The plot was actually unwatchable. If you watch too much, you will lose the novelty. The focus was on the character design and dialogue. These details were enough to attract the audience. Even if the routine was the same, characters with distinct personalities, humorous and witty dialogue, and visual impact of special effects often made the audience ignore the routine. At present, the script had been set. The plot did not need to be modified, but some scenes and dialogues had disagreements between the director and the scriptwriter. In a crew, the scriptwriter was one of the few people who could argue with the director, especially in such a large company system. Sometimes the scriptwriter had a higher status than the director, such as Mama Yu, who had been silent for many years because of plagiarism, and Aunt Xianxia, who everyone was familiar with. Davis held a Cuban cigar that the big shots loved and frowned. Don't you think that many dialogues are meaningless or not exciting enough? The scenes are not perfect either. The box office of superhero movies is declining day by day. If we don't work on the details, we can forget about making a breakthrough in the box office. Brandon, the scriptwriter, said helplessly, "We are too obsessed with connotation and humor. We are at a disadvantage. The company did not ask us to make a breakthrough." Davis took a hard puff of the cigar. Superhero movies had reached a bottleneck after being popular for more than 10 years. No one was willing to do something as arduous and unrewarding as a breakthrough, when a certain routine could bring in a stable income. It was just like the declining quality of Japanese comics and China's online novels that followed the same routine. It was difficult for them to escape the rut. It was almost time to get off work. Davis and Brandon ended their conversation and prepared to go home or enjoy a leisurely and sumptuous dinner at the restaurant. Dinner was their main meal overseas. The pressure of a fast-paced life doomed them to not be able to enjoy breakfast and lunch. The phone on the desk rang. It was his assistant. He said that the celebrities from China had arrived in Hollywood and arranged to meet tomorrow. Davis thought for a moment and said, "Help me ask them out for dinner. Brandon, let's go together." Brandon was puzzled. "It's just a China celebrity. Do we need to go?" Davis despised him in his heart and explained, "Qin Baobao is very famous in China. She is very popular. I asked someone to check. She is now the most popular female celebrity. The China market is very important. If we want to enter the China market, it is necessary to have a good relationship with their celebrities. When we go to China to promote, we will have to ask them for help." After a pause, he smiled. "Also, Qin Baobao is a very beautiful lady." The foreigners were especially excited when it came to women. Davis opened Qin Baobao's photo on the computer and showed it to Brandon. Brandon said, "Beautiful." The woman in the photo had the delicacy and grace of an Asian. Her facial features were not inferior to those of a Westerner. The combination of her facial features and the shape of her face gave her a unique temperament. It was the kind of temperament that was especially seductive. The foreigners did not know how to describe this temperament. They simply felt that she was charming because they did not know the Chinese word foxy. The dinner was arranged at a high-end restaurant near the Avenue of Stars. It was pure Western food. Although they valued Qin Baobao, they did not go to the extent of looking for a Chinese restaurant for her. It was not easy to find one here. The siblings, whose biological clocks had not been adjusted, did not want to come. However, it was their first time here and the director asked them out for dinner to improve their relationship. They did not want to be too arrogant. They arrived at the restaurant and saw Brandon and Davis. Director Davis, whose full name was Gabriel Davis, was a middle-aged man with short brown hair. He had a smile on his face and looked very gentle. Brandon, on the other hand, had short blonde hair and sea-blue eyes. He looked more serious. "Hi, Qin." Davis recognized Qin Bao first. Foreigners were used to calling each other by their surnames. They would only call each other by their first names when they were close to each other. Because of this habit, when they called Chinese people, they would usually call them by their surnames instead of their full names. When they met for the first time, the two were even more surprised by Qin Bao's appearance. She was a woman who did not have many flaws in her appearance. She was beautiful, delicate, and had a good figure. She came with light makeup. Her skin was delicate and white, and her complexion was very healthy. This was very rare in the entertainment industry. Many female stars had a good foundation and were beautiful, but their complexions were often not good, especially female model workers. Qin Bao's image was more consistent with the character in the script. Qin Bao shook hands with them and introduced Xianxia. It could be seen that Davis and Brandon were relatively unfamiliar with Xianxia. In fact, they were also unfamiliar with Qin Bao before. They only had a general impression of Qin Bao after asking someone to find out more about her. No matter how famous they were in the country, their influence could not reach abroad because few of their works were leaked abroad. In fact, Xianxia's opera 2 was very popular abroad. It was just that the song was popular, not the person. In 2018 mid-November, the two foreigners still did not know the name of the fast shooter. Chapter 670. My name is Xianxia. I'm her agent. You can contact me if you need anything during the shooting. Xianxia introduced himself in fluent English. Before he came to the United States, he deliberately took an advanced English proficiency book, and his spoken English was better than his sister, a top student from Fudan University. Although there was nothing wrong with his sister's English, she spoke slowly and stuttered from time to time. This was a common problem for most non-English major students in China. They could read an English article without hindrance, but they couldn't read it in fluent spoken English, which was especially obvious during communication. This is our first cooperation. Is there anything to avoid? Davis appeared to be very gentlemanly. The requirements have been stated in the email. Except for that, there are no other taboos. Xianxia answered for his sister. After all, he spoke better English now. No kissing scenes, no passion scenes. If there were any, they would use a stunt double. This was what the two sides had communicated before. Of course, there was no problem. Although there were kissing scenes and sex scenes in the United States, his sister's role was only a supporting actress, one of the important supporting actresses. Filming a passion scene for a supporting actress was completely a lame plot and would be scolded by the audience. Davis was very talkative and spoke with classic American humor. After he finished speaking, he would look at you seriously. Xianxia, who should cooperate with him, couldn't pretend to ignore it, so he laughed. When it came to Bulsh Ting, Xianxia, who spent most of his time on forums, Tieba and UC, wasn't inferior to him in the slightest. As a keyboard warrior, his brain was filled with dozens of words and jokes, so he wasn't afraid of anything. Qin Bao and Brandon were reduced to supporting roles, occasionally echoing a few words. Most of the time they just listened to them bragging. In the midst of boredom, Qin Bao noticed a detail that Suyu once told her brother. Suyu said that if foreigners were particularly noisy and dancing when eating, then they were Americans. It was said that foreigners spoke softly when eating, probably referring to Japan and some European countries. She found that even in such a high-end restaurant, there was no shortage of chattering guests. Qin Bao didn't have much experience abroad, so she observed silently. After a few glasses of red wine, Xianxia forcefully pulled Davis to tell him a Chinese joke. His sister kicked him with the tip of her shoe and he finally gave up. Therefore they talked about his old profession as a director. Xianxia said that he was also half a director. He was both the scriptwriter and the director of a Chinese Odyssey. Davis was shocked. You filmed Journey to the West? It broke the box office record in China, and it's selling well here too. He hadn't watched the Chinese Odyssey to the West. Otherwise he would have recognized Xianxia. However, he had heard of this movie before. Back then, when it was promoted in the United States, it was said that it had broken the box office record in China. After that, he followed Qin Bao and found out that she had won the Best Actress award with this movie. As the scriptwriter, Brandon had a whole new level of respect for him. He was even more confused. Aren't you an agent? Xianxia was stunned. He thought to himself, damn, I'm one of the most popular young actors in China. Have you really not heard of me? It's so awkward. Xianxia smiled. Yes, I'm an agent. However, I'm also a singer, an actor, a composer, an entrepreneur, and of course a scriptwriter. The two foreigners widened their eyes. Brandon asked, "Are you kidding?" "No." Qin Bao Bao explained, "My brother is recognized as an all-rounder in the entertainment industry. Haven't you seen A Chinese Odyssey? He was the male lead. He was the male lead in all my songs and movies. In China, many singers want one of his songs but can't get it." She used her not very fluent English to talk for a long time to boast about her brother. If it wasn't for the language barrier, she would have suggested them to look it up on Baidu. Davis and Brandon made a, "I'm so scared that my dried fish" expression. It was considered a perfunctory answer. However, they didn't believe it. Instead, they felt that these two Chinese liked to boast. The foreigners ate their dinner very slowly. They chatted as they ate. Most of the time they drank. Qin Bao Bao had a good tolerance for alcohol. However, it was easy for her to get drunk. At this moment, her face was red and she was very charming. After chatting more, she asked the director for the script. "Tomorrow is the audition, right? I want to read the script today." "No, there's no audition tomorrow. You can come and get the script tomorrow," Davis said. "If you want, I have it here." Brandon took out the script from his bag. At the same time, he tried to test Xianxia. "Do you want to read it and give me some suggestions?" Qin Bao Bao took the script. Brandon gave her the general script, not the character script. It was written in English. This wasn't a problem for Qin Bao Bao. However, there was too much content. It was a little troublesome for her to find her own character. She glanced at the script casually and threw it to Xianxia. Xianxia read it with great interest. He was very interested in how the scripts in Hollywood were written. After taking advanced English proficiency, translating was not a problem for him, let alone reading the script. He did not watch many American superhero movies. He did not know as much as those loyal fans. However, he did watch a lot of movies. The one that left the deepest impression on him was King Kong Dog. It was a genetically modified hero who had a keen sense of smell like a dog. He did justice in the big city. Art came from life and so did the script. Therefore, from these movies, it could be seen that there were quite a lot of armed robberies in the United States. In addition, he had also watched American blockbusters in the Point Store in the parallel world. They were both superhero movies. However, there were some differences between the superheroes in the two worlds. For example, the power system in that world was extremely chaotic. There was no way to explain it logically. In this aspect, the Hollywood superheroes in his world were much more rigorous. However, every hero in this world was independent. The script was about a young archaeology professor who found an ancient ruin by chance. It was the ruin of God. He found a blue gem in the ruin. It was the heart of God. At the same time, it was the core that sealed the evil God. The archaeology professor accidentally fused with the heart of God and obtained the power passed down from God. He became a superhero from then on. However, at the same time he released the sealed evil God. The archaeology professor who obtained the power of God made a fortune with his superpowers. He had endless money to spend and endless women to sleep with. Until one day, a goddess from the east came to him and said, "You bastard! Do you know that you have released the evil God? The world is about to be destroyed and you are still here having fun sleeping with women." The evil God was originally a god. However, because he wanted to destroy the world, he was sealed. His rebirth alarmed the king of God. Therefore he sent his son to help the protagonist reseal the evil God. At the same time, the goddess from the east also helped the protagonist. Both sides engaged in an intense battle in the city. After much effort, they finally sealed the evil God. Look, it was still the same old story. Adventure, growth, boss fight. It was obviously a Greek mythological system. Suddenly, an Eastern goddess was inserted. It felt like a husky had sneaked into a pack of wolves. It was very out of place. It was probably a forced addition of characters to cater to the China market. Xianxia finished reading at an extremely fast speed. He took a sip of red wine and said, "Don't you think that the role of the Eastern goddess is too abrupt? What does the evil god in the Greek mythological system have to do with her?" Brandon nodded. "I know. It will be slightly modified in the future. As long as we add a few sentences in the narration, the goddess from the east sealed the evil god together with God, it will be reasonable for her to help seal the evil god." It was just a small problem. Therefore, Brandon did not care about it and left it for the future. "Is there anything else?" "No." Xianxia shook his head. Hearing this, Brandon was very disappointed. He thought, if Xianxia is really the scriptwriter of A Journey to the West, then his professional suggestions should not be so shallow and crude. He was indeed bragging. It was funny that I was still looking forward to it. Davis shook his head and laughed. However, have you guys ever thought of changing the way you film superheroes? Xianxia said, I do have some suggestions in this regard. Change the way? Brandon and Davis looked at each other. They were puzzled. Oh, what do you mean? Chapter 671. There are too many superheroes in the United States. I can't even count them with two hands. They have a lot of imagination and all kinds of superpowers. The rich rely on technology while the poor rely on mutation. Every hero has their own story. In terms of theme alone, superheroes are undoubtedly successful. In my country, superheroes have a lot of fans. They even discuss who is more powerful on the internet and argue about it, Xianxia said. Davis and Brandon listened carefully and smiled knowingly. Superheroes had a place even in Hollywood where quality products were everywhere. In the past, their status was even higher. However, in recent years, the industry had hit a bottleneck and it was difficult to recreate its former glory. Then why don't you gather all the superheroes together and film an epic masterpiece? Or you can think of it this way. Let the superheroes form an alliance and fight monsters together to level up. Who knows, there might even be sparks of love between them. For example, the Panther Girl, under your company. I'm looking forward to Vajra conquering her. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Gather all the heroes together? Brandon felt something called inspiration explode in his mind, but he still had many doubts. In that case, who is the main character? Everyone is the main character. There is no need to divide them into primary and secondary characters, Xianxia said. But this will increase the difficulty of filming. Davis frowned. For a superhero alone, the main character was obvious. The camera just had to focus on him. Once multiple heroes appeared, everyone would be the main character. Then, how would it be more reasonable to divide the shots? There would be a lot of unnecessary scenes during this period. This will depend on the scriptwriter's ability. Xianxia analyzed. For example, in the movie you are filming this time, if multiple superheroes gather to fight a boss, you just have to change the god assisting the main character to a superhero. Then you can share some scenes with them. Wouldn't that be no problem? His words made the two of them fall into deep thought. While fixed routines brought benefits, they would also solidify people's thinking. Xianxia had seen the routines of the other world. He could easily use their strengths to make up for his weaknesses. In the world he was in, the superhero's power system was more rigorous. This was an advantage, but it also made it difficult to integrate. A weak hero would still be a weakling if he mixed in with a powerful hero. To solve this problem, a wave of brain cells had to be killed. However, Xianxia didn't have to burn his brain. It's a bold idea. Maybe we can give it a try. Davis smiled. But it's inevitable that we'll have to take some risks. There's no need to take risks. Xianxia said, superheroes have their own fans. When two or more superheroes meet in a movie and achieve a certain goal as teammates, what do you think the audience will do when they hear this gimmick? It was not rejection but excitement, agitation, and anticipation. Famous superheroes have fixed fan groups, so the so-called risk is minimal. It's even safer and more convenient than creating a new hero. So far you have more than 10 superheroes under your banner, and as many as 5 or 6 popular heroes. Why don't you try making a series like League of Superheroes? Scattered heroes not interfering with each other was a great waste. Although there was an obvious difference in strength between heroes, every hero had their own characteristics. A reasonable arrangement of the hero's abilities could make the plot rich and interesting. Some fans like this hero and hate that hero. When they watch a movie, they would choose to watch the hero they like. If all the heroes were gathered, wouldn't this be a movie that would explode at the box office? Have you thought about this problem? The air suddenly froze. Brandon and Davis looked at each other. In the past few years, superhero movies have started to go downhill. No matter how effective a formula is, the human brain will have aesthetic fatigue. Under the same formula, you need to keep changing skins, but your skins are just creating heroes. In our country, there's a game that makes money by selling skins. The same character keeps creating new skins, and the daily turnover can reach tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Only by constantly changing skins can the audience's desire to consume. The image of a superhero is the source of consumption, and you have been profiting by selling the same skin. Brandon muttered words like hero and league in a low voice. Davis, on the other hand, was imagining the possibility of a few heroes gathering in one place. With his rich experience as a director, although he had never tried it, it was not impossible. His understanding of the market and the audience's psychology told him that Xianxia's words were not without reason. The appeal of a hero and the appeal of a few heroes could not be mentioned in the same breath. I like superhero movies very much. After I became a screenwriter, I fantasized that if all the heroes were gathered together, it would be very exciting. So, I tried to write a screenplay. Xianxia bragged without restraint. Brandon was energized. The American man could not help but raise his voice. You've written a script before, can you show it to me? Oh, if you're willing, I'll buy your script in my own name. Xianxia shook his head. It's just a spontaneous creation. It's not a complete script. But since you're interested, we can talk more during the filming. Dinner lasted until 8:30 p.m. After eating and drinking to their fill, their sleepiness subsided. After bidding farewell to Brandon and Davis, both of them seemed to have a lot on their minds. They spent most of their time thinking. Qin Bao held her brother's hand as they strolled along the Walk of Fame. From the American guide, he learned that the security in downtown Los Angeles was not good. It was best not to go out at night. However, Hollywood was quite safe. It was just that the streets were filled with people in strange costumes. If it was the peak season, it would be even livelier here. After all, it was the center of the world's film industry. There were many cosplayers. Is your idea reliable? His sister's face was still red from the alcohol. She looked charming under the light. Xianxia lowered his head. He saw the light reflected in her eyes like stars. Her black and thick eyelashes were like dark clouds under the moonlight. He said, "Of course it's reliable. It's worth tens of millions." "You're bluffing." "It's true." "So you're giving it to them for free?" Qin Bao puffed her cheeks. "Even if I don't say it, they will definitely think of it in the future. Unless I want to make a movie in Hollywood and be a boss. But it's not realistic whether it's time or manpower." Xianxia said, "Also just take it as a favor. Otherwise you won't pass the audition and be eliminated." Qin Bao was not convinced. She raised her face. "Are you questioning my acting skills?" Xianxia said, "Come on. You can play the role of a sister and a younger brother well. Are you sure you can handle the other roles?" As soon as he said this, the sister and brother both turned their heads away awkwardly and temporarily stopped talking. Xianxia slapped himself twice in his heart. Why was the role of a sister and a younger brother so good? He should know in his heart why it was so good. Please don't say it out loud. Qin Bao was not like him who could use skill books. She was not a professional and had not been in the film and television industry for a long time. It was not wrong to say that she was the worst movie queen. My sister's water is my water. I have to help her cover it well. Even if there was no dinner tonight, Xianxia would still find a chance to talk to the director and give his sister a heads up for the audition. There were many attractions in Hollywood that were worth visiting, but after Qin Bao landed, she only rested for a short while in the car. She was not in a good state of mind, so she contacted the driver and planned to go back to the hotel to rest. At this time, there were a few greetings from the side of the road. Xianxia and his sister turned to look. It was a group of young people dressed in hip-hop style. They gathered on the side of the road and were smoking. They might have even been drinking. Because it was dinner time, they looked at Qin Bao with lust and impulse. "Foreign girl, do you want to play with us?" A black man whistled at Qin Bao. He probably thought that Xianxia and the others were foreign tourists. "Is that your boyfriend? You can play with us. We have fans," he added. "This girl has a good figure and a beautiful face. Will be fun to play with her." The young people roared with laughter. Qin Bao had never heard such bold and wanton humiliation in real life. She frowned and pulled Xianxia away. Xianxia did not move. He looked at them carefully, focusing on their waists. He did not see any hidden guns. The black man in sneakers, slacks and a white unlined shirt felt that there was a chance. He walked over and said, "We have fans. Bring your girlfriend to play with us." Xianxia stared at him. "Do you have guns?" The black man, "No." Xianxia nodded. Then he raised his voice and greeted all the women in the family in fluent English. F***K your mother. It felt so good to curse foreigners in Chinglish. And your mother and grandma's bitch was also very good. He wanted to show them the horror of Chinglish. Your son has no D***K. He did not know how to translate it for the time being. There was no D***K in English. There was one in Steel Gate, but they probably did not think it was a curse. The young people could understand the words, but the grammatical combination made them a little confused. Everyone was speaking English. Why were they different? But at least they could understand that it was a curse. Especially Qin Bao, who kept repeating the words bitch and F***K. Every time Xianxia cursed, she would repeat bitch or F***K. After cursing, Xianxia pulled his sister and was about to leave. But after thinking about it, he felt that he had to do something since they were out. So he turned his head and cursed, "Baka." Then he signaled his sister with his eyes. Qin Baobao understood tacitly and scolded as well. "If we were in China, I would definitely beat them up until their mothers couldn't recognize them," Qinzhe said. "They won't shoot us from behind, right?" Qin Baobao was a little scared and kept looking back. "It's okay. I saw that they didn't bring guns," Qinzhe said. If they chased after them, Qinzhe would teach them a lesson. But those guys just stood there and cursed. It was obvious that not every American would pull out a gun and shoot at them. Qinzhe had seen a video online before. 2 American girls were fighting on the side of the road. As they fought, they pulled out their guns and continued to fight. Were they not afraid that they would accidentally fire? How bold. Because of some intentional propaganda online, Qinzhe, like most netizens, was very wary of America, which did not ban guns. After all, no matter how good one's martial arts were, one would still be afraid of a kitchen knife, let alone bullets. If someone pulled out a small pistol from their pants and aimed it at you, even 10 Qinzhe would be dead if they were not close to him. Moreover, there was a Baobao following him. It was inevitable that the siblings would be a little nervous. Qin Baobao felt that it would be safer to bring a group of people with them when they went out to play in the future. Actually, bringing a group of people with them could avoid such situations. But this pair of pretentious siblings liked to pretend to be a couple in other places. It was inconvenient to bring people with them. Chapter 672. At 9 o'clock the next day, Qinzhe and her sister arrived at Huanhai Film and Television as promised. They brought 2 assistants, 3 security guards and 2 legal staff. Davis arranged for an assistant to greet them at the entrance of the company. It was a blonde woman with blue eyes. It was hard to tell her age. Foreign girls were already charming when they just entered puberty, but Chinese girls looked like country bumpkins when they were 12 or 13. Because of this, they aged very quickly. She might be in her 30s, but it wouldn't be strange to say that she was in her 40s. The female assistant led them to a lounge and smiled politely. "The director is having an audition. Please rest here." Everyone had a cup of coffee. Qin Baobao took a sip. The bitter taste made her frown. It was pure coffee with a little sugar and no milk. She preferred soft drinks like Starbucks. "Do you mind if we go take a look?" The assistant walked to the door and her sister stopped her. "Sure." The female assistant nodded and made an inviting gesture at the door. The location of the audition was in China. Most of the auditions were done in a quiet room. Other than the actors and directors, there weren't many other people. But sometimes, in order to test the actor's mentality, they would deliberately let the audience watch. The 2 followed the assistant to a large lounge. Through the huge floor-to-ceiling glass, they saw an actress auditioning. Davis sat beside her and carefully studied the expression on her face. There were a lot of people outside. They didn't know if they were the crew members or artists who were also auditioning. The female assistant said that there was an audition inside. "Please wait a moment before entering." "I'm auditioning here too, right?" Qin Baobao asked. "Yes." About 20 minutes later, the audition inside was over. The female assistant opened the door and whispered something to Davis. Davis stood up happily and went out to greet them. The 2 Chinese people didn't look like ordinary people to make the director act so warmly. The people around them looked curiously. "Brittany, who are they?" someone asked the female assistant who stepped out. "Chinese stars," the female assistant said. "They're very famous in China." "Are they the Chinese stars invited by the crew?" "They're very beautiful." There was a lot of discussion. The aesthetics of foreigners were slightly different from that of Chinese, but they were mostly the same, with only slight differences. It was impossible for an ugly woman to be worshipped as a goddess in a foreign country. A woman with a delicate face and a voluptuous figure would be a beauty wherever she went. Even in China, aesthetic standards were different. For example, how can one conquer the world if one's chest is not big? And, how can one gather people's hearts if one's breasts are not big enough? Davis handed the script to Qin Baobao. "This is a new script. Some details have been changed. How many days will it take?" He gave Qin Baobao the greatest respect and preferential treatment and took the initiative to ask her how many days she needed to read the script. "I think we can try it now," Qin Baobao said. When they contacted Tianfang in the US, there was already a first draft of the script. It was not much different from the current script. Qin Baobao had read it before, so it was not a problem for her to choose an unmodified part of the script for the audition. Thus, Davis chose a part where the goddess appeared. She came to New York to find the protagonist and told him that the evil gods were about to destroy the world. As an American citizen of the world police who had inherited the power of God, he had to work with her to reseal the evil gods. However, Davis stopped the 2-minute scene 3 times. Her expression lacks dignity. Can you be more relaxed? You're obviously not a suitable mating partner. She was too serious when she said that. Don't keep a straight face. Relax but show the seriousness of a goddess. This was a little awkward. Qin Baobao looked at her brother. It was normal for foreign movies to have dirty jokes from time to time. However, if you said that in China, the scene would definitely be cut. Qin Baobao was not used to such lines. Then Davis probably had OCD. He could not be too serious or too relaxed. It had to be just right. Are your acting skills good? Yeah. You're stuck in a small scene so many times. Isn't it normal for Chinese stars to have no acting skills? Why do you say that? The Chinese audience always criticizes their entertainment artists for having no acting skills. But it's true. Outside the door, the guys who wanted to join in the fun chattered and talked. No matter how good the best actor or actress, it was normal for them to be stuck in the imagination during the filming process. However, in terms of the audition, if it was a special invitation in Qin Zhe's face, her audition would undoubtedly fail. Qin Baobao frowned. One more time. Qin Zhe waved his hand. Let's take a 5-minute break. Director, give me a lounge. It doesn't have to be too big. I'll talk to her. If possible, give me the script. Davis asked the female assistant to take the two to a small conference room. After the female assistant left, Qin Zhe noticed that his sister did not pretend to be pitiful. Instead, she was frowning and deep in thought. This meant that she was in a serious state. Every time an elder sister whimpered, it was all just an act. There were only the two of them in the small conference room. The shooting style here is different from that in China, right? Qin Zhe started the topic. Qin Baobao ignored him. She rubbed her face and said to herself, the emotions are not enough. The facial expressions are not handled well enough. Then the lines are a bit embarrassing. It means that your self-cultivation as an actor is not good enough, Qin Zhe said. An excellent actor should be able to control any role. There was also psychological knowledge in this. Psychological suggestion. She could be as reserved and arrogant as a goddess, but also as coquettish as a slut. She could be as dignified as a successful man, but also like a loser. She could kneel down and suck up to all kinds of rich men. Qin Zhe could do it. Obviously, his sister could not do it. Why don't we act together? I'll be the male lead and act together with you. I'll give you pointers while I'm at it, Qin Zhe said. The words, give you pointers, made Qin Baobao feel that her sister's dignity was gone. She wrinkled her nose unhappily and said in a sweet voice, okay. During the rehearsal process, Qin Zhe corrected a few of his sister's mistakes. When a goddess appeared, she must be dignified and solemn. This kind of combination with special effects was the real goddess style. During the communication process, the facial expression did not need to be too serious. Qin Baobao's acting skills were good, but the analysis of the role was still a bit lacking. You came from the East. Back then you joined forces with the gods to seal the evil god? A curious face. Yes. A serious face. I almost thought that you were a little girl who liked to play cosplay. The kind that doesn't even have a boyfriend. A teasing face. You look like a suitable mating partner. A serious face. That's very good. Let's go back. Qin Zhe, who had been observing his sister's facial expressions, gave her a high five. He had neglected the lines, so when he went out he felt that something was wrong, but he could not put his finger on it. When they returned to the audition location, Qin Zhe suggested that he act together with his sister. Of course, Davis did not have any objections. However, time was a little tight. His task today was to complete the audition for the few remaining roles. Qin Baobao had delayed him for too long. This time his sister performed very well. Her facial expressions were handled very well. Davis was extremely satisfied. Until the last part of the lines, Brandon, who was beside him, felt that something was wrong. He looked at the script and quickly stopped it. The lines are wrong. What's wrong? Davis asked in surprise. The correct line is, you're obviously not a suitable partner. She read it wrong, Brandon said. Davis held his chin and thought, but even if it's wrong, it feels good. Brandon said, that seems to be the case. If he had not written the script, he almost could not tell that she had read the wrong lines. What was with this feeling that there was no sense of wrongness? Why don't we change it? I think it's not bad, Davis said. No. The goddess I portray is majestic. Although the lines are not wrong, it doesn't match the character, Brandon said unhappily. Qin Zhe looked at his sister speechlessly. The latter stuck out her tongue. I accidentally read it wrong. The filming of the movie started a week later. Before that, the crew had made sufficient preparations. After settling the supporting roles, they immediately started filming. During the filming process, Xianxia and Qin Baobao followed the crew almost the entire time. This was supposed to be the patent of the protagonist. The trouble with Qin Baobao's character was that although she did not have as many scenes as the protagonist, she was scattered throughout the entire plot. Moreover, she was not in a fixed setting. One moment she was in Los Angeles. Another moment she was by the river. Another moment she was in the ruins. Another moment she was fighting with the big boss in the city center. This meant that she had to follow the crew to one scene after another. She could not be alone and finish filming in one go. In a piano club in Los Angeles, the muscular male protagonist was flirting with the female protagonist in the piano room. They sat side by side at the piano. The sun shone on the bright pianist, and a melodious tune floated in the air. This tune suddenly became popular on the internet last year. The original video of the tune seemed to be played by an amazing person overseas using a mobile app. The original version could not be found on any music app. After the tune became popular, someone tried to record it. It was quickly released on various major music websites. It was free. Charging for it would definitely not work. They would be sued. In fact, even if it was free, there was the risk of being sued. However, in more than a year, the composer seemed to have disappeared. There was no news from China. It was even more so overseas. The exchange of information between countries was already blocked. The piano tune suddenly became an item without an owner. There were all kinds of English versions. The most commonly accepted name was To Baby. It was said that the Chinese version was like this. Okay. Davis signaled for this part to pass. The camera that was holding the camera around the male protagonist and his girlfriend to take a close-up shot straightened his back and thumped his waist. The silent and focused working environment suddenly relaxed. The crew members relaxed and communicated with each other. The next part of the plot was still in the piano room. The building was about to collapse. The followers of the evil god were wreaking havoc in the city. The Eastern goddess would appear to kill the followers and fight side by side with the protagonist. Therefore, Qin Baobao and Xianxia also followed. Director, I have something to say. Xianxia raised his hand to Davis, indicating that he had something to say. Chapter 673. What's the matter? Davis asked, putting aside what he was doing. In the past week or so, Davis and Brandon often got together with Xianxia to talk about the feasibility of a superhero party, and formed a good friendship. Xianxia could call Davis by his first name instead of his last name, and Brandon even humbly asked for advice in front of him. Did you buy the copyright to that piano piece just now? Xianxia asked. Copyright? Davis was confused for a moment and said, if we need to pay copyright fees, of course we did. As the director in charge of the crew, he could not do everything himself. He had never liked piano music and had not even heard the piece just now. That was the job of the music director. In the past, if there was a scene of a piano piece, the crew would basically choose some classic piano pieces. What was a classic? It was the kind that had been passed down for hundreds of years. There was no copyright for this kind of piano piece. Why was the country so keen on remaking the 4 great classical novels over and over again? It was because there was no need to pay sky-high copyright fees. Moreover, the theme was well known, suitable for all ages, and had its own IP. It was not until the 4 great classical novels were changed again and again, the screenwriters ran out of ideas, and the audience got tired of it, that the craze for remaking the 4 great classical novels gradually subsided. No, you didn't buy it. This piece came from China, right? The composer is not in the circle, has never won an award, and is not active in the piano world. The Chinese are not interested in piano music and just play it when they want to show off. This piece is almost impossible to hear in China now. So even if you want to buy it, you probably won't be able to find anyone, Xianxia said. Davis was stunned and immediately got someone to find the music director, a man with black hair and brown eyes and instant noodle hair. Ada, did we buy the copyright to that piano piece just now? Davis asked. No. Ada shook her head. You can't use it without copyright. Don't you know the rules? Davis raised his eyebrows. This doesn't need copyright. The original video is just a phone recording. It's for entertainment, and the original author is unknown. Ada shrugged. It's even possible that the copyright hasn't been registered. Someone in the same industry has used it a long time ago and nothing happened. Otherwise I wouldn't have used it. Adeline played this song in her concert before. It's absolutely safe. Davis was relieved when he heard that. He smiled and said, Sheen, don't worry. It'll be fine. I didn't know that my songs were so popular overseas. Xianxia smiled. Actually, this song is copyrighted. If you use it without permission you will definitely be sued. Ada frowned. How did you know? Xianxia said, because the original creator is me. Seizing the opportunity he fiercely acted tough. It was a pity that the system did not give him a mission. You? Davis and Ada looked at each other. Davis tried hard to recall the information about Xianxia that he had asked someone to check after returning home that night. There did not seem to be a pianist in it. This song was actually composed by him. It was created by him and it's called, To Qin Bao Bao in Chinese. My name is Qin Bao. The elder sister watched the drama from the side for a long time and cooperated with her younger brother to make a speech. To Baby, was composed by you? The actress who played the protagonist's girlfriend exclaimed. She looked very excited. It's to Qin Bao, not to Baby, Qin Bao corrected. It was normal for there to be a deviation in the translation. After all, Chinese was broad and profound and one word had many meanings. Davis deliberately asked someone to find the original version online. He checked the Chinese name and compared it with Qin Bao Bao's name. Although he did not speak Chinese, he could still recognize the exact same Chinese characters. He found that Xianxia was right. After repeated confirmation, Davis accepted the fact that Xianxia was the original creator. This attracted the attention and discussion of many crew members. There was no lack of surprise, such as the female star. Hello, I like this piano piece very much. The female star sat on the side and chatted with Xianxia with a smile. I can see that. Xianxia smiled. During the filming she really played this piano piece. It was obvious that she had practiced hard. You can call me Elizabeth, she said. Xianxia was stunned and looked at her carefully. Her facial features were very delicate. She had wheat-colored skin, foreigners like this kind of skin. There were no freckles on her face. Her dark blue eyes were bright. When she smiled, there was a unique charm of a Western woman. I've heard a lot about you. Xianxia could not help but sigh in Chinese. Elizabeth. In a Western-style web novel, you and Victoria are known as the two women that the male protagonist must fuck. What? Elizabeth was confused. Nesbit Loach, Xianxia said, using the English vocabulary of the second year of middle school. Rice rabbit. Elizabeth smiled sweetly. In order to pay tribute to the heroine of the Western fantasy, Xianxia was invited by her to play the piano piece on the spot. The surrounding crew members applauded. Director Davis was also completely convinced that he was the original creator. In the end, the copyright was sold for $3,000. This kind of copyright was originally not expensive. The reason why Ada chose it was to please the audience because it was very popular. But in fact, it did not matter if it was another piano piece. Xianxia thought of it as making some extra money to buy lace underwear for his sister. He also called the legal department and prepared to pursue the copyright infringement of the movie. It was Davis who suggested it. The reason was very simple. He paid for the copyright, so why didn't others pay for it? At dusk, today's filming was completed. When they were returning to the hotel by car, Qin Bao Bao suddenly twisted Xianxia's ear. That Elizabeth seems to have a lot of feelings for you. Foreign women are quite open. Xianxia, don't worry. Even if she thinks it through, I won't. After all, she's a woman with a zero. Qin Bao Bao let go of her brother's ear and blinked. Zero? Liar. I actually think she's very beautiful and charming. Xianxia looked sincere. It's really a zero. How many points did you get? 9 points. Qin Bao Bao unconsciously smiled and said, Humph, what about Wang Zijin? Bar spirit. Xianxia said angrily, 10 points. Qin Bao Bao raised her eyebrows. 10 points? Why does she get 10 points and I get 9 points? I'm obviously more beautiful than her. Is Wang Zijin so perfect in your eyes? Different from teasing Elizabeth just now, his sister's expression was much more serious and jealous. No, so you also got 10 points? Fight. Qin Bao Bao puffed up her cheeks and pinched her brother's face. Xianxia blocked and dodged. The bar spirit sister stubbornly wanted to pinch his face. She was very angry. That pair of slender and fair hands had quite a bit of strength. It hurts. Can't you tell I'm kidding? There's no such thing as a woman with 10 points. Sister is a little fairy with 9 points. Their 10 points are fake, but sister's 9 points are real. Xianxia coaxed. His sister was really insensible and asked why. Because she gave you 10 points, not 0. Giving you 9 points is already true love. It was boring to talk to people who didn't understand jokes. But fortunately she didn't understand jokes. Qin Bao Bao snorted. No, I also want 10 points. Xianxia. In the evening they found a specialty restaurant in Hollywood to eat and wear. Avoiding the tourist season, They didn't have to worry about encountering fans traveling abroad. The siblings behaved much more intimately. But they still had to be wary of the iron-headed paparazzi secretly observing them. After all, there was a precedent. One of Jia Baoyu's 3 wives relaxed after going abroad. She was intimate with her adulterer in public and was photographed by the paparazzi. We can't ignore the power of the paparazzi. The invisible eyes are the sharpest. This was what Lu Sun said. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Qin Zhe was ready to go to bed. Knock knock knock. There was a soft knock on the door. He didn't even have to think. The only one who came to knock on the door was his sister. The only person in the world who climbed into his brother's bed in the middle of the night was his cheap sister. Qin Zhe wore a pair of big pants and went to open the door. At the door stood a tall beauty, elegant and refined, with a smile on her mouth and eyes, mixed with longing and joy. Sir, do you need service? So you said. Refuse the big sword, start with me. Qin Zhe said with a straight face. Oh, you played with me. If you don't give me money, it's not a big sword. So you said. That's good. Qin Zhe pulled Suyu into his arms, kicked the door with his foot and kissed her for a long time. They kissed from the door to the bed. When he took off his pants, Qin Zhe asked, Do you want to take a bath? I've taken a bath. I got a room next door. This was good, he could drive straight in. You didn't even inform me when you came. I came to check the room to see if you have a mistress in a golden house. Suyu endured the moisture of the rain and dew on the flower buds back and forth, and her eyes were like silk. I miss you. Qin Zhe went 9 shallow and 1 deep, and waited for 10 times before he finished. He was both passionate and slow and also looked down and looked in. Suyu's face changed and her voice trembled. Every time she breathed, her black hair spread like flowers. After finishing at 11 o'clock, Suyu was exhausted and drowsy. She was about to fall asleep. Knock knock knock. The knock on the door came again. It was very light and very sneaky. The voice outside the door was also sneaky. Little red man, are you asleep? Suyu's whole body trembled and her sleepiness disappeared. Qin Zhe, degree, I'm so scared that the eel is soft. Chapter 674. When Qin Zhe heard his sister's low voice outside the door, an indescribable panic welled up in his heart. This was not the embarrassment of being caught by his sister having sex with a woman, but the panic of being caught red-handed by his wife. Although it was absurd, this was the kind of feeling he had. This scene seemed to have a strong sense of déjà vu. It seemed that he had experienced it many times. This kind of clandestine love was definitely not the first time that he was almost caught. If he was not careful, he felt that he had gone further and further on the path of a scumbag. First he calmed down. He was the Hei's king who was used to big scenes and would not be disturbed by the small problems in front of him. Qin Bao Bao is here. Suyu sat up suddenly and did not forget to hug the quilt to cover the spring scenery on her chest. Well, my sister is outside, keep your voice down. Qin Zhe whispered. The bedside lamp shone on Suyu's back, which was as gentle as jade, beautiful back curve, tight and narrow waist arc, and half of a perfectly shaped buttocks. Yes, your sister is here. Suyu suddenly realized and lay back on the bed. Sleep, sleep. Why am I panicking? It's just Qin Bao Bao, not Wang Zijin. She is my sister, not my girlfriend. In this case, there will be no quarrel. Even if she comes in, at most it will be awkward. There is nothing to be afraid of. If she dares to make a move, I will hold my belly and say, Come on, I have your baby in my belly. If you dare to make a move, see if A's and Uncle Qin will tear you apart. Qin Zhe, at the door, his sister was still knocking on the door. She knocked twice and shouted little red brother, and then waited for a long time. When she saw that there was no sound inside, she knocked twice and shouted again. Qin Zhe was as calm as an old dog on the surface, and his heart was as calm as an old dog. He just pretended to be asleep. A few minutes later, there was no movement at the door, and then his mobile phone rang. Qin Zhe pretended to be awakened from a dream and took a long time to answer, groaning. Qin Bao Bao, what's the matter? Disturbing my sleep at night. It's a dream. Suyu, who was half asleep and half awake, corrected. Qin Zhe covered the bottom of the phone and said angrily, Shut up, then you're the dream maker of **** crabs. Suyu reluctantly twisted her body in his arms and continued to sleep. Letting go of the microphone, Qin Zhe said, Ah? What did you just say? Qin Bao Bao said angrily, Open the door. Sister wants to come in. Qin Zhe played dumb. Then you sing Little Bunny Be Good. Helpless, Qin Bao Bao could only clear her throat and gently sing a nursery rhyme. She did not reply for a long time. Hey, are you listening? She heard a soft snore. Outside the door, Qin Bao Bao, who was wearing silk pajamas, was so angry that he stamped his feet and muttered, "Damn pighead, serves you right that you can't find a girlfriend." She angrily swiped the card to open the door and went back to her room to sleep. It's rare to go to a foreign country. Qin Bao Bao can't wait to roll on the same bed with her brother every day. Today she read the script late. When she came to knock on the door, she found that her brother had already fallen asleep. After confirming that his sister had returned to her room, Qin Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. She finally left. "Why did she look for you in the middle of the night?" Suyu asked in a vague tone. "Not asleep yet? Waiting for you." She wrapped her arms around Qin Zhe's neck. "Sister asked me to talk about the script," Qin Zhe said. "Talking about the script in the middle of the night, your brain is damaged. You don't understand. It's popular in the entertainment circle now." Qin Zhe turned off the light and hugged Suyu in the bed. The room fell into darkness. Suyu listened to his calm breathing. "Do you think I will be pregnant? Let's leave it to fate. It must be your reason. Have you gone to the hospital for a physical examination? Don't say that your goods are not good. We are all sharpshooters. Every bullet to kill a teammate? If I don't go for a physical examination, my chrysanthemum can't be handed over to the doctor's fingers." Qin Zhe said, "Besides, I've checked. Pregnancy really can't be rushed. A project of more than 1 billion yuan is not something that can be easily negotiated. Many newlyweds are pregnant the next year. It can be seen that it is not realistic to have a child in one go. If the hit rate is so high, the infertility hospital should go out of business. Moreover, how could there be a problem with his body? Unless my system is a fake product. I'm sorry I can't accompany you to see your classmates." Qin Zhe apologized. "It's okay. Anyway, my sister is not important. I'm just a shady mistress. Do you have to say such words to stab my heart?" Sister Man said that the emperor can't block the mouths of the concubines, so he has to give them a place to vent their anger. Although you can block my mouth, you can't block my heart. It's so difficult. Even if I'm 18 centimeters tall, I can't stab your heart. Suyu told him a lot of things that happened in the past few days. She went to see her schoolmate when she studied in the United States, not her roommate. Suyu is a young lady. She can't stand such a low thing as living on campus. Listening to her, the classmate is a very good and gentle American girl. She gave Suyu a lot of warmth and comfort in a lonely foreign country. If she is a man, Qin Zhe may not have anything to do with her. Suyu has no more than 10 good friends in the United States, and there is only one who can talk to her. Under the shell of being good at business communication, there is a lonely and self-abased girl. This is Suyu. At 6 o'clock the next day, Suyu squinted and went back to her room. She slept until 9 o'clock and got up for breakfast. In the revolving restaurant on the top floor of the hotel, Qin Bao Bao looked at Suyu drinking milk and eating bacon. He was dissatisfied and asked, "Have you booked a ticket?" "No." "Why don't you book it?" Qin Bao Bao warmly said, "I'll ask someone to book it for you. You can transfer the ticket money to me through WeChat." "No, I plan to go back with you." Suyu was calm and complained, "People with tens of billions of assets are so stingy. You're already richer than me, okay? Working yourself to death in the financial industry isn't as good as going on stage to sing and show off." After a few seconds of silence, Qin Bao Bao said with a black face, "Go back when you finish your work. Don't work anymore. Suyu, the company has been on the regular. The boss can go on a business trip for 10 days or half a month. I haven't seen how Hollywood makes movies. I have to see it, right, Qin Zhe?" Qin Zhe was good. Facing the eyes of his sister and Suyu, he didn't know how to answer. After lunch, they came to the shooting site, one of the studios of Huanhai Entertainment, and they will spend the next few days here. Generally, when the studio is used, it is the special effects part of the movie. The actors shoot against a blue background, and the special effects are added later to create an earth-shattering scene. The theme of this movie is biased towards mythology, so it can't be like those mutant heroes who attack by shouting and fight by brute force. There has to be a bit of martial arts, so the crew invited a martial arts director. The most popular martial arts director these days is China, because purely in terms of visual effects, China's martial arts movements are the most gorgeous and pleasing to the eye. The martial arts director of the crew is an American Chinese, called Yu Yongxing, English name, Kong Nai. Claiming to be a fan of Qin Zhe, he said that when he browsed the domestic website, he knew that Qin Zhe was very good at fighting and wanted to fight with him. Qin Zhe declined. "I wanted to give myself a special name, such as Washington or George, but my girlfriend didn't agree. She thought that my starting point was to ridicule the great man in history," Yu Yongxing said when he was chatting with Qin Zhe. She is an American. Yes, because she likes China's martial arts, so we met. Are you free tonight, Miss Qin Bao? If you don't mind, I'll invite you to dinner. A burly and muscular man invited her while wiping his sweat. Qin Bao Bao sat on a soft chair, looked up and smiled politely. No, I have something to do tonight. What a disappointing answer. He shrugged. You Chinese people don't like to socialize. We Chinese people don't like to socialize with people we don't like. Suyu was beside him, fanning the flames in fluent English. The muscular man glanced at her, then turned and left. His name is Martinez, the second male lead who plays the #1 villain. It is said that he is a very famous actor in Hollywood. Qin Bao Bao is even familiar with him because she has seen his movies, but it is the first time she knows his name. The first time he saw Qin Bao Bao on the set, Martinez noticed that this woman's appearance and figure were first class. The temptation of exotic customs also applies to foreigners. He has several experiences of friendly exchanges with female stars from other countries. Martinez has asked Qin Bao Bao out several times, but unfortunately he has been rejected every time. This female artist is very different from the Chinese actresses he has worked with before. Her smile is always polite, but it is definitely not flattering or enthusiastic. Just this point alone, the other female stars can't compare with her. As for the women around him, Martinez doesn't like them. Their breasts are average and their butts are not big enough. For the Americans who like plump bodies, the rating is 50% off. That guy wants to ask you out, Suyu said. It's none of your business. Qin Bao Bao didn't give her a good face. He has a good figure and is quite handsome. Why don't you agree? A hairy, half-evolved gorilla. Just looking at him makes me uncomfortable. But he is very manly. Men with good figures are the best. Little fresh meat is effeminate. His skin is whiter than a woman's and his arms are thinner than a woman's. Marrying that kind of man is like marrying a sister. Suyu commented. Then why don't you marry a foreigner? Then you don't have to go back to China. I'll be happy if you don't go back to China. Tiskei, Suyu thought for a while. I don't like the environment of the United States very much. I came to the United States to see what kind of country it is. My mother has lived here for more than 10 years without going back. And I don't like American men because he took my mother away. Then you still say that men with good figures are the best. Suyu smiled but didn't say anything. She thought, isn't your brother? Little Motor is great. Qin Bao Bao looked into the distance and said in a deep voice, I don't know if foreign men are good or not, but some people seem to think foreign women are good. Suyu heard this and looked over. She said in a deep voice, I think so too. Not far away, Qin Zhe and Elizabeth were chatting with each other. Half of Elizabeth's body was pressed against his body. Chapter 675. Really? Did you really earn 100 million in a month? Elizabeth's eyes were almost sparkling. 100 million in a month was a big challenge even for a celebrity who had been famous for a long time. Not to mention starting from nothing. Of course. I'm a famous stock god in China. 100 million is just a small target. It's the start of my grand career. It's easy. Qin Zhe put a cigarette in his mouth. The big-breasted foreign girl immediately lit it for him and urged, what happened after that? Then I founded my own financial company. A year later, I became one of the top financial tycoons in Shanghai. Then I invested in the entertainment industry. Qin Zhe's bragging got louder and louder. Maybe it wasn't bragging, but when you put all those incredible achievements together, it made people feel that he was exaggerating and ridiculous. However, Elizabeth knew a little about it. After meeting the composer of her favorite piano piece in the piano room, she went back and checked Qin Zhe's resume. She especially looked for China news and reported it to her. Elizabeth was shocked after hearing it. She thought that there was actually such a perfect man in the world. Therefore, she liked to chat with Qin Zhe on the set and listen to his legendary experience. If it was in China, Qin Zhe would be humble. After all, everyone knew about his achievements. If he repeated it, it would be easy for people to think that he was bragging. However, the Americans across the Pacific Ocean did not know about his legend. He was also happy to let the Americans know about his legend. Moreover, Elizabeth was close to him. When they talked, she would hug his arm. After all, she was a famous female celebrity. She did not care about the rumors at all. Although as a scumbag, he had given up on testing the limits of the beautiful girls in America. However, it was not too much to use his arm to experience the size of their breasts. After a few days of observation, the breasts of the beautiful girls in America were indeed higher than in China. Due to their high-calorie diet and fitness habits, they were generally 19. Qin Zhe was most famous in China. The topic that could not be avoided was the fast shooter. There were many fast shooters, but there was only one fast shooter in the music industry. Then, do you know how to write English songs? Elizabeth blinked her eyes curiously. She had a pair of dark blue pupils and wore false eyelashes. They were especially charming as they fluttered. Whether a woman was beautiful or not, one would first look at her eyes, then her skin and then her facial features. Xianxia had seen countless beauties, but in terms of whose eyes were the most outstanding, he had only seen his sister's. They were like autumn waves, moist and bright. Especially when there was a trace of shyness in them, they were extremely alluring. Su Yu, Wang Zijin, Nen Man Pei, and the female artists under the company were all unparalleled. Putting aside these well-deserved beauties, European and American women had deep eyes and were generally better looking. Of course. Xianxia thought to himself, isn't it just a matter of my 30 points? Then can you write one for me? Of course, but the songs I write are very expensive. Don't look for me if you don't have a few $1,000,000. Then I want to listen before I buy. Xianxia agreed just like that. After a while, he suddenly realized that the system did not seem to have given him a mission. So Haizhe King suddenly understood. Although he often fantasized about letting the flower girls of the United States experience the stick technique of Chinese men, in fact, deep down in his heart, he did not really want to do anything with them. When you don't even have the desire to show off in front of a woman, it means that you don't have any feelings for her. In fact, men who show off in front of women rarely succeed. The reason is only 4 words: show one's slight skill in front of an expert. Unless it's particularly realistic. Realistic. On the other side, Qin Bao Bao, who didn't have any scenes for the time being but was wearing a China-style uniform, had a script in her hand and had a rare common topic with Su Yu. In the women's chat, cosmetics, luxury goods, and men were inevitably not absent, just as men always like to talk about games, women, and housing and car loans. There were many handsome men in the crew, including artistic men with mustaches and ponytails, muscular men with strong bodies, and young fresh meat with a high-nose bridge. Although they didn't like foreign men, it didn't prevent them from commenting. There are so many handsome foreign men, don't you want to date? Qin Bao Bao crazily encouraged. Out of a woman's intuition, she was almost sure that Su Yu was a potential threat, so she desperately instilled the idea that foreign men were good. Maybe Su Yu suddenly felt that it was quite reasonable and moved away her covetous eyes from her brother. She didn't know that Su Yu and Xianxia had known each other for a long time. You're annoying. I said that we have different ideas. Su Yu frowned slightly. Because foreigners are open? Qin Bao Bao asked. No, for example, foreigners are generally not very filial. After they grow up and form a new family, they usually don't think that their parents are family members. They will buy insurance, pensions, and social security for their partners and children, but not for their parents. I can't accept this alone. In terms of private morality, we Chinese are better. After that, she found that Qin Bao Bao was absent-minded. Su Yu followed her gaze and secretly gritted her teeth. They're really chatting. Qin Bao Bao, yes, that woman can't wait to throw herself at him. Su Yu's heart moved. If your brother marries a foreign woman, will your family agree? Qin Bao Bao immediately said, I don't agree. Su Yu, of course you won't agree. You won't agree to marry anyone. The air was suddenly quiet. 2 pairs of beautiful eyes looked at each other. Qin Bao Bao, damn, what does she know? Su Yu, damn, this shameful brother complex is embarrassed? Was he so good at flirting with women before? Su Yu both changed the topic and asked the doubts in her heart. Xianxia told her that he was very unlucky with women before, and he had never even held a woman's small hand, except for his sister and mother, so Su Yu was his first woman. Women in love have no IQ, so Su Yu believed it and was happy. Now she doubted it. He seemed to be popular with women everywhere, not only in China but also abroad. He's not good at flirting, Qin Bao Bao curled her lips. Central air conditioning, which woman doesn't like it? He's not a central air conditioner, he's just very gentle. So you said. Qin Bao Bao said in her heart, damn, I'm 100% sure, you really covet my brother. Pull out the knife, Su Teddy. No, he's just a dead kid. In the past, no woman would be intimate with him except for my sister. He's not handsome, has no money, no talent, and likes to hit women. Qin Bao Bao sighed. But who knew that he would suddenly be enlightened? It was still better in the past. He was such a coward. The reason why I accompanied him out was to give him face, to have such a beautiful girlfriend. Su Yu looked at her blankly. This woman didn't look in the mirror, so she couldn't see her gentle eyes, the raised corners of her mouth, and the gentle and sweet eyebrows. This is not the feeling that a sister should have. Wang Zijin was right, the brother complex was not normal. This woman was abnormal. Although they were very good sisters, The nature of women made Wang Zijin occasionally speak ill of Qin Baobao in front of Suyu, the enemy, just as Qin Baobao often slandered Wang Zijin in front of Qin Zhe. "Qin, get ready, it's your turn." The director sat in his position and called from a distance. "Okay." Qin Baobao responded. The next scene was a small episode of the contest between the evil god and the oriental goddess. The goddess played by Qin Baobao was not a match for the evil god and would be seriously injured. Then the protagonist came to save her. The two escaped from the hands of the evil god with difficulty. Then they met the helpers sent by Odin. The three of them developed wretchedly and accumulated strength to fight with the evil god. During the shooting process, Suyu watched with great interest. It was quite interesting to see Qin Baobao flipping around in the air with a wire and making all kinds of cool moves. Since it was a contest between gods, in order to ensure the quality of the movie, hard work was done in all aspects, including the moves. Qin Baobao was a dancer with a delicate body. It was a little difficult, but she could barely complete the task. However, Martinez, who was playing the villain, did not seem to be in the right state. Davis asked him to stop no less than 10 times, but the villain still could not meet the requirements. This exhausted Qin Baobao. Martial arts scenes were the most physically exhausting, and women were born weak. She was so tired that she was panting. "Martinez, you're not in the right state today?" Davis walked over with a frown. "Director, why don't we get him a stunt double?" Qin Baobao suggested as she wiped the sweat off her forehead. Martinez shook his head. "Hollywood is different from China. We don't use stunt doubles even for martial arts scenes." Qin Baobao was speechless. She could not bring herself to say that she wanted to get a stunt double. "Take a 10-minute break," Davis said. Qin Baobao went back to her seat with a straight face. "That guy did it on purpose." Suyu was confused. "What?" "He screwed up on purpose. A few days ago he was showing off to me that he was a fan of martial arts. Moreover, he specializes in these kinds of fighting scenes. I'm sure that what you said just now made him unhappy, so he made things difficult for me," Qin Baobao said. "What do you mean on purpose?" Qin Zhe leaned over. "Martinez, did you have a conflict with Qin?" Martinez was stretching his limbs beside the green screen. He turned his head and saw that it was the male lead of the movie, John, who had spoken. "She's just a China star. She's as arrogant as a British duchess." "How annoying," Martinez said. If it was just a simple rejection, Martinez would not be so stingy as to make things difficult for Qin Baobao. However, his performance was too cold and self-righteous, especially when he said, "We China people don't like to socialize with people we don't like." It made Martinez feel like he was a weakling who had begged for a meal from a goddess but was ignored. It was very embarrassing. Suyu had said that sentence on purpose. Unsurprisingly, Qin Baobao was the scapegoat. "You failed to hit on her?" John was surprised. They had worked together more than once and had a good relationship. He knew that Martinez was a playboy who liked to have sex and liked to hook up with beautiful female stars. He also had the capital to do so. He was handsome and had a good figure. He had a place in Hollywood where many stars gathered. He was excellent in all aspects. "China people are more conservative," John said. "But women are easy to hit on." Martinez spoke from experience. "Not everyone is like that. Focus on the movie." "The director is about to get angry," John advised. "I'm just looking for a director to change the fight scene to a fighting scene. Thailand can do it too. China's martial arts are useless except for looking good. The movements are difficult and tiring to film." Martinez took a deep breath, did 2 sets of chest exercises and walked toward Davis. Chapter 676. Americans' curiosity and yearning for China's kung fu were inextricably linked to a Chinese kung fu superstar. Many adults in the United States grew up watching his movies. When Davis was young, he especially liked to watch flashy and cool kung fu movies. Therefore, he rejected Martinez's suggestion without even thinking about it. "You know, I'm an amateur martial arts expert. I can perform better if I switch to fighting moves." Martinez insisted. "You don't mean others can. This is a film set, not a fighting ring. I only want flashy moves, not your martial arts." Davis ignored him. As a star with a high status in Hollywood, Martinez had the right and confidence to argue with the director. Both sides had their own opinions, which attracted the attention of the crew. However, they ignored the onlookers for fear of getting involved and being scolded badly. "If you're not in the right state, you can use a stunt double," Davis suggested. "It's not that I'm not in the right state. If I switch to fighting, I'll be in a better state," Martinez said. "China's kung fu is famous for being flashy but not practical. Those flashy moves look ridiculous. It's also hard to learn." That was the main point. China's moves required a high degree of flexibility. Few foreigners with strong muscles could do it. China's kung fu is not flashy. The martial arts director was silently watching from the sidelines. Hearing Martinez's disdain for China's kung fu, he finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Yu Yongxing started practicing kung fu at the age of 10. He was now 35 years old. The word kung fu was branded in his life. Kung fu was not only his hobby, but also his profession. Just like how people who moved bricks hated being ridiculed on the internet every day. Isn't it? That's how people in your country describe it. Martinez turned his head and said to Yu Yongxing. That's the advantage of China's kung fu to strengthen the body, but that's not all, Yu Yongxing said. Are you trying to say you're good at fighting? Martinez glared at Yu Yongxing. This guy had nothing to do with him arguing with the director. He was already a little angry and now he naturally transferred it to Yu Yongxing. Just SOSO. I'm ranked 3rd in the world. Yu Yongxing shrugged his shoulders and prepared to leave. He couldn't afford to offend a superstar. But Martinez pushed Yu Yongxing angrily. Taking advantage of his height, he looked down at Yu Yongxing. Are you interested in a contest? Yu Yongxing did not nod and was pushed again. He took 2 steps back and shrugged. Okay. The crew moved the lights and equipment far away, and the two of them sparred under the green curtain. Martinez was an amateur fighting enthusiast, and Yu Yongxing was a martial arts director. Since he was a martial arts director, it was natural that he had practiced before. Some of them might not be able to fight anymore, but Yu Yongxing, who was in his prime, could. The director then asked someone to find a pair of boxing gloves. It really looked like a sparring match. The onlookers gathered around to watch. Qin Bao Bao and Su Yu moved a small stool and pulled Qinze to eat melons together. Why are they fighting? Su Yu asked Qinze. She saw that Qinze had come over a long time ago. The foreigner said that Chinese Kung Fu was a showy martial arts director. The martial arts director was not convinced, so they started sparring. Qinze did not comment on Martinez's arrogance. Oh, he dodged. Qin Bao Bao exclaimed in a low voice. On the other side, Yu Yongxing slid backward to avoid Martinez's uppercut and circled around him. Martinez attacked repeatedly. Occasionally he would hit, but it was blocked. Most of the time his attacks missed. Yu Yongxing was naturally weak in height and strength. The foreigner's muscles were very developed and explosive, but his endurance was not good. This was the same reason why people said on the internet that the muscles in the gym could not beat the muscles of the people who moved bricks. Why is he always dodging? Hit him, hit him. Qin Bao Bao whispered. While they were talking, Yu Yongxing seized the opportunity and sprinted. He bent close to Martinez and hugged his waist. At the same time he tripped him and threw him to the ground. He raised his fist and punched him. Martinez wanted to fight back, but the experienced Yu Yongxing wrapped one arm around Martinez's neck and pulled back his head. The latter's fist could only hit his hard skull and back. His fist hit his opponent's face. Enough is enough. Davis shouted amidst the jeering of the onlookers. Yu Yongxing's blood suddenly froze. He felt a chill in his heart. He blocked his fist and looked up to see Davis's dissatisfied look. The displeasure in his opponent's eyes made Yu Yongxing's competitive spirit disappear. He was just a martial arts director. His opponent was a celebrity who was hired with money. They were born unequal. In the past, when celebrities acted like big shots in the crew, the director had to give in. Who did this martial arts director think he was? He thought too highly of himself. You said it was a friendly match, but you couldn't treat it as a fair one. You couldn't say, Card League, let's have a fight. Although the director didn't agree to change it to martial arts, it didn't mean he was biased towards you and China's Kung Fu. Yu Yongxing knew that America was a country with a strong sense of race. The anger of being pushed twice and the competitive spirit that was aroused by the sparring quickly faded away. The man who was about to enter middle age with a family and a wife couldn't be stubborn even if he wanted to. Thus, he loosened his grip and said, "Just this." Before he could finish his sentence, he was punched in the face by Martinez. Martinez, who was below him, seized the opportunity and pushed him away. He didn't give Yu Yongxing a chance to react. He sat on top of him and raised his fist to punch his face. "You want to stop after you hit me?" "No way." Martinez thought that his opponent was exhausted, so he wanted to stop after he took advantage of him. "It's just beginning. Don't you Chinese always say that a fight lasts 300 rounds? Oh, you especially like to fight women. You're so useless," Martinez complained as he punched. Yu Yongxing didn't have time to explain that he had misunderstood the meaning of, "a fight lasts 300 rounds." He covered his face with his fists in a professional posture. Ouch, the foreigner's fists hurt. The gloves hit his face, making muffled sounds. The onlookers were still cheering like spectators in a bull ring. They had no intention of stopping the fight. Maybe someone would stop Yu Yongxing if he begged for mercy and admitted defeat, but it was too difficult for a Chinese man who cared about his face and practiced kung fu. The onlookers were excited and happy about this turn of events because the winner was an American. Martinez is so strong. Even the martial arts director can't beat him. Because Chinese kung fu is the most beautiful gymnastics. It's weak in actual combat. I see. Look at him, he's not even fighting back. What a coward. He's too weak. He's short and skinny. Of course he can't beat him. Do you dare to fight back? I'll fire you later. Martinez was in the middle of the fight when he suddenly felt his fist being held. He looked up angrily. It was the Chinese celebrity's manager. Hey, you've already won, Xianxia said. He lost. Stop it. Go away. Martinez's anger did not subside. He forcefully shook off Xianxia's hand, and as he did so, he hit Xianxia's lower abdomen. He raised his fist and was about to hit again. His arm was held again. This time, before he could get angry, a huge force threw him out. Martinez rolled far away. The onlookers were in an uproar. If you want to continue the fight, I'll accompany you. Xianxia glanced at him and turned to help Yu Yongxing up. With his insight, he could easily see through the trick. He couldn't comment on this man's helplessness and tolerance. But he had a deeper understanding of the saying, martial artists are like boorish men. If he knew he couldn't fight, he should have just admitted defeat. Why did he have to make himself so miserable? These days the rich were the big shots. I lost. Yu Yongxing got up and spat out a mouthful of blood. His gums were bleeding and his nose was bleeding. He looked miserable, but he wasn't injured. Martinez got up, spread his hands and made a provocative gesture to Xianxia. Okay. This guy is strong, but his endurance is generally poor. It's a common problem of muscle men in the gym. Don't fight with him. Yu Yongxing whispered, let him know that Chinese kung fu isn't just for show. I don't know Chinese kung fu. Xianxia thought. Go away. Xianxia patted Yu Yongxing on the shoulder. Fortunately, I'm rich. Chapter 677. Luckily I'm rich. Yu Yongxing looked at him and suddenly understood. So he nodded. Be careful. He was under someone else's roof, so he endured it. But Xianxia didn't need to. He didn't need to care about the American's feelings. Yu Yongxing took off his gloves and handed them to Xianxia, but he shook his head and refused. Director, I want to spar with Martinez. Xianxia turned to spar with Davis. It wasn't just the Chinese who were enjoying the show. The Americans were surprised to see the fighting match again, and one of them was a celebrity, and the other was still a Chinese. Davis had a headache. It was nothing for a martial arts director to be beaten up. He was on Martinez's side. Xianxia was a celebrity with status and was specially invited. It would be bad for his reputation if he was beaten up. It would also be difficult for the crew, and it might even have a negative impact on the filming. No. Davis refused. That's it. Xianxia shrugged. Even if you refuse, the spar will continue. I think it's the same for him. Martinez grinned and stared at Xianxia. Fighting Xianxia was obviously more interesting than fighting a martial arts director because he was Qin Bao's agent. Martinez was happy to let that woman see his strength. Thinking of this, he turned to look at Qin Bao. He wasn't very satisfied with her reaction. That woman didn't seem worried, dissatisfied, or nervous at all. Instead, she was talking and laughing with another beautiful woman next to her. If his hearing was better, he would be able to hear the conversation between Qin Bao and Suyu. How long can he last? 10 seconds. Wow, you underestimate my brother. Then 5 seconds it is. Qin Bao and Suyu had seen Xianxia fight before. He could beat an adult man with just 2 slaps. There was nothing that couldn't be solved by slapping. If there was, slapping would be slapping. Aren't you going to stop your brother? Suddenly, someone spoke from behind. Qin Bao turned around. Elizabeth had appeared behind her without her knowing. Will you be sent back if you hit someone? Sparring should be fine. Qin Bao frowned. This American female celebrity seems to be very interested in my brother. They have only known each other for less than half a month, and she is already acting intimately with him. American women are so open and shameless. Qin Bao was confident in her looks, but she had always been proud of her breasts and buttocks. Now she had lost her pride. Her opponent also had big breasts and her buttocks were especially sexy. That's not what I meant. Elizabeth blinked and glanced at Xianxia. Martinez is very strong. Your brother is going to get beaten up later, even though he is quite muscular. After saying this, she found that Suyu and Qin Bao's eyes suddenly sharpened. There was murderous intent in his eyes. F***ck, she even knows that my brother has muscles? Damn it, did that little B***tch secretly touch my husband? Elizabeth was vigilant and embarrassed. She walked away silently. Chinese women were eccentric and difficult to get along with. That's not fair. Martinez didn't rest. He doesn't need to rest. He doesn't look like he can fight. He didn't even wear boxing gloves. He's too amateur. Maybe he will be KO with one punch. That's so boring. The onlookers discussed animatedly and laughter filled the air. Martinez stretched his neck, clenched his fists and got into a fighting stance. He slowly approached Xianxia. Do you know Chinese Kung Fu? Xianxia shook his head. No. You don't even know how to fight. Don't cry later. Martinez sneered. Have you never been beaten up by Chinese people before? Xianxia said. But I know you will be beaten up by Americans. Martinez stood up and fiercely punched Xianxia's face. Xianxia didn't retreat. Instead, he moved faster and kicked Martinez's lower abdomen. As for the punch, he just tilted his head slightly and dodged it. In an instant, Martinez's 1.9-meter-tall body flew back 4 or 5 meters and fell to the ground. The onlookers were stunned. An ordinary person would stagger and fall after being kicked, but Martinez flew back 4 or 5 meters. It was painful to watch. This time, Martinez completely lost his ability to move. He curled up on the ground and covered his lower abdomen. His face was pale. Did he need martial arts for a simple kick? Xianxia imitated a kung fu superstar in his mind and shouted, "I'll hit you." In fact, he had held back half of his strength. Otherwise, Martinez would have been sent to the emergency room with internal bleeding. But it was enough for him. At this time, the onlookers exclaimed. It was noisy. Martinez's assistant rushed over to check the situation. The others were shouting that they were selling cakes. Yongxing found it hard to believe. Martinez's weight was at least 85 kilograms, which was the minimum. How much strength did that kick have? There were countless martial arts schools in Chinese. Putting aside the messy moves, the core was the same, strength and speed. Xianxia's kick was simple and unadorned, but it contained strength that many people couldn't achieve in their lifetime. In ancient times, this was innate strength. A martial arts master. Elizabeth was stunned. Her eyes widened. In the words of an online novel, her beautiful eyes bloomed with unprecedented splendor. The American girls who liked strong men couldn't help but admire Xianxia. The calmest ones were Qin Bao Bao and Suyu. At most they sighed. Wow, this foreigner is so weak. The filming was suspended. Martinez was sent to the hospital. Celebrities were precious. No matter what happened, it was best to send him to the hospital. You know Chinese Kung Fu? Davis asked Xianxia curiously. I've been practicing since I was young. Real Chinese Kung Fu can kill one person in 18 times. I can probably beat 10 weaklings like him. Xianxia bragged about Chinese Kung Fu. Davis nodded quickly. I used to believe that Chinese Kung Fu is very powerful. Xianxia said, I can see that. The director is a fan of Chinese Kung Fu. He insisted on not agreeing with Martinez's suggestion. Davis shook his head. Not really. Did you watch the God of Lace series from a certain company last year? The one that did well at the box office. Xianxia thought for a while and pretended to be enlightened. Yes, it's the one starring a star from Chinese. I'm also a fan of the male lead Su Jinjiang. I grew up watching his 3G films. He always felt that 3G films were the best. They had rich plots and were full of temptation. They were much more meaningful than the Japanese educational films that only knew how to fight. If 3G films were legal, there wouldn't be a market for Japanese educational films. The goddesses of the 80s and 90s were generally 3G actresses. There was no such thing as Akira Ishijima and Maria Ozawa. Davis? He was stunned for a while and said, No, no, no. The male lead is an American, not a Chinese. Xianxia. Is that so? I was wondering why Su Jinjiang dyed his hair. That was awkward. He didn't watch many superhero movies, but just like when he was a child, his friends would discuss Heizawa King and Naruto. If he hadn't seen them but his friends asked, he had to pretend that he had seen them and then enthusiastically discuss the plot with them. In fact, his mind was full of, what are you talking about? The reason why he didn't like superhero movies was that the logic was too confusing. The setting was full of loopholes. The heroes were sometimes strong and sometimes weak. They were completely in service of the plot, just like the retarded supporting characters in the retarded pretentious web novels. The logic of the superhero movies in the point store was even more confusing. For a logical science student, this kind of movie was just a special effect. The internet always said that their IQ was insulted, but when their IQ was insulted, they didn't feel it at all. Instead, they watched it with great interest. Fortunately, Davis didn't continue this awkward topic and continued, "Ryujin's movie has too many flaws in the action." I paid attention to the comments of the netizens in China. Most of them were complaining that Ryujin was a god, but he fought like a brute. There was no beauty. At that time, I had the idea of using Chinese kung fu. I see. Qinzhe nodded and thought of something. He said, "By the way, will he sue me?" After showing off, Heizawa King switched to salted fish swamp mode. If he faced the risk of being sued, he had to quickly call the legal department over to prepare countermeasures. Fighting in the ring is not fighting. Davis shrugged and said, "Unless he's injured." From the standpoint of a director, this farce could be treated as a sparring or a seasoning episode, but he definitely didn't want to make it too big for too long. This was different from the Chinese's style of keeping the peace. It was purely the concept of capital that made him not want to see any accidents in the filming. Qinzhe was immediately relieved. For the next half of the day, the crew was still discussing the topic of Chinese kung fu from time to time. The Americans believed that Qinzhe knew kung fu. Just now he showed a little of his skills and sent Martinez to the hospital. But in fact, Martinez was discharged from the hospital that afternoon. After lying in the hospital for half an hour, the pain disappeared and his body was fine. After the examination, the doctor also said so. He seriously considered suing Qinzhe and specially called the director. But Davis didn't stand on his side. Everyone agreed to learn from each other. How could a sparring be considered a fight? Even if he sued and called the police, the other party had a witness. It couldn't be construed as intentional injury. Therefore, when filming the next day, Martinez had to brace himself and praise Qinzhe for his good kung fu. In this way, he just lost because his skills were not as good as his opponents. It was just like losing in the ring, not being beaten up. "Your kung fu is very good. You're a master." In front of everyone, Martinez praised Qinzhe and made a friendly gesture. "Can you teach me?" "Of course." Qinzhe's answer made Martinez very satisfied. "Actually, Chinese kung fu can be learned quickly. You'll be very good in about 3 to 5 days, Qinzhe said. As he spoke, he even invited Martinez to sit down and chat in front of the crew and impart his experience. Martinez thought to himself, "At least you're sensible." He planned to leave after chatting for a while and officially forget about yesterday's awkwardness. In his opinion, Qinzhe was more sensible. After all, he was a local. He had 100 ways to make it impossible for him to stay here, and there was nothing he could do. Qinzhe said, "Actually, Chinese kung fu is very good. Fighting is just the outer part. The real core is cultivation and ascension and becoming a celestial." Martinez was confused. The curious onlookers around looked at each other. "Oh, this is the core idea. It's like building a socialist society. It's a lofty goal, but I don't know if it can be achieved. But it can make people have abilities far beyond ordinary people and make your strength easily surpass that of Hercules. In China, this is called qi training," Qinzhe said seriously. Everyone, including Martinez, was skeptical. "I'll cover it up for you." He was like a street performer, calling in all kinds of onlookers. But the talent he showed was not breaking stones with his chest or bending steel bars with his iron throat. Qinzhe pulled out the folding chair under his butt. The chair's frame and 4 legs were hollow steel. In front of everyone's eyes, he pinched a chair leg with his thumb and index finger, and his knuckles exerted force silently. When he released his fingers, the crowd around him clearly saw that the chair leg was pinched flat. There were exclamations everywhere. For a moment, the sound of cakes being sold echoed. Martinez found it hard to believe. He tried it himself. His fingers squeezed the hollow steel hard. Because of the force, his arms trembled, but he couldn't move it at all. People could bend hollow steel with brute force, but it was impossible with 2 fingers. Several onlookers also tried it out of curiosity, and they were even more surprised. This is qi training. It can make people have strange power that ordinary people can't control. Everyone, this is the core technique of China's kung fu. As Qinzhe spoke, he left one dent after another on the chair leg. "I've seen it. I've seen China people use this kind of kung fu," someone suddenly shouted. Qinzhe was stunned. He couldn't help but look at him, wondering if it was true. He was just talking nonsense. So it's true in the movies. But then the man added, "Art comes from life." Qinzhe nodded immediately. "Can you teach us? Teach us China's kung fu, Qin, please. Master above." The foreign devil was very excited. Kung fu was a characteristic of China. At the same time, it was very mysterious and powerful. This impression was deeply imprinted in the hearts of Americans in the last century. Decades ago, there were foreign devils who traveled across the ocean to China to learn martial arts. Even now, there were foreigners who longed for kung fu in Shaolin Temple. Qin Zhe's two-finger Diana was so incredible that it aroused their strong interest and yearning for China's kung fu. They were even excited because America was a country with a strong idea of individual heroism. Everyone yearned to have the ability to surpass ordinary people. How do you practice Qi training? Martinez asked excitedly. Qin Zhe pressed his hand and suddenly everyone quieted down. There's a saying in China. Practice Qi training starts with the heart, and practice the body with the character. Let me tell you, if you want to learn the upper level of martial arts, you have to learn to stabilize your Qi. He looked around and said, how do you stabilize your Qi? How? Everyone asked. Don't be arrogant or rash. Buddha smiles. Oh, it might be difficult for you to understand. Let me find someone to demonstrate. You Americans hide your core skills and are stingy. But we China people are very generous. I won't be stingy to show you the core of China's kung fu. Qin Zhe pretended to search carefully and picked Martinez out of everyone's willingness to raise their hands. Me? You want to teach me Qi training? Martinez was a little excited. Although he still hated Qin Zhe, he put aside his grudges for the time being. Learn from me. Qin Zhe sat on the ground with his feet and palms facing the sky. Martinez followed his example. After he finished, he waited expectantly for the next step. Suddenly he saw Qin Zhe raise his palm. Slap. It was loud and clear. Fuck. Martinez's anger burned subconsciously and his eyes widened. Stabilize your Qi. Qin Zhe said lightly. Martinez said, stabilize, slap. Before he could finish, another slap came. It was loud and clear. He didn't look in the mirror, but from the burning pain on his face, he knew that his face must be red. Stabilize your Qi. Qin Zhe said immediately. It was this sentence again. Every time Martinez was about to lose his temper, this light sentence made him unable to vent his anger. The sentence was poisonous. Qin Zhe raised his palm again. This time Martinez reacted quickly and blocked it. He said, I don't. Before he could say the word learn, Qin Zhe's other hand had already slapped his face. Qin Zhe said seriously and sincerely, did you learn anything from this? Martinez was speechless. Qin Zhe said, nothing? Your talent is too bad. How do you feel? Martinez was speechless. When did a celebrity get slapped 3 times in a row? He felt so wronged, so angry. Chapter 678. Qin, you're a kung fu master. Do you dare to let me slap you? Martinez said sullenly. Are you doubting me? Qin Zhe looked him in the eye. He didn't answer, but Martinez stared at him. How dare you? Qin Zhe was furious and said righteously, I'm teaching you the core techniques of Chinese kung fu for free. You don't want to learn and you're doubting me? Fine, I won't teach you. After that, Qin Zhe clamped the hollow pipe with 2 fingers and bent it expressionlessly. Don't, please continue. Qin, let me do it. Let me do it. The onlookers were even more excited. Secretly, Qin Zhe's fingers were trembling and burning with pain. He bent the hollow pipe with 2 fingers because of his abnormal brute force under the system's training. Martinez was so sullen that he suffered internal injuries. He had mixed feelings and felt that Qin Zhe was taking revenge on him. But would people believe him? On the contrary, people would think that he was narrow-minded. Moreover, he seemed to be the one who happily went up to him. Moreover, he knew real Chinese kung fu. He couldn't beat him. He didn't know that Chinese kung fu had a word for open conspiracy. Since Martinez was attracted to Chinese kung fu, he was destined to be taught a lesson. He was digging a hole in front of him and he had no choice but to jump in. Qin Zhe coughed and said, training Qi starts with training the heart. When everyone can stabilize their auras, I'll teach you how to train Qi. But you can't delay the filming. Practice with each other. They slapped each other. The corner of Martinez's mouth twitched. He only slapped himself and not others. Sure enough, he was bluffing. Therefore, on this day, the sound of slapping each other could be heard from time to time during the break time on set. The person slapping and the person being slapped smiled and tried to stabilize their auras. Then they talked in private. Have you stabilized your aura? Give me another slap. Looks like it's done. Qin Bao Bao and Suyu laughed like crazy. The sister's lower abdomen and chest trembled violently. She covered her small mouth and her face was red. Suddenly, he felt that America's intelligence was beyond redemption. In fact, there was a similar phenomenon in China in the 90s. Everyone learned Qigong. Moreover, the Americans had always yearned for China's kung fu, but they did not have a 100% understanding of it. Then Qin Zhe stirred things up like sh*t stick. With a living example right in front of them, it was hard not to believe. On the 12th day of filming in the US in late November, Xianxia's birthday arrived. The birthday banquet of a tycoon with tens of billions of assets would definitely be grand and extravagant. There would be countless guests and luxurious cars driving in. It would probably be such a grand occasion when he reached middle age. Xianxia thought to himself as he accompanied his sister around Los Angeles. Before Xianxia was 19 years old, the family of 4 went to a restaurant for his birthday. His sister had contracted his birthday cake for many years, so Xianxia would also buy a cake for his sister to celebrate her birthday. Xianxia spent half of his pocket money to buy a cake for his sister the day before the system found him. It was all played by Qinqinghong, Xianxia, and the other unlucky girls. When he was 19 years old and went to college, he would either go home or spend his birthday with his sister. His sister took him around, driving a little red horse all over Shanghai. When they saw a cafe with a good environment, they would sit down for a drink, shop, and eat snacks. Then time passed and it was nighttime. His sister would find a high-end restaurant, order takeout, and buy a cake. They celebrated her birthday in their little nest of about 80 square meters. It had only been a little more than a year since he went from a salted fish to a Hei's king. He had not completely changed his outlook on life to that of a billionaire tycoon. It was the same for his sister. Early in the morning she took Xianxia around Los Angeles. Today she was wearing a bohemia dress, Roman shoes, and a woman's large-brimmed hat. She held her brother's hand with one hand and pointed at the scenery with the other. She was lively and beautiful. When they came to the bottom of a retro building, Qin Baobao trotted a few steps forward, turned around and said in a sweet voice, "Ace, help me take some beautiful pictures." Street photography. Xianxia was wearing the DSLR camera that Qin Baobao bought a few days ago around his neck. It was the perfect time to put it to good use. In the warm sunlight, she stood with her hands behind her back. She raised her face slightly and bathed in the sunlight. Coincidentally, a breeze came and lifted the hem of her long skirt. Under the skirt was the outline of 2 slender calves. At that moment, Xianxia looked as if he was struck by lightning. He forgot to take pictures and stared at his sister in a daze. November 20, 2018, Los Angeles, America. Xianxia was 24 years old. "I'll lick my sister's leg until it breaks." The 24-year-old Xianxia swore silently in his heart. "Ace, are you done?" Qin Baobao asked loudly. Xianxia snapped out of his daze and quickly pressed the shutter. Then he nodded. "Done." Qin Baobao ran over. Let me see. It's so ugly. Don't you know how to take pictures?" My sister blocked a passerby. Her rosy lips immediately pouted. The smile on her face gradually disappeared. She frowned and hit him. "Then let's take another one?" Xianxia said apologetically. "Take better pictures," Qin Baobao warned. Then she twisted her waist and ran back to her original spot. The new pictures were perfect. There were no passers-by and no cars passing by. Xianxia thought so. However, his sister was not satisfied. She said that the pictures he took were no different from a cell phone camera. The only difference was that the quality was higher. Xianxia admitted his mistake. "Is it my fault that I didn't master my photography skills?" Xianxia had always tolerated his sister's complaints. If his sister hit him, Xianxia would smack her on the streets of Los Angeles. However, today he only wanted to hug his sister. After strolling around the city center and eating a lot of delicious food, Qin Baobao took him to the mall. Originally they had agreed to buy clothes for Xianxia. However, as they strolled around, a woman's shopping nature erupted. After that, Xianxia had nothing to do with it. When they left the mall, there was a mess of things hanging on his body. Among them only a woolen coat was his. The rest were all his sister's. Oh, and a bag of socks was also his. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, his sister had to rush to the set. It was in the suburbs of Los Angeles. However, his sister had ordered a cake from a famous cake shop in the city center. Someone had to wait for her. Today was Xianxia's birthday. She didn't want to leave these things to her assistant. It would be very boring. Moreover, Xianxia had to stay. Thus he sent his sister to the nanny van. He stood on the street and waved goodbye. After the nanny van drove away, he looked at his watch and sent a message to Suyu. "I'm here. What about you?" "Suyu, wait for me for 10 minutes. A scumbag who didn't know how to do 2 things was not a good scumbag. If he didn't do the basics, he might have to do 3 things in the future. Or 4 things. I recommend a book, I Am My Second Uncle After Rebirth." The name was very naughty. Chapter 679. It was the first time for Suyu to accompany Xianxia on his birthday. Last year they were not very familiar with each other on Xianxia's birthday. They were far from knowing each other's background and depth. Unlike Qin Bao Bao, who had too much energy, Su Yu's way of celebrating her birthday was to find a comfortable restaurant to sit down, drink coffee, eat, and then talk about the past. Oh, they didn't have the past to talk about, it should be said to talk about last year. But the desire for shopping was the same. Su Yu first took Xianxia to a nearby shopping mall to buy clothes for Xianxia. The clothes were indeed bought, but compared with her own things, Xianxia's clothes seemed to be bought incidentally. A suit, a blue high-end shirt, and a pair of leather shoes. A woman. Fortunately, it was not a woolen coat, otherwise Xianxia would be angry. He felt that these two women were using his birthday as an excuse to meet their shopping needs. Then she took a taxi with Xianxia to a famous local Western restaurant and chose a seat by the French window. Xianxia took a sip of coffee, lay on the chair, looked out of the French window, glanced over the small square and fell on the sparkling river. My birthday this year was not as happy as last year. Su Yu held her chin in one hand and stirred the coffee with a spoon in the other. You gave me a necklace, which is not as good as yours last year. Did you eat the candlelight dinner? Oh, you did eat it. Xianxia said, I'm actually very annoyed with those women who dream of princesses and have different surprises every birthday. It's particularly brain-burning and expensive. The key is that the routine has been used up long ago. You spend a lot of effort to surprise people and they are not surprised at all, which is particularly embarrassing. That means you don't like that girl at all. If you really like someone, you won't bother about this. Su Yu retorted. Today is my birthday. Don't bring up the past. Not all men have romantic cells. Oh, by the way, my sister is going to shoot tonight. We can have dinner together. I just don't want to have a third wheel. Su Yu looked at the afterglow of the sky and beckoned to the waiter. Serve. Okay, madam, please wait a moment. The waiter bowed and left. You ordered a meal? Xianxia asked in surprise. It's your birthday, of course I have to prepare a little. Su Yu said sweetly. She really should let Maggot Bao Bao hear it. Forget it, she still had to film and was quite busy. About 15 minutes later, all the dishes were served. There were only 2 steaks, a plate of spaghetti, a bottle of red wine, and a plate of fruit salad. But the flashy plates took up 80% of the table. After coming to America, I only found out where the Chinese learned the habit of using oversized plates to store dishes. Xianxia picked up the red wine that the waiter had poured for him. You don't learn the good, but you learn the bad. Oh, I have to sober up first. He put the red wine down again. The steak in this restaurant is very famous. Try it. Su Yu cut a piece of steak and chewed it carefully. It's really good. Xianxia cut a large piece of meat and chewed it like a cow chewing on a peony. Feels almost the same as in China. He couldn't tell whether the steak was good or bad, just like he couldn't tell whether the red wine was good or bad. Before his physical fitness improved by leaps and bounds, Xianxia rarely touched wine. Like Wang Zijin, his stomach was not good since childhood. Drinking would only make him feel uncomfortable. Su Yu asked the waiter to symbolically light a candle and smiled. Okay, we will pour the wine ourselves. The waiter retreated. Xianxia noticed that Su Yu wore earrings that were shiny, making her more graceful and elegant. Sure enough, jewelry could make a woman look high-end and classy, just like a man's suit and tie. This should be worn for him. Very beautiful. Xianxia, who was slow to realize, praised. Su Yu pouted. When the two first met, Su Yu turned her face from time to show him her earrings. Unfortunately, Xianxia's EQ was so low today that he didn't even notice that she was wearing earrings. In fact, Xianxia found it, but his sister also wore earrings today. After visual fatigue, he couldn't react for the first time when he looked at Su Yu. If your girlfriend suddenly wears beautiful earrings, a smart man can find it for the first time. But when your girlfriend number 2 also wears earrings, the man is not surprised. If girlfriend number 3 also wears earrings, the man should say, your earrings today are nothing new. If girlfriend number 4 wears earrings, the man will be bored and say, your earrings are vulgar, throw them away quickly. Boring, you are not lost. Su Yu forked a piece of lettuce and chewed it in her mouth, muttering, what do you mean? Xianxia didn't understand. Did you forget my birthday last year? Xianxia recalled carefully and understood. He wanted to give Su Yu a surprise that day. Half of it was the boss's concern for the employees, and the other half was the man's instinctive desire to show off in front of a beautiful woman. As a result, Su Yu didn't go home. He waited at the door. Oh, his legs were numb. Unlucky woman, didn't you say that you have a bad relationship with your family and no one loves you? My dad asked me to go home that day to celebrate my birthday, but in fact he wanted to use my birthday to ask me for power and let Su Hao take my place. I was angry and fell out with them. I felt wronged and wanted to go home and cry. Su Yu stared at Xianxia, Then I saw you. Then you cried, wiping my chest with your snot and tears. Suyu blushed and said shyly, I didn't cry. You cried. I didn't cry. That may be because I squatted for too long and was tired to cry. Suyu held her chin and poked the steak with a fork. You bought me a cake and lit a candle. Hey, did you want to sleep with me at that time? She didn't say, like me, and regarded Qinzhe as a boss who wanted to play with his secretary. Yes, Qinzhe ate the steak. I wanted to, but you didn't keep me. Suyu chuckled. To tell you the truth, in fact, I really wanted to keep you, but I couldn't say it. I was moved, so I wanted to find a chance to retaliate and make you confused, but you didn't give me a chance. I started to like you from that night. I'll let you have a good time tonight. Do you mean it? Let's see how it goes tonight. Who knows if my sister will take me to the bar to celebrate. Reject her, your wife is more important than your sister, right? Maybe. Suyu took out her mobile phone and took a picture of the table. Suddenly, she stopped her fingers and said, Can I take a picture? Her move stung Qinzhe. In the past, Suyu could take pictures whenever she wanted. She was opinionated and cold on the surface, but when she cared more and more about him, she even asked for permission to take pictures. Her love was the same as her inside, not cold at all. Take it, Qinzhe said. Halfway through dinner, Suyu looked down at the lady's watch on her right hand, suddenly turned to face the small square outside the glass, raised her hand and snapped her fingers. A few seconds later, she snapped her fingers again. This was repeated several times. Qinzhe said, What are you doing? Suyu blushed. You wait, I'll go out and make a phone call. A few minutes later, Qinzhe saw a group of men and women in suits and long skirts coming to the small square in pairs. There were also people responsible for clearing the place, driving a few scattered passers-by aside, and then lighting white candles as thick as an arm in the small square. In the slowly opening night, in the swaying candlelight, the gentlemen and ladies danced the tango. The small square instantly became a party. It was not over yet. The elegant piano music in the restaurant stopped. After a few breaths, the music sounded. It was a song fairy tale that most China people were familiar with. The male voice was Qinzhe's version. Suyu came with the music and said sweetly, Happy birthday. Qinzhe, damn, it's so romantic, my girl's heart. For the first time in his life, Qinzhe was flirted with by a woman. So, Suyu said that she had something to do during the day. Was it to prepare this? How did you do it? In America, there's nothing that can't be done with money. Suyu said proudly, I don't even have to think, just throw out a stack of US dollars, and there will be professionals to help you plan and arrange it for you. You don't have to worry about the city management. Suyu said and looked at Qinzhe as if she had discovered a new continent. She pointed at him and murmured happily, Hey, 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 you're touched, you're touched. Qinzhe remembered something. Then why did you snap your fingers just now? Suyu was a little embarrassed and said awkwardly, I said that snapping my fingers is the signal, but when I snapped my fingers they came in and said that they were a professional organization. Candlelight, music, dancing and an exquisite dinner. Qinzhe had the illusion that he was being pursued by a Prince Charming, and after this meal, he would be F***ked. I want to take you to romantic Turkey, and then feed you a chicken with my own hands. Aren't all men like this? After a dance, dinner was just over. The group of guys in the small square came quickly and left quickly, holding each other's hands as they hurriedly left. Qinzhe guessed that they were like extras taking money to do things, maybe to earn some extra money or maybe to rush to the next set. Qin Baobao had a scene to shoot at night and it was in the suburbs. She didn't return to the hotel until 10 o'clock with the driver and assistant. After asking the assistant to buy candles, she went back to the room to change into a nightgown, and couldn't wait to knock on Qinzhe's door. Dinner was at the set, and Qin Baobao felt that it was a pity that she couldn't have dinner with her brother on his birthday. She opened a bottle of red wine, opened the window and lit candles in the five-star suite. Qin Baobao raised her glass happily, Happy birthday. Qinzhe clinked glasses with her. Where's Suyu? His sister asked. Sleep. Qinzhe, who was in pajamas, answered. He was F***ked after all. I haven't given you a present yet. As Qin Baobao spoke, she took out a Goddess of Thunder figurine from her bag. I asked the director if there were any specialties from Hollywood that I wanted to give to you as a birthday present. He said you like Goddess of Thunder from Hollywood. Qinzhe took the Su Jinjiang figurine and forced a smile. Thank you, sister. The boss of Jinjiang taught us theoretical knowledge when we were young, and when we grew up, he established Star of Jinjiang to provide us with an experimental place. I will cherish this figurine. It's just a gift. His sister also felt that her $50 gift was not worth it and explained, "I'm very busy shooting from the afternoon to the evening. Sister is the best present," Qin Zhe said sweetly. Qin Bao Bao held a stack of cakes, and the corners of her mouth were stained with cream. Her smile was sweeter and cuter than the cakes. The 12-inch cake, chocolate, and fruit were definitely not enough for the two of them, but they would not call the assistant in to eat together. It would spoil the atmosphere, and the heart-shaped candles on the floor were not seen by outsiders. Qin Zhe secretly smeared some cream on his fingertips and pretended to wipe his sister's mouth. "Look at you, the cake is on your mouth." Qin Bao Bao was caught off guard and a white cat whisker was drawn on her face. His sister wiped her face, looked at the cream in her palm and said angrily, "Oh, you want to fight, right?" She grabbed a handful of cream and threw it at Qin Zhe's face. The floor was full of candles and it was not convenient to run. It would be troublesome if they accidentally knocked over the candles and burned the hotel carpet. The brother and sister sat like this, holding a handful of cream in their hands and playing cat boxing with each other. Qin Bao Bao screamed, raised her head to dodge and waved her hands, accompanied by a bell-like laughter. Most of the time she was waving her fists randomly, and Qin Zhe waited for the opportunity to move. From time to time he would wipe the cream on her face. Every time he wiped it, his sister would scream. Sometimes their hands would hit each other, and the cream would splatter on the carpet, on her pajamas and on her hair. Qin Zhe got up, went around the table and pounced on his sister who was screaming and waving her hands. With two palms he slapped his sister's face. Suddenly her face, which was already covered with cream, was completely unrecognizable. Qin Bao Bao screamed and pushed his chest with both hands, trying to push him away. The cream was all over Qin Zhe's chest. "Don't move, I'll help you clean it," Qin Zhe whispered. "Stop playing, I can't beat you." Qin Bao Bao puffed up her cheeks and said sadly, "I'll help you clean it," he said again, but this time his tone was gentle. Suddenly, the image of his sister standing on the street in a bohemia dress suddenly appeared in his mind. The wind lifted her dress and hair, and at the same time, it lifted her indescribable charm. Without using a tissue, without using his hands, he lowered his head, stuck out his tongue and licked his sister's face. Qin Bao Bao froze like a wooden statue and didn't dare to move. A tongue mark appeared on her creamy face, then 2, 3. Qin Zhe licked gently like a tiger licking its prey, focused and serious. During the process, Qin Bao Bao's stiff body gradually relaxed. She closed her eyes, and her trembling eyelashes showed that her heart was in turmoil. Slowly, his sister's delicate face became clear. First it was her cheeks, then her forehead, then her handsome nose. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Zhe's lips were on hers. His sister's lips were very sweet and he couldn't tell if it was cream or something else. The candlelight burned quietly, and there was the fragrance of cream in the air. The kiss between the siblings became more and more intense. Qin Bao Bao felt like she was in a huge whirlpool and she lost all ability to resist. Her arms wrapped around his neck and she awkwardly responded to his tongue. They rarely kissed on such a large scale. Even when they were filming kissing scenes, Qin Zhe only sucked on her lips, which was why her lips were always red and swollen. But this time they weren't filming a kissing scene, and there was no emperor's new clothes to cover them up, nor was there a kiss reward. This was a dangerous game that every couple would do but siblings would never do. Qin Bao Bao's body and heart were trembling. She couldn't tell if it was excitement, joy, or fear. Time passed slowly, and she felt the hand around her waist slowly slide down to her butt, and then her whole body was lifted up. She subconsciously clamped her brother's waist and put her arms around his neck. The kiss continued. Qin Bao Bao closed her eyes, but she could feel him walking towards the bedroom. The bedroom lights were on, the curtains were drawn, and the quilt was neatly spread out on the bed without a single wrinkle. Qin Bao Bao was thrown on the bed and she could finally breathe. But the greedy tiger didn't give her a chance. He pounced on her and his hot lips pressed against hers. He lingered on her red lips for a long time, and his hot lips began to slide down, first to her chin, then to her neck, then to her collarbone, and finally to the white cleavage on her chest. Qin Bao Bao was finally able to breathe, and her chest rose and fell violently with rapid breathing. She opened her eyes, and the light from the chandelier stimulated her pupils. She could only squint her eyes. There was no mirror, but she could imagine her hot face and dazed eyes. It was like a dream. It wasn't the first time she had dreamed of such a scene, and it wasn't the first time she had longed for such a scene. He must have felt the same way. But Qin Bao Bao couldn't tell. At this moment, what was surging in her heart? Well, kinship? Sweetness? Or fear? Until her nightgown was lifted up, and something was slowly fading away. Qin Bao Bao shuddered violently, and her eyes that reflected the light suddenly sobered up. No, no, no. You can't do this, Ace. She pressed her hands and sat up, feeling dizzy. Qin Bao Bao closed her eyes and pressed on her temples. After a while, the dizziness disappeared. When she opened her eyes, she saw Qin Zhe sitting by the bed, scratching his head. He was looking at her. She was looking at him too. After looking at each other silently for a while, Qin Bao Bao rolled under the quilt, put on her loose underwear, and frantically tried to organize her words. The two of them fell into an awkward silence, thinking about how to break the awkward atmosphere without any traces of Photoshop. Qin Zhe, you beast, sob. Don't blame your brother for not being human, it's all your sister's fault for being too charming. Such a stupid line definitely wouldn't work and it would only make things more awkward. Ace, have you finally thought it through? Just as well your sister has thought it through too. Sister, have you thought it through? Good. A cold wind came first and then the spear shot out like a dragon. Damn it, the line still wouldn't work. In the awkward silence, Qin Zhe sighed faintly. Sister, I've been to Su Town. Qin Zhe had mentioned this before, and now that he repeated it, Qin Bao Bao knew what he was referring to. I know a lot of things that Mom knows but Dad doesn't. Qin Bao Bao fell silent when she heard that. The meaning of his words was clear. Mom knows but Dad doesn't. She looked at Qin Zhe somewhat sadly. Then what do you want to do? I don't think we can go on like this, Qin Zhe said. Then, what do you want to do? Qin Bao Bao stammered. We can't go on like this, Qin Zhe said. I'm 24 after my birthday. You're 26, how much time do you have left to waste? I'm so tired, I'm really tired and I don't want to go on like this. Sister Man was right, I'm like a damn child. My ability to deal with things is a mess, but I'm so greedy that I don't want to let go of the toys around me. I'm comforting myself by saying that everything will work out when the time comes, but I'm so timid that I even pretend not to think about Dad's monstrous anger. Qin Bao Bao stared at him blankly. Chapter 680. Before December, the filming in America finally ended. Qin Bao Bao's scenes were over, and the team flew back to China on United Airlines that afternoon. In the first-class cabin, Su Yu and Qin Zhe chatted with their heads down. When they were checking in, she casually said that she wanted to sit with Qin Zhe. Unexpectedly, Qin Bao did not object, not even sarcasm. Now, for example, she was sleeping with an eye mask on, and turned a deaf ear to her and Qin Zhe's chatter. At this time, Qin Bao Bao truly acted like an older sister, and not a perverted brother complex and jealous lover. But for some reason, Su Yu felt that this guy had an unreasonable confidence, like the master of the harem watching the flirtatious concubines dance with disdain. What's wrong with your sister? Su Yu whispered. What do you mean what's wrong? Qin Zhe's eyes were unfocused. It's so quiet today. She even gave me her seat. Maybe she's become a Buddhist. Su Yu was doubtful of Qin Zhe's explanation. Did the siblings have a cold war? It did not seem like it. Qin Bao Bao wore an eye mask and could vaguely hear her brother and Su Yu's conversation. Her thoughts drifted back to that night a few days ago. Qin Zhe told her a lot about the past in Su Town. Qin Bao Bao had known about it a long time ago, but this was the first time she knew the story. Aunt Su Ru's tragic past, Su Yao's youthful frivolity, and the guilt and knot in his heart later, and of course her mother's remorse and mental illness. After all these years, did she ever regret her decision? She heard that her uncle was involved, but Qin Bao Bao could not feel her uncle's presence at all. Her uncle was like that. If he were in a novel, he would be a side character with no presence at all. Finally, her brother who died before he was born. If that damn brother of hers had not died, he would have been smart and handsome, just like his sister. But when Qin Bao Bao tried to replace Qin Zhe with someone else, there was only resistance and disgust in her heart. The position of the younger brother could only belong to Ace. If it were anyone else, she would be furious. She would scratch anyone's face like an angry cat. Throughout the whole process, Qin Zhe's tone was steady, as if he was telling someone else's story and had nothing to do with him. Qin Bao Bao's eyes turned red. He felt sad for Aunt Suru. It was the biggest misfortune for a woman to give her heart to the wrong person. What about her? Thinking of this, Qin Bao Bao felt that he was in danger. First of all, the old man's son, whom he had raised for more than 20 years, was not his biological son. He exploded on the spot and killed 3 people, mother, sister, and brother. Grandpa's coffin would not be able to hold him down. As for what happened between her and Ace, she wondered if the ancestors in the ancestral grave would open their coffins and rise. Qin Bao Bao could not help but worry about her future. Even the joy of her brother's confession faded a lot. She should have considered these things a long time ago, but she always avoided talking about it. It was too early to think about it. Let's talk about it later. Everything will work out when the time comes. This saying was poisonous. Since ancient times, it had tricked many ships into hitting rocks. Therefore, when Qin Zhe lifted her skirt again, Qin Bao Bao clamped it tightly and hid her face in the blanket. She thought to herself, "Come on, lift my skirt again and I'll admit defeat." After all, she had waited for this day for a long time. Her dream had finally come true. However, Qin Zhe did not tease her. Perhaps, like her, he was no longer in the mood and had many worries in his heart. Or maybe he looked calm on the surface, but after telling her about the past, he was dispirited. Just like that, he hugged his sister and slept until dawn. However, Qin Bao Bao felt more at ease. Because since he confessed his feelings, it was equivalent to giving her a promise. She didn't have to be like before. She didn't want him to find a girlfriend. She couldn't say it out loud, tangled and hesitant. Well, he couldn't find a girlfriend now. As her thoughts drifted, she slowly fell asleep. The flight arrived at Pudong International Airport at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin Bao Bao slept until she was full. Suyu didn't sleep enough until later. When she got off the plane, her eyes were bloodshot and there were bags under her eyes. She kept touching up in the car. "Are you going to work?" Qin Bao Bao asked. "No, I'm going home to sleep." "Then why are you touching up?" Suyu was stunned. "Yeah." Qin Zhe coughed and thought, "Isn't she going to my house? Is this woman's brain confused?" Suyu suddenly reacted and pretended to be indifferent. "I haven't seen uncle and aunt for a long time. I specially bought some Los Angeles specialties. I'll stay at your house for dinner today." Without waiting for his sister to speak, Qin Zhe immediately said, "Welcome, my dad must be very happy." Qin Bao Bao puffed her cheeks but didn't say anything. At home at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Zhe had his sister's specialties on his left hand and Suyu's specialties on his right hand. At this time the old man hadn't come home from work yet. Qin Ma was not at home. She went out to buy vegetables. She knew that her children and Suyu would come home for dinner today. Unsurprisingly, Wang Zijin would also come. Qin Ma was happy and worried. She was worried about Qin Zhe. Her scumbag son was two-timing. As a mother, she was worried. She was afraid that suddenly Suyu and Wang Zijin would fight. Then her daughter exploded. No one was easy to worry about. Qin Ma came back from grocery shopping. Her lazy daughter lay comfortably on the sofa, with two long legs on her brother's legs, enjoying his massage. Suyu was driven to the corner of the sofa and looked down at a finance book on the coffee table, English version. "Auntie." Suyu looked up, showing a polite and cold smile. Auntie preferred Wang Zijin, Suyu knew. "You too, don't you know how to pour people a cup of tea?" Qin Ma said, "Suyu, I don't know what you like to eat." And he just bought some. Soon after, the old man came back with a bag. "Uncle Qin." This time, Suyu smiled more sincerely. She put down the book and ran to pick up the old man's bag. The old man was also very happy. Today he could talk business with each other until late. "This book is good." He glanced at the book that was spread out on the coffee table. "It's time for the tortoise to recite scriptures again." Qin Bao Bao curled her lips. Suyu didn't come to the house many times. When she came, the old man and she could talk about 3 stacks of peanuts. "I don't want to listen," Qin Zhe answered. The old man raised his hand and wanted to beat his daughter who was closer. He couldn't bear to. He picked up the book and hit Qin Zhe's face. "Help your mother cook." Qin Zhe ran to the kitchen with his tail between his legs. Looking at her brother who was scared of his father, Qin Bao Bao's heart was heavy. When it was almost 7 o'clock, Wang Zijin also arrived. She wore light makeup, an office lady's suit, changed her shoes and hung her bag naturally, like a daughter-in-law who came home from work. Wang Zijin saw Suyu on the sofa at first glance. Suyu just turned her head to look at her and confirmed her eyes. "Enemy." "Oh, Suyu is here too," Wang Zijin said. "Aren't you here too?" "Bao Bao." Suyu squinted and smiled. Yes, Dad, there are a lot of cockroaches and rats in the house. Mom's cleaning is getting more and more perfunctory," Qin Bao Bao said in a strange tone. Wang Zijin and Suyu secretly gritted their teeth. The old man, old comrade Qin, felt that even his aura was a little bit uncontrollable. The 2 daughters-in-law were just talking, but his daughter liked to be lively and didn't mind the trouble. Should he go to the kitchen and replace his son? After all, the old man loved his son and didn't do such a thing to add insult to injury. Dinner started at 7:30. During the dinner, Suyu and Wang Zijin were very frequent and had to add a maggot Bao Bao. Qin Ma frequently looked at her husband with worried eyes. The old man understood and conveyed his wife's worries to his son. His son silently returned to squint. What can I do? I'm also helpless. Mom, I brought back some specialties of Los Angeles cosmetics and masks, enough for you for a year. Qin Bao Bao showed a flattering smile. Why spend so much money? Mom is old and doesn't need those things. Qin Ma said in a bad mood. Then you asked me for the imported mask last month. Give it back to me. You dead child, what nonsense are you talking about? As a mother, she didn't care about her face. Qin Ma said angrily, Mom doesn't need your cosmetics. You dress up more and bring me a boyfriend this year. Unexpectedly, Qin Bao Bao agreed and smiled sweetly. Okay. Qin Ma was stunned. What did you say? The old man also looked at his daughter. Su Yu and Wang Zijin also cast their eyes. Chapter 681. Qin Zhe lowered his head and wolfed down his rice, muttering in his heart, Don't look at me, don't look at me, don't look at me. According to the plot of a TV drama, the female lead would look at the male lead affectionately, but the supporting characters would all be retarded. However, reality was not a TV drama. When his sister looked at him, he could put down his chopsticks and bowl and type GG with a smile. It was a real killer look. Fortunately, Qin Bao Bao was not retarded. She nodded vigorously. Yes, I'll definitely bring someone home this year. Surprised, Mother Qin reminded him, It's not for me. It's for you to bring someone home. Qin Bao Bao said, Yeah, Dad will kill me if I bring someone home for you. Suddenly he remembered the Su Yao that Qin Zhe had mentioned. Mom was also a flower in Su Town when she was young. Qin Ma and Grandpa Shen looked at each other. They were not surprised at all. Instead, they felt that their daughter's brain was damaged after going to America. America? Grandpa Shen frowned. Don't let it be an American. Dad may be open-minded, but he can't accept it. He could not accept a foreign son-in-law, much less a foreign grandson. Grandpa Shen loved to criticize America's shameless economy. If she married an American, he would not be able to say anything. Qin Bao Bao patted her 36D chest proudly. No, I'll definitely find someone that Dad and Mom will be satisfied with. I swear. Dad and Mom would definitely be satisfied with their son. Qin Ma still did not believe her. Don't rent a boyfriend or anything. It's like that in the movies. Their daughter, who used to throw a tantrum at the mention of finding a partner, had changed? What the hell? I'm not stupid. You all know each other, Qin Bao Bao said. Clack. Qin Zhe's chopsticks fell to the ground. Grandpa Shen suddenly realized. Is it a celebrity? Which one? Don't expect your mom and I to agree with someone with bad morals. Qin Ma immediately understood. She added, Don't just look at him because he's handsome. It's not okay even if he has scandals. The couple looked at each other, half surprised and half worried. Their daughter finally found a partner. They should be happy, but they could not be happy because the partner was from the entertainment industry. The entertainment industry not only produced plastic sisters, but also plastic couples. 9 out of 10 couples broke up and 1 couple wore a forgiving hat to each other. Qin Bao Bao pursed her lips and said nothing. Seeing that she was unhappy, Qin Ma sighed and said earnestly, Don't throw a tantrum. You're an adult now, so you should know what you're doing. You must bring him home and let Dad and Mom take a look at him. Forget it, just tell us his name and we'll check it out ourselves. Qin Bao Bao said, Qin Zhe, patter? Qin Zhe dropped his chopsticks again. His sister paused and said, You can tell Mom. Everyone at the table looked at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe said seriously, It's okay. As long as they're in the entertainment industry, there's no one I can't afford to offend. If their character isn't good, I'll mess with them until their character is too good. Anyway, I'll help sister check. Don't worry, Mom. In his mind he thought, I freaking dropped my dried fish twice. Degree? No matter what, the fact that her daughter could find a partner meant that her brother's complex had eased a lot. Qin Ma was relieved and felt happy. Bao Bao, what's his family like? I heard that there are many families in the entertainment industry that are not ordinary. His family is ordinary. His mother is a housewife and his father is a teacher. Oh, that's very similar to our family. Qin Ma heaved a sigh of relief. Are they easy to get along with? What are his parents' personalities? Mom, don't bother me. With your personality, you don't do housework, you don't have a sweet mouth, and you don't know how to do housework. You don't have any of the virtues that a girl should have. Which mother-in-law would like you? Qin Ma felt that she had spoiled her daughter all these years and pushed the blame to her son and husband. It's your father who spoils you too much and your brother who gives in too much. Old master, Qin Zhe, yes, you're right. It's okay. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are definitely close, just like mother and daughter. Qin Bao said playfully. She should not have to worry about the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship. It was good to have a brother. Mom was still mom and dad was still dad. Cough cough. Qin Zhe coughed hard and changed the topic. Dad, why don't you quit being a professor and come to my company as a consultant? Don't say any more or Nuwa's little hand can't fix it. I'm not going to eat your food. Old Master snorted proudly. I've eaten your food for more than 20 years. It's only right for you to eat mine, Qin Zhe said. It was an expected answer. It didn't matter. He just wanted to change the topic. Then what's his name? Qin Ma asked. After a long time he didn't reveal any information. Mom Sis is very successful overseas. The director said that she's a real movie queen. Qin Zhe frantically changed the topic. The dinner was thrilling, but it ended at 8 o'clock in the evening. Qin Zhe, who was quick-witted, changed the topic crazily and finally brushed off the topic of boyfriend. Qin Ma and Old Master were middle-aged. They paid attention to health and had a regular schedule. They were in bed before 10 o'clock. Qin Ma, who was stubborn, sat on the bed and put on the moisturizing and whitening facial mask that her daughter brought back from abroad. She sighed. Foreign facial masks are better than domestic ones. I don't have to be stubborn. Old Master was reading a book. Hearing this, he said disdainfully, It's all in your mind. The moon abroad is round. Mother Qin chuckled. I knew you were being stubborn. Haven't you noticed that my skin has gotten better over the past few months? Old Master coaxed his lilac flower in the sweetest way. Really? Your skin has always been good, just like when you were 18. Qin Ma chuckled and suddenly sighed. Do you believe what Bao Bao said? Old Master thought for a moment. I believe it. She has no pursuit in her career now and her material life is satisfied. It's really time for her to find a boyfriend. Compared with Bao Bao, let's worry about A's. What's there to worry about A's? My son is so excellent and has no shortage of girlfriends. Right, there are already two. Old Master sneered. Don't draw water with a bamboo basket when the time comes. Qin Ma was steady. To be honest, without Su Yu and Wang Zijin, he doesn't have to worry about not being able to find a wife. How many girls want to marry him? Let's talk about Bao Bao. I always feel uneasy. Why do you suddenly have a boyfriend? After all, Old Master's mind was not as delicate as a woman's. Qin Zhe and his sister pretended well. He rarely flirted in front of his parents. Old Master said, maybe he already had one but he was too embarrassed to say it. Anyway, find a chance to meet him. As for stars, there is no lack of good conduct. Out of a woman's delicate and sensitive psychology, Wang Zijin also felt strange. She spent time with Qin Bao and his brother every day. She knew that Qin Bao did not have a boyfriend. Then either Qin Bao was perfunctory with her parents or it was scary to think about it. So after returning home, she hid in the toilet and called Su Yu. Have you been staying with them in the United States? Unexpectedly, Su Yu had a guilty conscience and reacted greatly. Well, checking the household registration. It's none of your business. Wang Zijin gritted her teeth and endured. Qin Bao didn't meet anyone in the United States, right? Su Yu, it seems that no. Wang Zijin, what about Qin Zhe? Su Yu felt guilty again and felt that Wang Zijin was testing her. Why, checking the household registration. It's none of your business. Wang Zijin endured and beat around the bush. Think about it carefully. Are you particularly close to anyone in private? Qin Bao can't not be hit on. Her best friend has always been a troublemaker. She will be hit on by men wherever she goes. Yes, a Hollywood male star often hit on her. Was very funny. He was beaten up by A's. Let me tell you, Su Yu vividly told the story of China Kung Fu. Wang Zijin couldn't help laughing. Under the nature of women's gossip, they chatted a few more words. Then Wang Zijin cut to the chase. Did A's, Su Yu, why checking the household registration? It's none of your business. Continue to endure. Don't you think it's strange that Qin Bao suddenly has a boyfriend? She really didn't fall in love with anyone abroad? That's the end of it. She's a deranged brother Khan. Su Yu, yes, when you say that I also feel strange. Wang Zijin, so Qin Zhe, Su Yu, why checking the household registration? It's none of your business. Wang Zijin, there's no way to communicate. Su Yu, you wait for me. I'll find a chance to kill you sooner or later. Wang Zijin hung up the phone with a face full of MMP. That night, Wang Zijin locked the door and didn't let Qin Zhe go to bed. P.S. In fact, there's something to explain. I wanted to write. You know, after all, it's the core of the book. I know many people are looking forward to it. But recently the net was suddenly closed. It's stricter and I don't want to write it down. I have to delay and think about changing to a safer way of driving. I don't want to keep everyone in suspense. After all, it's almost over. It doesn't make sense to keep people in suspense. Chapter 682. In December the weather is getting colder. There are no girls in short skirts and shorts on the street. The color of the green belt on the roadside is getting darker. The Royal View Grand Garden community is planted with magnolia and palm trees. It's winter again. I don't know if it will snow in Shanghai this year. Before the global greenhouse effect, the South would snow once or twice a year. Everyone ushered in the new year in the flying snowflakes. Don't mention Guangdong and Hainan to me. In recent years, the snow in the South is like a middle-aged woman's menstruation, which comes and goes. It may snow this year. Qin Baobao wore a single coat and sat shivering on the balcony. I'm really looking forward to it. We haven't had a snowball fight together for many years. Qinzhe was also looking forward to it. In the living room, Wang Zijin looked at the brother and sister sitting in a row on the balcony and listened to their words. It was completely incomprehensible. Northerners don't understand the expectations of Southerners for snow, just as day doesn't understand the darkness of night. It was the weekend and everyone had nothing to do. Wang Zijin and Qin Baobao refused to go out, and they didn't even want to go shopping. Wang Zijin is physically and mentally exhausted by the company's affairs. Qin Baobao has just returned from abroad and finished the hard work of shooting. At this moment she wants to stay at home to watch movies and eat snacks. She doesn't want to do anything. Qinzhe wants to do it, but Wang Zijin doesn't let him. Wang Zijin is a woman with a black heart. She is different from Suyu, who is in love and blindly greedy. She is like a capitalist, firmly controlling men's public grain. Public grain is not something you can pay if you want to pay it. The effect is very good. Qinzhe is very obedient today. Then you stay at home. I'll go out to do something. Qinzhe tentatively said. What do you have to do? Anyway, you don't have to worry about the company's affairs. Today is Saturday. Qin Baobao said. If it's a private matter, do you want to find Suyu? Wang Zijin squinted. Sister Ziwei had been holding a grudge against Suyu recently for some reason. Therefore, it wasn't good to be too transparent when it came to interpersonal relationships. It wasn't convenient for Qinzhe to find an excuse to go on a date with Suyu. How could I possibly look for Suyu? Qinzhe said angrily, even if I die at home and jump from here, I will not go to Suyu. Wang Zijin said, oh, it smells so good. Qinzhe was speechless. In fact, Suyu didn't have time to make love with him today. Nan Man Pei just returned the money with interest. Today he invited Suyu to the club to have fun. It was like an ancient man inviting his good friend to a brothel to have fun. Qinzhe was wondering if he could rub off on her two best friends' activities like last time. Nan Man Pei's round figure was not inferior to his sister's, and it was still fresh in his memory. A young married woman with a great figure and beauty was far more attractive than a young girl. But at 10 o'clock in the morning, he was driven out by his sisters to buy vegetables. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the property of the community knocked on the door of the house and delivered the express from the guard office. Royal View Mansion has a special place to store express packages, and then the property will deliver them door to door to the owner's door. A high-end community is different. As long as you spend money, you can enjoy the treatment of an emperor. What is it? Qin Baobao didn't remember that he had an unsigned express delivery. He looked at the name and saw that it was Wang Zijin. Zijin, your express delivery. Qin Baobao shouted. Wang Zijin, who was watching a variety show on the leather sofa, came. She didn't buy anything online at first and then she was shocked. She thought, Zhao Taizhu, that smelly idiot, sent me handcuffs again? At this moment, Wang Zijin recalled the fear of being controlled by the handcuffs, and the shame of having to pee for Qinzhe. Oh, this is my express delivery. It was sent from Shenzhen. It's inconvenient to write my name, so I used Sister Ziwei's name. Qinzhe came out of the corridor. What is it? The sister put the package on her big chest and picked up the scissors to open the package. The package contained an eye mask, the kind that was very common in VR game halls. It was a bit heavy and full of technological feeling. This is the first batch of products from Dongfeng Technology. It's for us to try. Qinzhe said, do you want to try it? The sister who loved to play games pecked the head very hard. Qinzhe took out a black box, a game controller, and some messy charging cables from the package. Then he turned on the TV, connected to the internet, and logged into the Golden Shield antivirus software. Using the remote control, he opened the software library of Golden Shield antivirus. There were dozens of different software in the software library. At present, these software developers were an important channel of Golden Shield's profit. It's at the bottom. Wang Zijin reminded. Qin Zhe found the software at the bottom. It was the special version of the mobile game that copied Dead Pesticide. It was a game that was set in a prehistoric world, and Dong Huang Tai was a big-breasted girl. It was a game that destroyed the 3 views of the world. Install. The game's memory was very large. It took 15 minutes for the optical fiber at home to download. Fortunately, the smart TV was the most high-end model on the market. Otherwise, it would not be able to support them to play the game. After downloading the game, he did not enter it immediately. Instead, he clicked on a small game controller icon in the upper right corner of the Golden Shield antivirus software. At the same time, Qin Zhe opened the small black box. In an instant, the box and the Golden Shield antivirus software were successfully connected. Just like Bluetooth, the box was the bridge between the eye mask and the game. Only then did he open the game. There was no matching mode in the game, only a man-machine mode. This was because this was a completely different game from mobile games. It did not even count as an internal game. Qin Baobao was the first to try it. The built-in image of the VR eye mask showed the game's image. Why don't you give it a try? Qin Zhe handed it to his sister, who was eager to try it. His sister could not wait to put on the eye mask. She held the game controller in her hand. The moment she put on the eye mask, she exclaimed, "Wow, it's a real person." From her point of view, the game was no longer a 2D map. Instead, she was immersed in the Summoner's Canyon. It was similar to the current 3D effect, but more realistic. The smart TV did not have such an effect. It looked no different from a normal mobile game. The enemy will arrive in 5 seconds. Crush them. When the game started, Qin Baobao took a few steps forward subconsciously and bumped into Qin Zhe's arms. "I'm sorry." When she reacted, she quickly operated the game controller. Only then did the characters on the smart TV start moving. Qin Baobao felt like she was strolling in the Summoner's Canyon. Although the quality of the image could be seen at a glance that it was computer-generated and could not be so realistic that it could pass for real, evolving from a 2D game to a 3D game was already amazing. With that thought, she looked back and screamed, "The little soldiers behind can see everything clearly. It's really like the world of a game." A 360-degree VR game with no blind spots. That was its charm. Similar VR games had been available overseas for a long time. They were also 3D, but their vision was fixed in front. At most, it could not be shifted more than 10 degrees to either side. Even if you looked back, you would still see the image in front, except for large VR equipment. "Are you dizzy?" Qin Zhe asked. "I'm not dizzy," Qin Baobao said sweetly. "Do your eyes hurt?" "Not at all." Qin Zhe was relieved. Vertigo in the simulated world was a problem that almost all VR equipment could not overcome. This technical flaw could not be improved for the time being. But this VR equipment that was exchanged from the Points store perfectly solved this problem. At the same time, as the system said, it was within the limits of the current technology tree. It was not the kind of hacking black technology. This meant that Qin Zhe could sell it like crazy. It would not be as shocking as taking out the bamboo dragonfly from Doraemon's pocket. "How do you lock on the skill?" Qin Baobao exclaimed. Online games relied on the mouse. Mobile games automatically locked on. "How do you lock on this?" "How would I know? I've never played it before." Qin Zhe was a little envious. He wanted to play. But the smart Baobao quickly figured out the trick. When you faced the enemy, his character would turn red. This meant that the attack was locked on. Just like the archer she was playing now, when you faced the enemy's body would turn red. As long as you raised your gun and shot, you would be able to hit. But the character was moving, so you had to keep moving to lock on the enemy, which greatly increased the fun of the game. And when you were locked on, there would be a prompt in the lower left corner. You needed to move flexibly to avoid the attack. The only dissatisfaction was that after entering the 3D state, you could not always be on guard against the situation behind you. At any time, a Milk King would pounce on you from behind and attack you crazily. Qin Baobao ended the game reluctantly and gave the VR eye mask and game controller to Wang Zijin and her brother to play. When Qin Zhe finished the game experience, he found his sister curled up on the sofa and fell asleep. His teddy kidney was ready to move. His eyes lit up and he secretly pulled the little sister of the Wang family into the room. "Sister Ziwei, the children miss you," Qin Zhe said. "No, you can't even wait for the night? Can we do it at night?" "Not even at night. Why do you always want to do that?" "You're the one. You haven't been in and out for more than half a month. How can you bear it?" Perhaps this was the difference between men and women. Men were hard all over when they were young. Before marriage, their aunts were a hindrance, but after marriage, their aunts were a savior. Women, on the other hand, were mostly passive when they were young. When they were older, they were as fierce as tigers. I'm doing it for your own good. You need to know how to take care of yourself when you're young. I'm your wife, not a flirtatious slut outside. Those wildflowers only enjoy the pleasure of driving with you. They talk about Fast and Furious, but they never care about the maintenance and refueling of the car. Only your wife is sincerely thinking about you. Do you know that? I don't have any wildflowers. You know in your heart whether you have any wildflowers or not. If I didn't know that you were scheming and cunning, I would have been fooled by you. Sister Ziwei was still the Sister Ziwei who was afraid of being F***ked. She locked the door at night again. Qinzhe could tell that she was a little tired these few days. Because the VR equipment had been produced, her company had to keep up with the game development. Sister Ziwei had been worried sick during this period. Her boyfriend wasn't the kind that could last for 5 seconds. She really didn't have the energy to fool around with him until midnight. At night, Qinzhe, who was alone in his room, laid on his bed and played with the VR mask. He thought to himself that although this thing was good, it took a lot of time and effort to develop a game. How could he develop a simple and interesting game? It seemed very difficult. Those small games that were popular on mobile phones were only suitable for mobile phones. They were meaningless on VR equipment. For example, checkers was very popular not long ago. Even if checkers were to be changed from 2D to 3D, it would be useless. What's limiting your imagination? The system suddenly came to life. Qinzhe said, "System, long time no see. So I still have a system." What do you mean by that? There's a game that's very suitable for VR masks. It's not difficult to make and it's more popular among men than Doom Pesticide. It can quickly enter the foreign market. The system said. What game? Please pay 30 creative points first. *CKU. Chapter 683. During the conversation, the mobile phone dinged. Qinzhe terminated the communication with the system and looked at the mobile phone. Suyu sent a message, "This novel is great. I think my novel can be as good as it." With a link. Qinzhe looked at the title of the book, Love in the Age of Prosperity. At first glance, it seemed to be an ancient romance novel, but if there was no accident. He opened it and glanced at the introduction. It was really a gay novel. So he replied, "Even if it is not as good as it, you have mastered the core of the female novel. I will look at it first and give you advice later." Suyu, okay. Qinzhe sighed and put down the mobile phone silently. Suyu would open the document and write some words in her spare time. At first, she thought of film and television adaptation, and then she would follow the rules of Qinzhe as an investor and scriptwriter. She would shoot kissing scenes and bed scenes which would make Wang Zijin and Qin Baobao angry. From last year to now, she had written a total of 500,000 or 600,000 words, and 3 books were unfinished. Teddy, who claimed to have a superior IQ, was once a failure. By chance she saw a gay novel and was shocked. She suddenly realized that it was not that her writing was not good, but that the market was no longer the market of the past. It was the era of guns and shooting each other. It was really slippery. So she began to transcribe the gay novel and pulled Qinzhe to study it together. As a steel-straight man, Qinzhe accompanied her to read 3 gay novels. If this didn't count as love. Later he found that the gay novel was quite good. As long as he endured the initial discomfort of the intestines, the delicate articles written by women were quite interesting. At 11 o'clock in the evening, it was raining outside, the dark clouds were overhead, and the night sky was so deep that no stars could be seen. The winter rain had an indescribable bleakness, and the mist covered the world with a layer of gauze. The lights passed through, and the city was shrouded in the rain. Qinzhe opened the window, the cold air mixed with the mist floated in, and he held a cigarette between his fingertips. What game was popular with men? It felt like nonsense. As long as it was an interesting game, men liked it. From the hot-blooded legend of the past to the present 999, I am a slag. From the land-shooting games of the past to the current big luck games, men love to eat chicken more than women. As long as the game was well made and the gameplay was interesting, no matter what genre or theme the game was, it would be very popular. Therefore, Qinzhe could not figure out what kind of game the system was referring to. But 30 points, it's so expensive. I can't bear to part with it. System, are you still there? Here. When there were points to earn, the system was always on call. When there were no points to earn, the system would definitely ignore him. A song only costs 30 points. This is too expensive. Actually, the songs are all in the store and have nothing to do with me, but this idea took me 0.00001 seconds to calculate, think. The system said, "Of course I can let you experience it in advance." Considering that although the system was a bit lame, the quality of the product was still trustworthy, Xianxia, who was ranked first and second in terms of points, gritted his teeth and paid 30 points. "Motherf **, I finally got some points from you." The system said in a happy yet helpless tone, "Motherf **." Xianxia was speechless. "Don't talk nonsense. Tell me if I'm not satisfied with the answer, I want a refund." A game that can make men popular and is relatively easy to make, of course it's an adult game. Abbreviated as a work, crab, game. The system said. Xianxia rarely watched anime, but he still knew about the famous Japanese adult game. "Liar, give me back my points. It would be strange if this thing could be sold on the market." Xianxia said angrily. "This thing can't be sold in your country. You can sell it in Japan, Europe, and America and make a lot of money." The system said, "You don't even have to worry about it, you just have to find an agent." Xianxia was silent for a few seconds and felt that it was feasible. Japan was an enlightened country where educational films could be sold openly as long as they were censored. Once a 3D adult game appeared, wow, he might be the first big boss to be worshipped by Japanese otakus. "How is it? Does it feel good to earn Japanese money?" The system said. "Feels so good." Xianxia said cheekily, No, this kind of game can't be made." For this kind of game, the most important thing was of course the clear blue image quality. In this aspect, the game Pesticide that he played during the day was actually a little lacking. Amethyst technology relied on throwing money to poach batch after batch of high-end PI talents, but to develop a 3D simulation game was still quite difficult. "Then are you ready to experience it?" The system said. "Experience? Oh. I'll link it to a VR game helmet and let you experience adult games." This kind of thing was exciting just thinking about it, but Xianxia did not forget the nature of not being able to exchange for physical objects. "You can touch reality? I just can't create physical objects. Although I'm not particularly outstanding in the world of systems, don't doubt a system's ability and get angry manually." The system replied. At this point, Xianxia put on the VR glasses and held the controller. "Please start your performance. Please open your dog eyes." The system retorted. In his mind, Xianxia heard the long-awaited, emotionless electronic voice. "Generating program starting." The next moment, an image appeared on the fluorescent blue screen. With a pink background, there were 3 lines of Chinese in the middle. Younger sister, elder sister, young woman. **CK, I'm already excited before it even starts. The elder sister was the most exciting to Xianxia, but he did not choose it. Like leaving the best food for last, he chose the younger sister that he disliked the most. The image changed and 4 avatars appeared. Suyu, Zhang Yunxi, Qin Qingyuan, Pei Ziki. Xianxia was speechless. **CKU. Why is my cousin in there too? Those 2 are my biological cousins, you beast system. These are the characters that I simulated based on the scale of reality. Whether it's the figure or personality, it's all the same. Don't you want to see your cousin's figure?" The system said. "I'm not a syscon." As a qualified syscon, Xianxia felt insulted. He manipulated the game controller, and the cursor wandered between Suyu and Zhang Yunxi's avatars. I'll try." He clenched his teeth and chose Suyu. In the beautiful music, the image slowly opened. The background was his uncle's house. His cousin Suyu had tears in her eyes. She looked pitiful and cute. "Cousin, Dad lost money again." The image was very realistic, more realistic than 3D but not as realistic as reality. But the voice was 100% the same. At this time, 2 options popped up, turn and leave or comfort gently. "This is the benefit I'm giving you. If you really want to develop this convenient game, I can help with the game production, but the realism will be slightly reduced." The system said. Xianxia ignored it and chose comfort gently. Then, his cousin in the image laughed and said with a blushing face, "Cousin is so nice, cousin is so gentle. He was quite cute like this." Suyu said, "Cousin, let's play." Agree, disagree, agree. 10 minutes later. Your affinity with your cousin has increased to 80%. Do you want to try more intimate actions? Xianxia was speechless. "I'm just experiencing the game." "Yes, experiencing the game." "Yes." The image suddenly changed. Suyu, wearing a set of white kawaii lingerie, fell on the bed with tears in her eyes. "Ouch, cousin is so annoying. You bully me." The young girl's slender and fair body was in full view. Her round and smooth little butt, her small and sharp breasts, her soft and white lower abdomen, her tight waist, and her slender and well-proportioned pair of jade-like legs. Because it was so realistic, It gave people the illusion that it was right in front of them. It was more realistic than the 3D manga he had seen. Xianxia, degree, as expected of a game sold in Japan. Let's see how evil you are. He chose apologize in the new notification. My cousin has accepted your apology and confessed her love to you. Actually, I've liked cousin for a long time. It was a shy expression. The image froze on his cousin's shy expression. 2 lines of text popped up in the upper right corner. Confession accepted, confession not accepted. I just want to see how far this lousy game can go. With that in mind, Xianxia chose to accept the confession. In the main view, he reached out his hand and touched his cousin's chest. Even if cousin has love, it's okay, right? Xianxia couldn't help but widen his eyes because the hands went behind the girl's back and undid her bra without hesitation. Hey, hit the horse system. Xianxia was blinded by the pair in front of him. No, quit. He seemed to see his uncle rushing towards him with a 49-meter-long sword. Game over. The image returned to the main interface. Chapter 684. How do you feel? The system's voice was full of ridicule. My heart doesn't waver at all, I even feel ashamed. Xianxia said seriously, anyway it's fake. No, this is based on a real person's scan. I've seen my cousin's breasts. Are you excited? The system argued. See your ass, this game is too easy, there's no challenge at all. Xianxia said angrily, why don't you hit the horse instead of the Japanese AV? It's a private experience, why do you have to hit the horse? Also, according to your otaku's ideal sister, she's always secretly in love with her brother and is easy to push down. If you want to challenge the higher difficulty, you can try the sister series. Oh, this doesn't seem too difficult, then choose the young woman series. The system said. Since you said so, it seems like I'll be too pretentious if I don't try again. Xianxia said. And so the game started again, this time Xianxia decisively chose the young woman series. The content of the young woman series was relatively simple. Based on Xianxia's network and vision, there was only one shortlisted. Nanman Pei. He clicked on the start of the game. The scene was at the Huangpu River, where he met the fierce Nanman Pei last year. Young man, you're quite skilled. That day Nanman Pei, who was wearing a standard office lady suit, said so. The game was perfectly restored. Queen, please let me kneel and lick your shoes. Oh, this lady's breasts are so low, let me feel to see if they're real or fake. There were only 2 choices. Xianxia said. Isn't there anything more normal? The system said, you said you wanted the more difficult one. After hesitating for a moment, he chose the second option. With Sister Man's personality, if he chose the first option, she would turn around and leave without any expression. At most, she would show a disgusting maggot expression. Unsurprisingly, he was beaten up by Nanman Pei and was sent to the hospital. I can't beat her? No matter on or off the bed, I'll beat her until she calls me daddy, okay? Xianxia was unconvinced. At that time you really couldn't beat her. The system said. Xianxia, also, I shouldn't have stayed in the hospital. I should have sunk into the Huangpu River. The system was speechless. The game screen was in the hospital. Nanman Pei asked someone to send him to the hospital so that he could visit him. It could be seen that Elder Sister Man's character was as firm as her chest. She was not a scum who would kill without caring about burying. At this moment the game notifications came again. Little lady, you're visiting me out of kindness. Have you taken a fancy to me? Boss, I was wrong. Please forgive me. There was no need to hesitate. He chose the latter. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to play the game. Nanman Pei, you're quite sensible. What's with what you said earlier? The game gave him a choice. Maybe you're a masochist. It's free to give it a try. As the old saying goes, if you're popular, you'll have to work in the sea. I just want to *CKU. There was no way to play this side quest. Xianxia helplessly typed GG. Game over. Xianxia exited the main interface and started playing again. This time he did not waste time. He chose the option of Queen, I want to kneel and lick your shoes. Then she was recruited by Nanman Pei into the security company. She began her game life as a domineering female CEO. He felt that if he had followed Elder Sister Man, the main plot of this book would have been the same as other web novels. The system was right. The character's personality did imitate real people. Xianxia noticed that Elder Sister Man's answers were very consistent with her personality. She had the gentleness and intelligence of a woman, but also the dominance and fierceness of a person. Like Japanese adult games, this was a game to capture girls. The ultimate goal was to have sex. Elder Sister Man's character capture strategy was very troublesome. She failed several times. Xianxia kept repeating it and had a lot of fun. Until 1 o'clock in the morning, Xianxia was still capturing Queen Nan Man Pei. He seemed to understand why so many Japanese otakus like to play adult games. Sex was one thing and enjoying the process of capturing girls was another. Gradually, Nan Man Pei became a game character in his heart, a game wife. Every time the system gave him an option, he had to carefully consider it. Because if he chose any wrong option, the game would end and the capture strategy would fail. Because of this, it was very interesting. Xianxia was also looking forward to seeing Nan Man Pei's reaction. For example, now brother ex-husband appeared. Through a short video, it reflected brother ex-husband's clinginess and Nan Man Pei's impatience. When the video ended, Nan Man Pei looked sad. Why did this man still appear? He made me sad and angry. Sad? So elder sister Man was not only angry but also sad? That's right. With her proud personality she must have been sad. It had nothing to do with love. But you couldn't see it from her appearance. Elder sister Man was wearing a thick armor. The game gave him the options of gentle comfort and indifferent. After thinking for a while, Xianxia chose gentle comfort. Nan Man Pei, do you have time at noon? Come to my house for lunch. Nan Man Pei made an invitation, agree and disagree. The screen changed to Nan Man Pei's house. The five of them sat at the dining table to eat. This scene was very familiar. It was the scene when brother ex-husband came to their house for lunch. So she is using me as a shield. Okay, this is very Nan Man Pei. Nan Man Pei, Chow Bing, this is my boyfriend. The game gave Xianxia the options of cooperate with Nan Man Pei, and bang the table and stand up. What the hell is bang the table and stand up? That day he chose to cooperate with elder sister Man. If he followed this option, the game could continue. But Xianxia couldn't hold back his curiosity and chose to bang the table and stand up. So he slammed the table and stood up, criticizing brother ex-husband at length. The general meaning was, I have never seen such a shameless person. You abandoned Man and still pestered her. Man is my woman. If you dare to pester her again, I will beat the shit out of you. The subtitles flashed by quickly, scolding brother ex-husband. The plot of eating ended here. At the door of the villa, Nan Man Pei blushed and said, Thank you, oh my god. Xianxia was shocked. When has elder sister Man been so shy and bashful? Please for a sack of beans. I wanted to bang the table and stand up to scold brother ex-husband. Has elder sister Man been conquered by me? You are welcome. It is what I should do. What are you talking about? I am a man. Probably because he had always been gentle and polite in front of Nan Man Pei, he chose the latter. Nan Man Pei said shyly, I like masculine men. So elder sister Man likes bossy presidents. The plot continued. It was Nan Man Pei's birthday. Speaking of which, Xianxia didn't even know the month and date of her birthday. Today is my birthday. Shall we have dinner together? I am so sorry. I forgot your birthday. Xianxia of course chose yes. Then a few options popped up on the game interface. Send roses, send chocolate, send sculpture, and send euro. The first three options were fine, but what the hell was with the euro? Xianxia felt that it was a trap of the game. If he chose it, it would end the game. But it was already very late. He planned to sleep, so he chose send euro. How did you know that I like euro? This is my favorite birthday present. Nan Man Pei almost cried tears of joy. Xianxia's face was filled with black question marks. Could it be that this wasn't a trap that led to their failure? Fortunately, Nan Man Pei explained that the first birthday present she received from her father was a euro. Her father always liked that she was a boy, so he gave her a euro. Xianxia also played the euro when he was young. His uncle got someone to buy one for him. It was still in the small warehouse at home. At 2 o'clock in the morning, after a long game, Nan Man Pei finally fell in love with him. At this moment, Xianxia cried tears of joy. This F***king game, I played it for 3 hours. Elder sister Man was indeed difficult to win over. Even in the game she was a tough nut to crack. I've been so tired all these years. I've been working alone until now. Are you willing to take over my company? Xianxia chose yes. Then there was a 20-second short clip. They got married. Then they entered the bridal chamber. It's here. Those evil hands appeared again. A few hours ago they took off Su Yu's little omen sneakily. Xianxia was suddenly energized and his sleepiness disappeared. After a series of fierce maneuvers, the beauty on the bed was suddenly naked. This time the system made mosaic, but the mosaic was very perfunctory. It was like a Japanese film, only a little bit of mosaic. System, Xianxia said seriously, if it's art, please don't hit me. If it's erotic, please don't let me experience it. System, haha. Xianxia was about to carefully admire it when the scene changed again. The camera zoomed out. She was lying on the bed, and he could only see the graceful curves of her body. And at the bottom of the main view there was a mosaic. Darling, I'm here. Call me little man, don't blow my ear, I can't stand it. Aha. Amidst the ambiguous and melodious music and soft moans, they finished scattering flowers. In the middle of the night, Sister Ziwei must be asleep. It was inconvenient to knock on the door. Suyu was too far away to reach. He sighed helplessly. Sleep. Sister Man's favorite gift was a spinning top. Sister Man's sensitive part was her ears. Sister Man liked overbearing presidents. Sister Man hoped that the person she liked would call her little man. While doing the game summary, he entered the dream. The next day was Sunday. Xianxia accompanied Wang Zijin for a morning run with a bitter face. Why are you pulling a long face? Wang Zijin, who had already noticed his expression, panted and squinted. Don't you know why I'm pulling a long face? Xianxia said in a bad mood. No matter if it's a man or a woman, if they can't be satisfied, they'll cheat. Wang Zijin snorted. You dare. Xianxia argued back. I don't dare, but my avatar does. It's normal if it's drunk and makes a mistake. No matter how smart Wang Zijin was, she had no experience after all. She was proficient in controlling men, but not her husband. After thinking about it, she felt that it made sense. She used too much force. Then I'll leave the door open for you at night. Remember to come later. After that, she saw Xianxia's glowing face and his eyes shining. Thinking of his motor power, she panicked slightly and said, Don't stay too late. You have to go to work tomorrow. I'll try to keep the speed constant, Xianxia said. After buying breakfast, he got home. His sister was playing games in the living room, wearing a VRI mask, sitting on the sofa with her small back straight. Internet addict girl. Sister, stop playing. Eat breakfast. Xianxia called. Wait for me to finish this game. Cancel it. It's single player anyway. Oh, you're annoying. I'm too lazy to care about you. Xianxia and Wang Zijin sat down to eat breakfast. His cell phone rang. It was Suyu. Wang Zijin looked at it. Maybe something happened at the company. Xianxia weakly defended himself and answered the phone. What's up? I'm eating with my sister. If you have something to say it quickly. He reminded Suyu not to coquettishly call him husband. Suyu said, Are you free today? Xianxia, what's up? Suyu said, Today is Sister Man's birthday. She invited us to her house for dinner. Xianxia. Chapter 685. Today is Sister Man's birthday? It must be fake. I'm probably still in a dream. I must have been obsessed with the game last night. It must be like this. Xianxia looked at Wang Zijin, who was eating soup dumplings and listening attentively. Without any hesitation, he slapped her white and cute oval face. Slap. It was not a strong slap, but it was crisp. Wang Zijin was stunned. Her expression froze, and the soup dumpling in her mouth fell into the tofu pudding. Sister Ziwei's face gradually became ferocious. It hurts, Xianxia said softly. It hurts. Wang Zijin glared. Yes, I love Sister Ziwei the most, Xianxia said. It seemed that it was not a dream. Wang Zijin looked at the phone, then looked at Xianxia and said expressionlessly, You will lose me like this. Say something, I'm waiting for your answer, Suyu shouted on the other end of the phone. Yes, when? Xianxia replied. Maybe it was a coincidence. It could not be that the system was assisting him. No, it was not assisting him. It wanted to see the world in chaos. He had a lot of problems to solve, and now he had to deal with Nan Man Pei? Without Sister Man, Xianxia was confident that he could control the overall situation. Of course at night. We'll go pick some gifts in the afternoon, Suyu said. After hanging up the phone, Xianxia was scared. He rushed over, kissed Wang Zijin's face and rubbed it. It doesn't hurt. Wang Zijin kept a straight face and did not speak. Xianxia whispered in her ear, watching his sister who was concentrating on the game, Then I'll let you sit on top tonight and you can have sex with me. Wang Zijin could not help but smile when she saw his winking. She quickly stopped and snorted. In your dreams. You'll have to rely on your hands at night. Are you serious? You want me to learn from the blind monk and use my hands to achieve my dreams again? Xianxia thought to himself, this wind won't last long. If I only have Sister Ziwei as my wife, I will definitely be under her control. She had nothing to do at home in the afternoon, so she took some time to pay attention to Zhen Huan. The broadcast on the satellite channel was coming to an end, and the finale would arrive in a week. The online version had only been broadcasted halfway, and every day there would be people with bad natures spilling spoilers on the bullet screen. The netizens were protesting that spoilers will kill the whole family, and turn off the bullet screen to protect IQ, while seriously reading the bullet screen. They couldn't stop reading the content of the spoilers. The profits brought in by Zhen Huan far exceeded Qinzai's expectations. At first glance, it didn't seem as good as a best-selling movie. However, there would still be some income from the copyrights in the future. It wasn't much, but it had the advantage of a steady stream. In addition, the celebrities who participated in the filming had their fame skyrocketed. In this era where traffic was king, there was a huge increase in the film's remuneration, appearance fees and advertising fees. The main source of income for celebrities was definitely not from filming, but from advertisements and commercial performances. There were more and more celebrities under Tianfeng Entertainment, so his sister didn't have to work so hard anymore. Although compared to the model workers in the industry, she was just a salted fish. She didn't have to do endorsements or commercial performances every few days. In the future, she just had to stay behind the scenes. Qinzai hoped to see such a change. It would be better for his sister to be as low-key as possible. After all, when she got pregnant in the future, her exposure would be less. When it came to children, in Suyu's words, "It's really difficult for me to have children." She was a little anxious. She thought that if she got pregnant after one time and gave birth the next month, she would definitely say that she was pregnant with a son in October. In his heart, Qinzai didn't want to have children yet. He always felt that he was only 18 years old and didn't have the patience and awareness to be a stay-at-home dad. Wang Zijin was the same, and so was his sister. She was younger than Qinzai in her heart and always felt that she was a little fairy. If she gave birth too early, there would be two crying monsters at home. The older one would hold the younger one and cry to each other. After lunch, at his sister's request, he made 2 plates of fruit ice cream for the two of them and put them in crystal utensils. This way, his sisters could eat ice cream in the warm air-conditioned room. Girls loved to eat desserts, and Qinzai liked to see his sister's happy face when she ate desserts. As for Nan Manpei's birthday, the two of them naturally wouldn't go. They weren't familiar with Nan Manpei and he didn't invite them. However, Wang Zijin asked Qinzai to be home before 10 o'clock. This request was reinforced by Qin Bao. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, he waited for Suyu's car in the underground parking lot and took her Maserati to leave the community. "What gift should I buy?" Suyu drove while racking her brain. "What do you think of perfume? If the perfume is not a limited edition foreign, then it loses the meaning of being a gift." Qinzai shook his head. "Doesn't your sister have a limited edition Chanel?" Suyu instigated. "I'll turn around and you bring it out. Do you want us to break up?" Qinzai rolled his eyes at her. That perfume was bought through Davis's connections. Now it couldn't be bought with money. His sister carefully treasured it, and her best friend Wang Zijin wanted to bare her fangs and claws when she sneaked a peek. "Buy a watch," Suyu said. "The watch on Sister Man's hand is worth millions. Do you want to know?" Qinzai said. "The gift is light but the thought is heavy, then buy an electric jinbo." "Ah." Suyu, who didn't understand Japanese, didn't understand. "What's that?" "Nothing, I'm just being naughty." Qinzai shrugged. "You can decide what you want to give." "No, we're going together. Don't you want to give a gift? If the husband and wife are together, it seems that you only need to give a gift." Qinzai frowned. "I remember when I was a child, my parents gave gifts in return." "Oh, you're so annoying. We haven't registered yet, so it doesn't count." Suyu was so happy that she couldn't wait to turn the steering wheel and the green belt on the roadside. It was hard to hold back. Suyu took him to the mall and shopped for more than an hour. They didn't buy anything, so they drove to another mall until 4:30 in the afternoon. Seeing that the gift was going to be dark if they didn't finalize the gift, she took Qinzai to a counter and bought a Dior perfume. Qinzai suspected that she had purposely dragged him to the mall before. "So you actually knew it in your heart and deliberately took me around for a long time?" Qinzai was speechless. "It's rare to come out, so I just want to accompany you." Suyu admitted generously and casually raised the knife. "I was coquettish." Obviously, she knew that he was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Perfume was a consumable, so it was appropriate to give it at any time. Besides, with Nan Manpei's wealth, it was completely unnecessary to buy something too expensive. "I've also thought about your gift for you. Buy a box of cosmetics. Although Sister Man only puts on light makeup occasionally." Suyu pulled him towards another counter. Qinzai's heart moved. "Wait, my gift is not here." Suyu looked at him blankly. "What time are we going?" Before 7 o'clock. Then drive me home, Xianxia said. When he got home he found that he didn't bring the key. He usually didn't bring the key to the house. When he came back with his sister, it was his sister who brought it. No one opened the door when he knocked, so he had to call his mother. Ma was at the other end of the community, bragging with the aunties in the district and sending some specialties and facial masks that her daughter brought back from the United States. In the community, Ma was a popular figure, enjoying the flattery and envy of the aunties. Occasionally she would take a few autograph tasks, and the aunties in the community who asked for autographs for their grandchildren would be grateful. Ma didn't like to mix with this group of aunties in the past. Although the relationship was maintained well, they would always talk about Qin Bao Bao from time to time, and then ask, "Does your daughter have a boyfriend?" How annoying. The reason why she always remembered Qin Bao Bao was mainly that this bestie was too outstanding. Other people saw a beauty from a young age, but she had a seductive aura from a young age. When she was in junior high school, there were young people in the community who secretly stuffed love letters on the carpet at home. The bold ones waited for Qin Bao Bao to finish school with her school bag. Her slim body was wrapped in the school uniform and her ponytail swayed. They asked for her phone number all the way in the community. At this time, Xianxia's role was reflected. The little henchman shouted, "Get lost," to whoever he saw. Thus, the little henchman's childhood playmates were all from the community next door. Ma received a call and said helplessly, "I'll go home first. My son came back today but he didn't bring his keys. He's waiting at the door." The aunties were shocked. "Oh, Xianxia is back? So filial. He didn't forget to come home to see you even though he's so busy." Ma replied as she got up. Her face was a little red. She thought to herself, "Filial my A**s. It's as if he's not in Shanghai." Remember which autograph it is, old Sue. The aunties didn't forget their purpose after praising each other. Ma said as she walked away. The 140 square meter suite had 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 2 bathrooms, a small storage room and a balcony. In the storage room were Xianxia and Qin Bao Bao's childhood toys, as well as some elementary, junior high and senior high school textbooks. These things were kept by the old man, and hidden in them were his children's childhood. Some toys were thrown away when they were broken, and some toys were only covered with a layer of dust after more than 10 years. Suyu stood at the door of the storage room and watched Xianxia rummaging inside. His hair, shoulders and arms were covered with dust. "What are you looking for?" Suyu said angrily. At this time she saw Xianxia take out a bald feather duster from the bottom of the box and said with deep resentment, "It's this thing. It dominated my whole childhood." Crack. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Xianxia killed the enemy of that year with his own hands. "Suyu, don't tell me you took me home just to see you tear the feather duster with your own hands." At this time, Xianxia threw the remains of the feather duster at Suyu's feet. For revenge, husband and wife have to fight together to be satisfied. Come on, you are a step on it. Suyu, she blushed and looked shyly at Ma next to her. The word husband and wife made her feel as if honey had melted in her heart, but she was also a little uneasy. Found it? Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. Suyu suppressed the strangeness in her heart and looked over. Xianxia was dragging something in his hand. This thing seems to be a spinning top? When she was a child, she often saw boys waving small whips and slapping the spinning top. It was different from the spinning top that children play with now. It was made of wood and inlaid with a ball at the bottom. The wooden spinning top was dark and gray, with a trace of cracks on the surface. Ma endured for a long time and finally said, "You came home to look for this thing?" "Yes, Mom, you don't have to worry about me. I'll leave soon." Xianxia said, "I'll go to a friend's birthday party in the evening." Ma was disappointed. "Oh. To hell with filial piety. Son and daughter are the same. Then sign your name before you go." There are 2 stacks of artistic photos of Xianxia and Qin Bao Bao at home, specially used to deal with such situations. Suyu was stunned. "Don't tell me this thing is your birthday present?" Chapter 686. On the way to Nan Manpei's villa, it was Xianxia's turn to drive. Suyu's beautiful designer bag contained a washed wooden top. Being able to lie quietly in a bag with a price of 6 digits, that guy could be regarded as a successful person in the world of tops. "You sent this thing to Sister Man, will you really not be beaten?" Suyu didn't understand what he meant. "Nonsense, Sister Man can't beat me," Xianxia retorted. "The point is that she will be angry." "I'm not sure. Try to see if the low strategy is really based on reality." "What do you mean?" Suyu asked. But Qinzhe refused to talk to her and did not explain. Last night, he had just successfully captured Sister Man and had sex with her. Today was Sister Man's birthday, and he felt the deep malice from the system. In addition, he needed to confirm the nature of the game again. The inertia of human thinking is not difficult to capture. As long as there is enough data, I can deduce the universe. This is what the low system said. As a system, although it is a bit low, its computing ability is the foundation of its foothold in the system world, and it can be trusted. If it is as the system said, then it is amazing. This is not a game, it is clearly a girl strategy assistant. My 72 concubines in the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. It was quite exciting to think about it. In addition, there was one thing that made him particularly concerned. If what the system said was true, then Suyu, the little girl, was too indecent. I only took 40 seconds to capture her. It's scary to think about it. This girl is introverted and shy. She has a slight personal admiration for me, but how, at such a young age, she wants to go to the orthopedics department. I am her cousin. How can I have a longing for my cousin that I shouldn't have? I treat her as a sister, but she wants to. It is natural to have a younger brother's complex, and an older brother's complex should go to hell. First determine the authenticity of this matter, and then find a way to get his cousin back on the right track. He didn't expect that the most dangerous boss in this book was actually Yuyu. My sister and I know the root of everything. Well, I know the truth. Thinking of his cousin, his heart was heavy. So he was still nagging. Suddenly, he patted him on the arm and said in a strange tone, You just said husband and wife, in front of your mother. Qinzhe suppressed his thoughts and looked at her. So what? Suyu whispered, Didn't you say that your parents know the relationship between Wang Zijin and you? Qinzhe, I didn't say that my parents know about our relationship. Suyu, you only said that your father likes me very much. She frowned and said, Will your mother think that I'm a shameless third party? She likes Wang Zijin more in the first place. Qinzhe, it's okay, my mom will only blame me. She won't blame me too much. I'm her son. No matter how feminist she is, she'll give me a thumbs up and say, Son is awesome. Besides my mom. His eyes widened abruptly. Suyu asked, What happened to your mother? Qinzhe neglected one thing. The more promiscuous their son was, the happier his parents would be. It proved that their son was very outstanding and did not have to worry about not being able to find a wife. This idea was not wrong, but what if their daughter married such a promiscuous man? Even if he had a foot in 2 boats in the future, as long as he could hold on, the old man in Qinma would probably turn a blind eye to it. After all, people were selfish. Wang Zijin and Suyu were not his daughters after all, but his sister was different. She was their biological daughter. In the future, even if his parents agreed to let him be with his sister, although this was unlikely, he would still have a foot in 2 boats. Oh no, 3 boats. The long-lost mixed doubles of the martial arts world came out of nowhere. No, it was even more terrible than mixed doubles. Suyu, what's wrong? Say something. Qinzhe said tiredly, Don't talk, I want to be alone. Don't ask me who's quiet, asked Xianxia. Nan Man Pei prepared dinner in the villa. She washed the kitchen knives, chopping boards, pots and pans, and washed the vegetables by herself. Pei Ziki wanted to help but was driven out by her. It was hard to imagine that such a rich woman, who Qinzhe did not know how many assets she had a stubborn hobby for the kitchen. She should have a group of maids at home and enjoy the life of a queen. But she had a special fondness for breastfeeding children. No one knew why. Even Pei Ziki and Li Donglai were puzzled. What they were most puzzled about was not their aunt's love of cooking, but her poor cooking skills. Pei Ziki, a girl who rarely went into the kitchen, could occasionally cook a bowl of egg fried rice and make it look, smell and taste good. But their aunt, who had been a professional cook for more than 10 years, seemed to be still in the same place. Her understanding of cooking was limited to spicy and not spicy. Every time the siblings finished eating spicy dishes, they secretly swore in their hearts that starting tomorrow, they would say to their aunt, I don't want to eat, I don't want to eat, I want to eat takeout. But every time they ate, their aunt would ask if the dishes were to their taste, and the siblings' answers were highly consistent. Yes, it's delicious. Only Suyu knew why, because she was lonely. Many years ago, she came to Shanghai alone, and her sister was her only family. Many years later, her sister died, and her family was only left with a pair of young siblings. If she could not breastfeed her children, her life would only be left with making money and being in a daze. The kitchen was a place where the smell of home was strong. Only when she thought that there were 2 children at home waiting to be fed could she feel that she still had a home. When she first met Suyu, she smelled a familiar smell from her. The smell of the same kind. Therefore the two of them quickly became good friends. The ingredients selected today were very suitable for making Hunan cuisine. There could be no vegetables in the refrigerator, but there must be dried chilies and green peppers. Nan Man Pei washed the vegetables, and the meat dishes that should be cleaned were also cleaned up, but she did not cook. Ziki, call your Aunt Suyu, why hasn't she come yet? Nan Man Pei said angrily, if she doesn't come, don't come. Oh. Pei Ziki made the call and quickly replied, 20 minutes. Clang. The sound of a spoon hitting the lid of the pot, Nan Man Pei said angrily, she must be there in 10 minutes. In the living room, Pei Ziki and Li Donglai looked at each other. Their aunt's anger was unreasonable. Nan Man Pei angrily threw the spoon into the sink and touched her flat belly. She was hungry. Qin Zhe and Su Yu arrived before 7 o'clock, and Li Donglai greeted them happily, Qin Go. You've grown taller. Qin Zhe patted him on the shoulder. In the middle of the year, Li Donglai was 170 centimeters tall and below his shoulders. Now his head could reach Qin Zhe's mouth. I will be better than you in the future. Li Donglai made a playful advertising slogan. Very good. Qin Zhe nodded, stand still, I'll buy you a few oranges. Li Donglai said, I can't beat you, Qin Gu. Qin Zhe looked at Pei Ziki and the little girl was peeking at him. When she met his gaze, she immediately looked away and leaned on the sofa in a very indifferent posture with a straight face. You've grown a lot. Qin Zhe said seriously. If his eyes hadn't fallen on her small chest, Pei Ziki would have answered. Qin Zhe stopped and looked away before the little girl made a threatening gesture. Where's Sister Man? In the kitchen? As soon as he said that, Nan Man Pei, wearing an apron, casual clothes and slippers, came out of the kitchen and glanced at Qin Zhe coldly. Come and help. I'll help too. Su Yu joined in the fun. You can't even tell the difference between tomato and tomato. Go away. Nan Man Pei said and turned back to the kitchen. The difference between tomato and tomato? Su Yu tried hard to think but couldn't figure it out. She pulled Qin Zhe's arm. A tomato is a tomato, right? There's no difference, right? Qin Zhe, what an urgent question. Is this why you asked me to help? Qin Zhe glanced at the kitchen that was free of oil and smoke, and the vegetables that were washed clean but not cut. You didn't even do anything and you want me to be the chef? Nan Man Pei stroked her hair and said, don't talk too much nonsense. Ziki and Donglai are hungry. Okay, help me turn on the stove, I'll cut the vegetables. Qin Zhe skillfully took out a new apron from the cabinet and put it on. He then picked up the kitchen knife and flipped it over, making a beautiful cut. Nan Man Pei clicked her tongue and turned to turn on the stove, turned on the range hood, poured oil, and stood elegantly at the side to watch Qin Zhe cut the vegetables. His knife skills were definitely master level. Nan Man Pei envied such knife skills because it was the standard of a top chef. However, wasn't a knife used to cut people? If a knife wasn't used to cut people, then it would lose its meaning. This was what her father said. Based on this concept, Nan Man Pei was good at cutting people with a knife, but not cutting vegetables. Tisk, are you secretly learning from me? Qin Zhe turned his head and looked at her with a smile. Cutting vegetables mainly depends on the familiarity of your hands, and then you have to find some videos to watch. I'll teach you the same. When cutting vegetables, the strength of your arms must be evenly distributed so that you can cut vegetables of the same shape. Remember to use the strength of your arms, not your wrists. Sister Man, your knife is too murderous and too keen on sharpness. After nagging for a long time, he looked at Nan Man Pei and said, do you understand? Nan Man Pei was listening attentively. When she heard this, she immediately rolled her eyes and said, I'm bored. I'm just watching. Who wants to hear you talk endlessly? Qin Zhe said, all right, throw the vegetables into the pot and help fry. I'll take over after I'm done with this. Nan Man Pei did as she was told and poured the vegetables into the pot. Sizzle, 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 and oil splattered everywhere. She stir-fried expressionlessly, unlike the other girls who screamed and ran away. At this time, Qin Zhe finished cutting the vegetables and placed them on the glassware. He walked behind Nan Man Pei and was about to take over when he was suddenly attracted by her fair and tender earlobe. Pei Nan Man had to cook today, so she tied up her hair. Through her messy hair, one could clearly see her snow-white and slender neck, as well as her sparkling and rosy earlobes that shone through the window. Thinking of his experience in the game, Qin Zhe subconsciously blew a breath of hot air at Nan Man Pei's left earlobe. With just a breath, Nan Man Pei's body stiffened. Then, her body softened and began to tremble slightly. Her neck, shoulders, arms. Layers of goosebumps appeared on her skin. The vegetables in the pot were soaked in oil and sizzling with smoke. The ladle that was stir-frying the vegetables stopped. Nan Man Pei turned around, her beautiful face frosty. Qinzhe was speechless. It seemed that he had gone too far. Chapter 687. Everyone had a sensitive spot. Qinzhe's sensitive spot was his neck. He could understand the feeling of having goosebumps all over his body and shivering fiercely. A woman's hair couldn't be touched. A woman's age couldn't be asked. In addition, unless she was your wife, her sensitive spot couldn't be touched. Two things could be confirmed. 1. Sister Man's sensitive spot was really her earlobe. 2. Yaya really had a deep malice of let uncle break my leg. In the silent eye contact. Oh, you're cooking, it's all burnt. The witty Qinzhe bit back and looked away, pretending to care about the dishes in the pot. He said so, Nan Man Pei wouldn't let it go, right? So Her Excellency Queen's face changed several times. She gritted her teeth, silently stepped aside, crossed her arms and gently rubbed the goosebumps. From childhood to adulthood, no one had breathed in her ear, and no man had made her weak all over like this. There was a long-lost feeling of being teased. Nan Man Pei seriously thought about whether to throw Qinzhe into the Huangpu River. For Su Yu's sake, at most he wouldn't tie a dead knot. Su Yu said the 30 billion was returned? Qinzhe asked coldly. Nan Man Pei returned to his senses, nodded and said lightly, yes, including the interest. Qinzhe stir-fried and smiled. It doesn't matter what the interest is. We're friends. Nan Man Pei sneered. No, I don't want to owe you anything. Su Yu said that your gentleness is the strongest poison, and any woman will be addicted to it. Yes, with such an excellent man treating you well and teasing the depths of your heart from time to time, which woman wouldn't be tempted? But the person involved didn't seem to have such a concept. Qinzhe said, we're friends. Haven't you helped me a lot? Not to mention our relationship with your relationship with Su Yu, you don't need to return tens of billions. Nan Man Pei, then return the money to me. Ha ha ha, I was just saying. Qinzhe smiled awkwardly. But aren't you becoming more and more wary of me? Nan Man Pei's expression changed slightly as he said in a deep voice, I've always been like this. You have no bottom line when it comes to treating women well. You think that your gentleness and kindness are one-sided, but you ignore the longing and reluctance that women have for you. Nietzsche once said, when you stare into the abyss stares back at you. She didn't want to admit it, but Qinzhe was like an abyss in her heart. Once she fell in, she couldn't climb out. Qinzhe scratched his head. Big sister man, although you might feel awkward if I say this, it's better than saying it to an outsider. This sentence was said by Genghis Khan, not some clay vegetable. Nan Man Pei? The person who was really embarrassed didn't stop. He said to himself, moreover, if it was 2 years ago, even if I was devoted to a girl, she probably wouldn't look at me in the eye. The scope of girls was limited to high-quality beauties like his sister Su Yu and Wang Zijin. With Qinzhe's good looks and the label of a house in Shanghai, sleeping with an ordinary cabbage was actually not a problem. But with his aesthetic standards destroyed by his sister, it was difficult for him to accept ordinary girls. See, Nan Man Pei's cat-like curiosity was aroused again. What happened to you 2 years ago? Nan Man Pei asked. On the surface he was as calm as an old dog, but on the inside he was curious. 2 years ago I was the successor of communism. 2 years later I'm the king of Hei's. Qinzhe said. Unable to satisfy his curiosity, Nan Man Pei curled her lips. She felt that Qinzhe must have changed so quickly because something must have stimulated him. Talent was not money that could be picked up easily. She guessed that Qinzhe used to be low-key and did not show off, but in the past year or so, something must have stimulated him. Nan Man Pei could not guess it for the time being. As they chatted, the food was ready. Nan Man Pei and Qinzhe brought the dishes to the table. The table was full of meat and vegetables. The air was filled with the fragrance of vegetables and spicy food. Li Donglai kept picking up the spicy chicken with his hands, eating one piece after another. Wash your hands. Nan Man Pei scolded. How old are you? How can you be so unruly? Qinzhe silently glanced at her. Who was the one who was secretly eating in the kitchen, taking one piece after another? Who was that? Nan Man Pei opened a bottle of red wine. The two women and the girl drank while Qinzhe and Li Donglai drank beer. The little girl kept forcing him to drink, but she drank until her face turned red. Qinzhe's expression did not change. How discouraging. The red-faced Li Donglai and Pei Ziki looked at each other. Pei Ziki nodded, got up and ran upstairs. After a while she came down with a square brocade box in her hand. Auntie, this is the bracelet that Donglai and I bought together. We wish you peace and happiness and a beauty like jade. Nan Man Pei opened the box. There was a jade bracelet lying inside. The color was excellent, and it was worth at least a few 100,000 yuan. It was obvious that the siblings had emptied their coffers. Good girl. Nan Man Pei touched her niece's head and nodded at Li Donglai. It was not a big deal to buy expensive gifts for the elders, but it was rare to be willing to empty the coffers. Nan Man Pei was actually no different from their mother in the hearts of the siblings. Oh, I almost forgot that I had a gift. Suyu took out the perfume from her bag and pushed it in front of Nan Man Pei. She smiled and said, I know you like this perfume. Don't dislike it, rich woman. Nan Man Pei smiled, put the jade bracelet and perfume aside, and glanced at Xianxia without a trace. Xianxia was eating and did not pay attention, but Suyu noticed. She remembered the ugly spinning top in the bag and thought that it was better not to take it out. Her man was most of the time reliable, but from time to time he was not serious, exaggerated, and very naughty. She was afraid that he would find a spinning top and use the gimmick of, my favorite toy when I was a child, to tease sister man. Suyu felt that the relationship between Xianxia and Nan Man Pei depended on herself to lubricate the middle. In fact, she did not know that the relationship between Nan Man Pei and Xianxia was far better than she thought. Much better. Just by being teased and not getting angry, it could be seen that Nan Man Pei treated Xianxia differently. Hey Xianxia, didn't you bring a gift? Pei Ziki secretly paid attention to Xianxia. At this moment she was unhappy and said, Then what are you doing here? Are you here for free food? Before you say this, you spit out the food in your stomach. Xianxia dissed her and then turned his head. So you take out the gift. Suyu looked embarrassed and glared at Xianxia fiercely. She hesitantly took out the wooden top and defended her man. Sister man, he was joking. Pei Ziki opened her eyes wide and looked at it several times. After confirming that it was just a broken top, she was furious. Xianxia, what do you mean? It's my aunt's birthday. How can you give this thing? Break up. Don't ask me what position I'm in. It's too old. She stood up and put her hands on her hips, like a loyal servant girl under the throne of a queen. Li Donglai said awkwardly, Qinggo? This thing was really not done well. It shouldn't be done. Jianghu was not short of money, and he had a good relationship with her family. If she didn't want to give an expensive gift, she might as well not give it. It didn't matter. Why use this kind of thing to fool people? Her aunt didn't invite outsiders on her birthday. She invited him to her house for dinner. She really treated him as a close friend. Nan Man Pei looked at the wooden top and was stunned. Birthday. Gift. Wooden top. The memories that had been sealed away for a long time surged up like the tide in the moonlight. The first birthday gift she received from her father in her life was a wooden top. Her father felt that if he had a son, he must play with the top with him. But if it was a daughter, it didn't matter. Her father's words seemed to travel through time and rang in her ears. Over the years, she had received many gifts, many of which were expensive. 2 years ago, a rich man who was pursuing her gave her a Bugatti sports car worth 90 million. There were also people who gave her limited edition jewelry that started at 7 figures. Those things were not attractive to Nan Man Pei. She was not interested in things that could be bought with money. But this wooden top evoked Nan Man Pei's childhood memories and her father's doting smile. The meaning of this thing could not be defined by money. It was not accurate to say that it was feelings. It was a soft feeling in the heart that outsiders could not touch. Gradually, Nan Man Pei's eyes moistened. No one at the scene understood Nan Man Pei's inner thoughts except for Xianxia, so they were shocked by her reaction. The straight woman of steel was actually red-eyed? In the eyes of Pei Ziki and Li Donglai, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was sinking. The brother and sister looked at each other. Suyu and Nan Man Pei had known each other for a long time. She had always been light, as if nothing could make her hard. She couldn't help but look at Xianxia. Xianxia grinned at her. So cool, this feeling of flirting with a woman is so cool. It's better than acting cool. Thank you. Nan Man Pei held back her emotions and stared deeply at Xianxia. This is the best birthday gift I have received. This gift reminded her of her father's love. Xianxia was stunned. The lines were so similar to the game? The system's computing power was too buggy. For some reason, Xianxia's brain twitched and he said subconsciously, "Call me Dad." Chapter 688. At the table, the atmosphere fell into a strange silence. Pei Ziki and Li Donglai showed a superb level of facial art. Their eyes and noses were full of drama, and their big mouths were also full of drama. At any time they would jump out a sentence, "So you are this kind of Xianxia." Suyu stared at Xianxia with her beautiful eyes. This was flirting, right? This was definitely flirting. She had heard Xianxia say the same words more than once. For example, when the two were studying Edo 48 hands in order to increase the fun, Qinze would jump out such a sentence from time to time. Su Ali called Dad. Compared to Su Yu's anger and jealousy, Pei Nanman was completely stunned. Her hand that was holding the chopsticks was trembling non-stop trembling. After Qinze finished this sentence, he regretted it in his heart. It was cool to show off for a while, but his corpse fell into the Huangpu River. It felt good to predict the enemy's action. Everyone didn't know the significance of the spinning top to Nanman Pei. Only I knew. I also knew that Nanman Pei thought of her father when she saw the spinning top, so the 3 words "call Dad" was not flirting as Suyu thought, but a shocking revelation. But it seemed that whether it was flirting or revealing, it was not appropriate to say it. "Sister man, I'm joking." Qinze laughed, just to liven up the atmosphere. "Is it funny?" "I don't think so." Suyu pinched Qinze's waist under the table, stepped on his instep desperately and muttered, "Is it funny? Is it funny?" Nanman Pei was expressionless. "Let's eat." She fiercely suppressed the impulse to rub Qinze on the ground, and then called 800 strong men to fight together, beat up Qinze, and throw him into the Huangpu River. "You can fight again. I will call 800 Spartan warriors to come over and beat you." However, just as Qinze thought, Nanman Pei could only hold it in. She couldn't lose her temper in front of her nephew and niece, whether it was to beat Qinze up or to ask the strong men to beat Qinze up. Nanman Pei was very angry, but he couldn't show it on the table. He kicked him under the table. "Ouch!" Suyu screamed. She bent over and covered her leg with tears in her eyes. "Sister man, why did you kick me?" She was stepping on Qinze's foot. Both of them were hit together. Nanman Pei didn't mean to be merciful. Suyu burst into tears on the spot. Li Donglai and Pei Ziki looked at their aunt together. Nanman Pei kept a straight face and said calmly, "What? I didn't kick you. Are you having a cramp?" Suyu, Pei Ziki and Li Donglai's eyes met. The latter was working hard on his phone and typing with his head down. Li Donglai, "I feel a strange atmosphere." Pei Ziki, "Well, Qinze was flirting with Aunt just now." Li Donglai, horrified, "Aunt seems to be pretentious. She kicked him under the table. Does it look like flirting?" Pei Ziki, "Flirting your head. Don't think about it. How can Qinze have any relationship with Aunt?" "Absolutely not." Li Donglai, "Why are you so excited?" Supercilious, Pei Ziki's face turned red. Li Donglai, "Do you like Jianghu?" Pei Ziki, "Your sister." Li Donglai, "Aren't you my sister?" Pei Ziki was furious and kicked him hard. Li Donglai endured it and didn't cry out in pain. Pei Ziki was angry for a while and sent a message, "Qinze and Aunt Suyu are a couple. If there is anything wrong with him and Aunt, it will be a disaster. Sisters against each other or something." Li Donglai, "You don't have to worry about this. Qinji's real girlfriend is not Aunt Suyu." Pei Ziki was shocked. "Who told you that?" Li Donglai, "I overheard it when Aunt was on the phone. That's why I know what to do." Pei Ziki put down her phone silently, thinking that men are really bad. Poor Qin Qingyuan. She didn't even have a chance to be a mistress. She could only be a spare tire. Thinking of this, she glared at Qinze fiercely. Qinze looked blank. Pei Ziki picked up the phone again. "What if Aunt really likes him? You can see that Aunt treats him differently. The only person who can frequently step into this villa, except for a few loyal cadres of her aunt, is Qinze." Li Donglai, "At worst I will call him uncle." Pei Ziki, "So stupid?" Li Donglai, "You say it as if you can influence Aunt's decision. Besides, don't imagine it yourself. It's all blind guesses. If it really comes to that point, you can't help it." Dinner was eaten from 7 o'clock to 9 o'clock. 3 bottles of red wine were bottomed out, and the beer in the freezer was emptied. Suyu and Nanman Pei drank beer later. Because beer was very tasty with spicy Xiaolong prawns. Her good sister celebrated her birthday, and she accidentally drank too much. Red wine and beer especially grinding the stomach. Suyu vomited once in the middle, and after dinner she said that her head hurt. Li Donglai was also drunk. He insisted on drinking with Qinze. The result was that he ran to the toilet and vomited. Then his legs were soft and he went back to the room to rest with the help of his sister. Nanman Pei's alcohol tolerance was not comparable to Suyu's. Her white face was stained with 2 groups of delicate red clouds, and her eyes were slightly blurred, but her consciousness and behavior were normal and she was not drunk. Qinze drank and couldn't drive, so he couldn't send Suyu home. Fortunately, Nanman Pei had a lot of guest rooms here, so there was no need to worry about not having a place to sleep. Qinze hugged her upstairs. Suyu took off her clothes, leaving only a set of black lace, which set off her white body and was particularly attractive. She rolled around on the bed and wrapped her seductive body tightly in the quilt. Then, she looked at Xianxia with a flirtatious expression that said, "You can do whatever you want with me. Don't make trouble, we're at Sister Man's house." Xianxia said softly, "Rest tonight?" Sister Man's house is very soundproof. Suyu stretched out a white and slender leg from the quilt and tried to lift Xianxia's thigh. "Anyway, you can't drive after drinking. You can rest here tonight." Xianxia shook his head. "I'll call my sister later and ask her to pick you up." Suyu was angry and her feet changed from rubbing to kicking. "You don't hurt me at all." I don't care, you have to sleep here." She drank a little wine and was a little drunk. She seemed to be particularly pestering and throwing a little temper. Xianxia lied to coax her. "Sister Man's house is not suitable for making babies." "Why?" "Think about how powerful I am. Sister Man will be hungry after hearing it. What if she treats me as a snack?" "Giggle, you're shameless." "Is she at the age of wolves and tigers?" "Yes." As the two were talking, there was a knock on the door behind them. The door was not closed. Nan Man Pei stood at the door with a cup of freshly squeezed lotus root juice and looked at Xianxia coldly. "Nan Man Pei, salted fish say, Omega winky face, was she too naughty tonight?" She couldn't control herself. She was embarrassed several times. "I squeezed the lotus root juice to detoxify the alcohol." Nan Man Pei put the cup on the bedside table, gently knocked on Suyu's forehead and said softly, "You'll feel better after drinking it." Suyu scratched her head awkwardly, stretched out two lotus arms from the quilt, leaned against the bed and drank the lotus root juice like drinking wine. Watching her finish, Nan Man Pei turned to look at Xianxia. "Do you sleep here?" Suyu's face was slightly red. Xianxia shook his head. Nan Man Pei said, "Come and talk to me about something." She turned to Suyu and said, "You go to bed early." Xianxia said in his heart, "Well, are you going to drown me in the Huangpu River?" He came to Nan Man Pei's room. Her room was luxurious, like a suite in a five-star hotel. Entering the door was the living room and the bedroom was inside. She boiled a pot of black tea, sitting like a queen, holding a teacup in one hand and an elbow in the other. "Do you have any plans for this year? Suyu said that your VR equipment has been developed?" Xianxia blew a breath, blew away the dense water vapor, took a sip of tea and smacked his mouth. "The first batch of research and development has been developed. I will sell the equipment before the new year, and then when the follow-up equipment is developed, I will open my own exclusive store. Just like the iPhone." Nan Man Pei frowned. "Not selling to the VR Experience Museum?" Xianxia curled his lips. "That kind of broken shop in the CBD area can make money, but it can't make a lot of money. I didn't buy Dongfeng for the profit of tens of millions a year. I want to start a new era of gaming." Nan Man Pei was stunned and said with emotion, "If I didn't know you, I would think that you are a pompous young man in front of me, or a habitual profiteer." "Xianxia, I'm not Jack Ma. Your 100 million can be increased by at least dozens or hundreds of times, and it won't take too long, within 5 years," he said in a confident tone. "Then I'll sit and wait for the money?" Nan Man Pei teased. "Sit down, a woman working so hard for so many years, it's completely unnecessary." Xianxia waved his hand and said arrogantly, "If I want to invest in the future, I will inform you first. You invest the money and then sit and wait for the money to come in." His eyes were full of arrogance, as if he was the king of pioneering new territory, and a business empire was just a snap of his fingers. Nan Man Pei was stunned for a moment and stared at him. Compared to when they first met, he had changed too much. If other people said such words, Nan Man Pei would only think that they were bragging in front of a woman, but when he said such words, it was inexplicably convincing. "Why did you think of giving me a spinning top?" Nan Man Pei pretended to speak in a relaxed tone, but her eyes were fixed on him. "This spinning top, it was given to me by my uncle." Xianxia said with a serious face, "My father is the kind of person who only knows how to whip me to move forward, but he rarely shows the loving side of a father. The stick is his loving side. Although my uncle is pompous and frivolous, he was very good to me when I was young. He said that the spinning top is a good gift from a father to a son, and he gave it to me because I lacked fatherly love. Yes, I need it because I lack fatherly love." Xianxia nodded with a serious face. Then he gulped down his tea. "Sister Man, remember to invest more when you open a shop in the future. After all, even I can't afford to invest so much money to open a branch all over the country. The tea is delicious, I have to go first." Before his sister came, he could make a baby with Suyu. After he finished speaking, he got up and prepared to leave. After passing by Nan Man Pei, he suddenly heard a movement behind him. Qin Zhe drank some wine, so his reaction wasn't sharp enough. Just as he was about to dodge, he felt something tighten around his neck, and then he tripped over a huge force. Many of the weak joints in his upper body were restrained. This woman, she actually sneaked up on him? Chapter 689. Nan Man Pei had put up with him for a long time. He purposely blew her earlobe in the kitchen. No one had dared to tease her openly for so many years. To be honest, when she received the gift, the spinning top really touched the softest part of her heart. She was very touched. But when she was so touched, he said, "Call me daddy?" If this happened a few years ago, when her temper was at its worst, Qin Zhe would have already sunk into the Huangpu River. Pei Ziki and Li Donglai were present. It was not good for her to fall out with him. She tried hard to hold it in. She had not felt so wronged for many years. But this guy just said bad things about her behind her back. Fatherly love, right? I'll let you have a taste of motherly love tonight. Nan Man Pei gritted her teeth. Her thigh muscles tightened silently. Hey, sister man. Let's talk nicely. Qin Zhe struggled desperately. There's nothing to talk about. Die. I'll let you see how powerful a fierce woman can be. She was so angry that her tone was childish. She wanted to fight Qin Zhe to the death. My neck is broken. Qin Zhe screamed and struggled. Sister man, don't do this. I'm still a child. This damned woman was very strong. She was like a female leopard. Under her cross lock, Qin Zhe could not break free for a while even with his monstrous strength. His neck was tightly held by two long legs. His wrists were twisted above his head. In order to deal with his monstrous strength, Nan Man Pei pressed hard on the weak acupoints on his wrists with her thumb. At the same time, Qin Zhe's small waist, which he privately said was not inferior to his sister, was bending backward desperately. This way she could twist Qin Zhe's head off. It hurt. This woman was really angry. Was the serious talk with him just now all an act? Was it just to trick him into coming here to ambush and teach him a lesson? Of course, Qin Zhe would not allow himself to be captured without putting up a fight. In his current situation, he would only be able to pull Pei Nan Man and complete the difficult carp flip. With the strength of his waist, it would not be a problem, but if he did that, his neck would be broken. One more move. Roll over, see Swamp King. Qin Zhe was rolling and so was Nan Man Pei. Qin Zhe was rolling with her. During the rolling, Nan Man Pei tightly grabbed Qin Zhe's neck and rolled from left to right. Her head hit the corner of the sofa several times, and it was so painful that she almost cried. But even so, those long legs that could crush a person to death still did not loosen. After half an hour, Nan Man Pei's hands and legs were numb from the long-term tension. On the other hand, Qin Zhe felt that his neck was about to break, but he was fine. The tables were turned in an instant. Qin Zhe forcefully pried open the two long legs that had been clamping him for half an hour. He flipped over and straddled Sister Man's round and perky buttocks. Then he twisted her arms behind her back. It turns out that a man born with a weapon is more powerful than a woman who is bare-handed. Qin Zhe gasped for breath and was proud of himself. Nan Man Pei struggled once but failed to break free. While panting, she pretended to be calm and said, "You win. Today's matter is written off." "Ah, sister man, do you think I'm a hothead? Do you think I'm easy to fool?" Qin Zhe pressed his buttocks and snorted, "The serf has turned over and become the master. It's time to ride on the landlord." She still couldn't beat him. The gap between them was too big. Nan Man Pei was disappointed. She immediately put on a straight face and said coldly, "Get up. Don't make trouble." If it was a little kid who didn't know much about the world, he would have been intimidated by her. This was the so-called coquettish words with the wind and reason with the wind. Qin Zhe smiled and said, "Call me daddy. Call me daddy and I'll let you go." While speaking, he rubbed his ear that was almost peeled off. It was burning with pain. Only he had such strong endurance that he could hold on for so long. If it was an ordinary person, they would have surrendered in less than 5 minutes. This was called F***king with all his strength. Distance tests a horse's strength. Nan Man Pei looked angry. "Qin Zhe, don't go too far. Oh, you're allowed to sneak attack me, but I'm not allowed to fight back. Call me daddy." "Haha." Nan Man Pei sneered and simply lay on the ground in silence. Qin Zhe's heart was moved. Restraining her like this wasn't a long-term solution. Sister Man also knew this, so she ignored his request. But Qin Zhe still had a way. He leaned over to Nan Man Pei's ear and gently breathed out a breath of hot air. Sure enough, Nan Man Pei's body suddenly tensed up. She struggled madly and shouted, "Qin Zhe, get off me." Qin Zhe ignored her and blew again. Nan Man Pei struggled even more fiercely. Her fair face was flushed with anger. It didn't work? No, it wasn't stimulating enough. Qinzhe stopped blowing and stuck out his tongue to lick. This time he could clearly feel Pei Nanman shuddering violently, and her strength to resist instantly disappeared. Nanman Pei's pretty face looked like a blizzard. She said coldly, "You're too much." Qinzhe licked again. Nanman Pei couldn't help but make a nasal sound. She lost all her strength and goosebumps appeared from her neck to her arms. Nanman Pei gritted her teeth and said, "Qinzhe." Qinzhe licked again. Nanman Pei was speechless. As he licked her, Qinzhe realized that Pei Nanman had stopped moving. Initially, she was trying her best to warn him with a stern tone. Later on, her delicate body slowly turned soft and her breathing quickened. Now she was lying on the ground, motionless. Nanman Pei was being straddled by him. When he lowered his head to lick her earlobe, their heads were almost parallel. Qinzhe looked at her face and suddenly understood the true meaning of the phrase, a face like a peach blossom. Her face was pale and her temperament was elegant. When she didn't exude that fierce aura, she gave people the impression that she was a woman as elegant as a chrysanthemum. She was a great beauty. But right now her face was as red as a drunkard. Her misty eyes seemed to be hiding a pool of autumn water. Pei Nanman, who had never seen such an expression on her face, was stunned. "I'm taking it a step further now. She probably won't resist." Thinking of this, he was a little restless. Just then, Nanman Pei's misty eyes flashed and she recovered her anxiety. With a disgusted expression, she said, "What do you think Su Yu's reaction will be if I run to her and tell her that you took advantage of me? Are you really going to complain?" Qinzhe said in a deep voice. "What do you think?" Nanman Pei said mischievously. There was a very good hatred hidden in it. This man made her have no way to deal with him. The strong aura that she had cultivated for many years and the wealth that scared ordinary rich people couldn't suppress him. The skills that he was so proud of had been crushed. "Then I can't lose. I have to make it real." Qinzhe pinched her chin and lowered his head to suck on her plump red lips. There was a faint fragrance on Sister Man's small mouth. It might be perfume, lipstick, or the residual fragrance of black tea. It made people want to pry open her teeth to find out. Qinzhe was afraid that his tongue would be bitten off by her, so he didn't dare to put it in. He didn't even dare to linger on her lips for a long time. Nanman Pei whispered, "Can you let me go?" Qinzhe let go of her hand and sat on the ground. He grinned and said, "Sister Man, can I still live to see the sun tomorrow?" Nanman Pei rolled her eyes at him. Her reaction was surprisingly calm. There was no anger like a girl's, nor was there shyness that made her face red. Instead, she behaved in line with a mature and intellectual woman's natural and unrestrained manner. After thinking about it, Qinzhe probed, "Why didn't you remarry for so many years?" Nanman Pei said lightly, "Why would I want to marry? There are thousands of gigolos outside. Will I lack men?" Qinzhe immediately said, "Sister Man, do you mind having a salted fish in your harem group?" Nanman Pei immediately broke down and scolded, "Get lost." After kissing and licking, he took advantage of her and took the opportunity to run away and hide his identity. Qinzhe chuckled and got up to leave. When he reached the door, he stopped and turned back. "I was serious about what I said before." Nanman Pei was stunned. "What?" Qinzhe said, "I want to form a group and integrate all the companies under my name. Sister Man, I know you are richer than me, and I also know that your path has become more and more difficult in recent years. Times are changing. In the past, you could tolerate the black industry, but now you may not tolerate the gray industry. I don't know why you always choose one person, but I don't want your future to be shackled by your career. A woman can have a career, but it shouldn't destroy all the beauty and charm." Nanman Pei stared at him blankly. He turned the doorknob and said, "What I said just now was also true." He didn't need to say anything. Nanman Pei blushed and said angrily, "Are you going to get lost or not?" "Get lost, get lost." He slipped out and closed the door behind him. After he left for a long time, Nanman Pei leaned against the sofa and sat on the ground for a long time without moving. The look in her eyes was complicated. She raised her hand and touched her lips with her slender fingers and sighed. After about half an hour, she heard the roar of a motor. The lights outside the window were bright. She walked to the window and saw Qinzhe jogging out of the villa to meet a black Lamborghini. The window of the driver's seat was rolled down. The woman driving was wearing pajamas and her hair was tied up in a bun. Her face was sharp and her eyes were lively like a little vixen. The little vixen waved her hand heroically. Qinzhe obediently got into the sports car like a henchman. The motor roared again and two beams of light cut through the darkness and drove away. Chapter 690. In the following week, the advertisement for Dongfeng's VR game was officially released on various major platforms, including self-media, primetime slots on satellite TV, mobile apps, and even subway TV. In the era of information explosion, there were too many places to place advertisements. The advertising cost alone was a daunting expense for small and medium-sized enterprises. Fortunately, Dongfeng was not short of money. It had 3 companies supporting it and had plenty of funds. Each company was a huge money-making machine. The advertisement was a 2-minute 3D game. The game, Prehistoric World, which was originally only a small hit in the mobile game field, was a knockoff among knockoffs. However, it had been brainwashing people all over the country in the past few days. It used the same advertising model as I am Jianghu, brainwashing. The core idea of the advertisement was brainwashing. From brain gold to Jianghu, to some time ago, start with a Kuan, level up by swallowing, and now Prehistoric World. However, the brainwashing advertisement for Prehistoric World was not promoting the game, but the VR game iMask. Many people were unfamiliar with this thing. At most, they had a simple understanding in science through online consultation. Although the brainwashing ability was very strong, people who were used to the bombardment of advertisements did not care too much. Some of the same industry who did not know much, even sneered at this advertisement, thinking that it was an exaggerated gimmick created by unscrupulous developers. How could such a thing exist? It might be possible after more than 10 years of development. However, not long after, Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe posted an advertisement on Weibo, recommending this VR device to fans. They posted the performance and advantages of this VR device, accompanied by Qin Baobao's gaming experience, which was a long 500 words. A detailed introduction and trial experience was something that advertisements could not do. It was not until their Weibo advertisement came out that the VR game iMask was really taken seriously by people. This was the celebrity effect. No matter how loud the advertisement was outside, the brainwashing effect was achieved, but there were very few people who really experienced it and paid attention. However, if a public figure wrote a recommendation, fans would pay attention out of love for the house and its crow. Especially when the article had Qin Baobao's personal experience. This was much more attractive than digitalized articles and advertisements. Is it true? It's not an exaggerated advertisement, right? Did the goddess take on an endorsement or advertisement? Don't be like that, as Jianghu has already disappointed me to the core. If it's real, I'll definitely buy it. I feel like I'm eating chicken. There were also some half-baked experts who analyzed, this kind of VR game that connects to computers has long been available overseas, but even overseas it can't be popularized. Furthermore, it's expensive, and there are even fewer of them in the country. Look at Qin Baobao's personal experience. It's written even better than the foreign ones. It's a little fake. But soon after, many celebrities posted on Weibo to praise this eye patch for the VR game. Among them were celebrities under Tianfeng, as well as well-known big shots in the entertainment industry. When a few or even a dozen celebrities posted on Weibo to praise it, the nature of the situation was completely different. The biggest advantage of being in the entertainment industry was that you never had to worry about not having enough advertising. Qin Zhe sent a set of VR game blindfolds to each of his close friends for them to try out. If they could like it on Weibo, he would give them the VR game blindfold. This was a kind of marketing, but it was different from a formal advertisement. This way they could save a lot of money. After the celebrities tried it out, they were surprised and excited, and they were willing to give Qin Zhe face. Some of the celebrities casually reposted Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao's Weibo. The more attentive ones wrote a sentence about trying out the game or took a picture of the VR game blindfold and posted it. It instantly became a hot topic. As it occupied the headlines, the topic was too hot. Whether they followed it or not, more or less people heard about it. Immediately after, many voices of doubt appeared on the internet. Several professionals in the field of virtual reality posted one after another, expressing their doubts about the authenticity of the VR game blindfold and categorizing it as exaggerated marketing. I knew it. Commercial advertisements can't be trusted. I was really looking forward to it. It's not that I didn't believe it. It's just that it's strange which company is behind this thing. They have so many celebrities helping to promote it. This question was quickly answered. Logging into the company's credit information website to search for Dongfeng Technology Company Limited, the name of the legal person was easily found. Qin Zhe. Someone posted a screenshot on the internet and everyone was suddenly enlightened. *CK, so it's Qin Zhe. No wonder. That's right. It wouldn't be strange if he could hire so many celebrities to promote it. What is the fast shooter trying to do? Enter the VR industry? It's a well-known pit. There's no way out of it. Is there anyone who dares to test it? No, I'm afraid I'll die on the spot. Regardless of whether people were looking forward to it or not, it was already popular enough. In terms of advertising effect alone, it was undoubtedly a success. In terms of the public's expectations, it was a bit lacking. Not to mention the companies and industry professionals who were stuck in the industry, even the general public knew that the development of virtual reality technology was like a turtle crawling at the bottom of the sea. No matter how good the fast shooter was, he couldn't be fast in the face of hard technology. The first batch of VR game blindfolds produced by Dongfeng would not be sold in physical stores for the time being. This kind of non-large-scale VR game device was not a specialty of VR experience centers, so there was no point in selling it to them. It would enter thousands of homes in the form of a game console. Just like the Little Tyrant game console in the past and the current PlayStation series, it would not be sold in physical stores either. It would be sold through the official website and delivered directly to the doorstep. For this reason, the boastful uncle specially signed a cooperation contract with a delivery company. Su Guang had been a failure for so many years. Now that he had become a big shot, he had a burning desire for his career even though he was already in his 40s. This time, when he returned to Shanghai for the holidays, he had lost more than 5 kilograms. His aunt was so heartbroken that she almost cried. His body lost weight but his wallet bulged. He was no longer wearing cheap casual clothes. Instead he was wearing branded suits, handmade leather shoes, and an Audi R8. A leopard cannot change its spots. Su Guang had been itching for a fight recently. Now that he had made up for his regrets in his career, he wanted to get back his face at the gambling table. Su Guang's holiday was only 3 days. There were still a lot of things to deal with in the factory. Originally, Qin Zhe defined him as the mascot of the factory. Su Yao's team would take care of the details. But Su Guang's diligence was beyond his expectations. It was a good thing that his uncle had the tendency to turn over a new leaf. On the last day of the holiday, Su Guang came to visit his sister with tonics and gifts. He had not stepped into his sister's house for many years. Firstly, he did not want to see Qin Jianzhang, that heartless old radish. Secondly, he was really embarrassed. It happened to be the weekend. Qin Zhe, Qin Baobao, and Wang Zijin were also there. As usual, his sister did not give his uncle a good face. She threw a tantrum at her younger brother and said that she did not want to hold a concert. She failed. She hit him and went back to her room. She still had a concert in Beijing in mid-December. It was already in preparation. Qin Zhe gave Wang Zijin a look. Sister Ziwei tactfully followed her into the room. First, they talked about Dongfeng's capital and stock. The VR game eye mask was only the first batch of products. The production was not large and the stock was not large. In fact, its core technology could be used in other fields, not limited to games. The first batch of products was a stepping stone. First, they would open the market and make a name for themselves. Qin Zhe had a rough idea of how to operate in the future. Your promotion online is really loud. Just before I came back, I went to Guangdong to attend an exchange meeting. When people heard the name of our Dongfeng technology, guess what happened? Uncle beamed with joy. Not a single person paid attention to me. Qin Zhe thought to himself, is there anything glorious about not paying attention to you? Uncle said, when I know that it won't be long before these guys regret not sucking up to me at the exchange meeting. Uncle had a very shallow understanding of this industry. After all, he did not know much about the new products. He only knew about them from the technical staff. After the equipment was successfully produced, the technical staff cheered and opened champagne in the office to celebrate. The half-baked factory director was unexpectedly loved by the staff because of his forthrightness and high benefits. Before this, Dongfeng was a factory that could not make ends meet. The benefits were pitifully meager. At most, each person would get a box of apples and a box of drinks during the new year. The dumplings for the Dragon Boat Festival did not even have egg yolk, and the mooncakes for the Mid-Autumn Festival were actually 5-kernel mooncakes. Now, not to mention the 5 insurance and 1 housing fund, the monthly department dinner alone was enough for everyone to go to a 5-star hotel for a buffet of 400 yuan per person. I heard that you secretly went to Macau last month? Qin Zhe threw a cigarette to Uncle. Su Guang's face stiffened. He laughed dryly. I was just playing and won more than 100,000 yuan. How did he know? Of course Qin Zhe knew. Not to mention that Dongfeng Technology was Su Yao's informant, it was too easy for him to find out his uncle's whereabouts. He asked by Guowei's family background to look up Su Guang's information. what kind of plane ticket he bought, where his destination was, and what time his flight was. There was no need to bother Nan Man Pei. Xianxia was expressionless. I just heard a very interesting thing from a friend. There was a boss in Zhejiang province. At the beginning of the year, he went to Macau to gamble and lost 500 or 600 million yuan. He couldn't come up with so much money in a short time. He said that he would give him half a month to go back to the mainland to make up for it. Then he regretted it. After all, he didn't have much assets. 500 or 600 million yuan was too much. Uncle, guess what happened? Su Guang's forehead was covered in cold sweat. What happened? Xianxia, he died in an accident not long after. Don't you think it's a coincidence? This was what she said when chatting with Su Yu. She also heard it from Nan Man Pei. You can play if you want, but only in Shanghai. You can play at most twice a month, and each time can't exceed 500,000 yuan. This is the rule I set for you. If you don't listen, I won't play with you. Anyway, you don't have any shares in Dongfeng. I have the final say. Su Guang nodded with a bitter face. On the day that the VR game iMask was officially released, there were only 2,000 units sold in the country. The sales were 6 million yuan. The unit price was 3,000 yuan. P.S. I had something to do yesterday and went on a business trip. On the way, I used my phone to write half a chapter. I didn't have time to write until noon. I finally finished writing now. My brain is a bit messed up. The next chapter is my night code. Chapter 691. The unit price of VR game iMasks once made Dongfeng senior management feel incomprehensible and even protested. They felt that even if the price was doubled, it was not expensive. Some even hoped to buy it for tens of thousands. Because it had a monopoly technology advantage in the field of virtual reality technology. Monopoly meant wealth. In the absence of competitive pressure, even if it was expensive, it would also increase its value just like luxury goods. It was like someone selling their kidney to buy apples. And what did a 3,000 yuan unit mean? It meant taking the initiative to reduce luxury goods to street goods, a big loss. Domestic smartphones could easily be sold at a price of 3,000 or 4,000 yuan. The person who led the protest was Su Guang. He did not dare to challenge Xianxia. He secretly called Su Yu and said a lot of market and industry analysis that he did not understand. Su Yu specifically learned about it afterward and then discussed the price with Xianxia. In the end, the price was set at 3,000 yuan. In fact, Su Guang only needed to know a little about his niece-in-law to know that it was a wrong decision to make her an ally. As long as Xianxia did not make a major and irreversible decision, even if the price was set at 200 yuan, Su Yu would probably let him. It was a loss of billions anyway. However, in the process of discussion, Su Yu was persuaded by Xianxia. The core value of virtual reality technology should not be reflected in VR equipment. In the future, Dongfeng technology would produce other large-scale equipment, which could be used in games or other fields. Entertainment applications were only part of it. Virtual reality technology should not be limited to games. It could also shine in other fields. For example, medicine, aerospace, real estate, industrial simulation, etc. In that case, the price could be set as you wish. The most important thing about VR game iMasks was their universality. Most people would be able to afford and use them. This would pave the way for future development, especially for Purple Crystal Network Technology's path of game domination. Su Yu was such a smart person, she understood as soon as she heard it, and then shamelessly proposed to invest in Amethyst technology. Xianxia was used to such an excessive request and pretended not to hear it. In the past 6 months, Yingying had always been evil to Baoza Investment and wanted to annex it. Baoza from the name, it should be hers. Wang Zijin also had some thoughts about Tianfeng Entertainment. She felt that things like widowhood should be given to the girlfriend. Why should her sister snatch it away? While Teddy Su was constantly on guard against the threat from the moaning monsters, he was also thinking of biting off a piece of meat from Purple Crystal Network Technology to provoke a real girlfriend. The plan to set up the group could not be delayed. When the time comes, let them tear it apart themselves. Dragging Sister Man into this mess and making her sh*t stirrer. No, she couldn't be sh*t stirrer. That would be disrespectful to both her sisters and herself. In short, let Elder Sister Man act as an external enemy outside of the internal strife. This way the sisters wouldn't be too ruthless. In any case, with Big Sister Man's experience and ability in the business world, it would be no problem for her to fight 1 against 2 or 3. Thinking of this, Xianxia suddenly looked forward to it. On the first day, the gaming iMask didn't sell well. As expected, even though there was a huge lineup of stars promoting it, when the audience found out that the legal person was Xianxia, they were suddenly enlightened. Then, as usual, they shouted 666 for the fast shooter. Their expectations for the gaming eye mask decreased. Moreover, the emergence of any new thing always required time to be tested. If this was placed in a brainless novel, there would definitely be endless onlookers and retarded villains who would jump out to ridicule Xianxia as if he had killed their father. Fortunately, this was a book with substance. However, there were websites that used the popularity of Xianxia and Qin Baobao to attract attention and traffic to launch an online poll. Hashtag gaming eye mask buy or not buy hashtag among the tens of thousands of voters, most of them voted not to buy it. Only a few hundred chose to buy it. The companies in the virtual technology industry also did not pay much attention to this. They only collected the sales data of the gaming eye mask the next day, glanced at it and threw it aside. Their interest was gone. At first glance, 6 million sales per day seemed to be quite good. However, if they excluded the effect of the stars and added in the cost, this sales volume would be a flop. Moreover, the behavior of consuming fans would not last long. If the product did not have outstanding performance, the sales volume would plummet. Therefore, the industry would at most continue to pay attention to this wave and see what would happen next. For the performance of the equipment mentioned in Xianxia's Weibo, they were particularly disdainful. It was just a boast to scare laymen. On the afternoon of the third day, Nan Man Pei, who had stolen half a day of leisure, was in the living room talking to Suyu on the phone. Suyu made a wave of children with Xianxia in a hotel near the company. As a result, the satisfied Xianxia fell asleep and she, who was exhausted, could not sleep. Up to today, a total of 2,400 units have been sold. Fortunately, the cost of these equipment is not high, and the initial research and development investment is not much. Although the inventory is not much, I don't know how long it will take to sell them. Suyu sighed. So, you think the investment failed? Nan Man Pei frowned. Initially, Pei Nan Man had invested 100 million to give face to Xianxia. Later on, after hearing Xianxia's boasting, Pei Nan Man's heart also began to look forward to it. She had invested 100 million, and the return was tens of billions. Even though Pei Nan Man viewed money as dirt, she still could not ignore this investment. But at present, it seemed that the effect was not ideal. That guy was probably disappointed now. Nan Man Pei asked Suyu. No, this guy's mentality is very stable and he came several times. Suyu's tone was relaxed. Nan Man Pei was speechless. I didn't say the investment would fail. It's just that the early sales don't look ideal. I want to increase publicity or something. If it doesn't work, I can give the VR experience for free. But he doesn't want me to talk nonsense. Talk nonsense? Well, we talked about it while we were making the baby. He thinks I'm not focused enough. Nan Man Pei, that's it, I don't want to talk to you today. Nan Man Pei decisively hung up the phone. Just as he was about to go back to his room to write calligraphy, the community property rang the doorbell. The nanny who was mopping the floor in the living room put down the mop and went to open the door. A moment later she returned with a box. Is it my express delivery? On the third floor, Li Donglai leaned over the railing and looked down. When the nanny said yes, he cheered and rushed down the stairs with a series of bangs. Li Donglai picked up the package and rushed up 2 stairs. He paused, turned back and said to Nan Man Pei on the sofa, Auntie, I ordered the game Blindfold from Qinji's company yesterday. It arrived today. Don't you have shares too? Can you give me back my money? I used my pocket money to buy you a bracelet. Nan Man Pei was very rich, but the pocket money he gave was limited. Every rich second generation in the circle could beat him in terms of pocket money. His friends could spend 100,000 yuan a month to keep a high-quality vase. He could only spend a few thousand yuan a month to go to the big sword. At first, he went to high-end clubs with his friends to play. He didn't have to pay the bill himself. After a long time he stopped going. Because the expenses there could squeeze out 2 months of his pocket money. Li Donglai was embarrassed to always let others pay. His sister Pei Ziqi's pocket money was 10 times his. Yes, 10 times. Li Donglai and Pei Ziqi used to bicker like fire and water mainly because of the imbalance in pocket money. Later, when he got to know Xianxia and heard about his master's tragic past, he suddenly felt balanced and even a little superior. His aunt's reaction caught him off guard. Pei Nan Man said, Game Blindfold? Take it to my room. Li Donglai was stunned and misunderstood. He hurriedly said, Auntie, I'm already in university. Nonsense. Nan Man Pei immediately used what he had learned. He waved his hand and said, Go quickly. There was a manual in the bag. Li Donglai opened Nan Man Pei's computer and downloaded the game. Then he activated the Bluetooth box and clicked on the game controller, on the Golden Shield antivirus software. The step-by-step process wasn't difficult. Any young person who knew how to surf the internet could do it. The only drawback was that it had high requirements for the computer's configuration. The whole process took about 40 minutes. Then he logged into the game and said, "Auntie, use my account. I have a lot of heroes." Li Donglai was puzzled. He thought that his auntie was going to confiscate his game console. He didn't expect that his auntie would ask to play it. Nan Man Pei nodded silently. The game interface wasn't much different from a mobile game. It was even simpler and many functions hadn't been released yet. Li Donglai noticed that it was an online battle game. It wasn't a standalone game? He was instantly excited. This game console was sold for 3 days and only 2,000 units had been sold. Some hadn't even arrived yet. It took a long time to match. Nan Man Pei waited quietly and wasn't in a hurry. On the other hand, Li Donglai was impatient. He was about to switch to a standalone game when the match was completed. "Auntie, wear an eye mask," Li Donglai quickly said. It was Nan Man Pei's first time playing a game. He walked and stopped, wearing an eye mask and looking left and right. Bao Bao, he was curious about the new world. Interested. Li Donglai could watch the game through the computer, but he couldn't experience the first-person perspective of the VR eye mask. When he saw Nan Man Pei's appearance, he felt like a cat was scratching his heart. He wanted to kick his auntie away but didn't dare to. After 3 minutes of the game, Nan Man Pei wandered around the jungle until Li Donglai cautiously reminded him, "Auntie, you play a game." Her Majesty Queen took little Li's advice and rushed into the enemy's defense tower aggressively. 5 minutes later, the king of support in the middle lane sent a message. "Wen Zhong, turn on the voice chat." Li Donglai looked at the computer screen. "Auntie, should I turn on the voice chat for you?" Nan Man Pei nodded. Once the voice chat was turned on, *CKU, at %#, Li Donglai quickly turned off the voice chat and didn't dare to breathe. A vein popped out on his auntie's smooth forehead. "She won't smash my game console, right?" Nan Man Pei took off his eye mask and said expressionlessly, "I'm not playing anymore." "You do it." Li Donglai was overjoyed and couldn't wait to try it. He asked, "Auntie, is it fun? What do you think?" Nan Man Pei's mouth twitched and he smiled gently. "I feel like hitting someone." Li Donglai shrunk his neck and put on the game eye mask. In an instant, a new world appeared in front of him.
Chapter 161. Li Mu rejected the White Demon King's unreasonable request without hesitation. He was a bailiff, not the director of a zoo. Don't send any snakes, insects, rats, and ants to him. If his desire had not been perfected, he could bring the green snake with him. He could suck her whenever he wanted and it would help his cultivation. However, he had already condensed his desire. What use did he have for her? Thinking of the green snake swaying in front of him all day, Li Mu was extremely vexed. The green snake glared at Li Mu and said through gritted teeth, "Do you think I want to follow you? If my father hadn't forced me, I wouldn't even want to look at you." What a coincidence. Me too. Li Mu did not have the patience to hear her out. He looked at the green bull demon and said, "Sorry, brother bull. I really can't help you with this matter." The green bull demon sighed and did not force him. He said, "The Demon King has already decided to send her to the Yamen to atone for her crimes. If it's not convenient for Brother Li to bring her along, you can take care of her." Constable Zhao took a step forward and said, "I will tell the county lieutenant of this matter. However, I can't guarantee whether he will agree or not." The green bull demon handed him an envelope and said, "This is a letter from the Demon King to County Lieutenant Xin. Please pass it on for me." When he left, he still left the spiritual jades behind. Li Mu refused many times but to no avail. He could only accept them for the time being. Although these spiritual jades were the White Demon King's thanks for making a trip to the cave and had nothing to do with the green snake, she was still the White Demon King's daughter. At most, Li Mu would save her snake life when she was in danger. The next morning, everyone ate breakfast at the inn and prepared to return to the county capital. The green snake had stayed the night before. In the morning, she still did not treat Li Mu well. Her attitude made Li Mu feel very reassured. This way, Lu Hanyan would definitely not misunderstand. There was no need for Li Mu to deliberately keep his distance from her. Li Mu went upstairs to pack his luggage. Just as he stepped out of the inn, he heard an angry shout. "You beggar, you really don't want face when I give it to you. It's your fortune that the young master has taken a liking to you. Isn't following the young master better than being a beggar?" Li Mu turned his head and saw a man dressed like a servant standing beside a luxuriously dressed young master on the street not far away. The man was arrogantly scolding the young master. At the corner of the street, there were two beggars, one old and one young. The beggar girl had fallen to the ground and was covering her face. Her eyes were filled with fear. The noble young master looked at the beggar girl and said, "She is a little dirty, but she is still a beauty. Bring her back to the mansion, wash her clean, and then send her to my room." The old beggar hugged the luxurious young master's leg and begged for mercy anxiously, but was kicked away. That luxurious young master wanted to kick a few more times to vent his anger, but suddenly, a huge force came from his butt. His whole body flew out and landed face first on the ground. Even one of his front teeth was knocked out. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked angrily behind him. He saw a young man standing there. The young master covered his mouth and pointed at Li Mu. He said angrily, "What are you all standing there for? Beat him to death." The servants looked at Li Mu, but didn't dare to rush forward. After all, those people were wearing the county government's uniform. They couldn't afford to offend them. Some of the sharp-eyed ones had already sneaked away to call for reinforcements. After being a constable for so long, Li Mu couldn't bear to see this kind of thing happen. He first helped the old beggar up, then the young girl, and asked, "Are you all right?" The old beggar stood up with difficulty and shook his head. He said, "Thank you, benefactor. We are fine." Li Mu then realized that this old and young pair were the beggar father and daughter who had taken shelter from the rain in front of the tea house that day. Constable Zhao walked up and looked coldly at the young master. He said angrily, "Bastard, who gave you the guts to kidnap a civilian girl in broad daylight? Get out of the way, get out of the way." A few constables from the county government squeezed through the crowd. A middle-aged constable saluted Li Mu and the others. He said, "We have made a fool of ourselves in front of you. Leave the rest to us." He glanced at the young master who was still lying on the ground and said to the two constables behind him, "Take him back." The two constables immediately walked forward and took the young master away. The middle-aged constable looked at Constable Zhao and said, "You all have solved the plague in Yang County. The county magistrate is very grateful. He will host a banquet in the restaurant at noon. I hope you all will do him the honor." Constable Zhao waved his hand and said, "No need." The middle-aged constable didn't force them. He said, "Then we will take our leave." Lin Yu's face was filled with indignation as he said, "Just now when that man was molesting the girl, these constables were watching from afar. After we taught him a lesson, they immediately ran over. They were obviously helping him out. How can such people be constables?" Constable Zhao sighed and said, "If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Like county magistrate, like subordinates." Lin Yu didn't understand. He asked, "Are we going to let him go just like that?" Constable Zhao shook his head and said, "This is Yang County, not the county government. As long as nothing big happened." Green Snake stood beside Li Mu and sneered. She said, "This is human. Your laws can't even be enforced by you humans. What right do you have to control us?" Li Mu ignored her. He took out the silver and put it in the old man's hand. He said, "Take this money. Leave Yang County and don't come here again." The old man and the girl knelt down and thanked him. Li Mu sent them out of the city before he waved and left. Lin Yu was silent all the way. Constable Zhao glanced at him and said, "If you have something to say, just say it." Lin Yu lowered his head and said, "Constables are supposed to uphold justice for the people and punish the strong. But now they are in cahoots with evil people. I don't know what's the point of being constables. Constable Zhao patted him on the shoulder and said, "It's because of those people that it's more meaningful for you to be constables. If you don't even have people like you, being a constable is really meaningless," Green Snake was thinking. After a while, she asked Li Mu, "What does he mean?" Li Mu didn't explain. He only said, "You will know in the future." After returning to the county government, Constable Zhao reported the situation in Yang County to Commandant Xin. He also mentioned the matter of the White Demon King. Commandant Xin didn't refuse to let Green Snake atone for her crime in the county government. The county government still had to give face to the North Demon King. Coincidentally, he arranged for Bai Tingxin to be under Constable Zhao. She was in charge of the same area as Li Mu and the others. Li Mu had a headache about this. Fortunately, Green Snake would only stay in the county government for a month. After a month, she would go back to where she came from. Everyone had contributed a lot to this trip to Yang County. Lin Yu and the old official were allowed to enter the Huang house. They both chose spiritual jades that were helpful for cultivation. Li Mu's contribution was the greatest, so he could enter the Xian house. He was already familiar with the Xian house. Now, Lu Hanyan and Wan Wan both had their own magic weapons. Li Mu also didn't lack spiritual jades. He thought for a while and chose a sword that was suitable for Xiao Bai. She had already transformed. She could learn human Taoism and use human weapons. When Li Mu returned home, Lu Hanyan wasn't there. Wan Wan and a beautiful girl were playing on the swing in the courtyard. In Li Mu's impression, Xiao Bai had always been a cute little fox. When he was free, he would hug and squeeze her in his arms. She had transformed into a human without any warning. Li Mu couldn't completely adapt to it. Another reason why he couldn't adapt was that she was too beautiful after transforming. Monsters could not choose their appearance after they transformed. Their appearance after they transformed was related to many factors. The most important factor was their race and their appearance before they transformed. This point was also recorded in the monster records of the 10 continents. According to the aesthetic standards of humans, foxes were probably the most beautiful among the monsters that had transformed. Most of the fox demons who transformed were handsome men and beautiful women. In the folklore, most of the fox demons who seduced humans with their beauty were described as fox demons. When snake demons transformed, their appearance was generally not bad. Their figures were even better. This point could be seen from the Bai sisters. Not to mention their appearance, their slender and graceful waists were something that few women could compare to. There was a saying since ancient times that snake demons were good at dancing. No one could twist their waists better than them. Compared to the fox and snake demons, most of the transformed rat demons were shifty-eyed and not very good-looking. Tiger demons and ox demons, regardless of their gender, were very muscular. This was unavoidable. Li Mu couldn't describe Xiao Bai's beauty with words. When a woman's beauty reached a certain level, there was no distinction between superior and inferior. For example, Li Qing, Lu Hanyan, and even the Bai sisters. It could only be said that each had their own merits. Those who preferred colder temperaments would prefer Li Qing. Lu Hanyan was full of femininity. The white snake and green snake sisters had seductive figures. It was impossible to say who was more beautiful. However, if Xiao Bai was added, the scales in many people's hearts would tilt. Young master. Benefactor. Li Mu walked in from outside. The two girls stopped swinging and quickly ran over. Li Mu asked, "Where's young miss?" Wan Wan said happily, "Young miss is in the shop. I'll go find her. Young miss has been very worried about you these 2 days. She goes to the yamen several times a day." After saying that, she quickly ran out. Li Mu finally adapted to Xiao Bai's current appearance. He handed the sword to her and said, "This is for you. Take it as a gift for your transformation." Xiao Bai took the sword and said, "Thank you, benefactor." Then she looked up at Li Mu and said, "Benefactor, you said that I would repay you after I transformed. Now that I have transformed, how do you want me to repay you?" Li Mu was just delaying at that time. He didn't expect her to transform so quickly. He waved his hand and said, "Other than giving yourself to me, anything is fine." Xiao Bai thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll help you have a child." In Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, there was a heroine who repaid her kindness in this way. Li Mu glanced at Lu Hanyan, who had walked to the door. He looked at Xiao Bai seriously and said, "Promise me that you won't watch Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio again." Chapter 162. With Xiao Bai's successful transformation, Li Mu's worries came. Before the transformation, she only wanted to give herself to Li Mu, but now she wanted to bear his children. Lu Hanyan was standing next to him. Li Mu said to Xiao Bai earnestly, "Actually, there are many ways to repay a debt of gratitude. You don't have to give yourself to him or bear his children. I saved your life once, and you can save me in the future. Your task now is to cultivate well and avenge your grandmother in the future." Xiao Bai was changed the topic by him. Thinking of her dead grandmother and clansmen, she nodded seriously and said firmly, "I will cultivate well and avenge my grandmother." Li Mu saw the smile on Lu Hanyan's face. He really should have let her see how he had righteously rejected the two snakes. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. After dinner, Lu Hanyan came to Li Mu's room very early. The two sat on the bed hand in hand. Lu Hanyan suddenly asked, "How are you going to treat Xiao Bai in the future?" Li Mu said, "She is homeless now. Let her stay at home for the time being. The Celestial Fox clan will leave after repaying their debt of gratitude. This is their tradition." Lu Hanyan said, "How are you going to repay your debt of gratitude? Do you really want her to bear your children?" Li Mu smelled a hint of jealousy again. He said with a smile, "I want you to bear my children." Lu Hanyan turned from jealousy to shyness. She gently pinched Li Mu and said, "Let Wan Wan bear your children. She loves children the most." After returning from Yang County, Li Mu's life returned to a rare peaceful state. There was nothing much to do in the yamen. He just read books every day until he went to the yamen. Then he went home to cook with Lu Hanyan and cultivate together. His life was very comfortable. The only fly in the ointment was that the yamen was idle and had nothing to do. The snake swayed in front of Li Mu's eyes, which annoyed him. He could feel that the snake's hatred for him had not dissipated, and it was probably plotting something. Not long after he sat down and read a few pages of the book, Bai Tingxin came in from outside and asked, "How did you and my sister meet? I always feel that your relationship is not right. Ever since she came home last time, she has been absent-minded." "Li Mu, I just happen to know her. How is it a coincidence? Go back and ask your sister." Bai Tingxin had a suspicious look on her face. She paced back and forth in front of Li Mu and said, "You guys didn't tell me. There must be a problem." Li Mu thought about it and said, "Speaking of your sister, I also have a question." Bai Tingxin asked, "What is it?" Li Mu asked, "Why is your father a white snake and your sister a white snake, but you are a green snake? You couldn't have been picked up from the outside, could you?" Bai Tingxin said angrily, "You are the one who was picked up from the outside." She ignored Li Mu and walked outside alone, with a suspicious look on her face. After asking that question, Li Mu did not see Bai Tingxin for 2 days. Just when he thought that the demon could not stand the boredom of the yamen and ran back to the mountain, he saw her again in the duty room. Bai Tingxin looked at Li Mu and said, "Let me tell you, of course I am my father and mother's daughter. My grandmother is a green snake. I didn't take after my father, I took after my grandmother." Li Mu did not know the hereditary rules of the snake race. He just wanted to live a quiet life for 2 days, but now his quiet days were over. She had been swaying in front of Li Mu for the whole morning, deliberately not letting him read in peace. Li Mu put down the book and said, can you be quiet for a while? Bai Tingxin said, no. Li Mu said, why don't I tell you a story so that you won't bother me in the future? Bai Tingxin moved a chair and sat opposite Li Mu, saying, you go first. Once upon a time, there was a green snake. What happened next? She liked to annoy people. And then she died. Bai Tingxin was obviously not satisfied with the story, so Li Mu threw her a copy of The Legend of the White Snake published by the Yunyan Pavilion for her to read. The White Demon King did a good job in educating his children. This green snake could read and write. She held the book and read it with great interest. In order to stop her from bothering him, Li Mu simply gave her the complete collection of strange stories from a Chinese studio. Soon, Bai Tingxin was addicted to the novel and could not extricate herself. Li Mu's ears were finally quiet. After Bai Tingxin finished reading the last strange stories from a Chinese studio, she asked Li Mu, you humans all talk about love. What is love? Li Mu was not interested in talking about love with her. He said, you'll understand when you grow up. Bai Tingxin closed the book and said, is love really that good? I also want to find someone to talk about love with. She walked out of the guard room and walked around the yamen. Then she turned back and said, you're the most good-looking person in this yamen. How about you and I talk about love? Li Mu said without hesitation, nothing. I have someone I like. Bai Tingxin glanced at him and said, then don't talk about love. Who cares about you? I'll find someone better looking than you. As soon as she finished speaking, a voice came from outside. Lady Lu is here. Li Mu is on guard duty. You can go in. Lu Hanyan walked to the guard room. When she saw Bai Tingxin, she was slightly stunned. She asked Li Mu, is it almost time to go to the yamen? Sometimes she would come to the yamen and wait for Li Mu to go home together. Li Mu stood up and said, let's go. Although it was not time to go to the yamen, he had nothing to do in the yamen. Arrestor Zhao would not say anything if he went back 15 or 30 minutes earlier. Bai Tingxin looked at Lu Hanyan and asked, is she the one you like? Lu Hanyan looked at Bai Tingxin and asked, who is this? Li Mu said, ignore her. Let's go. Bai Tingxin rolled her eyes and suddenly hugged Li Mu's arm. She twisted her body and said, that night in bed, you said you liked me the most. Now that you have a new lover, you don't want to talk to me anymore. Li Mu pulled his arm out of her chest and held Lu Hanyan's hand. Under Bai Tingxin's gloating eyes, they walked out calmly. He and Lu Hanyan had been together for so long and had experienced so many misunderstandings. How could there be no trust between the two of them? Lu Hanyan walked out of the yamen hand in hand with him. Then she looked at Li Mu and asked, how did you offend her? Li Mu said, a snake demon. She suffered a little in my hands. Since then, we have been enemies. Lu Hanyan said in surprise, why is a snake demon in the county yamen? Li Mu said, it's a long story. I'll tell you when we go back. When they talked about Bai Tingxin, they had to talk about Bai Yinxin. When they talked about the process of Li Mu and Bai Yinxin getting to know each other, they had to talk about Su He. It was not until after dinner that Li Mu told Lu Hanyan everything clearly. After listening to him, Lu Hanyan's attention was no longer on Bai Tingxin. She asked Li Mu, you have another snake demon friend and a female ghost friend? Li Mu immediately explained, don't misunderstand anything. Heaven and earth can testify to my feelings for you. I'm just friends with them. If I lie to you, I'll be struck by lightning, rumble. As soon as his voice fell, a muffled sound suddenly came from above Li Mu's head. He was startled. When he looked up, he found that the originally clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds in a short time. Lightning flashed in the dark clouds, and then there was a series of roars. Li Mu looked at Lu Hanyan. His throat moved, and he said, believe me, I don't have that ability, I didn't say that I don't believe you. Lu Hanyan held his hand and suddenly felt a chill on her face. When she looked up, she said in surprise, "It's snowing." Li Mu looked up at the sky and saw snowflakes falling from the sky. Although the winter in Beijing was cold, it rarely snowed in the past. This year's snow came exceptionally early. Furthermore, it was strange. There were no signs at all. After only a quarter of an hour, the dark clouds in the sky inexplicably dispersed. The snowflakes that fell to the ground also melted without a trace. If it were not for the wet marks on the ground, no one would know that it had just snowed. Wanwan and Xiaobai had already run out excitedly and were ready to make a snowman. But the snow suddenly stopped, and they walked back to their rooms in disappointment. Early the next morning, Li Mu went to the yamen and found the atmosphere in the duty room very solemn. Just as he walked into the duty room, Constable Zhao immediately said, "Get ready. We're going to Yang County in an hour." They had just returned from the plague in Yang County a few days ago, and now they were going to Yang County in such a hurry. Li Mu asked, "What happened in Yang County?" Constable Zhao said solemnly, "Last night, a malicious spirit appeared in Yang County. It slaughtered the entire family of the county magistrate, more than 10 constables, and a wealthy businessman and his son." Li Mu was shocked. The entire family of an imperial court official was slaughtered, and the county magistrate was massacred. How many years had it been since such a terrible case had happened in Great Zhou? He asked subconsciously, was it done by Chu Jiang of Gojosian? No. Constable Zhao shook his head. Constable Zhao shook his head and said, "According to the news from Yang County, the county magistrate and the wealthy businessman and his son colluded with the officials and merchants to cause a woman to die unjustly. But they didn't expect that before the woman died, she was full of resentment. That night, she turned into a peerless malicious spirit and slaughtered all those who harmed her. With the county magistrate's defensive power, even a 4th-level ghost would not be able to break through. After a normal person died, they would at most turn into a Yin spirit with heavy resentment. Even with Su He's help, people like Lin Wan, who had died unjustly, were only 2nd-level resentful spirits." Li Mu asked in disbelief, "What's that malicious spirit's realm?" Constable Zhao was silent for a moment, then said, 5th level. Li Mu's face was full of disbelief. He blurted out, "How is that possible?" Chu Jiang of Gojosian had cultivated for many years, but he was only at the 5th level. How could someone immediately reach the 5th level after just dying? Constable Zhao said, "According to the surviving constables in the county magistrate's office, before the woman died, she looked up at the sky in grief and shouted a sentence." Li Mu suddenly had a bad premonition. He asked, "What sentence?" Constable Zhao thought for a moment, then said, "Those who do good suffer poverty and have a shorter life. Those who do evil enjoy wealth and have a longer life. Earth, you can't tell good from bad. What is earth? Heaven, you are wrong to judge the virtuous and foolish to be heaven." Li Mu stood in a daze, his mind buzzing. Chapter 163. Those who do good suffer poverty and have a shorter life. Those who commit evil enjoy riches and have a longer life. Earth, you cannot tell good from bad. What is earth? Heaven, you are wrong to judge the virtuous and foolish to be heaven. The woman's last words were from Do Yi's Injustice. Li Mu had recited Do Yi's Injustice once in the Yunyan Pavilion. Later, he was worried that he would be struck by lightning if he cursed at the heavens, so he never dared to recite it again. How could a woman from Yang County have recited it? Li Mu's first thought was that this woman came from the same world as him. Soon, he realized something. He looked at Constable Zhao and asked, "That woman who died of injustice, is she the little beggar we met in Yang County?" Constable Zhao shook his head and said, "We haven't investigated clearly yet." Li Mu muttered, "She must be." At this moment, he finally understood the reason for the inexplicable heavy rain in the county city that day. In the other world, Do's injustice was fictional. Most of the people who died of injustice would not have their day of redress. Even more so, they would not be able to sense the power of heaven and fulfill their vows one by one, but this was a mysterious and strange world. This world had all sorts of inexplicable and mysterious powers. The heavenly Tao of this world had a unique operating pattern. Although it was difficult to understand, it truly existed. Whether it was supernatural powers or Taoist techniques, they all used incantations or mantras to communicate with heaven and earth. Cultivators used Taoist vows to communicate with heaven and earth. If they went against their vows, they would really be punished by heaven and earth. Here, the gods were watching. One had to be careful with one's words. One could not simply curse heaven and earth. One of those two sentences must have been like Taoist techniques and mantras. It could communicate with the power of heaven and earth and cause heaven and earth to resonate. It could raise a yin spirit to such a terrifying level. The reason Li Mu could not be like that woman was because he did not have any resentment. His overflowing resentment, coupled with heaven and earth's resonance, created such a peerless evil spirit. While Li Mu was still struggling to calm down, one of the constables suddenly wondered, "That's strange, why do these two sentences sound so familiar?" Suddenly, he slapped his head and said, "I remember now. That day when I was listening to a storyteller at the newly opened tea house in the prefecture capital, this sentence was said by the storyteller. The main culprit of this case is the storyteller. Boss, should we capture the storyteller first?" Catch my ass." Constable Zhao could not help but smack him hard on the head and scolded angrily, "The main point is that storyteller. The main point is that the woman was wronged and died. Her resentment shocked the heavens and earth, and she was recognized by the heavens and earth. You still dare to arrest people? Do you want to create another evil spirit and slaughter the county government?" The bailiff trembled and hugged his head, not daring to say another word. Constable Zhao took a deep breath and said, "The county magistrate of Yang County has done all sorts of evil deeds and will be punished by the heavens. However, he is still an official of the imperial court. Li Mu, Lin Yu, you two get ready. In a moment, you will follow the two officials to Yang County." Li Mu asked, "Are we going to get rid of that evil spirit?" Constable Zhao sighed and said, "It is not certain who will get rid of who. We need to be wary of King Chujiang. With such an evil spirit appearing in the world, King Chujiang will definitely try his best to rope her in. Once she is subdued by King Chujiang, it will be a catastrophe for the entire North County." Li Mu thought about the clear eyes of the little beggar and could not help but clench his fists. Those who do good suffer poverty and have a shorter life. Those who do evil enjoy wealth and have a longer life. The Thousand Illusions Venerable had said the same thing to him. At that time, Li Mu had scoffed at it. Now, he deeply understood that this seemingly bright world had always been hiding an unknown darkness. It had been like this since ancient times. A county magistrate was killed and the county government was massacred. This kind of thing had only happened a few times since the founding of the Zhou dynasty. It would definitely attract the attention of the imperial court. The North County could not suppress this matter. The county government had already sent the news from the relay station to the central county. It was believed that the imperial court would quickly react. The evil spirit had caused the Yang County government to be destroyed. This time, the North County magistrate and the county lieutenant would lead the 6 constables and more than 10 constables to the Yang County to maintain the peace of the Yang County. What they had to fight was not only the evil spirit but also King Chujiang and his ghost generals, who might take advantage of the situation. Li Mu had an hour. He had to go home and tell Yu Hanyun. After a while, Yu Hanyun stood in the courtyard and said unhappily, "You just returned home for a few days. Why are you leaving again?" Li Mu held her hand and explained, "A big case suddenly happened in the Yang County. We have to go immediately. Otherwise, more people might be in danger." Yu Hanyun asked, How many days will you be gone this time? Li Mu said, I don't know yet. But as long as the matter in the Yang County is solved, I will immediately rush back. Yu Hanyun sighed and silently helped Li Mu pack his luggage. She hugged him gently and leaned her head on his chest. She said, be careful. After cuddling with Yu Hanyun for a while, Li Mu rushed to the county government as fast as he could. This time, the county magistrate and the county lieutenant had to go to the Yang County. He could not be late like last time. When he rushed back to the county government, not everyone had arrived. What surprised him was that Li Si was also standing in the crowd. Li Si pointed at his face and signaled to Li Mu with his eyes. Li Mu wiped away the lipstick mark on his face and pointed at Li Si's face. There was a huge lipstick mark on both sides of his face. Li Si reached out and rubbed his face. Li Mu asked, are you going to the Yang County too? Li Si sighed softly and said, Father-in-law said that my cultivation came too fast. He wants me to go out and train more so that I can protect Miao Miao in the future. Li Si's magic power was forcefully increased by his courage and soul. He had the magic power to condense the soul but did not have the strength to condense it. He was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. He indeed needed to train. A figure walked in from outside. When Green Snake saw the scene in the courtyard, she asked in surprise, where are you going? Li Mu said, the Yang County. I want to go too. She said happily, finally, I have something to do. I've been bored to death these days. Constable Zhao walked forward and said, this trip to the Yang County is very dangerous. Your life may be in danger. For Miss Tingxin's safety, you should stay in the county government. Bai Tingxin frowned and asked, what do you mean? Are you saying that I'm too weak? Constable Zhao said helplessly, I didn't mean that. Bai Tingxin snorted and glanced at Li Mu. She said, Li Mu will protect me. You promised my father. Li Mu shook his head and said, I can't even protect myself, let alone you. Bai Tingxin looked at him and said, that's not what you said when you were in bed. Ugh, Li Mu covered her mouth and said, go if you want to. If you really encounter any danger, I can only save your life. If you lose an arm or a leg, you will bear the consequences. These two snakes, one green and one white, were two extremes. They were both born of the same mother. Bai Yinxin was as innocent as a little white flower. Why was her sister so green? Bai Tingxin took away Li Mu's hand and said angrily, next time you cover my mouth, I will bite you and poison you. Li Mu glanced at her and said, don't talk nonsense next time. This snake demon obviously had no sense of propriety, justice, integrity, and shame. She would talk about sex all the time. People who didn't know would think that she had no fear of sex demons. After hooking up with Yu Hanyun, she hooked up with the White Demon King. After Bai Tingxin messed around with Li Mu for a while, she ignored him and walked around the courtyard. Sometimes she stopped in front of the constables and looked at them carefully. Everyone was scared by her stare. Because of her background, they didn't dare to say anything. Bai Tingxin looked at them and muttered carefully. This one is too old. This one is too ugly. This one is old and ugly. This one is too fat. This one is too thin. After walking around the courtyard, she came to Li Mu and Li Si again. She first looked at Li Si and shook her head. You look okay, but you are too thin. You don't have enough yang qi. I can tell you that you are not a virgin. Finally, she came to Li Mu and circled around him. She poked his arm and patted his chest. She said, you're not tall, not thin, and you're fleshy. Your yang qi is more than all of them combined. Your yang qi must still be there. She licked her lips and said to Li Mu, why don't you abandon that big-breasted woman and be with me? My family has countless spiritual jades. You can use as much as you want. My father also has many treasures. You can choose whatever you want. If Yu Hanyan heard this, Wan Wan and Little Bai might have eaten snake soup today. Li Mu smiled and whispered in her ear, "Sorry, I like big-breasted women." Bai Tingxin lowered her head and looked at her flat body. She said unwillingly, "What is so good about that woman? Other than her big breasts, there is nothing good about her." Li Mu ignored her. He knew that Yu Hanyan was good. There was no need for him to tell her. The crowd waited in the courtyard for another 15 minutes. Two figures came in from outside. One of them was County Lieutenant Shin, whom Li Mu was familiar with. The other was a middle-aged man. Although there was no fluctuation of mana, Li Mu felt that he was unfathomable. There was no need to guess his identity. He was County Lieutenant Chen Miaomia's father and Li Si's father-in-law. He was one of the two Destiny Realm Masters in the county government. His strength was one realm higher than County Lieutenant Shin. Arrestor Zhao first told County Lieutenant Shin about Bai Tingxin. County Lieutenant Shin looked at her and did not say anything. County Lieutenant Shin waved his hand and a white light shot out from his sleeve. It turned into a huge flying boat and floated above the crowd. He jumped onto the bow of the boat and said, "Come on up." Everyone jumped onto the flying boat. County Lieutenant Chen made a Dharma seal. Li Mu sensed that there was an invisible air shield around the flying boat. Then, the flying boat soared into the sky and headed out of the city. Li Mu stood on the flying boat. It was very stable. The scenery under his feet was moving backward rapidly. The speed of the flying boat was more than twice as fast as a high-level teleport talisman. After half an hour, the flying boat descended from the sky and landed in the county government of Yang County. Chapter 164. The sun was shining brightly today, but everyone was shivering as they stood in the courtyard of Yang County's Yamen. In front of Li Mu and the others were 19 corpses. 13 constables, the county magistrate's family of 4, and the corpses of the Wang family's wealthy father and son were all here. These people's eyes were wide open, their mouths were wide open, and their faces were filled with terror. It was obvious that they had suffered a great shock before they died. 19 people died with their eyes wide open. They looked up at the sky in horror. It was a terrifying scene. Some of the less experienced bailiffs lowered their heads after a glance, not daring to take a second look. Even Green Snake, who had always been fearless, hid behind Li Mu, his face a little pale. Li Mu used his heavenly eye to check and saw that the bodies of these 19 people were empty. From their expressions, it seemed that the moment they saw the female ghost, their 3 souls and 7 spirits had been sucked away, leaving behind such a miserable state before death. Although the county magistrate of Yang County did not have a high cultivation base, he was still a spirit condensation cultivator. Even his primordial spirit did not last for more than an instant in front of that peerless evil spirit. County Premier Chen's face was as calm as still water. He glanced at the corpses and asked loudly, "Who's in charge of the county government of Yang County now?" Like Xianxia County, Yang County was just a small county. There were no magistrates and no military officers. As soon as County Magistrate Chen finished speaking, a low-ranking official ran forward and quickly said, "Your Excellency, the county magistrate and the arrestor have been killed by the evil spirit. I'm the county jailer. If you have any questions, you can ask me." County Prime Minister Chen took a deep breath and said, "Tell me the truth about the whole thing." The official shuddered and said with a trembling voice, "It's like this. Squire Wang and his son usually have a close relationship with the county magistrate. The Wang father and son always give the county magistrate a lot of filial piety during the holidays. The county magistrate also takes care of them a lot. Yesterday, the young master of the Wang family kidnapped 2 women and brought them back. One of them is the daughter of a farmer in Yang County, and the other is a pretty little beggar." He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and continued, "After the young master of the Wang family kidnapped the farmer's daughter back home, he wanted to rape her but accidentally killed her. The farmer complained to the county magistrate, and the Wang father and son had already given the county magistrate a large sum of benefits. They blamed the little beggar for the woman's death. The jailer's face was pale and he said in a trembling voice, They secretly killed the little beggar's father and buried him in the mass grave. They also wanted to execute the little beggar in the prison and make it look like she committed suicide for fear of punishment. Before the little beggar died, she pointed to the sky and cursed. After she died, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled outside, and it snowed heavily. Later, she turned into an evil spirit and killed the county magistrate's family, the father and son of the Wang family, and those bailiffs. County Premier Chen clenched his fists and said angrily, "Bastard." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sudden commotion outside the government office. A bailiff ran in and said hurriedly, "Your Excellency, it's not good. Many people have broken in." County Premier Chen stepped out and the people who broke into the government office suddenly seemed to have an invisible wall in front of them. They could not take another step forward. County Premier Chen looked at them and asked, "I am the County Premier of the North County. What do you want to do by breaking into the government office in broad daylight?" Hearing that he was an official of the county, the people discussed and knelt down. "Your Excellency, I have a grievance to report." "I have a grievance too." "Your Excellency, please help us." County Premier Chen looked at the chaotic scene and spoke again. His loud voice echoed among the people. "Line up in order and speak one by one." The people who had just arrived at Yang County from the county did not expect that the first thing they would face when they arrived at Yang County was a crowd of angry people. The 19 corpses were temporarily placed in the inner hall. County Premier Chen personally opened the government office to let the people of Yang County complain. A middle-aged man walked into the hall first. After kneeling down, he said loudly, "Your Excellency, I want to report Wang Luan of the Wang family and the county magistrate of Yang County, Qin Chuan. A year ago, Wang Luan ordered people to kidnap my daughter and sully her innocence. She could not bear the humiliation and committed suicide by jumping into a well. I reported Wang Luan to the government office. The county magistrate of Yang County, Qin Chuan, not only did not help me, he even gave me 20 beatings and said that I framed a good person. He said that my daughter fell into a well because she lost her footing." County Premier Chen glanced at Constable Zhao and asked, "Do you remember?" Constable Zhao put down his pen and said, "Yes." County Premier Chen looked at the middle-aged man and said, "After I investigate this case, I will give you justice." Next, an old man walked up and said, "I want to report Wang Bo of the Wang family and the county magistrate of Yang County, Qin Chuan. The Wang family took over my second son's land, but the county magistrate gave my land to the Wang family." County Premier Chen nodded and said, "Next. I want to report the wife of the county magistrate of Yang County, Qin Chuan. I want to report the daughter of the county magistrate of Yang County, Qin Chuan. I want to report the son of the county magistrate of Yang County, Qin Chuan. I want to report the arrestor of Yang County, Qi Yu. I want to report the arrestor of Yang County, Wei Peng." In the front hall of the county government office, County Premier Chen asked questions while Constable Zhao recorded them. Li Mu stood in the inner hall and listened for a while before he walked out. The people of Yang County were none other than the father and son of the Wang family, the family of the county magistrate of Yang County, and the arresters who died. These people relied on the county magistrate of Yang County, Qin Chuan, to bully people and commit all kinds of crimes. They were involved in more than 10 cases of murder. The lives of the people of Yang County were no different from grass in their eyes. These people, without exception, all died in yesterday's incident. In the county government office of Yang County, those who were lucky enough to survive were ordinary runners. Bai Tingxin followed them out with a pale face and said, "You humans are too scary. I will never absorb human yang qi again." The grievances of the people of Yang County lasted until the afternoon. There were still many people lining up outside the county government office. After questioning one person, County Premier Chen closed the office and ordered the rest to come back the next day. Constable Zhao looked at the thick stack of case files and rubbed his aching wrists. He said, "Humans can be bullied, but not the heavens. Their deaths were retribution. Their deaths are not to be regretted." County Premier Chen asked, "Is there any news about the evil spirit?" County Magistrate Chen said, "Several people died in Yang County during the day. They were all evil tyrants and unruly people. The evil spirit's purpose seems to be very clear." He sighed and said, "She did what should be done by the imperial court." County Premier Chen shook his head and said, "The imperial court will soon know what happened in Yang County. Chen Chuan's wife is the sister of the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel. If it weren't for this person, Chen Chuan would have lost his position as county magistrate. He wouldn't have run amok in Yang County and caused such trouble." None of the people of Yang County, including Li Mu and the others, sympathized with the people who died. But the imperial court would definitely not tolerate the evil spirit's existence. Although the imperial court usually did not want to provoke a fifth realm cultivator, slaughtering the entire family of an imperial court official and massacring the government office had crossed the line. The higher-ups would not tolerate her. The evil spirit did not leave Yang County. She continued to kill people. Although the people she killed were all evil people, the North County government could not stand by and do nothing. County Premier Chen, who was also a fifth realm cultivator, left the county government office early the next morning to find the evil spirit. However, he was always one step behind her. If a fifth realm evil spirit deliberately hid her aura, it would be difficult for cultivators of the same realm to find her. Once the county magistrate of Yang County died, the county government office was taken over by the county government office. The people who had been bullied before no longer had any worries. In the past few days, there were many people who came to the government office to complain. Li Mu and the others were handling these matters at the government office. The crimes committed by County Magistrate Chen Chuan and the others were too numerous to be recorded. In the process of recording, Li Mu was so angry that he had a headache. He did not think that the evil spirit did anything wrong. Instead, he felt happy. These people deserved to die. The laws of the Great Zhou could not control them. If the imperial court did not punish them, the heavens would punish them. From a certain perspective, they did not die at the hands of the evil spirit, but died from the wrath of the heavens. The initial power of ghosts came from resentment. The stronger the resentment, the stronger the ghost would be after death. If their resentment was earth-shattering and resonated with the heavens, there was a very low probability that they would turn into a peerless evil spirit in a short period of time after death. That little beggar was kidnapped by a young ruffian. She was a victim, but she was framed as a murderer. The injustice she suffered was comparable to Do Yi's. Before she died, she was filled with resentment. Coincidentally, she shouted that sentence that had the effect of a mantra, causing the heavens to change and turning into a peerless evil spirit. Li Mu was actually a little flustered. If he looked closely, this evil spirit was created by him. If the imperial court wanted to settle the score, he and the Yunyan Pavilion would not be able to escape. However, if he had the chance to choose again, Li Mu would probably still tell the story of Do Yi's death. If there was no Do Yi's injustice, if there was no rain in the county capital, and if there was no beggar hiding outside the Yunyan Pavilion, perhaps there would be one less evil spirit in this world, but there would be one more wronged soul. And those who should have gone to hell could continue to harm the world. In these few days, the evil spirit was still on the move. In other places of Yang County, there were more and more ghosts causing trouble. It was obvious that there was a mastermind behind the scenes who wanted to throw Yang County, and even the entire North County, into chaos. The imperial court's reaction to this matter was faster than Li Mu had expected. In just 5 days, an imperial envoy came from the Middle County to Yang County with a piece of news. Any cultivator of the Great Zhou dynasty who could slay this evil spirit would receive a heaven-level talisman or a heaven-level elixir. They could also choose an Earth-level magic treasure. This kind of reward was enough to make countless cultivators in the North County and the surrounding counties go crazy. Stupid. In the Yang County Yamen, County Minister Chen looked coldly at a feminine man and said, Chu Jiang of Gojoseon's ghost generals are also looking for that evil spirit. Is the imperial court trying to push this evil spirit to Chu Jiang of Gojoseon? Chapter 165. The feminine man sneered and said, How dare a fifth realm brat call himself a king? No matter what the reason was, she killed an official of the imperial court and massacred the county office. She has violated the imperial court's bottom line and dignity. We must destroy her soul. County Minister Chen waved his sleeves and left. The two parted on bad terms. Constable Zhao walked forward and asked, Sir, what should we do now? County Minister Chen said, Organize the complaints of the people in Yang County and send them to the county office. Send people to suppress the evil spirits in Yang County and be careful of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon's subordinates. County Minister Chen walked forward and said, Although she died unjustly, she did violate the imperial court's bottom line. If we can't bring her to justice, it will be North County's fault. It will be hard to explain to the imperial court. I'm worried about Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. County Premier Chen's expression was solemn as he said, King Chu Jiang definitely has some sort of objective for coming to the northern county. The longer he stays here, the greater his plans will be. Presently, he already has 16 soul realm ghosts under him. If he subdues even this fierce spirit, then his forces will definitely increase greatly. We have to be careful of him. County Minister Shen nodded and asked, I heard that they asked for help from the ancestral court of Fu Lu School. Did they reply? They were rejected. County Premier Chen snorted coldly and said, A fifth realm ferocious spirit can only be subdued by the peak masters. The talisman sect heard that this woman died because she was wronged. Before she died, she resonated with heaven and earth and turned into a ferocious spirit. She refused to help and they could not even enter the mountain gate. In the past few days, Li Mu's task in Yang County was to organize the files. He heard about the evil spirit every day. County Minister Chen had been chasing her but couldn't catch up. The imperial court also sent an imperial envoy to supervise North County's government and get rid of this evil spirit that violated the imperial court's bottom line. They also offered a large reward to attract cultivators from North County. A large portion of the cultivators sympathized with the evil spirit's encounter and were unwilling to help. However, the generous reward had indeed attracted a large number of people. However, they had joined hands to encircle and annihilate that fierce spirit many times, but they had not succeeded once. All the cultivators who surrounded the evil spirit were sucked dry of their magic power. Although their lives were preserved, their cultivation foundation was destroyed, and they could only become mortals in the future. It was said that the imperial court had once sent people to Mount Baiyun for help, but they were rejected by the ancestral court of Fu Lu School. Daoist cultivation focused on following the heavenly Tao. Naturally, they would not attack a vengeful spirit that was recognized by the heavenly Tao. If the Fu Lu School did not attack, no one in the North County could do anything to the evil spirit. As more and more villains died by her hands, in addition to absorbing the magic power of those cultivators, her strength also increased day by day. The imperial envoy had already sent someone to ask for reinforcements. Presumably, more powerful cultivators would arrive here soon. Bai Tingxin had been quiet for the past few days. She was on guard against everyone around her. She slipped into Li Mu's duty room and asked anxiously, Do you think that evil spirit will come looking for me? Li Mu raised his head and looked at her. He asked, Why would she look for you? Bai Tingxin said worriedly, Didn't you say that she killed a lot of bad people in the past few days? I used to absorb people's yang qi. Will she come to kill me? Li Mu finally knew the reason why she had been afraid for the past few days. He comforted her, Don't worry, she won't come looking for you. Bai Tingxin was slightly relieved. She asked again, why? Li Mu said, the people she killed were all evil people who had committed many crimes. They deserved to die. Although you also made mistakes, your crimes do not deserve to die. Bai Tingxin was relieved. She asked curiously, how does she know who are evil and who are good people? Li Mu explained, people who have killed people will have evil spirits, resentment, blood, and will definitely lack righteousness. Ghosts are the most sensitive to these. Naturally, they can distinguish. If you have these on you that night in the bamboo forest, Li Mu did not finish his sentence. Bai Tingxin asked, what happened that night in the bamboo forest? Li Mu put down the dossier and gave her a meaningful smile. He said, what do you think? If she was really an evil demon, Li Mu would have taken her life that day in the bamboo forest. Bai Tingxin understood Li Mu's answer. Her face turned pale, and she ran out quickly. Li Mu picked up the dossier again and sighed softly. If the little beggar had turned into an evil spirit and left Yang County after taking her revenge, she could have gone to Yudu or a place where no one could find her to cultivate. She could have continued to exist in another form. However, she had chosen this path. Even if she killed people who deserved to be killed, the imperial court would still erase her completely for the sake of dignity and face. Yang County, on a remote mountain path. More than 10 cultivators surrounded a ball of black fog. That evil spirit is inside. Everyone, let's attack together. Let's kill this ghost together and split the rewards equally. These cultivators rushed forward and attacked the black fog with all kinds of Fu magical treasures, divine arts, and spells. The black fog endured these attacks, and its surface tumbled as if it was boiling. Just as everyone was about to launch a second round of attacks, the black fog suddenly spread out and enveloped them. The noisy mountain path quieted down in an instant. The black fog swallowed everything and tumbled violently. After a moment, it shrunk back. More than 10 people lay on the ground, unconscious. They had no magic power left in their bodies. Not far away, a monk's staff had just given off a golden light, which dissipated in an instant. 2 blood-red light spots appeared in the black fog, and then an emotionless voice said, "Do you want to kill me too?" Amitba. The monk touched his bald head and said, "Miss, you've misunderstood. I just want to ask for directions. May I know how to get to Yang County town?" No more sounds came from the black fog. It ignored the monk and went far away in an instant. What a heavy aura of resentment. The monk looked sad and murmured, "If this continues, I'm afraid she'll lose her mind and completely fall into the devil's path." He glanced at the direction where the black fog disappeared. He did not chase after it, and slowly walked down the mountain. 15 minutes after his figure disappeared, a black-robed figure suddenly appeared here. The black figure looked at the fainted cultivators on the ground and curled his lips. His body turned into a cloud of black fog and pounced on them. Yang County Town Office. Li Mu just learned that more than 10 cultivators had died in the hands of the evil spirit. This was the first time she killed the cultivators who surrounded her. Before this, she would only suck their magic power dry. "Look, this is the evil spirit you sympathize with." The feminine man pointed at County Governor Qin and County Lieutenant Xin and scolded, "Don't think I don't know that when we surrounded the evil spirit, you were not willing to help at all. Now that 15 people are dead, are you satisfied?" County Governor Chen's face was gloomy. He said in a low voice, "The aura of resentment on her is too heavy. She has killed too many people. I'm afraid she has lost her mind." County Lieutenant Shin shook his head and sighed, "If that's the case, we must capture her as soon as possible." The feminine man snorted and said, "I'll give you 3 days. After 3 days, if you still can't capture the evil spirit, I'll report everything here to the imperial court, Amitba." Suddenly, a Buddhist chant was heard. A monk walked in from outside and said, "The deaths of the 15 people were not caused by this evil spirit." The feminine man looked at him and asked coldly, Who are you? County Lieutenant Chen walked forward and looked at the monk. He asked, Master Xuandu, is there something else? Xuandu saw Li Mu and nodded at him. He then explained, I saw it with my own eyes. The evil spirit only sucked the 15 people's magic power and did not kill them. The culprit should be someone else. The feminine man frowned and said, Why should I believe your one-sided story? Xuandu said, I can swear in the name of Buddha. Don't give me that. I don't believe in Buddha. It's useless for you to swear in the name of Buddha. The feminine man looked at County Governor Chen and said, I'll only give you 3 days. After 3 days, if the evil spirit is not captured, you have to think about how to explain it to the imperial court. Xuandu chanted the Buddhist chant again and said, If revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end to it? That evil spirit is very powerful. If we can guide it, the feminine man waved his hand and said, This is the imperial court's business. It's not up to a monk like you to interrupt. Xuandu looked at him and said, Please don't interrupt me. The feminine man said coldly, So what if I interrupt you? Xuandu said, I'm trying to reason with you. The feminine man said, There's no reason for me to reason with you. What this penniless monk hates the most are unreasonable people. Xuandu shook his head and didn't look at the feminine man again. He walked to Li Mu and said, Benefactor Li, please help me with the monk's staff. Then he looked at Bai Yinxin beside Li Mu and said, Snake demon girl, please help me with the alms bowl. Thank you. She did not know when County Governor Chen had entered the room. County Governor Chen looked up at the sky and seemed to be thinking about something. When Li Mu looked up, Xuandu had already disappeared in front of him. Then he heard the sound of fists hitting flesh and Xuandu's familiar scolding. Damn it, I gave you face, but you don't want it. I'm telling you, I've been tolerating you for a long time. What's wrong with the imperial court? So what if the imperial court doesn't care about the lives of the people and can't distinguish between right and wrong? Li Mu had already known Xuandu's character. When he was still willing to reason with him, it was better to reason with him. When he was no longer willing to reason with him, it would be useless no matter how much he begged him. He would choose to use his fists to tell him what the real reason was. At this time, County Governor Chen was nowhere to be seen and County Governor Chen was absent-minded. The constables who were standing in the yard also chose to leave. Bai Yinxin held the alms bowl and stared blankly at the scene in front of her with her eyes wide open. The alms bowl fell from her hand and hit her feet, but she didn't notice it at all. Chapter 166. In the blink of an eye, the feminine-looking man was lying on the ground, motionless. Buddha is merciful. Xuandu wiped the bloodstains on his hands. His expression of compassion had returned to his face. He said in a low voice, You can't be unreasonable. County Minister Chen, who had disappeared, appeared in the yard again. He bowed to Xuandu with one hand and said, Master Xuandu, please. Xuandu took back the Buddhist staff from Li Mu's hand and picked up the alms bowl from the ground. He smiled at Li Mu and walked into the hall of the county office. The unconscious feminine-looking man was carried back by someone. Li Mu was about to return to the duty room when he heard a cry of pain. Green Snake held onto Li Mu's shoulder and lifted one of her legs. She was about to cry and said in pain, My leg. Xiandu's alms bowl was a magic treasure. It was not light. An adult would have to use all his strength to barely carry it. The alms bowl had fallen and hit her foot. It seemed that she was not lightly hit. Li Mu saw her painful expression and cold sweat on her forehead. He asked, Is it very painful? Green Snake gritted her teeth and said, Nonsense, I'll try hitting you. Li Mu shook his head indifferently and said, Then you can feel the pain yourself. After that, he turned and walked to the duty room. Green Snake's face was full of hatred. She limped into the duty room after him. In the hall of the county office, County Minister Chen looked at Xuandu and said with a smile, Master Xuandu, I haven't seen you for a long time. Your mana has improved a lot. Xuandu smiled and asked, who was that unreasonable person just now? County Minister Qin said, he was an imperial envoy from the imperial court. He was in charge of supervising the murder of the county magistrate of Yang County. Xuandu furrowed his brows and said, has the imperial court fallen so far that such a person who is unclear about good and evil, who cannot distinguish right from wrong, can become an imperial envoy? County Magistrate Qin shook his head and said, the officialdom is far more complicated than Master Xuandu can imagine. The wife of the county magistrate of Yang County is the sister of the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel. I'm afraid he's the one behind all this. I've already handed the people's petition to the county magistrate. The county magistrate will personally go to Zhong County to meet His Majesty. Xuandu put his palms together and said, those who win the hearts of the people win the world. I hope the imperial court can give justice to the girl and the people of Yang County. Grand Master, please believe in the imperial court and His Majesty. County Governor Qin heaved a sigh of relief and said, the most important thing now is to find that evil spirit. We can't let her continue to do whatever she wants. We have to find the culprit behind this and return peace to Yang County. After saying that, County Governor Qin suddenly said, I wonder if Master Puji can help to convert this evil spirit. Xuandu said, Uncle Master has been in seclusion since last month to meditate on freedom. I don't know when he will come out. County Governor Qin sighed and said, Master Puji's dharma is profound. If he can help, he will definitely be able to eliminate the evil spirit's chi of Yin and convert her. If the imperial court sends someone else, I'm afraid her soul will dissipate. In the duty room where Li Mu was, he put down his pen and rubbed between his eyebrows. His head was buzzing. Bai Tingxin's foot was hit by Xuandu's alms bowl. It seemed to be a little serious. She was in so much pain that she lay on the table and cried. Her crying annoyed Li Mu. She was a snake demon in human form. Even if her legs were broken, she would not be like this. The problem was that Xuandu's alms bowl was not an ordinary object. It had been blessed by the light of Buddha for many years. She was hit by the alms bowl. Even if she ran her mana to heal herself, it was useless. Li Mu had a headache because of her noise. He simply walked out of the duty room. Out of sight, out of mind. After a while, Li Si also walked out of the duty room. He glanced at him and asked, aren't you going to help her? Li Mu was surprised and said, didn't you say that if I don't like a woman, I shouldn't be too nice to her and it's best not to provoke her? Besides, if I get too close to her, how can I explain it to Han Yan? Different from when he was in Yangqiu County, Li Mu was now considered a man with a family. When he met other women outside, he had to be careful with his words and actions. He always thought of Lu Hanyan and remembered Li Si's teachings. Li Si rubbed between his eyebrows and said, it's mainly because of her noise that I have a headache. Besides, if she continues crying like this and others see her, they will think that you did something to her. Do you think you can explain it like this? Li Mu thought about it carefully and felt that Li Si's words made sense. If he let her continue crying like this, he was afraid that someone would really misunderstand. There were already people who misunderstood that he had hooked up with the White Demon King. In this way, the matter between him and the snake would be even more unclear. Therefore, Li Mu walked into the duty room and said to the sobbing Bai Tingxin, can you go somewhere else and cry? I can't read the file if you cry like this. Bai Tingxin raised her head and looked at him with tears in her eyes. She cried even louder. Li Mu covered his ears and gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll take it that I'm scared of you. He squatted down and held Bai Tingxin's ankle. Feeling the intense pain from her foot, Bai Tingxin's tears rolled down her face. She scolded, I'm already like this, and you're still bullying me. Li Mu, you're not human. After scolding, she felt a tingling sensation from her foot. It didn't seem to hurt as much. This feeling made her feel comfortable to the bone. She almost couldn't help but moan. After a few short breaths, her pain completely disappeared. The golden light on Li Mu's hand disappeared. He stood up and looked at Bai Tingxin faintly. I'm human, you're not. The place where she was hid didn't hurt as much. Bai Tingxin stood up and jumped around in disbelief. She found that no matter how she moved, it didn't hurt. Of course, she couldn't feel the comfortable feeling that made her intoxicated. She rolled her eyes and fell back into the chair. She frowned and said, "Ouch, it hurts." A few black lines appeared on Li Mu's forehead. There must be something wrong with this snake's brain. Even if he used the Buddha's light to heal her bruises, it couldn't withstand her torment. She reaped what she sowed. Li Mu didn't plan to help her anymore. Just as he was about to sit back in his seat, he heard another ear-piercing cry. Li Mu reached out and covered her mouth. When Bai Tingxin's eyes widened, Li Mu's hand suddenly hurt. He quickly withdrew his hand. Bai Tingxin said fiercely, "I said, if you touch my mouth again, I'll bite you." Then, she realized something and asked Li Mu, "Which hand did you use to touch my foot?" Li Mu raised the hand that was bitten by her. Bai Tingxin was stunned for a moment. She covered her mouth and ran out. She ran faster than when she wasn't injured. Li Mu immediately realized that she was faking it. Although the personalities of this pair of sisters were very different, they were the same in their love for freeloading. Arrestor Zhao walked in from outside. He looked back at Bai Tingxin, who was covering her mouth and running away. He looked at Li Mu in surprise. "It can't be." Li Mu asked, "It can't be what?" Arrestor Zhao was shocked. "Miss Tingxin is pregnant. Does the White Demon King know?" It wasn't easy for Li Mu to explain it to him. Arrestor Zhao was a little disappointed and said, "I thought you guys did it." If that's the case, the relationship between the county government and the White Demon King will be even closer. Maybe he'll help us this time. Li Mu didn't want to continue this topic. He asked, "How's the situation in Yang County?" "It's not optimistic." Arrestor Zhao shook his head and said, "The evil spirit is killing more and more people. Although the people she killed were all evil people, if this continues, the evil spirit on her body will become stronger and stronger. In the end, it might affect her mind. An evil spirit without a mind can't distinguish good from evil. It's a bigger threat to the North County than Chu Jiang of Gojoseon." His expression was serious as he continued, "What's worse is that Chu Jiang of Gojoseon has noticed the crisis in Yang County. The deaths of more than 10 cultivators were done by Chu Jiang of Gojoseon's people. Their goal is to muddy the waters in Yang County and force the evil spirit to stand against the government. At that time, the evil spirit might really stand with Chu Jiang of Gojoseon and become more difficult to deal with." Li Mu thought for a while and asked, "What will happen if the evil spirit falls into the hands of the imperial court?" Arrestor Zhao said, "Even if she has been wronged, she has committed an unforgivable crime. The chief culprits like the county magistrate of Yang County are already dead. She can't escape the dissipation of her soul." He sighed and said, "The evil spirit isn't something we can worry about. The county magistrate will deal with it. Those evil spirits under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon must be eradicated as soon as possible. We don't have enough people here. You and Miss Ting Xian will be in charge of a few villages in the east of Yang County." The situation in Yang County changed again and again in the past few days. Up until now, that ferocious spirit wasn't the most difficult to deal with. Even though she'd killed many people, and they were all treacherous villains that deserved to die, King Chu Jiang was different. Many cultivators had already died at their hands, and they'd shifted the blame to that ferocious spirit. While they were taking the opportunity to harvest the cultivators' souls, they also wanted to pull the evil spirit to their side. After Arrestor Zhao finished explaining Li Mu's task, Xuandu came in from outside. He bowed to Li Mu with one hand and said with a smile, "Benefactor Li, long time no see. Li Mu said, Master Xuandu, long time no see. How is the abbot? Xuandu said, Benefactor Li saved my life. The abbot has completely recovered. He often misses Benefactor Li. It was not a good thing to be missed by Xuandu and the abbot of Jinshan Temple. Li Mu smiled and changed the topic. Master Xuandu, are you also here for the evil spirit? Xuandu said, I wanted to send the evil spirit back to Jinshan Temple and use Dharma to reform her. I didn't expect her cultivation to be so profound. I'm not her opponent. If I can trap her, I'm afraid I'll need Benefactor Li's help. Li Mu didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked at Xuandu and said, I want Master Xuandu to promise me one thing. Xuandu said, What is it? Li Mu sighed and said, That girl suffered a lot when she was alive. Even when she became an evil spirit, she never hurt innocent people. I hope you can save her. Xuandu didn't hesitate for long. He put his palms together and said, Amitabha. I promise you. Damn you, Li Mu. You touched my feet and my mouth. You. Bai Tingxin walked in angrily and pointed at Li Mu. She was about to speak when she suddenly saw Xuandu standing beside Li Mu. Xiandu revealed a benevolent expression and smiled at her. Ah! Bai Tingxin screamed, turned around, and ran out quickly. Chapter 167. Xuandu seemed to have left a huge psychological shadow on Bai Tingxin. When she came to the room for the second time, she poked her head out and looked around. When she saw that only Li Mu was there, she walked in with relief. That monk left. He left. Bai Tingxin patted her flat chest and said, That monk is too scary. I hate monks and their bowls. She moved a chair and sat in front of Li Mu. She stretched out her leg and said, My leg still hurts. Can you treat it for me again? Demons seemed to enjoy the feeling of Buddha's light entering their bodies. Bai Yinxin was like this, Bai Tingxin was like this, even Xiao Bai liked to snuggle in Li Mu's arms and let Li Mu use Buddha's light to expel the demon aura for her. Of course, after she transformed, she could no longer enjoy this treatment. I'm not your doctor. If it still hurts, you can use your mana to heal yourself. Li Mu rejected the green snake and said, I still have errands to run. You can play here by yourself. Chu Jiang of Gojoseon's subordinates took advantage of this incident to wreak havoc in Yang County. Li Mu was responsible for the stability of several villages. Arrester Zhao originally wanted him and Bai Tingxin to be in charge together so that they could take care of each other. However, Li Mu had Bai Yi in his hands. Unless Chu Jiang of Gojoseon personally came, his ghost generals were not afraid at all. Bringing Bai Tingxin with him would be a burden. Seeing Li Mu leave alone, Bai Tingxin quickly chased after him and shouted, Zhao said to let me go with you. Wait for me, Yang County, inner office. The feminine man woke up from his bed and felt that his bones were falling apart. He roared, Where is that damned monk? Men, take him down. Two figures walked in and said, Sir, you're awake. The feminine man looked at the two divinity realm cultivators and said angrily, You're only back now. Where the hell did you go? The two of them looked at each other and said, Didn't my lord ask us to capture that evil spirit? The feminine man struggled to get up and asked, Did you catch that evil spirit? A theurgy cultivator replied, No, the two of us aren't her match. The feminine man gritted his teeth and said, Trash, don't bother about that Een spirit. Go and capture that monk. He dared to murder an official of the imperial court. I want his head to roll. Another divine arts cultivator said, We can't capture that monk. He's a disciple of Heart sect and has already cultivated a golden body. We can't beat him or capture him. The feminine man took a few deep breaths and calmed himself down. He said, No matter what, we have to give Lord Assistant Minister an explanation for this matter. Investigate it for me. Investigate the birth of that evil spirit. Investigated thoroughly. Yang County, a village in the east. A black fog escaped from the village, but it was cut down by a sword light that came from behind. Li Mu killed a vengeful spirit that was harming the common people with a single sword strike and collected the scattered soul force. In another direction, there was a black fog that was about to escape into the distance. Li Mu wanted to give chase, but Bai Tingxin's voice came from behind. "Don't move, let me do it." She quickly gave chase and shot out a green light. The green light entered the black fog, which churned for a while before gradually calming down. She extracted the soul force from the black fog and condensed it into a small ball. She ran to Li Mu and said, "For you." Li Mu said, "I can deal with it myself." Bai Tingxin stretched out her hand and said, "I don't care. I killed that ghost anyway." Li Mu took the soul ball and didn't waste time talking to her. His palm emitted a golden light and touched Bai Tingxin's hand. Bai Tingxin closed her eyes and revealed a satisfied expression. After a while, Li Mu retracted his hand. She opened her eyes and said with dissatisfaction, "How can you be so fast? The previous times were much longer than this time." Li Mu said, "This ghost's soul force is too weak. When you catch a powerful one next time, it will naturally take longer." Chu Jiang of Gojosian took advantage of the situation. In the past few days, many ghosts appeared in Yang County, causing chaos in all the villages. Li Mu and the others followed the orders of the county governor to get rid of these ghosts. Li Mu was still in the soul condensing stage. Although the soul power of these evil ghosts was not much, it was better than nothing. Many little drops make an ocean, so it was still somewhat useful. Bai Tingxin saw that Li Mu needed the soul force, so she offered to help Li Mu kill the ghosts and retrieve their souls. Of course, it was not for free. Every time she killed a ghost, she would contribute a portion of soul force to Li Mu. She would ask Li Mu to use the Buddha's light to make her feel comfortable. After careful consideration, Li Mu realized that this was a profitable deal. He only needed to pay a little bit of magic power to get a free long-term job. Why not? The cooperation between the two continued happily. Most of the time, Li Mu needed to stand by and watch. Bai Tingxin would help him kill the ghosts and retrieve their souls. She would condense the soul force and send it over. This was the first time Li Mu felt that it was not a bad thing to have this snake by his side. Unfortunately, these ghosts were too weak. If he could kill one or two soul realm ghosts, it should be enough for him to condense the remaining two souls. Li Mu suddenly thought of something and a bold idea emerged in his mind. He sent a message to Madame Chu. "Do you know where the 18 ghost generals under Chu Jiang of Gojosian are?" The ghost generals under Chu Jiang of Gojosian were not gathered in one place. Like the green-faced ghost and Madame Chu, they had their own nests. The current Li Mu, with the help of Madame Chu, could easily deal with these fourth realm ghosts. Since Chu Jiang of Gojosian could send his subordinates out to do evil, Li Mu could also take the initiative to find them. Madame Chu said, "I don't know all of them. They are scattered all over the 13 counties in the North County. I only know a few of them." Although Li Mu did not want to be remembered by Chu Jiang of Gojosian, he had already killed one of his ghost generals. Killing one or two was still killing. He might as well use them to help him condense his soul. After making up his mind, Li Mu stood up and said to Bai Tingxin, "You go back to the county office first. I'll go out and do something." Bai Tingxin said, "I'm not going. I want to go with you." Li Mu said, "Be good. Wait for me to go back. I'll let you feel comfortable for 2 hours. It's a deal." As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Tingxin disappeared in front of Li Mu at an incredible speed. Without her dragging him down, Li Mu did not have so many scruples. With a thought, Bai Yi flew out of the scabbard. Li Mu jumped on the sword and turned into a stream of light, quickly disappearing into the sky. In a valley in the north of Yang County, This valley was shrouded in smoke and miasma all year round. Very few people came close. It was rumored that there were man-eating evil spirits in this valley. Although no one had ever been eaten, the nearby people would take a detour when they came here. Even hunters and woodcutters would not come close to this place. Outside the valley, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. Li Mu felt the extremely dense yin qi in the valley and said, "You really know how to pick a place." Madame Chu revealed herself and said, "That red-haired ghost is here." She released her aura. After a while, thick fog rolled in the valley. A short man walked out of the thick fog. The man was short and only reached Li Mu's waist. He had conspicuous red hair. When he saw Madame Chu, he was shocked and said, "Madame Chu, you're not dead." He sized up Madame Chu and said in joy, "Not only are you not dead, but you've also advanced to the soul realm. Why are you looking for me? Have you thought it through and agreed to dual cultivate with me?" Madame Chu did not answer. What greeted the man was a sharp sword that shone with a cold light. The short man was shocked and said, "What are you doing? Are you crazy? Aren't you afraid of His Highness' punishment?" He hurriedly dodged and was slashed a few times by Madame Chu. His face was filled with anger and he said loudly, "Fine, if you want to play, I'll play with you." He stuck one hand into his chest and pulled out a huge mace from his body. Holding it with both hands, he waved it with the power of thunder. After the red-haired man had a weapon, Madame Chu could not gain the upper hand. Li Mu hid in the dark and watched. Although they were both at the fourth realm, Madame Chu had just advanced and her magic power was not as good as this red-haired ghost's. In the same realm, the difference in strength would be great. Those that Li Mu knew, such as Su He, Xuandu, and Commandery Officer Shin, were all at the peak of the fourth realm. The Tiger Demon and the Green Bull Demon were slightly weaker. Madame Chu, who had just advanced, would not be able to last long under their hands. According to Madame Chu, this crimson-haired ghost was a soul realm ghost cultivator, and he was ranked at the 14th position amongst the 18 ghost generals under King Chu Jiang. With Madame Chu's cultivation, it probably wouldn't be long before she lost. Li Mu walked out from behind the tree and formed a hand seal. Boom! A bolt of lightning descended from the sky and hit the red-haired ghost's head. All his hair stood on end. Although his soul was not directly destroyed, the aura on his body instantly withered. His originally solid soul body immediately became a little illusory. When Li Mu was in the soul-tempering realm, he could already kill third-realm demons with lightning techniques. Now that he was in the soul-condensing realm, although he could not kill fourth-realm demons instantly, this move could be used as a sneak attack. It could be used as a surprise attack and cause considerable damage to fourth-realm demons. Li Mu's sneak attack was successful. The red-haired ghost's body faded and his aura withered. Madame Chu instantly turned the situation around. The red-haired ghost was flustered and exasperated. He looked at Li Mu and said angrily to Madame Chu, "You actually colluded with humans. His Highness will not let you off." Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck his head. The red-haired ghost could not dodge in time and his body became even weaker. He was angry and shocked and hid back into the fog. Madame Chu did not waste the opportunity and chased after him with her sword. Li Mu felt waves of magic power coming from the fog. After a while, Madame Chu walked out of the fog with a solid soul ball floating in her palm. The 14th Ghost General under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon was dead. Madame Chu handed the soul ball to Li Mu and said, "The 12th Ghost General under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon is also in Yang County. Also, the Rakshasa Ghost and the Long-Tongued Ghost are in Yu County, which is adjacent to Yang County." Chapter 168. In the north of Yang County. A figure descended from the sky and landed on a cliff that was about 1,000 feet tall. A cloud of mist surged out of the Bai sword. Madame Chu appeared and said to Li Mu, there's a ghost general under Jianghu of Gojosian called the Big Head Ghost. He's ranked 12th among the 18 ghost generals. His strength is even stronger than the red-haired ghost. He lives in a cave under this cliff. Li Mu looked at the cliff below and said, "Go down and lure him up. I'll ambush him from above." Madame Chu nodded and flew down the cliff. She descended several dozen feet, and a pitch-black hole appeared on the cliff face. The hole was hidden under the weeds. If one didn't look carefully, it would be difficult to notice it. The inside of the hole was eerie. Madame Chu entered with her sword. Soon, a wave of magic power came from the hole. Not long after, Madame Chu escaped from the hole in a sorry state and floated up the cliff. A ghostly figure with a huge head chased out of the cave. This ghost's head was huge, and his body was only half the size of his head. His eyes were like lanterns, and there was a huge dustpan-like mouth on his face. Traces of black liquid flowed down from the corner of his mouth. He grinned his terrifying huge mouth and clicked his tongue. It's actually Madame Chu. She's even advanced to the soul realm. If I can devour her, my strength will be able to enter the top 5 ghost generals and be put in an important position by His Highness. The big head ghost raised his head to take a look and quickly chased after them. However, just as he flew up the cliff, a purple lightning bolt descended from the sky and struck his head. Madame Chu disappeared. A young man holding the sword she was holding just now was looking at him with a smile. This was the last consciousness of the big head ghost. The purple lightning directly erased his intelligence and turned his body into soul power. Li Mu stretched out his hand. The soul power of the big head ghost turned into a soul ball and was absorbed into his body. Madame Chu's magic power was much weaker than Su He's at that time. When he was possessed by Su He, Li Mu's thunder dharma and various mystiques could rival those in the creation realm. However, by borrowing Madame Chu's dharmic powers, Li Mu could only be invincible in the 4th realm. This was the most accurate assessment he had of his own strength after several battles. With the help of Dao techniques, he could unleash a shred of 5th-tier power. Killing a normal 4th-tier cultivator was not a problem. However, if he encountered a true 5th-tier cultivator, his power would still be insufficient. With this kind of strength, it was difficult to deal with Jianghu of Gojosian, but it was easy to deal with the ghost generals under his command. According to Madame Chu, apart from the first ghost general under Jianghu of Gojosian, the strongest of the other ghost generals was only at the peak of the 4th realm. Half a year ago, the first ghost general had just reached the specter realm under Jianghu of Gojosian's nurturing. The middle 3 realms of ghost cultivators were the Baal Soul, Spectre Soul, and Origin Soul. They corresponded to the Taoism's mystiques, Creation Realm, and Dongxian, and the Buddhism's Golden Body, Dharma Idol, and Freedom. Madame Chu, the red-haired ghost, and the big head ghost were Baal Souls. Su He was a Baal Soul that was very close to the Spectre Soul. With Li Mu's current strength, it was nigh impossible for him to defeat a Spectre Realm Phantom General. He collected his thoughts and looked at Madame Chu. Next. Madame Chu thought for a moment and said, 50 li from here, in Yu County, there's an abandoned old mansion. The Rakshasa ghost is there. He's ranked 9th among the 18 ghost generals. Feeling the surging soul power in his body, Li Mu's eyes burned with passion. He could condense all 3 souls if he killed another Baal Soul. Let's go. Yu County. In an unknown village, a ferocious-looking man was kneeling on the ground. His body was trembling as he pleaded, "Grandpa Ghost, please spare my life. I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again." In front of him, there was a human-shaped black mist. One could only vaguely make out the silhouette of a human within the black mist. There were 2 blood-red rays where the eyes should be, and they seemed to be able to draw one's soul away. The villagers were kneeling on the ground. Even though their faces were pale, there was a hint of delight in their eyes when they looked at the ferocious-looking man. The ferocious-looking man who was kneeling on the ground had lost his usual ferocity. His body was trembling uncontrollably, and there was a pungent smell coming from beneath him. "You deserve to die." An inhuman voice sounded from the black mist. As soon as the voice sounded, 3 silhouettes floated out from the ferocious-looking man's body. They turned into specks of light that were absorbed by the black mist. After absorbing the specks of light, the blood-red rays at the top of the black mist seemed to become even more glaring. The black mist swept away, and the villagers were still kneeling on the ground. After another quarter of an hour, a brave man stood up and ran to the side of the ferocious-looking man to take a look. He shouted, "Dead, he's dead." When everyone heard this, they immediately became excited. "He's finally dead. We can live a good life in the future. The heavens have eyes. It's good that he's dead, it's good that he's dead." The last trace of fear they had for the ferocious spirit disappeared with the man's death. They all knelt on the ground and kowtowed in the direction that the black mist had disappeared. The black mist drifted all the way until it was blocked by a black-robed figure in a remote mountain. A voice quickly sounded from under the black robe. "I am the #1 ghost general under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. Your Excellency has killed so many people. The imperial court will definitely send experts to eliminate you. No matter how high your Excellency's cultivation is, you won't be able to defeat the great Zhou court. Why don't you pledge allegiance to His Highness Chu Jiang of Gojoseon? His Highness will guarantee your safety." Scram. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, a cold and emotionless voice came from the black mist. The black-robed man said, "Your Excellency, you have to think carefully." The aura in the black mist became extremely unstable. The black-robed man's expression changed and he immediately moved out of the way. Looking at the black mist drifting away, the fear on his face gradually disappeared. How could such a thing happen? His face was filled with disbelief as he muttered, "It's only been a few days and she already has such a terrifying cultivation. If this continues, I'm afraid it won't be long before even His Highness won't be her match." In the forest, 2 more ghosts floated out. One of them said with a trembling voice, "This ghost's pressure is even more terrifying than what His Highness gave me." The black-robed man looked at him and said, "That's because she doesn't know how to cultivate. If this continues, I'm afraid her intelligence will be assimilated by the ferocious spirit and she will completely become a ferocious spirit that only knows how to kill. At that time, the northern county will be interesting." One of the ghosts laughed and said, "If that's the case, wouldn't it be even more beneficial for us?" The black-robed man stretched out his hands, and a soul ball condensed in each of his palms. He put the soul ball into the bodies of the 2 ghosts and said, "The green-faced ghost is dead, and Madame Chu is missing. There are only 16 of the 18 ghost generals left. This is the soul power of the cultivators I've collected over the past few days. The 2 of you are only a step away from the soul realm. When you go back, refine it well and try to advance to the soul realm as soon as possible." "Thank you, my lord." The 2 ghosts were so excited that their soul bodies trembled as they knelt on the ground to thank him. At this moment, another soul shadow rushed over from behind. Before it arrived, it shouted loudly, "My lord, bad news, bad news." The black-robed man said coldly, "What happened? Why are you in such a panic? Was the ferocious spirit captured?" "No, no." The soul shadow said with a trembling voice, "The red-haired ghost, the big-headed ghost, and the Rakshasa ghost, they were killed." "What?" The black-robed man's expression changed when he heard this. He grabbed the soul shadow's neck and said angrily, "What did you say? Say it again." The soul shadow said in fear, Their soul lamps were extinguished." Just as he finished speaking, black fog kept surging out from the black-robed man's body. That was a sign that he was extremely angry and his magic power was out of control. They had spent countless resources to create the 3 soul realm ghost generals. They had only created 15 ghost generals of this level in 5 years. The death of these 3 ghost generals was equivalent to their 1 year of hard work being in vain. How did that person know where they were? The black-robed man's voice was extremely cold and suppressed to the extreme. There must be a mole among us. Chapter 169. Yu County. In an ancient tomb somewhere in the mountains, a cloud of gray mist covered an area of dozens of feet. Li Mu formed a seal with his hands. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew and the gray mist gradually dissipated. Whoosh! A blood-red tongue suddenly flew out from the mist. It was extremely fast and created a gust of wind. It went straight for Li Mu's head. Clang! Li Mu slashed out. The Bai sword struck the tongue and produced a metallic sound. Sparks flew from the tongue and it suddenly retracted. The mist was completely blown away by the gust of wind, revealing a thin ghostly figure inside. Chu Jiang of Gojoseon's 18 ghostly generals. Apart from Madame Chu, 4 of them were in Yang County and Yu County. The red hair ghost and the big head ghost in Yang County had already been killed by Li Mu. A few hours ago, the Rakshasa ghost hiding in an abandoned house in Yu County had also been killed by the Bai sword. The last long-tongued ghost lived in this ancient tomb. It was not weak and was ranked 7th among the 18 ghostly generals. It had been resisting Li Mu for a long time. The thin ghostly figure was covered in black gas, only revealing 2 eyes. His eyes were glowing fiercely as he looked at Madame Chu and said angrily, "Damn it, Madame Chu, you actually betrayed His Highness. Have you ever thought about your end?" Madame Chu floated above and said coldly, "Worry about your fate first." After saying that, she urged Bai to meet the attack head-on. The long-tongued ghost used its tongue as a weapon. Its tongue was extremely flexible and could be hard or soft. It was actually on par with Madame Chu, who was wielding the Bai sword. This was even after Li Mu had exhausted most of its spiritual energy. After all, as the 7th ghostly general, its strength was much higher than Madame Chu's. Li Mu stood far away. Occasionally, he would send down a bolt of lightning. Although the long-tongued ghost dodged most of the time, it was still flustered. Madame Chu seized the opportunity and gradually gained the upper hand. The long-tongued ghost tried to escape several times but was forced back by Li Mu's lightning technique. He was struck by Madame Chu's sword again. He couldn't help but feel anxious and angry. He asked, "Damn it! Do you dare to fight me for real without looking for help?" Madame Chu sneered, and the momentum of her sword became even sharper. The long-tongued ghost had already lost more than half of his mana, and was gradually losing ground to Madame Chu. After being stabbed a few more times, he was accidentally struck by a bolt of lightning, and his soul was already extremely illusory. Just as he was about to fall into despair, a monstrous killing intent suddenly came from the distant horizon, followed by an extremely angry voice. "You're courting death." Sensing this extremely familiar voice, the long-tongued ghost heaved a sigh of relief and exclaimed, "Lord Soul, save me." When Madame Chu felt this incomparably powerful aura, her expression changed drastically. Taking advantage of the moment when the long-tongued ghost relaxed, she pierced her sword through his chest and absorbed all of his soul energy. Then, she quickly flew to Li Mu's side and said anxiously, "Benefactor, leave quickly. He's the 1st ghost general under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. He has already become a ghost spirit." A ghost spirit was equivalent to a cultivator in the creation and golden body realms. In terms of aura, he was slightly weaker than Master Puji of the Jinshan Temple. Li Mu held the Bai sword in one hand and formed a seal with the other. He said quietly, "Heaven and earth are limitless, borrow the power of the universe. The power of the universe is born from the heart, and it grows endlessly. Heavenly Lord Tai, as the law commands." The Bai sword buzzed, and countless sword shadows appeared behind Li Mu's back. Tens of thousands of swords moved together and slashed towards the black shadow in the distance. The black shadow's body suddenly exploded, turning into countless black gas. After the sword shadows slashed past, the black gas gathered together again. The art of soul division. Li Mu's heart skipped a beat. According to honored Master Thousand Illusions memories, soul cultivators who mastered this secret magic would be able to split their soul body into smaller parts when their life was in danger. That way, they would be able to avoid large-scale attacks. Li Mu did not hesitate to flee on his sword. The demon-slaying protection spell was the strongest move he could use at the moment, but it could not do anything to the first ghost general. Other than running away, he had no other choice. Using the army formula, he was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared 1,000 feet away and sped in a certain direction. You can't run away. After witnessing the death of the long-tongued ghost with his own eyes, and in just a few short months, only 12 of the 18 ghost generals remained, the black figure known as Lord Soul was enraged. He quickly chased in the direction Li Mu had fled in, his extremely cold voice echoing in the air. I will grind your bones and scatter your ashes, extract your soul, and refine it. I will make your soul suffer the pain of being burned by ghost fire every day. Li Mu heard the threat of the first ghost general behind him and fled even faster. He pulled away from the black shadow again. Although he could not defeat the other party, he could not easily catch up. After killing 4 of Jianghu of Gojoseon's ghost generals, the first ghost general was obviously furious. He chased and cursed. Those who did not know better would think that Li Mu had dug up his grave and scattered his ashes. Li Mu channeled his mana, and the distance between the two was pulled apart again. He looked behind him and shook his head. It's just 4 ghost generals who died. Is there a need to fight so hard? Madame Chu thought for a moment and said, Chu Jiang of Gojoseon seems to value the 18 ghost generals very much. For the past 5 years, he has always wanted to raise all of us above the soul realm and give us all the soul power he obtained, 18 soul realm. Li Mu thought for a moment and suddenly exclaimed, he can't be thinking of setting up the 18 prison formation, right? Over the past few days, Li Mu had digested a lot of the memories left behind by Venerable Thousand Illusions. He also had some understanding of some demonic methods. The 18 Hell Grand Formation was an extremely formidable Devil Dao Grand Formation. It was set up by 18 ghost cultivators at the ferocious Soul Realm, and coupled with King Chu Jiang taking the lead, it was capable of trapping a 6th realm expert at the Profound Insight Realm to death. The 18 ghost generals corresponded to the 18 hells. Chu Jiang of Gojoseon had painstakingly cultivated the 18 ghost generals. If it wasn't because he had obsessive-compulsive disorder, then it was because he wanted to complete the 18 prison formation. Of course, 5 of his 18 ghost generals had already died at the hands of Li Mu, and 1 had become Li Mu's ghost. There were only 12 of the 18 ghost generals left. At most, he could set up the 10 ghost trapping formation, and there would be 2 more substitutes. Without 8 ghost generals, the power of the formation would be reduced by more than half. It would only be left with less than 30%. No wonder this ghost general wanted to kill him. If it were Li Mu, he wouldn't be able to tolerate it either. There were ghosts chasing closely behind him, and he couldn't shake them off for a while. Li Mu changed direction and flew towards the mountains in the distance. As soon as he was chased by the first ghost general, he already had a plan in mind. The first ghost general's murderous aura was monstrous. Li Mu flew straight to a familiar mountain. Just as the ghost general was about to reach the mountain, a powerful demonic aura suddenly came from the mountain, followed by a cold snort. Scram! The ghost general's body quickly came to a halt as he stared at the mountain peak with a look of dread. In the north region, there was only one person who could have such a demonic aura. He floated in the air and clasped his fists. He said, "Greetings, White Demon King. I am the first ghost general under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. I have no intention of disturbing you. This person killed 4 of my ghost generals. Please hand him over to me, an emotionless voice came from the mountain. If you don't scram in 3 breaths, you can stay here forever. Does the Demon King want to go against His Highness? 1. White Demon King, you, too. Before the word 3 came out, the ghost swept up a black fog and flew away without looking back. Li Mu landed somewhere in the mountain and clasped his fists. He said to the middle-aged man in front of him, "Thank you for saving me, White Demon King." The White Demon King asked, "How did you offend Chu Jiang of Gojoseon?" Li Mu said, "Chu Jiang of Gojoseon ordered his subordinates to do evil in Yang County. I killed a few of his ghost generals." The White Demon King had a strange expression. He said, "Most of the ghost generals under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon are at the 4th realm. I didn't misjudge you to be able to kill them at the 2nd realm." Li Mu smiled embarrassedly. The White Demon King did not mention this matter again. He said, "Tingxin has troubled you these days." "It's no trouble." In front of the White Demon King, Li Mu naturally could not despise his daughter. He said, "In the past few days, Miss Tingxin has also helped the people get rid of evil and killed several evil ghosts. Tingxin is stubborn. Little brother, you have suffered." The White Demon King looked into the distance and said, "That ghost hasn't left yet. I'll get 2nd brother and 3rd brother to escort you back." Bai Yinxin ran out from behind and said, "I want to go too." When he saw Bai Yinxin, Li Mu's legs went weak out of reflex. The White Demon King asked, "What are you going to do?" Bai Yinxin said, "I'm worried about Tingxin outside. I want to protect her." In the end, the White Demon King agreed to let Bai Yinxin go with him. This made Li Mu feel a little guilty because the way the 2 sisters looked at him was the same. The current Bai Yinxin was already a core formation realm demon cultivator and was not weak. Under the White Demon King's instructions, she escorted Li Mu back to Yang County with the Green Bull Demon, the Tiger Demon, and the Rat Demon. Chapter 170. The Green Bull Demon and the Tiger Demon had already condensed their cores for many years. When the 2 of them joined forces, they could even suppress Su He. With Bai Yinxin and the Rat Demon, the 2 core condensation demons, the first ghost general did not appear again. Although he was a 5th realm ghost and might not be afraid of them joining forces, he was still afraid of the White Demon King. Bai Tingxin waited anxiously at the entrance of the county office. When she saw Bai Yinxin, she said in surprise, "Sister, why are you here?" Bai Yinxin snorted and asked, "Don't you want me to come?" Bai Tingxin quickly said, "No, no." The Green Bull Demon and the Tiger Demon followed Li Mu to the county office to escort him and bring the Rat Demon to admit his guilt. If other demons spread the plague in North County and cheated the people of their psyche power, they would not end well. However, County Magistrate Chen had to give face to the White Demon King. The Rat Demon stayed in the county office to make up for his mistakes, just like Bai Tingxin. Li Mu found Arrestor Zhao and asked, "How big is the credit for killing a ghost general in the vicious soul realm? Can I enter the earth room to choose a treasure?" 4th realm vicious soul. Constable Zhao shook his head and said, "According to the rules, if you kill a 4th realm demonic ghost, you can choose a treasure from the Xian house. You were able to enter the Xian house the last 2 times because the county magistrate made an exception." Li Mu asked again, "If I can't kill 1, what about 4? Arrestor Zhao was stunned and said, "Well, I have to ask the county magistrate." Not long after, he walked out of the front hall and said, "The county magistrate asked you to enter." Li Mu walked into the front hall of the county office and saluted, "Greetings, county magistrate." County Magistrate Shen held the gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. He said, "If you can kill one of King Chu Jiang's ghost generals in the vicious soul realm, then when we return to the county magistrate's office, I will make an exception and allow you to enter the earth room to choose an item." Li Mu was delighted and asked, "If I can kill 4 of them, does that mean I can choose 4 treasures?" Commandery Captain Shen glanced at him and said, I am a man of my word. If you can kill Chu Jiang of Gojoseon, I will give you the Earth Room. It was more appropriate for the county governor to say that. As a county lieutenant, he did not have such authority. However, Li Mu had no intention of killing Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. He released Mrs. Chu and said, show me the evidence. Madame Chu waved her hand, and 4 images appeared in the air. Cultivators in the Jushen realm could replay what they had experienced as if they were taking a selfie. Cultivators in Dongxian were even more powerful with the dark light technique. They could cross space and observe the scene in another place in real time. Li Mu pointed at the 4 images and said one by one, this is the red-haired ghost, the 14th ghost general under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. This is the big-headed ghost, the 12th ghost general under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. This is the Rakshasa ghost, the 9th ghost general under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. This is the long-tongued ghost, the 7th ghost general under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. County Magistrate Shen spat out the wine in his mouth and said in surprise, you killed 4 more. Li Mu smiled and said, Mrs. Chu happened to know where these 4 ghost generals were. They had done a lot of evil anyway, so I killed them. Good. County Magistrate Shen stood up and said, I was right about you. When we return to the county office, I will allow you to choose 4 treasures in the Earth Room. Thank you, sir. Li Mu walked out of the front hall with satisfaction. When he arrived at the county office, he finally experienced the joy of being a constable. Not only could he get rid of evil for the people, but he could also gain soul power. When he returned to the county office, he would be rewarded handsomely. Double the reward, double the joy. When he walked into the courtyard, he saw the 2 snakes. Bai Tingxin glanced at Li Mu and said, you said it. 2 hours. In order to not let the green snake drag him down, Li Mu promised her that he would let her enjoy the light of Buddha for 2 hours after they returned. It was not good to go back on his word now. He walked in front of Bai Tingxin and said, let's go. Bai Yinxin asked suspiciously, what 2 hours? Bai Tingxin whispered a few words in her ear. No. Bai Yinxin shook her head and said firmly, you have already transformed into a human. You have to learn human etiquette. Haven't you heard that men and women should not touch each other? Li Mu agreed with Bai Yinxin. He had accumulated the soul power of the 4 ghost generals in his body. He wanted to refine them as soon as possible so that he could condense the 3 souls as soon as possible. He did not want to waste time on Bai Tingxin. Bai Tingxin shook her head and said, I don't care. I am not a human. I will not learn their etiquette. Bai Yinxin grabbed her wrist and said, I am your sister. I have the responsibility to discipline you on behalf of father. Don't, sister. Bai Tingxin looked at her pitifully and said, I helped him catch so many ghosts in exchange for this. I have been waiting for a long time, Bai Yinxin said firmly, no. I said no and it means no. Bai Tingxin hugged her arm and shook it gently. She said, how about I give you an hour? Bai Yinxin glared at her and said, do you think I will be tempted by you? After a while, Li Mu walked into the room. He turned around and asked, which one of you will go first? Bai Tingxin said, you are the elder sister. You go first. Bai Yinxin said, the elder sister should give way to the younger sister. You go first. Li Mu thought for a while and asked for their opinion, why don't you go together? The 2 sisters each had an hour. They would still waste 2 hours. It was better to go together. This way, he could save an hour. In terms of time management, Li Mu was very serious. After the 2 snakes discussed, they felt that there was no difference between who would go first and who would go later. They did not raise any objections. Li Mu wanted to just stay in the room. However, Bai Tingxin said that she wanted to go to the inn where she was staying. That way, she could lie down. Lying down was obviously more comfortable than sitting. Li Mu did not want to go through so much trouble. However, on second thought, there were too many people in the county. There might be people talking behind his back. It was better to go outside. He nodded and said, "Then let's go to your place." Seeing the three of them walk out of the county office, a county yamen constable poked his head out of the room and said, "Tsk. It's good to be young." Another constable added, "It's useless to be young. You also need to be handsome." Another constable said, "It's not enough to be young and handsome. Women these days still like men with strength. Young, handsome and strong. Highly regarded by the county governor. Not everyone is Li Mu. So, Li Mu has already taken the two daughters of the White Demon King. Isn't it obvious? Yang County. On the street, Li Si put his arm around Zhang Shan's shoulder and asked, "Why are you here?" Zhang Shan said, "It's because Lady Lu is worried about Li Mu. She left for so many days without any news. I came to take a look. What can happen to Li Mu? I'll take you to the county office to find him." Li Si had just opened his mouth when he suddenly realized something. He pointed ahead and said, "There's no need to go to the county office." "Isn't that him, Li?" Zhang Shan raised his hand and waved at Li Mu. Seeing him enter the inn with two young women, he was stunned for a moment and said in disbelief, "Li Mu actually brought other women to the inn. And there are two of them." An hour later, Li Mu came out of the room on the second floor of the inn. When he walked down the stairs, his legs went weak and he almost fell down. Fortunately, a pair of hands reached out from the side and caught him in time. Li Mu turned his head and was about to thank him. When he saw the person, he was stunned and asked, "Why are you here?" Zhang Shan shook his head and said, "Li Mu, you disappoint me. Do you know how worried Lady Lu is about you? You actually brought women to a place like this." Li Mu explained, "You're mistaken. They're not human." Zhang Shan said, "I saw it with my own eyes. You don't have to lie to me. Although I work for Lady Lu, we're brothers. I'll help you hide it this time, but there won't be a next time," Li Mu said helplessly. "It's not what you think." Zhang Shan sighed and said, "Do you think I'm easy to fool? Or did you just sit in the room with those two women for an hour and drink tea and chat?" In fact, Li Mu really only sat there for an hour. He didn't even drink tea. He didn't want to waste time explaining and shook his head. "Go back and tell them that the matter in Yang County will take some time. When it's settled, I'll go back." In a first-class room on the second floor of the inn, Bai Yinxin and her sister showed a satisfied expression at the same time. Bai Tingxin moaned comfortably and said, "Sister, I feel that my cultivation has improved a little. Why don't we capture him and bring him back to help us improve our cultivation every day?" Bai Yinxin glanced at her and said, "Stop dreaming. Father won't let you do that. Is there any way to do this every day?" Bai Tingxin held her chin with one hand and suddenly said, "Why don't I just marry him? If I marry him, we can be together every day." Bai Yinxin glanced at her. She used to have such naive thoughts like her sister. Today, she already knew that marriage wasn't something that could be casually said. Every time she thought of the situation at that time, she wanted to find a hole to hide in. In the past few months, she missed the experience of that time. She missed the house and the water and even thought of Li Mu more often. She looked at Bai Tingxin and said, "If you marry him, you won't just do this every day. You'll have to wash his clothes and cook for him. You'll also have to sleep with him and give birth to his children, so it's so troublesome to get married. Then I'd better not get married." Bai Tingxin suddenly changed her mind and said, "Forget it. Even if I want to marry him, he won't like me. He already has a woman he likes." Bai Yinxin was stunned and asked, "What? He has a woman he likes?" Bai Tingxin was surprised and said, "Why are you making such a fuss?" For some reason, Bai Yinxin suddenly had a sour feeling in her heart and asked, what does the woman he likes look like? Bai Tingxin's face showed jealousy and said, she's very beautiful. She has big breasts and a perky butt. Why do men like women like that? It'll be great if I'm a fox. Fox spirits have great figures. I can charm him to death. Chapter 171. After Chu Jiang of Gojoseon lost another 4 ghost generals, the situation finally calmed down. The evil spirits no longer harmed the people in and around Yang County. The evil spirit also left Yang County and began to appear frequently in Yu County. In just 2 days, it took the lives of a few more villains. After Li Mu sent Zhang Shan out of Yang County, he received another piece of news when he returned to the county office. The experts sent by the imperial court had arrived in the North County. It was said that they were in the creation realm. They were already on their way to Yu County to hunt down the evil spirit. Constable Zhao was about to leave the office when he said, the experts sent by the imperial court have already gone to Yu County. We're about to head there with the county minister. Do you want to come along? It's rare to see a battle of this level. It's a good opportunity to broaden your horizons. Li Mu nodded and walked out of the county office with him. They boarded the flying boat and headed straight to Yu County. Yu County and Yang County were neighbors. After about half an hour, the flying boat stopped in the air. County Minister Qin stood at the bow of the boat and looked into the distance. Li Mu sensed a strong wave of mana coming from the wilderness in the distance. There were 2 auras, both of which were extremely powerful. One of them had a murderous aura that sent chills down one's spine even though it was so far away. The other aura did not lose out at all in terms of aura. The flying boat landed in the distance. Li Mu saw a man in green floating in the air. Opposite him was a ball of black fog that emitted a terrifying aura. Above the man in green's head, a long sword was shining with green light. It danced in the air and slashed at the black fog. Li Mu could feel the sharpness of the sword aura even from afar. When the sword aura slashed at the black fog, a part of the black fog dissipated. However, the aura within it became more and more violent. County Minister Chen's expression changed slightly. He said, if this continues, I'm afraid she will completely lose her consciousness. There's no other way but to kill her. Li Mu looked at the black fog and sighed. 10 days ago, she was still a young girl in the prime of her youth, but now she had become like this. The death of the county magistrate of Yang County and his evil officials was not enough to be regretted. A portion of the black fog dissipated, and it seemed to have aroused the anger of the evil spirit as it swept towards the azure-clothed man. The green-clothed man formed a seal with one hand and pointed at the black fog. He said softly, freeze. The surrounding time seemed to have stopped, and the black fog suddenly stopped in mid-air. The green-robed man raised his hand and pressed forward. In the void, a huge transparent palm was formed and slammed towards the black fog. The black fog collapsed, but it condensed back together in the blink of an eye. However, its aura was weaker than before. Commandery Captain Shen shook his head and said, although her mana is strong, she doesn't know anything about ghosts. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been defeated so easily. County Minister Chen looked worried and said, the resentment in her body is getting stronger. The stronger the resentment, the stronger her strength will be. If she continues to be pressured like this, something might happen. A golden light flashed in Li Mu's eyes. When he looked at the black fog again, he realized that the color of blood was even stronger. At this moment, the azure-robed man formed a seal. The azure-robed man's flying sword shined brightly and condensed into a huge azure-robed sword in the air. He waved his hand and the huge sword slashed down at the black fog with lightning speed. There was no change in the black fog, but a cloud of thick black gas suddenly appeared under the ground. The black gas condensed into a huge knife and met the green light sword's shadow. When the knife and the sword met, they were instantly annihilated. A strong blast of air spread out from the center of the collision. The clothes of the people in the distance were fluttering because of the blast of air. Li Mu looked at the black-robed man who appeared beside the evil spirit and quietly retreated behind County Minister Qin and Commandery Captain Xin. The first ghost general did not notice Li Mu. Instead, he looked at the evil spirit and said, "See, this is the face of the imperial court. They don't care how much injustice you have suffered. They watched helplessly as the corrupt official harmed you. If you kill the corrupt official for revenge, they will destroy your soul. Instead of dying in their hands, why not join us and fight against this hypocritical and unfair world?" Commandery Captain Xin looked at the black-robed man and slowly walked out. His eyes were full of killing intent. In the next moment, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. At the same time, everyone present felt that the surrounding temperature seemed to have dropped. Rumble. They looked up and saw that there were dark clouds gathering quickly in the sky. Lightning flashed and there seemed to be countless thunderbolts brewing in the dark clouds. Heavy snow fell from the sky, bringing with it a bone-piercing chill. County Minister Qin and the azure-clothed man's faces suddenly became extremely serious. Boom! A huge purple thunderbolt suddenly fell from the sky and struck the azure-clothed man directly. The thunderbolt was extremely fast. The azure-clothed man hurriedly recalled his flying sword to block it. The flying sword dimmed under the purple thunderbolt. The azure-clothed man fell rapidly. When he landed on the ground, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The first ghost general was stunned for a moment and said with joy, "That's it." County Minister Qin was shocked and murmured, "Taoist techniques." In the black fog, a red light emerged and an inhuman voice was heard, "All of you must die." County Minister Qin looked regretful and said, "She has completely lost her consciousness." After the strange phenomenon occurred, the evil spirit's aura was rising rapidly. The azure-clothed man looked at County Minister Qin and said angrily, "What are you waiting for?" County Minister Qin appeared beside him and said, "If you did not trigger her resentment, how could this happen?" The azure-clothed man said coldly, "It's useless to say this now. She has lost her humanity. If we don't get rid of her today, there will be endless trouble in the future. Let's work together and get rid of her as soon as possible." The ghost general sneered and said, "You can try." In the blink of an eye, 2 more thunderbolts fell from the dark clouds. A bronze bell flew out from the azure-clothed man's sleeve and covered his head. The thunderbolts fell on the bronze bell and only made a bell sound before they disappeared. An ancient shield appeared in County Minister Chen's hand. He threw the ancient shield out and the shield expanded rapidly. The thunderbolts fell on the shield and disappeared without a sound. The dark clouds covered a large area, and several bolts of lightning struck towards the heads of Li Mu and the others. The thunderbolts were white and were not as powerful as the ones that attacked the azure-clothed man and County Minister Qin. County Lieutenant Xin made a gesture and a translucent light shield appeared. The white thunderbolts hit the light shield and were absorbed by the light shield. Li Mu looked up at the thunderbolts outside the light shield and a mysterious feeling arose in his heart. It was as if the thunderbolts would disappear with just a thought. So he really thought so. A few thunderbolts disappeared suddenly before they hit the light shield as if they had never appeared. Arrestor Zhao was puzzled. He scratched his head and asked, "Why did they disappear?" County Lieutenant Xin, who was trying his best to maintain the light shield, suddenly turned around and looked at Li Mu with surprise and astonishment. Li Mu looked at the dark clouds in the sky and the mysterious feeling rose again. It was as if the dark clouds in the sky would disappear completely with just a thought. Li Mu looked at the ghost general who was fighting with County Minister Qin and a thought came to his mind. A thick purple thunderbolt suddenly fell and struck the ghost general's head. The ghost general's body broke into pieces and then reformed. He dodged the thunderbolt that was enough to seriously injure him. He looked back at the black fog and shouted angrily, "What are you doing?" The black fog surged. In the fog, 2 blood-red eyes suddenly looked in the direction of Li Mu. The moment it saw Li Mu, the black fog began to churn violently as if it was boiling. In the next moment, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated and the black fog actually disappeared into the distance in an instant. This was beyond everyone's expectations. The ghost general saw this and was stunned for a moment before he fled without hesitation. The evil spirit escaped and he was the only one left. He was no match for the two creation realm cultivators. County Minister Qin and the man in green did not chase after him. They stood where they were and looked a little surprised. After a while, County Minister Qin shook his head and said, "The evil spirit is too strong and has the help of the ghost general. We can't subdue her with just the two of us. Let's go back to the county office and discuss further." Li Mu had just returned to the county office when Arrestor Zhao came in and said, "His Excellency is looking for you." Li Mu knew that what happened just now had attracted County Lieutenant Shin's attention. Although he did not want others to know that he was the cause of the evil spirit's appearance, he also knew that the reason why the Yamen had not investigated this matter was because the matter of the evil spirit had not been solved. When the matter in County Yang was settled, they would definitely investigate the Yunyan Pavilion. At that time, if Li Mu did not take the initiative to come forward, Lu Hanyan would have to bear all the responsibility. Arrestor Zhao brought Li Mu over and left. Li Mu walked into the front hall and found that County Lieutenant Shin and County Minister Qin were both there. County Lieutenant Shin looked at him and said, "Sit down." Li Mu found a chair and sat down. He knew County Minister Qin and County Lieutenant Shin well. Instead of waiting for the imperial court to find out, it was better to be honest with them. County Lieutenant Shin asked directly, "What happened just now?" Li Mu said directly, "It was me." County Minister Qin was shocked and said, "How could you control the Taoist magic arts of the evil spirit? Unless it was you who created this Taoist magic arts." Li Mu explained in detail, "I was the one who told the story of Do Yi's injustice in the tea house. At that time, I also didn't know that that line of the play would trigger a vision of heaven and earth and create this kind of Daoist technique." Sure enough. County Lieutenant Shin's face showed that he understood and said, "Although you didn't create this Taoist magic arts were created because of you. That evil spirit was also born because of you." Li Mu asked, "Will the imperial court hold me accountable for this?" County Minister Qin thought for a while and said, "The county governor has already gone to the capital to meet the emperor, but there is no result yet. Although this happened because of you, it is not your fault. If the imperial court holds you accountable, the county government will do its best to protect you. I have a perfect plan." At this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside. Xuandu walked in from outside and looked at Li Mu. He said, "If Benefactor Li becomes a monk in the Jinshan temple, you will be a disciple of Buddhism. Although the evil spirit was born because of you, it is not your fault. If the imperial court holds you accountable, we Buddhists can take care of it." Chapter 172. County Commandant Shin thought for a while and said, "That's a good idea. Li Mu, you can think about it. Even if the county government can't protect you, the heart sect can. After you escape this disaster, you can return to the secular world and it won't affect your marriage." Xuandu looked at County Commandant Shin but did not say anything in the end. County Minister Qin shook his head and said to Li Mu, "You don't have to worry too much. In recent days, the matter of the evil spirit has spread to all the counties. The people know who is right and who is wrong. The most important thing now is to convert the evil spirit. If her spiritual intelligence is completely eroded by the evil spirit, for the safety of the people in North County, we have to get rid of her. She can still be saved now." County Commandant Shin reminded him, "The stronger her resentment, the stronger she will be. If we push her too hard, it will be counterproductive." County Commandant Shin thought for a while and looked at Li Mu. He said, "Whoever started the trouble should untie it. That evil spirit was born because of Li Mu. I'm afraid only you can convert her." Li Mu nodded and said, "I'll try. There's no time to lose." We have to settle this before the imperial court sends more experts. If this continues, we won't be able to deal with it. County Commandant Qin said again. Xuandu stepped forward and said, I'm willing to go with Benefactor Li to find the evil spirit. County Commandant Qin and County Commandant Shin had reached an agreement with Li Mu and Xuandu about the evil spirit. County Commandant Qin stayed in the county government and delayed the creation realm expert from the imperial court. Li Mu, Xuandu, and County Commandant Shin left the county government to find the evil spirit. The three of them stood on the flying boat. County Commandant Shin sighed and said, dozens of years ago, someone died with great resentment and turned into an evil spirit. Her strength was comparable to that of the sixth realm, Dongxian. However, after she took revenge, she did not stop. Instead, she brought disaster to the world. Thousands of innocent people died in her hands. That time, even the mighty Transcendence Realm expert was alarmed and killed her personally. This poor monk has also heard of this matter. Xuandu said, with the resentment of a mortal, they would at most turn into an evil spirit after death. That woman was wrongly killed by the authorities and turned into a malicious spirit. In reality, she was controlled by the demon sect, which is why she has such a terrifying cultivation level. This time, it's completely different. A mortal pointed at the sky and cursed before she died, and she was actually recognized by the heavens and earth. She has a 5th level cultivation level. Those who do good suffer poverty and have a shorter life, while those who do evil enjoy wealth and have a longer life. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong, unable to distinguish good from bad, misjudging the wise and the foolish. Xuandu looked at Li Mu and praised, pointing at the sky and cursing the earth. In today's world, only Benefactor Li has such courage. Li Mu said awkwardly, Master, you flatter me, he wasn't that noble, nor was he that angry. At that time, he just wanted to help the Yunyan Pavilion attract more business. He didn't expect that just a few words would cause such a serious consequence and bring him a lot of trouble. County Captain Shin said regretfully, I thought that the incident decades ago would teach them a lesson. I didn't expect the same thing to happen decades later in the North County. Amitba. Xuandu shook his head and said, the people of this world are ignorant. They repeat the same mistake over and over again. This poor monk has saved countless people, ghosts, and demons over the years, and I finally realized that it's easier to save demons and ghosts than it is to save people. After leaving the county, County Captain Shin took out a compass. The needle on the compass spun quickly and finally pointed in a direction. Soul Realm ghost cultivators were able to conceal their auras and avoid the detection of talismans and magic treasures. However, the resentment of the ferocious spirit surged into the sky and it had killed many people, so it was surrounded by blood qi and baleful qi. Even if it was a few tens of kilometers away, it could still be easily noticed. The flying boat flew forward for a few miles and finally landed on a barren mountain. This was obviously a mass grave. There were protruding tombs everywhere. Some tombs had wooden tablets in front of them, but most of them were just lonely mounds. In front of one of the mounds, there was a cloud of black fog. The fog was tumbling and countless human faces appeared on the surface. These people looked ferocious and were roaring silently at Li Mu and the other two. Amitba. Xuandu said mercifully, Lady, there is no end to the sea of bitterness. Turn back and you will be saved. A painful voice came from the black fog, I can't turn back anymore. After this voice came out, the tone changed. 2 red lights shot out from the black fog and said coldly, Die, 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 all of you will die. County Captain Shin shook his head and said, the murderous aura has already corroded her mind. She will soon become an evil spirit that only knows how to kill. Xuandu put down his Buddhist staff and said, if you want to save her, you have to get rid of the murderous aura outside her body. Seeing the black fog coming towards them, Li Mu took a step forward. The black fog suddenly stopped in midair. A painful voice came from the black fog again, No, I can't hurt Benefactor. Now! Xuandu suddenly said. His body emitted a golden light. County Captain Shen threw out a few flags. These flags were inserted deep into the ground. The flags flashed and formed a formation that trapped the black fog. When the black fog came into contact with the golden light, it made a chi sound and a painful roar came from the black fog. In the next moment, lightning flashed above the three of them. Dark clouds gathered again and snowflakes began to fall. Li Mu raised his head and glanced at the sky. With a wave of his sleeve, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and so did the lightning. He sighed. His palm emitted a faint golden light. He reached out his hand to the black fog and said, "Stop. If this continues, there will be no turning back." The red light flickered and the black fog rolled violently as if it was struggling. Benefactor, finally, a small trembling hand reached out from the black fog and slowly grasped Li Mu's hand. The golden light flowed through their hands and into the black fog. The black fog slowly dissipated and a young girl appeared. It was the young beggar that Li Mu had seen twice. She was surrounded by murderous aura and blood qi. She slowly knelt in front of Li Mu and cried, "Father is dead. I am also dead. I have killed so many people. Benefactor, what should I do?" Li Mu squatted down and gently stroked her hair. He said, "You are not wrong. It is us who have wronged you. It is the imperial court who has wronged you." Wah! The young girl threw herself into Li Mu's arms. Tears flowed out of her eyes. She cried so sadly that she wanted to die. She was a soul. As soon as her tears fell, they dissipated in the air. County Commandant Shen looked up at the sky and sighed. He looked guilty. Xuandu chanted the name of Buddha and looked sad. He looked at Li Mu and said, "If she goes back with you, she will be punished by the imperial court. The murderous aura in her is too strong. It can't be removed in a day. Why don't I take her back to the Jinshan temple and use the dharma of the monks to slowly remove the murderous aura in her body and help her transcend?" The murderous aura in her body was too strong. Li Mu's Heart Sutra could not remove it in one go. Going back to the Jinshan temple with Xuandu and using the dharma to slowly purify her was the best choice for her. Li Mu looked at the young girl and asked, "Are you willing to go back with Master Xuandu?" The young girl nodded and said, "I will listen to you, benefactor." Li Mu looked at her and said, "The murderous aura in your body is too strong. It will affect your mind and it will not be good for your future cultivation. Go back with Master Xuandu first. He can remove the murderous aura in your body and protect you." The young girl looked at the grave under her feet and said, "I want to erect a tombstone for my father." County Commandant Shen waved his hand and summoned a huge rock in the distance. Li Mu used his mind and Bai flew out. After a few strikes, the huge rock turned into a tombstone. At the young girl's request, Li Mu used Bai to carve 2 lines of words on the tombstone. "Tomb of my late father, Mr. Su. Unfilial daughter, Xiao Yuli." Su Xiaoyu was the young girl's name. The young girl knelt in front of the tombstone and kowtowed silently. After getting up, she knelt in front of Li Mu and kowtowed 3 times respectfully. She said, "Benefactor, I will repay your kindness in the future." Amitba. Xuandu picked up the Buddhist staff and said, "Miss Xiaoyu, let's go." Xiaoyu bowed to Li Mu and left with Xuandu. In the end, Xuandu looked back at Li Mu and said, "If the imperial court makes things difficult for Benefactor Li, the door of the Jinshan temple will always be open for you." Watching Xuandu leave, County Commandant Shen put his hand on Li Mu's shoulder and said, Li Mu, you have really impressed me. I am looking forward to seeing what kind of waves you will make when you go to Zhong County." Li Mu sighed and said, "After this, I am afraid I will not be able to be a constable for long." "You won't." County Commandant Shen said with certainty, "Without people like you, the great Zhou court would be a pool of stagnant water. Those who do good suffer poverty and have a shorter life, while those who do evil enjoy wealth and have a longer life. Many people can see through this, but how many would dare to point at the sky and curse like you and say it out loud? Li Mu breathed a sigh of relief that he could save the little beggar. He thought of something important and asked, "Sir, why can Xiaoyu use that Taoist technique but I can't?" County Commandant Shen's eyes were deep as he said, "Taoist techniques are mysterious and vast. Until now, no one has been able to see through all of its mysteries. Although that Taoist technique was created by you, to use it, one needs to communicate with heaven and earth through grievances. You don't have her grievances, so naturally you can't use it." Li Mu was a little disappointed. The might of that Tao technique was even stronger than the Lin character. Perhaps even little Jade had not displayed its full might. She had created such a powerful thing, yet he himself was unable to use it. When the two returned to the county government on County Commandant Shen's flying boat, County Commandant Shen walked out of the front hall and looked at County Commandant Shen. County Commandant Shen glanced at Li Mu and nodded slightly to him. County Commandant Shen smiled and walked into the front hall again. He said to the man in black, "It's time to find that evil spirit." Chapter 173. The man in blue and County Minister Chen left the government office. 2 hours later, they came back. County Minister Chen walked into the government office and said regretfully, "There is no trace of her in the 13 counties in the North County. She either left the North County or was killed by a strong cultivator passing by. What a pity. She is also a pitiful person." The man in blue said with disdain, "This is the dirty business of the North County. Why are you sighing? If you are strict, how could such a tragedy happen?" County Minister Chen asked, "Fellow cultivator, you have lived in the Central County for a long time. Don't you know that there are some things that we can't do anything about?" The man in blue sneered and said, "You can't do anything before, but you can deceive people afterwards." County Minister Chen was puzzled and asked, "Fellow cultivator, what do you mean?" "These things have nothing to do with me. As long as the evil spirit doesn't cause trouble, my mission is completed." The man in blue didn't continue the topic and said, "I was ordered by the imperial court to kill this evil spirit. Now that the evil spirit has been suppressed, I have to return to the Central County. See you later." He saluted County Minister Chen with his fists and flew up into the sky. County Minister Chen walked out and asked, "Did he see through it?" "Who knows?" County Minister Chen smiled and said, "Some things are hard to be confused about." Hurried footsteps came from the back of the government office. The feminine man ran out and asked anxiously, "Where is he?" County Minister Chen looked at the man with the bruises on his face and said, "He left. The case hasn't been solved yet. How can he leave first?" The feminine man revealed an angry expression and said, "I've already found out that the evil spirit appeared in the Northern County because of a tea house called the Yunyan Pavilion. I ordered the Northern County to arrest everyone involved in the Yunyan Pavilion and wait for their punishment." County Minister Chen looked at him and asked, "What happened to the tea house?" The feminine man said coldly, "The tea house told a story." "Is it a crime to tell a story?" A normal story is naturally innocent, but that story created a peerless evil spirit, causing the county magistrate's family to be annihilated, causing so many innocent people to suffer. Have you ever thought about the purpose of the tea house telling this story? Who is behind it? What is their motive? Who is the story mocking? What are they trying to subvert, destroy, and insinuate? The feminine man's face was gloomy as he said, "Those who do good suffer poverty and have a shorter life, while those who do evil enjoy riches and have a longer life. What kind of audacious person is this? How dare he speak such arrogant words? How dare he talk about politics and criticize the imperial court? If we don't kill him, we won't be able to establish our prestige. That fierce spirit is created by the world. Could it be that Dr. Feng wants to destroy the world?" A calm voice came from the entrance of the county government. The effeminate man turned around and saw a white-haired old man walking in. The feminine man was startled and said in shock, "Censor Qi, why are you here?" The old man said calmly, "I am here on His Majesty's orders regarding the North County's ferocious spirits." Li Mu sat in the duty room and looked at Bai Yinxin and Bai Yinxin. He could already confirm that demons were easily addicted to the Buddhist light triggered by the Heart Sutra, just like how Li Mu was addicted to dual cultivation with Lu Hanyan. He had experimented with ordinary sutras on them. From the sisters' reactions, he concluded that the deciding factor that made them addicted was the Heart Sutra and not the Buddhist light. In his previous life, when he was seriously ill, his mother went to all kinds of temples for him. She even bought a pile of Buddhist classics. Not only did she recite the sutras every day, she even asked Li Mu to do it with her. Li Mu braced himself and read a small portion of those Buddhist sutras. After his mother died, he never read them again. In the past few months, Li Mu had tried countless times. Among all the sutras he remembered, he found that only the Heart Sutra could resonate with the world in this world. Up until now, he had not understood all the mysteries of the Heart Sutra. The white snake and the green snake sisters looked at Li Mu with longing in their eyes. Li Mu was unmoved. Except for Lu Hanyan, any woman, ghost, or demoness who was addicted to him would be troublesome. Bai Tingxin's lips moved, as if she finally could not help but say something to Li Mu. Constable Zhao walked in happily from outside and said, "Li Mu, the imperial court is here. Hey, don't be in a hurry to pack your things. This time, it's a good thing." Constable Zhao stopped Li Mu from running away and said, "The imperial censor is here on the orders of Her Majesty. Her Majesty's first imperial edict is to exonerate the little girl. Not only that, she also asked the North County government to erect a statue of the county magistrate and his family. She asked them to kneel in front of the yamen and accept the curses of the people. It's a warning to the officials of the county." After Constable Zhao finished speaking, he said respectfully, "Long live the Empress." Li Mu was concerned about something and asked, "The imperial edict didn't mention me, right?" Constable Zhao shook his head and said, "No." Just as Li Mu heaved a sigh of relief, footsteps suddenly sounded outside the door. Then, 3 people walked in from outside. One was County Lieutenant Qin, the other was County Minister Xin, and the last person was an old man with white hair. Li Mu had never seen him before, but when he saw the old man, his gaze could not help but freeze. In Li Mu's view, this old man clearly did not have any cultivation, but Li Mu felt a familiar aura from his body. It was the aura of psychokinesis. Li Mu carefully sensed that around the old man's body, he sensed a thick psychokinesis that was almost condensed into a solid substance. After the old man walked into the duty room, Bai Yinxin and her sister frowned. They only felt uncomfortable all over and quickly walked out. County Lieutenant Chen walked forward and looked at the old man. He said to Li Mu, "This is Imperial Censor Qi. He is here on Her Majesty's orders to solve the matter of the evil spirits in the North County." Li Mu stood up and cupped his hands. "Greetings, Imperial Censor Qi." Imperial Censor Qi looked at Li Mu and said, "I didn't expect that the person who could say such an earth-shattering thing would be such a young man. It really makes me feel ashamed." This imperial censor from the Middle County did not seem to have any intention of pursuing the matter. Li Mu was slightly relieved. Imperial Censor Qi did not say much to Li Mu. He only asked him to make a copy of the original story of Do Yi's Injustice. After Li Mu finished copying, he handed it to County Lieutenant Chen and asked, "There's nothing more to do in the Yang County. Can I return to the capital?" County Lieutenant Chen nodded and said, "There's nothing else for you to do here. You can go back first." Because of Miss Xiaoyu's matter, Li Mu had been feeling very depressed these days. The dead could not be brought back to life. The current ending was already considered the best. Her Majesty's Imperial Edict had concluded this matter. She was brought back to the Jinshan Temple by Xuandu to be redeemed. The county magistrate of the Yang County and the others would forever be nailed to the pillar of shame in history. Li Mu guided Xiaoyu back and killed the 4 ghost generals under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. He obtained enough soul power to completely condense the 3 souls and enter the spirit concentration realm in half a month. For him, the condensing of the 3 souls did not require much effort to collect emotions. It was far less complicated than the refining of the 7 souls. The time it took was also far less than refining the soul. He went back to the duty room to pack his things. Bai Tingxin leaned against the door and asked, "Are you leaving?" Bai Tingxin was punished by the White Demon King because she used to absorb the yang qi of others. Now that her sentence was over, she could return to the mountain. Li Mu carried his bag and waved to her. "See you again if fate wills it." "Wait." Bai Tingxin immediately ran in and said, "Since you're leaving, why don't you?" Li Mu thought for a while and said, "This is the last time." Bai Tingxin beamed with joy and said, "Wait, I'll go get my sister." The White Demon King had done Li Mu a favor. This was the last time to repay the favor. Li Mu did not want to stay a moment longer after using up a portion of his mana to fulfill Bai Tingxin's wish. After leaving the county, he flew on his sword and went straight to the county. In the duty room, Bai Tingxin waved her hand in front of Bai Yinxin and asked, "Sister, what's wrong?" Bai Yinxin stood up and said, "Nothing, let's go back." Bai Tingxin held her hand and walked out of the county office. She said, "Cultivating in the mountain is so boring. Let's come out and play with Li Mu in a few days." The two walked out of the county office. Soon, the feminine man also walked out of the door and said, "Back to Zhong County." A magic cultivator behind him said, "If we go back like this, I'm afraid it'll be hard to explain to the assistant minister." The effeminate man pursed his lips and said, "His Majesty sent the censor here. What can I do? The assistant minister can't blame us. It's his brother-in-law's fault for stirring up public resentment, deep in a desolate mountain in the North County." A black-robed man knelt at the entrance of a cave filled with ghastly qi. After a long time, a fleeting voice came from the cave, "What's the matter?" The black-robed man buried his head deeper and said, "Your Highness, I didn't do my job well. I didn't succeed in recruiting that evil spirit." The cave was silent for a while before a voice came out, "That evil spirit wasn't part of the plan. It's better to have her, but it's okay to not have her. As long as the 18 ghost generals can be gathered." The black-robed man trembled and said, "Something happened to the 18 ghost generals." The voice in the cave suddenly sank. "Other than the green-faced ghost and Madame Chu, what else happened?" The black-robed man's voice trembled. "Red-haired ghost, big-head ghost, Rakshasa ghost, and long-tongued ghost were killed by a human cultivator." The cave was silent for a long time before a voice said, "That means, only 12 of my 18 ghost generals are left. Do you know why I planned for 5 years?" The black-robed man knelt on the ground and quickly said, "Your Highness, don't worry. I'll gather the 18 ghost generals as soon as possible. Please give me half a year, there's no time." A sigh came from the cave and suddenly asked, "How long have you been with me?" The black-robed man immediately said, 5 years. The voice in the cave said, 5 years, I really can't bear to. The black-robed man was stunned and his expression changed. He turned into a ball of black mist and fled without hesitation. However, the next moment, a terrifying suction force came from the cave and sucked the black mist in. In the depths of the cave, 2 balls of light flashed and sighed, "With your soul power, it should be enough to gather the 18 ghost generals." Chapter 174. After returning to the prefecture capital, Li Mu finally had a few days of peace. All the constables who went to Yang County had half a month of vacation after returning. In this month, they spent most of their time outside. Li Mu finally had enough time to stay at home and spend time with Lu Hanyan and Wan Wan. However, while he was free, Lu Hanyan was busy. The Yunyan Pavilion was especially busy these days. The tea house was filled with customers from morning to night. In this half a month, the story of the evil spirit descending from Yang County, washing the county government with blood, killing corrupt officials, and killing evil officials had spread throughout the North County. The North County government did not deliberately hide this matter, so it was not difficult for the people to find out the inside story. It was said that the evil spirit was just an ordinary girl. Because she heard Do Yi's injustice in the Yunyan Pavilion tea house, she was wronged by the corrupt official of Yang County. Before she died, she imitated Do Yi and cursed at the sky, swearing that she would become a vengeful spirit after death. Her resentment and her vow moved the heavens and earth, causing them to pity her and turn her into a vengeful spirit. Taking revenge was simply too satisfying. After the news spread, countless people rushed to the Yunyan Pavilion, asking to hear Do Yi's injustice. Li Mu originally had some misgivings, but Constable Zhao personally went to the Yunyan Pavilion and passed on the orders of the county governor. Not only did the North County have to promote the story of Do Yi's injustice, but they also had to adapt it into an opera. It was said that the Empress was behind this. From this, Li Mu could see the determination of the Empress to clean up the officialdom. She wanted to use Do Yi's injustice and Su Xiaoyu's matter to intimidate the officials of the 36 counties in the Great Zhou. She wanted to make these officials respect the lives of the people at all times and reduce the number of wrongful cases. This was beneficial to gathering the people's hearts and gathering their willpower. As for the county magistrate of Yang County, he was set as a negative example. A stone statue of him was placed in front of the Yang County government. It would be cursed by the people and would be recorded in history forever. This action caused the imperial court's popularity in the Yang County and even the northern county to rise to unprecedented heights. Every day, the people who came to pay their respects to the state temple in the county city would line up several miles away from the entrance of the state temple. Some people would even wait outside the next night just to be the first to enter the next day. In recent days, the number of people in the state temple had exceeded that of any other Taoist temple. As for Li Mu, he also experienced the feeling of being famous. The North County officials obviously had to follow the emperor's orders and spread the news. However, the reason for this was actually a scandal in the northern county and even the imperial court. After all, this happened in the northern county. Strictly speaking, it was because the county governor and the county minister didn't do enough. If the county city had restrained the county magistrate earlier, this kind of injustice wouldn't have happened. Therefore, they could only find another way and push Li Mu out, creating the image of an upright minor official who was not afraid of power, dared to resist the darkness, and fought against the ugly forces. It was just the right time to shift the focus. It was Li Mu who said that Do Yi was wronged. That evil spirit was born because of Do Yi's injustice. Coincidentally, Li Mu was a constable in the county office and was someone from the imperial court. He could represent the county office and the imperial court. This way, as long as the imperial court handled this case well and didn't cause too much resentment, Li Mu's light would cover the darkness of the Yang County office. Furthermore, this case that was originally the fault of the northern county and a stain on the imperial court had become a good thing that was worth flaunting. It was also a way to gather people's hearts. Li Mu didn't want to be high profile, but when he walked on the streets, the people around him looked at him with admiration. He didn't need to take the initiative to guide them, and there was an endless stream of psychokinesis gathering on his body. He had nothing to say. This psychokinesis came from the trust of the people. If it could be maintained for a long time, it would be a very strong force. Even if it was immortal, with such strong psychokinesis, they could make demons retreat. Li Mu walked to the entrance of the county office. When the two constables saw him, they immediately said, "Greetings, Constable Li." After returning to the county office, County Magistrate Shen promoted Li Mu. Currently, he didn't have any constables under him and was directly responsible to County Magistrate Shen. Li Mu smiled at the two constables and walked into the county office. One of the constables looked at him and said with admiration, "When Constable Li first entered the county office, I knew that he was brave, but I didn't know that he was so brave." Not only did he scold the imperial court, he even dared to scold the heavens and earth. The other constables said enviously, "Constable Li is really a winner in life. He's only been here for 2 to 3 months and he's already been promoted to constable. He even has so many beauties by his side. I heard that the female shopkeeper of the Yunyan Pavilion and the 2 daughters of the White Demon King are his women." Li Mu walked into the front hall. As expected, County Magistrate Shen was drinking. When he raised his head and saw Li Mu, he was slightly excited. He waved his hand and said, "Li Mu, you're here. Come and drink with me." "No, no." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "I'm actually here to receive my reward. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten." County Magistrate Shen put down the wine pot and said, "You killed 4 of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon's ghost generals. I've already reported to the county magistrate and allowed you to enter the earth room to choose 4 things. I guess the imperial court will also reward you, but I'm afraid you'll have to wait for a few days." Li Mu was already familiar with the Xian room in the county office's treasury. However, this was his first time in the earth room. There were much fewer things here than in the Xian room. On the shelf where the fulu was placed, there were only a few pieces of earth fulu. Under normal circumstances, only Fortune Realm and See-Through Realm cultivators were able to write Earth rank talismans. Earth rank talismans were divided into 3 ranks, and the talismans here were all Earth rank low grade. County Magistrate Shen introduced them one by one. This is the Purple Cloud Thunder Talisman. A thunder technique is sealed in it. It can kill 4th realm demonic ghosts. It shouldn't be of much use to you. After all, you can kill ghost generals of the vile soul realm without the help of the Fulu. After refining the soul energy of the 4 ghost generals, Li Mu's 3 spiritual souls were very condensed. He could advance to the congregate realm at any time. When that time comes, he would be able to release purple thunder with his own mana. Of course, he would not use this opportunity on the Purple Cloud Thunder Talisman. County Magistrate Shen continued, "This is the Sword Talisman. A sword technique is sealed in it. It has the power of a Creation Realm cultivator. It can also kill 4th realm cultivators. You don't have to think about it. This is the 5 Elements Escape Talisman. Activating this talisman will allow you to use the 5 Elements Escape technique for 2 hours. This is the Earth Low-Grade Divine Travel Talisman. Activating it with the Congregate Realm Cultivator will allow you to travel at a speed comparable to that of Dongxian cultivators. However, it can only last for 1 hour." County Magistrate Shen introduced them one by one. After careful consideration, Li Mu chose the low-grade Divine Travel Talisman. The Earth low-grade Fulu could unleash the power of a Creation Realm cultivator and could kill 4th realm cultivators instantly. However, Li Mu could also suppress 4th realm cultivators with the help of Madame Chu. All the offensive Fulu were useless to him. However, the Earth low-grade Divine Travel Talisman was of great use to him. If he had this talisman with him that day, he would not have been chased by the first Ghost General for so long and had to seek help from the White Demon King to escape. After choosing the Fulu, Li Mu looked at the row of Dharma treasures. The value of an Earth low-grade Dharma treasure was higher than the Fulu and elixir pills of the same grade. After all, the latter 2 could only be used once. If the Dharma treasure was cherished, it could send away several owners. Therefore, the Dharma treasures placed in the Earth low-grade Dharma rooms were only mystic-level superior-grade Dharma treasures. Of course, a Dharma treasure of this grade was much better than Li Mu's Bai. Bai was only a mystic-level inferior-grade Dharma treasure. However, its significance to Li Mu could not be measured by its grade. Li Mu did not choose a weapon. Instead, he chose an auxiliary flying boat Dharma treasure. Although sword kinesis flight was elegant, it could not carry people. The flying boat's speed was not slow. It could be big or small. It was a type of Dharma treasure that cultivators loved to use as a means of transportation. When Li Mu thought about how he could use it to take Lu Hanyan, Wanwan, and Xiao Bai on a scenic tour in his spare time and sleep on the boat when he was tired, he did not hesitate to choose it. County Lieutenant Shen walked to the next row of wooden shelves and continued to introduce. These elixirs can be divided into 4 categories. The first category is to strengthen one's foundation and improve one's Dharma power. The second category is usually used for healing. The third category is used in fights. After it explodes, it will be extraordinarily powerful. The last category is for special purposes such as the soul-nurturing elixir and the demon transformation elixir. You will not be able to use them. Li Mu picked up a milky white porcelain bottle and asked, "What is the demon transformation elixir?" County Lieutenant Shen explained, "This elixir can dissolve the demon aura on demons. Cultivators will not be able to discover their demon identity unless they deliberately open their third eye. Some of the officials and nobles in Zhong province who like demons will let them consume this elixir to prevent them from being accidentally injured by cultivators." Li Mu put away the elixir and said, "I'll take this." With this elixir, the demon aura on Xiao Bai's body could be completely dissolved. She would not have to hide her aura and stay at home every day. She could happily go shopping and listen to music with Wanwan. County Lieutenant Shen looked at him and said, "If you want it, I'm afraid 1 elixir is not enough." Chapter 175. That's enough, only Xiao Bai could use this kind of elixir. Li Mu glanced at the many porcelain bottles on the shelf and asked, "Does the county government have any elixirs that can help ghosts condense their bodies?" County Magistrate Shen looked at him thoughtfully. After a while, he asked, "You even have ghosts in your house?" Li Mu said, "I'm just asking." County Magistrate Shen's eyes seemed to have a deeper meaning. He said, "Ghosts don't need elixirs to condense their bodies. Third realm evil spirits can condense their bodies by themselves. Ghost cultivators in the soul realm can condense their bodies no different from ordinary people. It's said that ghosts in the 9th realm can reverse life and death and reconstruct their bodies. However, I've only heard of it. I've never seen it, then forget it." Li Mu originally thought that if there really was such an elixir, he could save one for Su He. Since there was no such elixir, he didn't want to waste this opportunity to choose. Fulu, Dharma treasure, and elixir, he chose one of each. Last chance, Li Mu chose high-quality spiritual jades. The Fulu and Dharma treasure were his, the demon transformation elixir was for Xiao Bai, and the spiritual jades were for Lu Hanyan and Wanwan. Everyone had a share. County Magistrate Shen looked at the shelves and said, "Fortunately, you don't have to pay for the reward given by the imperial court. Otherwise, this earth pavilion would have been emptied by you." Carrying the heavy spiritual jades back home, Li Mu immediately realized that Jianghu County magistrates had advised him to come to the county government for his sake. Compared to the county government was really rich. Not only could it satisfy his cultivation resources, but it could also support a large family. After tasting the benefits, Li Mu began to think about the remaining 12 ghost generals under his command. Li Mu hadn't used up all of the soul power from the 4 ghost generals. He still had some left and had successfully helped Lu Hanyan condense her first soul. After killing 2 more ghost generals, the 2 of them would be able to advance to the conglomerate realm. When their spiritual power reached the peak of the Jushen realm, they could begin to cultivate together. With the help of the pure yang and pure yin bodies, they could break through to the middle realm. Li Mu gave half of the spiritual jades to Lu Hanyan and said, "Leave the Yunyan pavilion to Xianxia. Cultivate well and try to reach the Jushen realm." Lu Hanyan held the spiritual jades in her hand as she cultivated. Li Mu walked to Xiao Bai's room and handed her the porcelain bottle. He said, "There is a demon transformation pill in here. After you eat it, the demon aura in your body will be dissolved and you won't be seen by other cultivators. You can go out and play with Wanwan in the future." Li Mu originally wanted to wait for Xiao Bai to transform before teaching her the Buddhist scriptures. Later, he learned that the Heavenly Fox clan had their own unique cultivation methods. Their cultivation methods were enough for them to reach the 9th realm. They didn't need to cultivate these unorthodox methods. The 4 paths of Buddhism, Taoism, demon, and ghost could all be cultivated to the 9th level. As for the other paths of cultivation, they had long been eliminated by the cultivation world, either due to the lack of subsequent cultivation methods or their own flaws. Although the Fox Demon clan was also a demon, they didn't walk the demon path. A clan that was independent of the Buddhist, Taoist, demon, and ghost paths and had their own 9th realm inheritance was extremely extraordinary. Once a fox demon could reach the upper 3 realms, it would definitely cause a commotion in the cultivation world. Xiao Bai sat cross-legged on the bed and took the porcelain bottle. She said obediently, "Thank you, benefactor." Li Mu said, "Take it now. I'll protect you." The higher the grade of the pill, the stronger the spiritual energy it contained. Taking it would be dangerous and required someone to protect her. Xiao Bai swallowed the demon transformation pill and the aura in her body began to surge. Li Mu sat cross-legged behind her and placed his hand on her back. He used his own dermic powers to help her calm down the surging spiritual energy in her body. The spiritual energy in her body gradually calmed down and the demon aura also gradually faded until it finally disappeared. Li Mu couldn't detect any trace of demon aura from her body. Without using his heavenly eye, he couldn't see her true form. After transforming, Xiao Bai cultivated even more diligently. Li Mu knew the reason why she was cultivating so hard. The human cultivator who injured the rat demon's wife was in the transcendent realm. Only by cultivating the 4th tail would she have any hope of revenge. He left half of the remaining spiritual jade for her and stroked her head. He said, "Cultivation needs Jianghu qi. You don't have to work so hard." Xiao Bai rubbed her head against Li Mu's head and curled up in his arms. Before she transformed, she loved to lie in Li Mu's arms like this and let Li Mu gently stroke her fur. Li Mu was already used to it. Now, being snuggled up by such a delicate girl, Li Mu couldn't be the same as before. Xiao Bai also seemed to realize something. In the next moment, Li Mu felt his arms lighten and there was only a piece of clothing left. A small white head poked out from under the clothing. Xiao Bai whispered, "This way, Sister Lu won't quarrel with benefactor." Although the girl and the little fox were both her, Lu Hanyan clearly wouldn't be jealous of a fox. Xiao Bai's growth surprised and pained Li Mu. As usual, he gently stroked her fur. Xiao Bai closed her eyes and quietly nestled in his arms. Before long, Lu Hanyan walked in from outside. Seeing Xiao Bai in Li Mu's arms, she said in surprise, "Xiao Bai, why did you change back? Come, let me hug you." Xiao Bai obediently came out from Li Mu's arms and jumped into her arms. Lu Hanyan hugged her and lovingly stroked her head. Then she said to Li Mu, "Someone from the yamen just came and asked you to go to the county yamen." Li Mu thought that there was a case. When he arrived at the yamen, he went straight to the front hall and asked County Magistrate Shin, "Sir, what happened?" County Magistrate Shin burped and walked to the back hall. He said, "It's nothing. Someone wants to see you. Go and see for yourself." Li Mu walked to the back hall and saw a familiar figure. After being stunned for a moment, he strode forward and asked, "Why are you here?" As soon as he finished speaking, he looked around expectantly. Han just shook his head and said, "Don't look. She's not here." Li Mu looked away and punched Han's shoulder. He asked, "Why did you go down the mountain?" Hanja glanced at him and said, "It's because of you." Li Mu was stunned. "Me?" Hanja looked at him and said, "I went down the mountain this time under the orders of the headmaster and the chief to see you." Li Mu was not convinced. He said, "Are you saying that the headmaster of the F. Lu school asked you to see me?" As far as Li Mu knew, the chief of the Lu school was a transcendent powerhouse, a true upper realm powerhouse. To Li Mu, the powerful and invincible thousand illusions Xiangren was just a slightly stronger ant in front of a transcendent powerhouse. How could such an existence know about him? You don't have to doubt it. I was indeed ordered by the headmaster to come to the county yamen to see you. Hanja looked at him and said, it's not just the headmaster. In all of Mount Baiyun, in the ancestral court of Lu school, there is no one who doesn't know your name. In the cultivation world, besides you, there is no second person who dares to point at the heavens and curse the earth. Li Mu glanced at him and said, enough nonsense. What business does the Lu school's headmaster have with me? Hanja asked, do you want to become a disciple of the Lu school? Li Mu shook his head and said, I don't want to. Several months ago, in Xianxia County, the chief of the 5th branch of the ancestral court of Lu school, Daoist Jianghu, and the chief of the 5th branch of the Xuanzong, Daoist Miaodun, both invited Li Mu once, but he refused. At that time, Li Mu wanted to be free. This time, although the reason for his refusal was different, the result was the same. Hanja didn't expect Li Mu's reaction to be so calm. He asked in surprise, why? Li Mu said, I'm doing well in the county yamen. I have no interest in joining any sect. Hanja looked at him and asked, don't you want to see her? Li Mu was silent for a moment, then asked, is she doing well? Hanja shook his head and said, I don't know. After junior sister Li advanced to the divine power stage, she left the sect. Li Mu didn't expect Li Qing to advance to the divine power stage so quickly, nor did he expect her to leave the Lu school. Hanja sighed and said, I've never seen anyone cultivate as hard as she does. Among the younger generation of disciples, her cultivation can be ranked in the top 5, but her effort in cultivation is undeniably number 1. Until now, I still don't know why she's working so hard in cultivation. She didn't say where she went. No. The sect doesn't have many restrictions on the divine power stage disciples. Everyone has their own destiny. Junior sister Li is focused on the Tao. Perhaps she went to find an opportunity to advance. Let's not talk about this. Hanja waved his hand and said, let's talk about you. I just heard from the constables that you've hooked up with a rich woman and 2 snake sisters. Chapter 176. Li Mu waved his hand and said, don't listen to their nonsense. Hanja said, I think they are telling the truth. They don't seem to be lying. A young girl walked in from outside and looked at Li Mu curiously. She asked Hanja, senior brother Hanja, is he your friend who created the Taoist technique? Hanja nodded and introduced her to Li Mu. This is junior sister Qin, senior brother Qin's younger sister. She insisted on following me down the mountain. Speaking of senior brother Qin, Hanja couldn't help but feel sad. Li Mu patted his shoulder and said, I'll go call Xianxia and Li Si. Let's go out and have a drink. Hanja smiled and asked, they are also in the county capital? Reuniting with old friends was something worth celebrating. Although Li Mu and Hanja didn't get along well, they had gone through a few life and death situations together and had formed a friendship. Xianxia was usually at the Yunyan Pavilion. They could go there to find him. Li Si was a bailiff of the county government, but he rarely came here. He spent all his time with Chen Miao. The 3 of them arrived at the county minister's manor and asked the guard at the door to pass on the message. After a while, Chen Miao walked out with Li Si. Hanja looked at Li Si and then at Chen Miao. After a moment of shock, something seemed to have collapsed in the depths of his eyes. Chen Miao sent Li Si to the door and said, go ahead. I'll wait for you at home. As the 4 of them walked towards the Yunyan Pavilion, Hanja asked in disbelief, that girl just now was, Li Si said, her name is Miao. She is my fiancée. Hanja was stunned for a while before he shook his head and said, I really didn't expect you to find such a girl. With your ability, I thought you would, Li Si sighed. I didn't think about it before. Maybe this is fate. Hanja let out a sigh. It's only been a few months and all of you have families. I'm the only one who's still alone. Junior sister Qin, who had been following beside him, raised her head and glanced at him. Then, she lowered her head again and didn't say anything. Li Si thought for a moment and asked, "Do you want me to introduce you to a few?" Hanja said happily, "Sure." Li Si said, "Miao Miao still has a few cousins." Hanja's expression changed. He looked at Li Mu and said, "Li Mu, you have a lot of beautiful women around you. Why don't you introduce one to me? She doesn't need to be as beautiful as Lady Lu. Someone like Junior Sister Qin is enough." Junior Sister Qin gritted her teeth and snorted. Although Li Mu had a lot of beautiful women around him, Lu Hanyan was his, Wan Wan was his, and Xiao Bai was also his. The only ones he could introduce to Hanja were Xianxia and Rong Rong from Spring Wind Pavilion. However, Hanja would definitely not marry a prostitute. He shook his head and said, "I don't know a beautiful woman suitable for you." Hanja thought for a moment and said, "If you don't have a woman, a banshee will do. Do your two snakes have any cousins who can transform? I heard that snake demons are good at dancing. I like those who can sing and dance." Li Mu shook his head and said, "No." Hanja looked at him disappointedly and said, "You are still so stingy." Junior Sister Qin snorted and stomped her feet. She walked forward alone. Hanja sighed and said, "You said that I'm not ugly and my cultivation is not bad. Why can't I find a dual cultivation partner?" Li Si patted his shoulder and said, "It doesn't matter if you can't find one now. You will have a chance in your next life." The few of them chose a restaurant beside the Yunyan Pavilion to have their meal. This restaurant was the property of the Su clan. The Su clan's property spread all over the county. Manager Su had taken care of them since Yunyan Pavilion opened. After Hanja sat down, he said to Li Mu seriously, "You should seriously consider what I just said. Becoming a disciple of Fulu School will be very beneficial to your future cultivation. In recent years, this is the only chance for the headmaster to personally ask." Li Mu smiled and said, "I have already thought it through." In order to condense his last soul, he needed to stand among the common people. Moreover, compared to the Green Lamp Ancient Temple and the mountain, Li Mu preferred to stay in the yamen. Hanja sighed and shook his head. "I knew I couldn't persuade you. The headmaster should have sent Junior Sister Li earlier." Li Mu raised his wine cup and changed the topic. "Let's not talk about this. Drink, drink." Hanja's alcohol tolerance was not high. This was something that Li Mu and the others already knew. After drinking a few cups, his chatterbox was completely opened. "Li Mu, oh Li Mu, I used to think you were the most cowardly. Now I know I was wrong." Pointing at the heavens and cursing the earth. "Who in the great Zhou's cultivation world is more daring than you? You don't know, but a senior brother from the third branch imitated you and cursed the heavens and the earth. In the end, he was struck by lightning and his cultivation was crippled. He almost couldn't be saved. Your name has already spread throughout the 7 branches. We all think that you are the bravest man in the North County. No, in the entire Great Zhou, the various races of the 10 continents and 3 islands all worship the heavens and the earth. Among them, cultivators worship the heavens and the earth the most. Tao techniques, supernatural powers, demon techniques, and ghost techniques all borrowed the power of the heavens and the earth. Whether it was demons, ghosts, spirits, or human cultivators, they all revered the heavens and the earth. When mortals encountered injustice, they would often curse the heavens and the earth for being heartless. However, not many cultivators dared to do so. After all, their power was bestowed by the heavens and the earth. If they disrespected the heavens and the earth, they would easily be punished by the heavens. Li Mu didn't think of this at the time. He thought that there shouldn't be many stupid cultivators who would imitate him. In a dilapidated temple outside the county city, a slovenly Taoist priest in a dirty Taoist robe formed a seal with one hand and pointed at the sky with the other. He shouted, "Earth, you can't tell good from bad." "What is earth?" "Heaven, you," rumble. A purplish-black bolt of lightning descended from the clouds. The Taoist priest's figure disappeared from the spot. The dilapidated temple collapsed with a loud bang, leaving behind only ruins and a huge scorched pit that was dozens of feet deep. In the open space outside the dilapidated temple, there was a flash of light. The Taoist priest's staggering figure appeared. Dark clouds gathered in the sky. Another bolt of lightning descended, striking the Taoist priest's head. The Taoist priest jumped up and down in the open space. He shouted, "I was wrong. I was wrong. Don't strike me. I won't dare to curse again." More than 10 bolts of lightning descended before the dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated. The Taoist priest sat in a scorched pit. His face was full of shock. He muttered, "Taoist magic. It's really Taoist magic. It's a pity that I can't learn it. I have to be struck for nothing," he sighed. His face was full of envy. He said bitterly, "Why can't it be me? Damn it. How can it be so easy for others to create Taoist magic? When can I transcend? No, I have to ask for advice. Could it be that there's some technique in it?" Yuntai County, south of the North County. In a tea house in the county city, the rhythmic voice of a storyteller was heard. Before Dou-yi died, she made 3 great wishes. Blood splattered everywhere, snow in June, and drought for 3 years. Heaven and earth felt wronged. Her 3 vows came true one by one. There were no empty seats in the tea house. If one looked carefully, there were not only ordinary people, but also the county governor of Yuntai County, the county minister, the county lieutenant, and the county magistrate. The storyteller had never seen such a scene before. His heart trembled. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. However, he still had to control his emotions and tell the story honestly. After the story of Dou-yi's injustice, everyone in the tea house was in a heavy mood. The county governor of Yuntai County looked at the people behind him and said, "I hope you will take note of what happened in the North County and Yang County. Such things are not allowed to happen in Yuntai County." Yes, more than 10 county magistrates nodded solemnly. Before the evil spirit appeared in the North County, no one would have thought that such a thing would happen. The county magistrate's family was slaughtered. The county magistrate of Yang County was massacred. It was a wake-up call for all of them. If such an evil spirit appeared in their area because they didn't care about human lives, their political achievements would be secondary. What they were afraid of was that the evil spirit would kill them and their families would be wiped out. They would be blamed by the imperial court and their statues would be placed in front of the government office. They would be cursed by tens of thousands of people. A county magistrate sighed and said, "This story, Dou-yi's injustice, describes the corruption of some local officials and the fact that they were wrongfully imprisoned. It's a story, but it's a reflection of reality. You and I know about these things, but no one dares to say it. I didn't expect a small official in the North County to be so brave." Another county magistrate added, "I heard that he's also a cultivator. A cultivator actually dares to point at the heavens and scold the heavens and earth. I don't know if he's young and ignorant or just hot-blooded." Another old county magistrate sighed and said, "Emperor Wen used 50 years to create a peaceful era for the Great Zhou. The people's faith reached the peak of the founding of the country. In just a short decade, half of Emperor Wen's efforts were destroyed. Although Her Majesty wants to win back the people's hearts, there are many obstacles in the imperial court. This incident in the North County is enlightening. I hope it can awaken some people's conscience. Don't destroy the hundreds of years of foundation of the Great Zhou for the sake of the imperial court." The evil spirit in the North County seemed to be a matter of the North County, but the meaning behind it was extraordinary. Among them, there was the Empress' determination to clean up the government. There was also the competition between the various forces in the imperial court. Although the result was unknown, this incident was a turning point in the imperial court and would be recorded in the annals of history. Nanyang County, Yunzhong County. Hanyang County, Jiangyin County. Jiujiang County, Yushan County. The story of Dou Yi's injustice was passed down in the 36 counties of the Great Zhou. Perhaps some people had already forgotten the name of the small official in the Yang County, but they would not forget that in the North County, there was a hot-blooded small official who dared to face injustice and scold the heavens and earth. Zhong County. Great Zhou Imperial Palace. A young female official walked into the deep palace and placed a file on the table. She said softly, "Your Majesty, this is the file sent by the North County." Behind the table, a white and slender hand opened the file and said softly, "Li Mu." Chapter 177. In the deep palace, there was no sound at all. One could hear a pin drop. A moment later, a dignified voice came from the curtain behind the table again. "What do you think?" The young female official stood with her hands down and said, "He's so courageous at such a young age. He can distinguish right from wrong. If he's nurtured, he can be a good official. It's a waste to let him stay in the North County." Behind the table, the slender hand put the file aside and picked up another memorial. "You can make the arrangements." The young female official crossed her hands and bowed. "Yes, Your Majesty." North County City, Restaurant. When Li Mu picked up his wine cup, he sneezed a few times and rubbed his nose. When he looked across, he saw that Xianxia was already lying on the table like a pile of mud. Zhang Shan and Li Si helped him out of the restaurant. Li Mu said to junior sister Qin, "I'll leave him to you." Junior sister Qin nodded and asked Li Mu, "Are you really not going to Fulu school?" "I'm not going." Li Mu smiled and said, "Help me thank the sect master for his good intentions." "All right then." Junior sister Qin carried Xianxia on her back and said, "We're leaving." Li Mu watched the two of them leave and suddenly felt a little melancholic. Li Si asked, "What's wrong? Do you miss your boss?" Li Mu did not answer. Li Si patted his shoulder and said, "The more you can't get someone, the harder it is to let go. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't always think about the past. Cherish the present." Seeing Xianxia, Li Mu could not help but think of Li Qing. However, it was not like what Li Si had said. In order to prove that he cherished the present, Li Mu personally cooked soup for 4 hours and sent it to Lu Hanyan, who was busy in the Yunyan pavilion. Lu Hanyan was reviewing the manuscript. Without raising her head, she said, "Put it aside first. I'll drink it later." "It'll be cold soon." Li Mu picked up the spoon and brought it to her mouth, saying, "Open your mouth, I'll feed you." Lu Hanyan opened her mouth and drank a mouthful of soup. Suddenly, she looked at Li Mu and asked, "Why are you suddenly so nice to me? Did you do something wrong?" Li Mu felt inexplicably guilty. Then, he shook his head and said, "What guilt could I have? I was kind enough to feed you, but you actually doubted me. You can drink the rest yourself." After deceiving Lu Hanyan, Li Mu returned home and prepared to go into seclusion for a few days to fuse his 3 souls into one and completely form his primordial spirit. Although the 3 souls and the primordial spirit were both soul bodies, they were fundamentally different. Before forming the immortal soul, if one's physical body died, he could only become a ghostly cultivator and could not be called a human. Even if one's cultivation reached a high level in the future and reconstructed his body, it would still be fundamentally different from a real mortal body. When ghosts possessed the bodies of living people, it was called possession. When the primordial spirit devoured the souls of others, it could borrow their bodies to be reborn. For cultivators who formed the primordial spirit, as long as their primordial spirit was not destroyed, they were not really dead. Li Mu used a few days to finally fuse his 3 souls into one and form his primordial spirit, stepping into the assembled spirit realm. After that, the cultivation would not be so complicated. Step by step, when the accumulation of mana was enough, he could break through to the middle 3 realms. It was just that this process would be very long. Li Qing's rapid progress was because she had more than 10 years of accumulation before she reached the assembled spirit realm. Under normal circumstances, with Li Mu's cultivation speed, it would take several years to reach the peak of the assembled spirit realm from the early stage. Other than yin and yang dual cultivation, the fastest way to increase the speed of cultivation was to use spiritual jades. Li Mu prepared to go to the county office to see if there were any suitable tasks that he could use to exchange for spiritual jades. At the entrance of the county office, Li Mu met a beggar. After taking a closer look, he found that the beggar was somewhat familiar. Li Mu was stunned for a moment and asked, "Senior, what are you doing here?" The slovenly Taoist priest brushed the messy hair on his forehead and said in surprise, "Why is it you again?" He looked at Li Mu and clicked his tongue. "The first time this old man saw you, you were just an ordinary person. The second time I saw you, you were about to condense your soul. It's only been 2 months, and the third time I saw you, you've already condensed your soul. Your path of cultivation is not small at all, it's nothing." Li Mu said politely and asked, "Senior, is there anything I can help you with?" "You came at the right time." The Taoist priest pointed inside the county office and said, "There is a person called Li Mu. Is he in your county office? Call him out. I have something to ask him." Li Mu was stunned for a moment and said, "I am." The Taoist priest stared at him and asked, "You are Li Mu, the guy who pointed at the sky and cursed the earth but was not struck by lightning?" Li Mu nodded and said, "That's me." Come. The Taoist priest pulled Li Mu to the steps of the side door and sat down. He said expectantly, "Tell me, how did you create that Taoist technique of yours? Do you have any experience to impart to me?" Li Mu was pulled to sit on the steps. He shook his head and said, "I don't have any experience. I just told a story." The Taoist priest scratched his head and said in annoyance, "Damn it. You can create Taoist techniques by telling a story. I have tried for 20 years and didn't even get a fart." This old bastard, in the end, he did not dare to curse the heavens. He covered his mouth and muttered a few words. He sighed and said, "There is no justice, no justice." Li Mu was puzzled and asked, "Senior, do you want to create your own Taoist technique?" The Taoist priest glanced at him and said angrily, "If you don't create your own Taoist technique, how can you transcend?" Li Mu used to guess that the Taoist priest's cultivation should be above the creation realm. Now, he was almost certain that he was a strong person in Dongxian, and not an ordinary Dongxian. It was very likely that he was a cultivator at the peak of Dongxian like the 1,000 illusions venerable. From Dongxian to transcendence, it was the transformation from the middle 3 realms to the upper 3 realms. Ordinary guidance cultivation could not cross this gap. Only by creating one's own Taoist technique, gaining the recognition of heaven and earth, and being tempered by the power of heaven and earth, could one break through the barrier of Dongxian to transcendence. This was the reason why Miss Xiaoyu's cultivation was at the 5th realm when she had just died. Although this Taoist technique was created by Li Mu, it was not comprehended by Li Mu himself. Li Mu was only borrowing Taoist techniques like the 9 syllables. Otherwise, his current cultivation would be far beyond the spirit condensation realm. If one day, he could cultivate to Dongxian, he would also need to comprehend his own Taoist technique before he could go further and step into the upper 3 realms of cultivation. Li Mu cupped his hands at the Taoist priest and said, "Senior, I hope you can comprehend your Taoist technique and transcend as soon as possible." The old man sighed and said, "There's no point in staying in the North County. Kid, I'm leaving. We'll meet again if fate wills it." As soon as the old man finished speaking, his body gradually faded in Li Mu's eyes and finally disappeared completely. Li Mu looked at the place where the old man was sitting with a face full of envy. The lower 3 realms of cultivation was only the most basic stage. With his cultivation at the 3rd realm, he could only pray for sunshine and rain in a small area, take things in the air, and draw some fulu. For example, walking on water and sitting on fire, controlling the wind and spitting out flames, chi restriction, and other techniques could only be learned after reaching the transcendent realm. In order to shorten the time needed to advance to the transcendent realm, Li Mu had to perform more meritorious deeds for the yamen in order to obtain enough spiritual jades. Li Mu walked into the front hall and only saw Constable Zhao. He looked around and asked, "Where's Lord Xin?" Constable Zhao said, "He's drunk and resting in the back hall." "Why are you looking for Lord Xin?" Li Mu said, "Nothing much. I just wanted to ask if the yamen has any errands for the next few days." Constable Zhao lamented, "Everyone else avoids their jobs like the plague, but you're the only one who can't wait. No wonder it took me 20 years to get to the position of constable, but you only took 2 months. You can't compare people, you can't compare," Li Mu said. "My luck played a large part. Don't worry, I won't be jealous of you." Constable Zhao patted him on the shoulder and said, "However, I have to remind you that even though you've been in the limelight this time and have become famous throughout the great Zhou dynasty, you can't be careless. There are some things that you have to know." Li Mu sat opposite Constable Zhao and asked, "What things?" Constable Zhao asked, "Do you know why the imperial court spread the news about Yang County?" Li Mu nodded and said, "It's because His Majesty wants to intimidate the local officials and unite the people." Constable Zhao shook his head and said, "It's not as simple as you think. This seems to be a matter of our North County, but it actually involves the struggle between the old and new parties." Li Mu had always been in the North County and didn't know much about the imperial court. Hearing this, he asked, "What are the old and new parties?" Constable Zhao explained, "The new party is the party that supports Her Majesty the Empress. The old party is the nobles led by the Shao clan. They have always wanted Her Majesty to remain in the Shao clan. In the past few years, the 2 parties have been fighting openly and covertly, causing the entire imperial court to be in turmoil. It also has a great impact on the local areas. The people have suffered greatly." Li Mu asked, "What does this have to do with me?" "Of course it has to do with you." Constable Zhao glanced at him and continued, "His Majesty used this matter to unite the people of the North County and intimidate the local officials of the 36 counties. Naturally, the old party doesn't want to see this happen. The first imperial envoy to the North County was sent by the old party. They don't care about the people of the North County at all. The more the people of the imperial court are divided, the more advantageous it is for them. When His Majesty completely loses the people's hearts, it will be time for them to force His Majesty to return the throne." Li Mu frowned and said, "For the sake of the struggle between the parties, they don't even care about the lives of the people." Constable Zhao said, "A woman ascending the throne is not a legitimate position. Although the old party doesn't dare to openly oppose His Majesty, they have done many things in secret. Their power is intertwined and deeply rooted in the imperial court. Even His Majesty can't do anything about it." He looked at Li Mu again and said, "To a large extent, the incident in Yang County has won the hearts of the people for His Majesty. This is something the old party doesn't want to see. Although they won't do anything to you openly, you still have to be careful." Li Mu pursed his lips and said, "I'm just a constable. I don't want to get involved in these things. In life, there are too many things that are beyond one's control." Constable Zhao shook his head and said, "Whether you are willing or not, after this incident, in their eyes, you will be Her Majesty's man." Chapter 178. Li Mu did not belong to the new party or the old party, nor did he belong to the Empress. If one had to say who he was, he should be one of Lu Hanyan's men. He was only used by the new party to achieve some political goals for the Empress. The conflict between the new party and the old party was about the ownership of the imperial power. The conflict was mainly in the Middle County, which was thousands of miles away from the North County. No matter how far the old party's influence stretched, it could not reach here. He was not worried about being involved in the conflict thousands of miles away. He was just curious. The Great Zhou was not the Great Tang, nor was it the Zhou dynasty. The Shao royal family had been passed down for so long. How could the imperial powers suddenly be controlled by a woman with a different surname? This matter was not described in detail in the history books. It was only mentioned in a few sentences. As for the gossip about the Empress, no one knew if it was deliberately spread by the old party, but the people had always been talking about it. For example, when she was still the crown princess, she was not liked by the crown prince. When the previous emperor died and the crown prince ascended to the throne, she was still a virgin. Another example was that not long after the crown prince ascended to the throne, she used despicable means to murder the crown prince. She deceived everyone and obtained the approval of the ancestral temple. She obtained the emperor's qi and transcended. She intimidated the Shao royal family and seized the imperial power from them. In recent years, there had been a lot of criticism about a woman becoming the empress. However, there was one fact that could not be denied. That was, the ruler of the most powerful country in the ancestral land was a young woman. The Empress of the Great Zhou ascended to the throne at the age of 25. It had only been 3 years since then. She was only 9 years older than Li Mu, but she was already the most powerful woman on the continent. At the same time, she was also a powerhouse in the 7th realm. Li Mu was still young after all. If the slovenly Taoist priest thought of this, he would probably have a mental breakdown. He no longer paid attention to these things that had nothing to do with him. He said to Constable Zhao, "Lord Xin is awake. Please help me ask for leave. I want to go back to Yangqiu County." Constable Zhao waved his hand and said, "I will tell Lord Xin. Be careful." In the past 2 days, 3 Jushen cultivators died mysteriously. It's not very peaceful outside. The Yunyan Pavilion had 4 shops in Yangqiu County, but only 2 in the county capital. Now that the shops in the prefectural capital were on the right track, Lu Hanyan wanted to go back to the county to take a look. Li Mu offered to accompany her. While Lu Hanyan was inspecting the store, he could go to Clearwater Bay to see Su He. The 3 humans and 1 demon returned to Yangqiu County City from the county city. The flying boat that Li Mu had exchanged from the Earth Pavilion last time was finally of use. Although Lu Hanyan and Wanwan had been cultivating for a few months, this was their first time in the sky. They hugged Li Mu's arm tightly before they dared to look down from above. The speed of the flying boat was extremely fast. The journey that would have taken more than half a day only took 4 hours this time. Lu Hanyan went to the store to check the accounts while Wanwan and Xiaobai accompanied her. Li Mu left the county town and headed towards Clearwater Bay. Just as he walked into Su He's illusion, Li Mu sensed 2 streams of yin qi. 2 female ghosts, one big and one small, were sitting cross-legged outside the wooden house, cultivating. Compared to the last time Li Mu saw them, their auras had improved significantly. They were probably not far from the 3rd realm. "Young master, you're here." Sensing Li Mu's aura, the older female ghost immediately woke up from her cultivation. When she saw Li Mu, she stood up abruptly and exclaimed in surprise. Li Mu still did not sense Su He's aura. He asked, "She hasn't come out of seclusion yet?" The female ghost said, "Sister Su came out once and taught us some cultivation methods. Then she went into seclusion again. She said that she would need a few more months to come out of seclusion completely." Su He's seclusion this time was longer than expected. The 1,000 illusions Venerable Master's cultivation was too high. Even a fragment of his soul contained immense soul power. Su He was already close to the peak of the 4th realm. When she came out of seclusion after refining the 1,000 illusions Venerable Master's soul power, she would probably be a 5th realm ghost. The first ghost general under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon and Miss Xiaoyu, who had enjoyed the benefits of creating new Dao techniques, were in this realm. Li Mu was a little disappointed that he did not see Su He. However, there was nothing he could do. He walked to the edge of the lake and stared at the dark green water in a daze. He did not forget that there was still a huge threat to Su He at the bottom of the lake. Once the female corpse came out of the lake, she would definitely devour Su He and complete herself. Similarly, if Su He could refine the intelligence born from the corpse and obtain a body to live in, her strength would also double. The current Li Mu was much stronger than before. He dove into the water again. The altar at the bottom of the lake appeared before his eyes. After digesting the 1,000 illusions venerable master's memories, the mysterious runes on the altar no longer held any secrets. This was an exquisite corpse-nurturing array formation. It used this water vein to seal the corpse in the altar here. The altar had obviously been used once before. After Su He died, his body accidentally fell into it, and the spell formation was activated once more. Over the past 20 years, the corpses in the spell formation had already gained sentience, and possessed the Tao of the 4th stage. As if sensing Li Mu's gaze, the female corpse lying quietly on the altar opened her eyes again. At the same time, Li Mu felt a strong suction force erupting from the altar. It seemed to want to suck his soul over. However, the current Li Mu was no longer the rookie who had only condensed 1 spirit and 2 spirits. His 6 spirits had been completely refined, and his 3 spirits had become primordial spirits. This suction force couldn't shake them in the slightest. The female corpse opened her eyes and met Li Mu's gaze. Both man and corpse were very calm. Li Mu couldn't enter. She couldn't come out either. Unless this water vein was cut off and the bay of clear water dried up, the altar wouldn't have any spiritual power to pour in. That would be the time for the female corpse to come out. With the experience of the 1,000 illusions venerable master, Li Mu could easily see that the upper limit of a corpse trapped in this array formation was the 5th realm. When she was nourished by spiritual power and evolved into the 5th realm flying stiff, she would be able to come out of the altar without the bay of clear water drying up. Based on the aura on the female corpse and the speed at which the altar gathered chi, it would take her about 10 years to reach the 5th realm. And within half a year, Su He would be able to reach the 5th realm. At that time, the altar's array formation would no longer be able to trap her, and she would be able to leave at any time. The female corpse underwater was no longer a threat to Su He. After coming out of the water, Li Mu dried his clothes with spiritual power. After giving the 2 female ghosts some pointers on their cultivation, he left the bay of Clearwater. Although the 1,000 illusions venerable master was Li Mu's disaster, he was also his good fortune. He almost caused Li Mu to lose his second life. But it was also because of him that Li Mu had the experience and knowledge of Dongxian cultivators when he was only in the soul refining realm. In his mind, other than the evil arts, he also knew a lot about Buddhism, Taoism, demons, and ghosts. It was easy for him to guide the 2 resentful spirits in their cultivation. After leaving the Bay of Clearwater, Li Mu didn't return to the county. Instead, he went to the Jinshan temple. He sent a little monk to pass the message. After a while, Xuandu walked out and said happily, "Benefactor Li has finally thought it through and wants to convert to Buddhism." Li Mu said, "I'm here to see Miss Xiaoyu." Xuandu said regretfully, "Miss Xiaoyu is doing well in the temple. It's just that the killing intent in her body is too strong. She still needs some time to dispel it." He brought Li Mu to the front of the temple. Li Mu saw a young girl wearing monk robes. She was kneeling on a praying mat with many acolytes. She was chanting Buddhist scriptures. Every time she chanted, the killing intent in her body would decrease by a bit. As she was chanting, she suddenly felt something. She slowly turned her head and saw Li Mu. She quickly ran over and said happily, "Benefactor." Li Mu smiled and asked, "Are you used to this place?" The young girl nodded and said, "I'm used to it. The masters and the little masters are very good to me." Seeing Xiao Yu's current appearance, Li Mu was relieved. Before he came, he was worried that she would not be able to let go of her hatred and that it would affect her temperament. Now it seemed that letting Xuandu bring her to the Jinshan temple was a very correct decision. Before she died, she used her own resentment to perform that Taoist technique for the first time. She benefited greatly from it and directly advanced from the yin spirit to the 5th level. If she lost her temperament and fell into the devil's path, Li Mu would also have to bear a large part of the sin. After seeing Xiaoyu, Li Mu taught her some ghostly techniques. Although her cultivation was high, she did not know how to use it and did not know how to cultivate. In the future, her mana would not increase. Knowing the path of ghostly cultivation, she could continue to cultivate. Xuandu looked at Li Mu and asked, "The imperial court did not make things difficult for benefactor Li regarding Miss Xiaoyu's matter, right?" "No." Li Mu shook his head and said, "His Majesty intends to use this matter to intimidate the local officials and make them restrain the power in their hands. They will not dare to bend the law for personal gain and disregard human lives." Xuandu put his palms together and said with relief, "Amitabha. It seems that this matter has finally woken up some people in the imperial court." Li Mu thought of something and asked, "Is Master Puji not in the temple?" Xuandu smiled and said, "Uncle Master went to the ancestral court of the Aksayan clan to comprehend the state of Mahasvara. I don't know when he will be back." "Benefactor Li, are you looking for Uncle Master?" Mahasvara was the 6th level of Buddhism, corresponding to the Dongxian of Taoism. There were not many such experts in the ancestral court of the Aksayan clan. No wonder the Jinshan temple had such a high status in the Aksayan clan. Li Mu said, "There is something I would like to ask Master Puji. Since the abbot is not here, I can only trouble Master Xuandu." Xuandu said, "Benefactor Li, please speak." The White Demon King had helped Li Mu a lot. Just being sucked by the Bai sisters a few times was not enough to repay the favor. Li Mu's Buddhist cultivation was very low and could not send the Buddhist light into the ice coffin. However, Xuandu was at the peak of the 4th level and was only one step away from the 5th level of Dharma. With his help, there might be a chance. After hearing Li Mu's words, Xuandu nodded and said, "I have heard of the White Demon King's good name. Since it is about the White Demon King, I will accompany you." Li Mu and Xuandu came to Yang County. They first found the rat demon and asked him to pass on the message. An hour later, the White Demon King came over on a cloud. Xuandu put his palms together and said, "Greetings, White Demon King." The White Demon King returned the greeting and said, "Master Xuandu, I have heard a lot about you." Then, he looked at Li Mu and asked, "Little brother, what is it?" Li Mu said, "This time, I came with Master Xuandu for the White Demon King's wife. Master Xuandu's Buddhist teachings are profound. Perhaps he can awaken her soul." The White Demon King was touched but still shook his head and said, "In the past 10 years, I have invited Dharma and Mahasvara monks, but even they could not do anything." Li Mu smiled and said, "Let's try. The situation can't be worse." The White Demon King thought for a while and nodded. "Then I will have to trouble the two of you." Not long after, they came to the ice cave. Xuandu saw the woman in the ice coffin and said in surprise, "I did not expect the White Demon King's wife to be a dragon." Chapter 179. Li Mu had seen the 2 horns on the head of the woman in the coffin last time, but he did not think that she was a dragon. This kind of legendary race was too far away from them. It was not an exaggeration to say that the dragon race of the 4 seas was the strongest race in the 10 continents and 3 islands. When dragons were just born, they had the strength of a human of the 4th level. They could ride the clouds and summon the rain. Although they were not as strong as humans because of their small numbers and difficulty in reproduction, they were still the overlords of the sea. The White Demon King's wife was actually a dragon. Xuandu walked to the bottom of the stone platform and looked at the ice coffin. He said, "This coffin is quite mysterious. It's like there are 2 worlds inside and outside the coffin." The White Demon King nodded and said, "Grandmaster is wise. Inside this coffin is a world created by a supreme cultivator. It is completely isolated from the outside world. If it wasn't for this, my wife's soul would have already dissipated. Xuandu shook his head and said, but this way, the mana of outsiders cannot enter the coffin. He leapt onto the stone platform and said, let me try. He pressed one hand on the coffin and his palm emitted a golden light. However, it was blocked by the coffin and could not enter the coffin at all. After a while, Xuandu retracted his palm and shook his head lightly. Even though the White Demon King was already mentally prepared, he still could not help but reveal a look of disappointment. Li Mu walked onto the stone platform and said to Xuandu, Master Xuandu, please lend me your mana. This was not the first time the two of them worked together like this. Xuandu pressed one hand on Li Mu's shoulder and a steady stream of mana flowed into Li Mu's body. His peak 4th level mana was hundreds and thousands of times stronger than Li Mu's. Li Mu silently chanted the Heart Sutra and pressed his hand on the ice coffin. The Buddhist light triggered by the Heart Sutra was still blocked by the ice coffin. Li Mu focused and began to shrink the range of the golden light. The golden light on his entire palm gradually shrunk to the size of a thumb. Below the stone platform, the green bull demon's eyes suddenly widened. The golden light, which had been completely excluded from the coffin lid, actually went in a little. Although it wasn't even half an inch, it was still a huge breakthrough. The White Demon King's breathing slowed down as a strong sense of hope appeared in his eyes. Even an eminent monk of the 6th realm, the Freedom Realm, would not be able to penetrate the light of Buddha through the coffin lid. Yet, Li Mu, who was at the 3rd realm, did it. Perhaps he could really create a miracle. Li Mu focused his mind and focused all his magic power on a single point. In the end, he could only make the golden light penetrate an inch into the coffin lid, not even half the distance. His forehead was full of sweat, and his clothes had long been soaked. Finally, at a certain point, he reached his limit. His body swayed, and he almost fell. The White Demon King immediately supported him and channeled a strand of magic power into his body. He asked, little brother, are you all right? I'm fine. Li Mu looked at the ice coffin and said, if I want to penetrate this ice coffin, I'm afraid I'll need the help of at least an eminent monk of the Dharma phase realm. The White Demon King's face was filled with excitement. He said, I'll go to the Heart Sect immediately. No matter what price I have to pay, I have to invite an eminent monk here. Amitabha. Xuandu suddenly chanted and said, Demon King and Benefactor Li, please wait for me for a moment. I'll be back soon. With that, he jumped off the platform and walked outside. Li Mu leaned against the cave wall to rest. Suddenly, he felt a strong wave of magic power coming from outside the cave. He and the White Demon King rushed outside the cave and saw Xuandu sitting cross-legged on the empty ground outside the cave. His hand seals kept changing, and a strong power of heaven and earth surrounded him. The White Demon King said in shock, Master Xuandu is about to break through. As soon as he said that, Xuandu's body suddenly shone with golden light. A wheel of light appeared behind him. The light was so blinding that one could not look directly at it. Not long after, a golden shadow suddenly appeared behind the wheel of light. The shadow was dozens of feet tall. It was a monk sitting cross-legged. One could vaguely see Xuandu's appearance. The White Demon King said in shock, Dharma phase. The huge golden shadow quickly solidified. Then, it suddenly shrank and entered Xuandu's body. Xuandu opened his eyes. Two blinding golden lights shot out from his eyes and gradually dissipated. He slowly stood up and said to Li Mu, It's done now. The White Demon King cupped his hands at Xuandu and said, Congratulations to Master Xuandu for reaching the Dharma phase realm. A moment later, on the ice cave's platform, Xuandu placed his right hand on Li Mu's shoulder again. A Buddhist dharmic power that was many times purer than before surged into Li Mu's body from his palm. The golden light in Li Mu's hand began to slowly spread into the ice coffin. 1 inch. 2 inches. 3 inches. At a certain moment, Li Mu felt the pressure on the ice coffin decrease greatly. The golden light finally broke through the ice coffin and shone on the woman in the coffin. After a moment, the woman's eyelashes trembled as if she was about to open her eyes, but in the end, she did not. Li Mu's body was exhausted. He could only stop temporarily and rest against the ice coffin. Xuandu said, "She doesn't have much soul power left." Although Benefactor Li can stabilize her essence soul and prevent it from dissipating, he still needs a huge amount of soul power to wake her up. The White Demon King looked at the woman in the coffin with a thoughtful expression. Amitabha. Xuandu chanted a Buddhist proclamation and said, "I know that the Demon King is kind to save your wife, but you must not fall into the evil path." The White Demon Monarch sighed and said, "Don't worry, Grandmaster. I have never let down the heavens, the earth, and my heart. Even if I were to sacrifice my soul, I would never do anything against the evil path." The simplest and fastest way to obtain a large amount of soul power was to create a zombie disaster in Zhou County like Venerable Thousand Illusions and secretly harvest the soul power of more than 1,000 people. From the White Demon King's education to Bai Yinxin and her sister, he was probably not such a demon. But this way, he would not be able to collect so much soul power unless he sacrificed himself in exchange for his wife's life. Unless there was a way for him to collect enough soul power without committing heinous acts. An idea flashed through Li Mu's mind, and he suddenly said, "I have a way to let the Demon King obtain a large amount of soul power." The White Demon King immediately looked at him and asked, "What way?" Li Mu smiled and said, "Chu Jiang of Gojoseon has 12 ghost generals under him. They commit all kinds of evil in the North County. Killing them and taking their souls can not only eliminate evil for the people but also obtain soul power." 12 ghost generals? Xuandu said in surprise, "Why did I hear that Chu Jiang of Gojoseon has 18 ghost generals under him?" Li Mu explained, "Because of some reasons, there are only 12 left." Xuandu shook his head and said, "I'm afraid the soul power of the 12 ghost generals is not enough. What if there's Chu Jiang of Gojoseon?" Li Mu continued, "Chu Jiang of Gojoseon is the biggest threat in the North County. The county government has wanted to get rid of him for a long time. If the Demon King wants to get rid of him, the county government will definitely support him. No matter how strong Chu Jiang of Gojoseon is, can he defeat the Demon King and the county government working together?" Xuandu thought about it and said, "This is a perfect plan. Chu Jiang of Gojoseon is a big threat in the North County. If the Demon King and the county government plan to work together to kill him, I will not sit by and watch." The White Demon King thought for a moment and cupped his fists at Li Mu. He said, "I'll have to ask you to contact the county government." Li Mu nodded and said, "Of course." The county government wanted to kill Chu Jiang of Gojoseon more than the White Demon King. If there was such a good thing, County Magistrate Shen would probably wake up laughing in his dreams. How could he not agree? No matter how strong Chu Jiang of Gojoseon was, he was only at the 5th realm. The White Demon King, Xuandu, and County Magistrate Chen were all at the 5th realm. When the time came, the county governor would definitely take action. This way, Chu Jiang of Gojoseon would not be able to protect himself. How could he care about Li Mu killing his ghost generals? The White Demon King looked at Li Mu and said gratefully, "Brotherly, you have helped me so much. I really don't know how to thank you." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "If the Demon King can help the county government to get rid of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon and return peace to the people of the North County, then you should thank me." The White Demon King was silent for a moment and suddenly said, "I have an idea." Li Mu said, "Please speak, Demon King." The White Demon King looked at Li Mu and then at Xuandu and said, "I would like to become brothers with the two of you. What do you think?" Li Mu was shocked when he heard this. He did not expect the White Demon King to make such a request. He was a 5th realm Demon King, one of the strongest in the North County. To be able to sit on the same level as the county governor and become brothers with a mere constable at the third realm, it could be considered condescending. Before Li Mu could react, Xuandu laughed and said, "The Demon King is very emotional. I admire you. To be able to be brothers with the Demon King is a great joy in life." The White Demon King also laughed. Finally, he looked at Li Mu and asked, "Brotherly, what do you mean?" Li Mu cupped his fists and bowed, saying, "Li Mu greets my two brothers." Although the White Demon King was a demon, he had a benevolent heart and was very emotional. Li Mu admired him. Although Xuandu was sometimes violent and always wanted Li Mu to become a monk, he was upright and plain-spoken. When it was time to be merciful, he would be merciful. When it was time to be violent, he would be violent. Li Mu admired his character very much. More importantly, both of them were fifth realm experts. Li Mu had just provoked Chu Jiang of Gojoseon and was now embroiled in the battle of the imperial court. He was just a constable with no strength or background. He could only carefully survive in the cracks. Now, it was different. At least in the North County, he had two reliable backers. The next time he saw Bai Yinxin and her sister, he would be a generation older. Would they dare to be impudent in front of him? Among the two humans and one demon, the White Demon King was the oldest, Xuandu was the second, and Li Mu was the youngest. He could enjoy the protection of his two brothers without any qualms. The White Demon King suddenly looked behind him and said, "Don't hide. Come out." Two figures walked out of the cave with their heads lowered. They were Bai Yinxin and her sister. Bai Yinxin looked at Li Mu and Xuandu and asked in confusion, "Father, why did you bring him and this monk here? What's here? Don't be rude." The White Demon King looked at them and said, "This is your uncle Xuandu and this is your uncle Li Mu. When you see them in the future, be more polite." The two sisters' beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Bai Yinxin looked at Li Mu and said in disbelief, "Uncle." Li Mu patted her head and said with a smile, "Good niece." Chapter 180. The White Snake and Green Snake sisters found it hard to accept the sudden appearance of an uncle, especially Li Mu's increase in seniority. However, the White Demon King was usually very strict with them, so they didn't dare to show anything in front of their father. Bai Yinxin looked at the ice coffin on the stone platform and asked doubtfully, "Father, who is she? Why is she here?" The White Demon King looked at the woman in the ice coffin with gentle eyes and said, "She is your mother." Mother? The two sisters were shocked at the same time. The White Demon King said, "Since you found this place, I won't hide it from you." Li Mu and Xuandu left the ice cave of their own accord, leaving the space for the family. Xuandu walked out of the cave and suddenly said, "Third Brother's Sutra is very mysterious. I have never seen it before. There are many sutras in the heart, nirvana, suffering, and speech Buddhist sections. If you have the heart to create a sect, there will be a fifth Buddhist sect in the ancestral state." Xuandu's high evaluation of the Heart Sutra exceeded Li Mu's expectations. In the ancestral state, there were 4 Buddhist sects: heart, nirvana, suffering, and speech. The teachings of these 4 sects were different and their cultivation methods were also very different. However, the fundamental difference was that the 4 sects followed different scriptures. The Heart sect followed the Meditative Heart Sutra, the Nirvana sect followed the Nirvana Sutra, while the Ku sect and the Yen sect followed the Abstinence Sutra and the Mahavirakana Sutra, respectively. These 4 scriptures were all top-level scriptures. The ancestors of the 4 sects used them as the foundation to create the 4 Buddhist sections. In Xuandu's eyes, the Heart Sutra was so mysterious that it was enough to create a sect. Li Mu smiled embarrassedly and said, "I don't have the heart to create a sect. I just want to be a constable and do my job well." Xiandu had a look of pity on his face. Although Li Mu's cultivation level was not high, he was able to create such a powerful scripture. If he focused on Buddhism, there was a high chance that he would become a patriarch of a sect. Many years later, there would be a fifth Buddhist sect. Not only that, but he was also able to resonate with the heavens and earth with his words before reaching the age of 20. This was unprecedented in the Taoist sections. Xuandu was meditating not far away, stabilizing the realm he had just broken through. Li Mu had just forcefully sent Jin Guang into the ice coffin, so he was somewhat exhausted. He leaned against a tree to rest. After an unknown period of time, he felt an itch on his face. He opened his eyes and saw Bai Tingxin sweeping a green foxtail on his face. Li Mu's face darkened and he said coldly, "Impudent." Bai Ting's heart skipped a beat. He curled his lips and said, "That's just my father's idea. Don't even think about making me call you uncle." Li Mu looked at the green snake who was in the rebellious stage and said, "It seems that I need to tell Brother Bai to discipline his daughter." Green Snake's expression changed. "How dare you?" Li Mu smiled and asked, "Why don't you take a guess?" Bai Tingxin rolled her eyes and smiled again. She hugged his arm and shook it. "I'm just joking with you, Uncle Li Mu. Don't mind me, everything had its vanquisher." It seemed that if he wanted to subdue this green snake, he still had to use the White Demon King. Li Mu glanced at her and said, "Go play somewhere else. I want to rest." Bai Tingxin did not leave. Instead, she extended her hand to him. Li Mu asked, "What are you doing?" Bai Tingxin said matter-of-factly, "It's the first time an elder meets a junior. Don't tell me you didn't prepare a gift." Li Mu shook his head and said, "It's not the first time we met. It's different in the past." Bai Tingxin explained, "I didn't call you uncle before. If you didn't prepare a gift, teach me the spell that uses lightning to strike people." Li Mu refused, "That's a Taoist technique. I only teach it to my own people. I don't teach it to outsiders." Li Mu had taught the confrontation formula to Li Qing, Lu Hanyan, and Wan Wan. He had not even taught it to Xiao Bai yet, let alone this snake. Bai Tingxin was disappointed. "I treat you as an uncle, but you treat me as an outsider." Li Mu thought about it and took out a piece of spiritual jade. He said, "This spiritual jade is for you. Take it as a gift for our first meeting." Bai Tingxin looked at him and asked, "Uncle, can't you be more sincere?" Li Mu thought that after becoming sworn brothers with the White Demon King, this green snake would not dare to be presumptuous in front of him. He did not expect that not only did she not restrain herself, she became even more aggressive. He thought about it and said, "I don't want to. Let's talk on our own terms. I call you Dad Big Brother, and you call me Li Mu. We'll also address each other as equals." "Of course not." Bai Tingxin said firmly, "Won't that mess up the seniority? I'll call you uncle. It's only right for an uncle to help his niece cultivate. I'm about to condense my Yao core. Uncle Li Mu will definitely help me, right?" Li Mu knew what Bai Tingxin wanted. He was severely exhausted and had just recovered a little. If he helped her once, he would be drained dry again. Li Mu stood up with the help of a tree. He said, "I can't help you. Goodbye." Bai Tingxin pressed on Li Mu's shoulder, and Li Mu sat down again. Bai Tingxin was surprised. She said, "So you don't have any strength?" Li Mu leaned on the tree and said, "I'm exhausted because I saved your mother. If you still have a bit of humanity, let me have a good rest." "But I'm not human to begin with, Tingxin." The White Demon King's voice came from behind. Bai Tingxin's expression changed. She immediately helped Li Mu up and said with concern, "Oh, Uncle Li, are you okay?" "Let me help you up." The White Demon King walked forward and said, "Third brother, I'll leave the county office to you." Li Mu smiled. "Don't worry, Brother Bai. The county office has long wanted to get rid of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. They won't let go of this opportunity." The White Demon King looked at Bai Yinxin and said, "Yinxin, you go with Uncle Li to the county capital. If there's any news, you can report back immediately. Bai Tingxin heard and immediately said, I want to go too. The White Demon King looked at her and said, your sister has something important to do. What are you going to do? Bai Tingxin ran over and held Bai Yinxin's arm. She said, I'm about to condense my Yao core. If anything happens, I can help sister. The White Demon King thought for a moment and said, you can come along. But no matter what happens, you have to listen to sister and Uncle Li. You can't be willful. Otherwise, you can only cultivate in the mountains in the future. Bai Tingxin nodded repeatedly. I know. Lu Hanyan was still in Yangqiu County. Li Mu took the flying boat and separated from Xuandu outside the city. Only the Bai sisters were left with him. Then, he realized a problem. Although they had followed him this time because they had something serious to do, how was he going to explain to Lu Hanyan that he had only gone out for a stroll and there were 2 snakes by his side? Thinking about it carefully, the trust between him and Lu Hanyan had reached a point where there was no need to say anything more. When Li Qing was mentioned, she would still be jealous. However, no matter how jealous she would not be jealous of her niece. After figuring this out, Li Mu walked towards the Yunyan pavilion with ease. Wan and Xiao Bai sat in the tea house. The table in front of them was filled with all kinds of pastries. When she looked up and saw Li Mu enter, she immediately stood up and waved her hand. Young master, her gaze swept past the Bai sisters behind Li Mu. When she saw Bai Tingxin, her face turned pale. She immediately hid behind Xiao Bai and said in shock, there's a snake. A huge snake. Bai Tingxin was shocked. How did she see through me? As the time of cultivation grew longer and her transcendence energy became more profound, Wan's spirit eyes could finally unleash the effects of this kind of physique. Bai Yinxin had already condensed her Yao core. Her demonic aura was not obvious, so she could not see through her. Bai Tingxin was only at the 3rd realm, so she could see through her at a glance. Li Mu walked to Wan's side and comforted her. Don't be afraid. She's one of us. After he finished speaking, he asked Xiao Bai, where's Sister Hanyan? Xiao Bai retracted her gaze from the Bai sisters and said, Sister Hanyan is upstairs. Lu Hanyan happened to come down from upstairs. She had seen Bai Tingxin once, but not Bai Yinxin. She asked doubtfully, Li Mu looked at Lu Hanyan and said to the Bai sisters, this is your aunt from now on. Bai Yinxin opened her mouth but did not call out in the end. Bai Tingxin, on the other hand, smiled and said, hello, aunt. Lu Hanyan looked confused. She could only say to Li Mu, come up with me. After a while, Wan and Xiao Bai sat on the 1st floor and ate pastries. Bai Tingxin picked up a piece of mung bean cake and put it into her mouth. She glanced at Xiao Bai from the corner of her eyes and whispered in Bai Yinxin's ear, that girl is so beautiful. Even I like her. Bai Yinxin looked to the side and said, of course a fox demon is beautiful. She's a demon too. Bai Tingxin looked surprised and said, but she doesn't have any demonic aura. Bai Yinxin said, it's your fault for not cultivating properly in the past. If you've condensed your Yao core now, why can't you tell? Bai Tingxin thought for a while and said with a sudden realization, so he already has a beautiful fox demon at home. No wonder we couldn't charm him in the past. Bai Yinxin looked at her and reminded, don't blame me for not reminding you. If you're still as impudent as before, father won't let you out. Okay, I know. Bai Tingxin sighed helplessly and said, he's not much older than us. Why should I call him uncle? I'm really unwilling. In the room on the 2nd floor, Lu Hanyan looked at Li Mu and asked, where did your 2 nieces come from? Therefore, Li Mu told her about the White Demon King and Xuandu becoming sworn brothers. He asked again, heaven and earth can bear witness to my feelings for you. Don't tell me you're jealous of your nieces. Lu Hanyan rolled her eyes at him and asked, do you think I'm a jealous woman? In fact, she was really jealous just now. After all, these two women were younger and prettier than the other. Although their figures were not as voluptuous as hers, their slender waists were envied by all women. Jealousy was jealousy, but she was unwilling to admit it when Li Mu said it out loud. Thinking about the White Demon King, she was touched and said, "The White Demon King is really devoted to his wife. You should learn from him." Li Mu said, "I'm also devoted to you." Lu Hanyan snorted and said, "What about Constable Li? You're still carrying the sword she gave you. Are you still thinking about her?" Chapter 181. Li Mu was speechless when Bai Jin was implicated for no reason. Although Lu Hanyan would always ask some strange questions, she was generally reasonable and would not harp on a question. Li Si once said that there might be women who did not eat, but there were definitely no women who did not get jealous. Their jealousy meant that they cared. It was not necessarily a bad thing to be jealous occasionally. They stayed in Xianxia County for a night. At noon the next day, Li Mu brought them back to the county town. After sending them home, Li Mu immediately went to the yamen. He still had an important task to take care of. Whether or not the county yamen could work with the White Demon King to eliminate Chu Jiang of Gojoseon depended on the attitude of the higher-ups. Arrestor Zhao poked his head out of the duty room and said, "Li Mu is back." Li Mu walked forward and asked, "Is Lord Shen here?" Arrestor Zhao thought for a while and said, "If it is not something important, it is best not to look for Lord Shen." Li Mu was surprised and asked, "Why?" Arrestor Zhao sighed and said, "Today is the death anniversary of Lord Shen's parents, wife, and son. 4 years ago today, Chu Jiang of Gojoseon killed Lord Shen's entire family. Every year on this day, Lord Shen would lock himself in his room and not see anyone." Li Mu thought for a while and said, "If that is the case, then it is even more necessary for me to see him." He came to a room at the back of the yamen and knocked on the door. After a long time, a voice came from the room. "I am on leave today. If there is nothing important, do not disturb me." Li Mu stood at the door and said, "If it is not convenient for you today, Li Mu will come again tomorrow. However, this may be the best chance to eliminate Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. If we delay for too long, I do not know if there will be any changes." Crash. As soon as Li Mu finished speaking, he was about to turn around and leave when he heard the sound of tables and chairs being overturned and porcelain breaking. The door was suddenly opened. Commandant Shen grabbed his shoulder and said, "Come in and talk." The room was extremely messy and reeked of alcohol. Li Mu found a chair and sat down. He said, "The White Demon King has already agreed to help the county yamen eliminate Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. Master Xuandu, who has just advanced to the 5th realm, has also agreed to help." "Yes." Li Mu nodded and said, "But the White Demon King has a condition." Commandant Shen asked, "What conditions?" Li Mu said, "He wants the soul energy of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon and his ghost generals." Commandant Shen waved his hand and said, "I can agree to this on behalf of the county yamen." The county yamen had wanted to eliminate Chu Jiang of Gojoseon for a long time. However, they could not find where Chu Jiang of Gojoseon was hiding. Among the 18 ghost generals, only the first ghost general had seen Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. He was also the only one who could directly come into contact with Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. Secondly, it was utterly impossible to do anything to King Chu Jiang by relying solely on the strength of the county. However, if the county yamen and the White Demon King worked together, Xuandu's power could eliminate Chu Jiang of Gojoseon without any suspense. The arrival of Bai Yinxin and her sister represented the White Demon King's sincerity. After learning of the White Demon King's intention to cooperate from Li Mu, Commandant Shen did not delay and immediately went to discuss with the county governor and the county minister. Since Li Mu killed the 4 ghost generals of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon, incidents occurred frequently in the 13 counties of the North County. However, the incidents did not involve ordinary people, but cultivators. In just a few days, several Jushen cultivators had mysteriously disappeared. An hour later, Commandant Shen returned to the county yamen and said to Li Mu, as long as the White Demon King agrees to help, he can take all the soul energy of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon and his ghost generals. The county yamen and the White Demon King had the same goal in dealing with Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. The White Demon King wanted Chu Jiang of Gojoseon's soul energy. The county yamen wanted the peace of the North County. They both wanted Chu Jiang of Gojoseon to die. Commandant Shen continued, you'll be in charge of contacting the White Demon King. We'll contact the spies we planted in Chu Jiang of Gojoseon as soon as possible and find a way to find his hiding place. Li Mu nodded and said, leave it to me. You have contributed greatly to this matter. Commandant Shen glanced at Bai Yinxin and her sister in the duty room and said to Li Mu, well done. There's no need to explain. Commandant Shen smiled and said, this is your ability. Others can't be envious of you. If you can really get rid of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon, you'll have made a great contribution. The imperial court won't be stingy with your reward. Commandant Shen still had to find a way to contact the spies planted in Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. He left after giving Li Mu a few instructions. In this matter, Li Mu was the link between the county yamen and the White Demon King. If they really wanted to solve the problem of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon, they still had to rely on these experts. Li Mu walked into the room. Bai Tingxin immediately asked, Uncle, where will my sister and I stay? Li Mu took out an ingot of silver and was about to speak when Bai Tingxin said, you don't want us to stay in an inn, do you? It's dirty and messy, and the food isn't good. Do you have the heart to let your poor nieces stay in such a place? Li Mu thought about it and said, I can help you find a better inn. Bai Tingxin shook her head and said, if my father knew that you treated us like this, he would be very sad. To be honest, the White Demon King was really sincere to Li Mu. Thinking about it carefully, even if a distant relative came, according to etiquette, it wouldn't be good to arrange for them to stay in an inn. If the White Demon King knew, even if he didn't say it out loud, he would inevitably have a grudge in his heart. Li Mu said helplessly, then come home with me first. Lu Hanyan didn't have any objections to Bai Yinxin and her sister staying at home for a few days. As the hostess, she was very enthusiastic and personally cooked a table of dishes. Bai Tingxin, who had never tasted any delicacies in the world, bit her tongue. Bai Yinxin's performance was completely different from when Li Mu first met her. When she first met Li Mu, her performance was not much better than Bai Tingxin's. However, after condensing the demon core and stepping into the fourth realm, her temperament was much more mature than before. Lu Hanyan prepared 2 rooms for them, and the 2 sisters only wanted one. Late at night, Bai Tingxin stood at the door and saw Lu Hanyan enter Li Mu's room and close the door. She didn't come out even after the lights were turned off. She walked back to the room and shook her head. It's over, sister. Now you have no chance at all. Bai Yinxin glanced at her indifferently and asked, are you itching for a beating again? Bai Tingxin said with melancholy, sigh, I'm just thinking for you. You've never seen a man before, and now that you've finally met one, you think he's the best in the world. But there are many men in the world. There must be better ones in the future. You can't give up an entire forest for a tree. Bai Yinxin glanced at her and asked, where did you learn this from? Bai Tingxin took off her shoes and rolled onto the bed. She said, I figured it out myself. When I condense the demon core, we'll go out and explore Jianghu. Maybe we'll meet our Su Xian. She rolled on the bed alone and suddenly got up. She asked, sister, you don't really like him, do you? Bai Yinxin shook her head and said, I don't know. Bai Tingxin said with certainty, you don't know, but you like him. After all, he's the first human you met. She hugged Bai Yinxin's arm and leaned her head on her shoulder. She said, you just haven't seen enough men. In a few months, I'll take you to the outside of North County. When you see more men, you'll know that Li Mu is just a so-so. during the few days that Bai Yinxin and her sister were temporarily staying at home, Wan Wan and Little White took them out to shop every day and used their own private savings to buy them a bunch of gifts. The three demons formed a deep sisterly friendship. Li Mu had just arrived at the county office when Constable Zhao informed him. The county commandant said to find him when you come to the office. He walked into the front hall. County Commandant Shen waved his sleeves and closed the door. Then he said, the county office has contacted the spy. Li Mu looked at County Commandant Shen and asked, can the spy be trusted? County Commandant Shen nodded and said, he was planted by the county office. We have a way to check if he's lying. Chu Jiang of Gojoseon has been dormant in North County for 5 years. There's indeed a conspiracy. Li Mu raised his eyebrows and asked, what conspiracy? County Commandant Shen said in a deep voice, he nurtured the 18 ghost generals to form a formation. This formation is called the 18 Prison Formation. It's an extremely vicious formation of the demon sect. He wants to use this formation to refine the people of a county and use it to break through to the 6th realm. Li Mu had guessed this since a long time ago. He possessed the memories of Daoist Thousand Illusion, so he wasn't unfamiliar with the 18 Nether Prison Grand Formation. King Chu Jiang had spent so much time and gone to great lengths to nurture 18 Soul Realm Ghost Generals, so his intentions couldn't be any more obvious. He continued to ask, which county did Chu Jiang of Gojoseon choose? County Commandant Shen said, Xianxia County. Chapter 182. Xianxia County was plagued with disasters. First, there was the Thousand Illusions Venerable, and now, there was Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. Both of them had targeted Xianxia County. If Li Mu remembered correctly, there was still some time before Jianghu County magistrates could leave his post. He was unsure if he was lucky or unlucky to encounter such a situation before leaving his post. The great formation of the 18 Hells was not to be underestimated. A formation that required Chu Jiang of Gojoseon to spend 5 years to prepare must be extraordinarily powerful. The great formation of the 18 Hells, formed by 18 level 4 evil spirits, was able to draw upon the power of heaven and earth. Even a powerful cultivator from Dongxian would be trapped within. Once the formation was completed, even if a few level 5 cultivators worked together, they would not be able to break it from the outside. Only by stopping the formation from its source and preventing Chu Jiang of Gojoseon from successfully setting up the formation could they destroy his plan. Li Mu continued to ask, when does Chu Jiang of Gojoseon plan to make his move? 7 days later. County Magistrate Shen was surprised, how do you know? Li Mu explained, 7 days later, it just so happens to be the day of the Yin month. King Chu Jiang will definitely choose that day's Yin hour to make his move. The power of the 18 Yin prison formation is at its greatest at that time. County Magistrate Shen was surprised, our spy only told us the time and location, but not the reason. Do you know a lot about the great formation of the 18 Hells? Li Mu nodded and said, I have read about it in an unorthodox Daoist book. This formation is extremely powerful. Once Chu Jiang of Gojoseon succeeds in setting it up, all the people in the county will be sacrificed to him. Don't worry. Since we already know about it, we will not let Chu Jiang of Gojoseon succeed. County Magistrate Shen clenched his fists. His expression was fierce as he gritted his teeth and said, this time, I will kill him with my own hands. After returning from the county yamen, Li Mu informed Bai Yinxin and her sister to quickly return to the mountain and inform the White Demon King of this matter. The county government could not openly make contact with the White Demon King. This would arouse the vigilance of the Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. The alliance between the two factions had to be carried out in secret. In addition, Li Mu himself had to make a trip back to Xianxia County. Not only did he have to inform Xuandu, but he also had to inform Jianghu County magistrates so that they could cooperate with the county government and make preparations. The county lieutenant and the county deputy prime minister couldn't do it personally. If they left the county town, they would definitely attract attention. Li Mu was just a small constable, so no one would deliberately pay attention to him. Outside the Jinshan temple, Li Mu and Xuandu stood in an open space. Above their heads, dark clouds gathered and flashed with lightning. Suddenly, heavy snow fell from the sky. It was bone-chilling. When the snowflakes fell on his body, Li Mu felt as if his soul was about to be frozen. This was a Taoist technique that came from Li Mu, but he couldn't perform it himself. This Taoist technique didn't require any hand gestures or mantras. It used resentment as a guide to communicate with the heavens and earth. It was different from any Taoist technique that Li Mu knew. Li Mu sighed. Looking at the girl floating in the air, he felt an indescribable bitterness in his heart. If he was the one who performed this Taoist technique for the first time, he would probably be at the 5th realm by now. However, he couldn't possibly have Xiao Yu's resentment. Some things were predestined by the heavens. The girl's figure floated down from the sky, and the strange phenomenon in the sky gradually disappeared. She slowly floated over and said, "When the time comes, I will go with you, Master. I should be able to help you with something now." Xuandu nodded and said, "That's good too." After the resentment dissipated, although Xiao Yu's strength had decreased, she was still at the 5th realm. In this way, the county office could gather a total of 5 5th realm masters. Chu Jiang of Gojoseon couldn't escape even if he had wings. After leaving the Jinshan temple, Li Mu went directly to the county office. When he arrived at a room on duty, Li Mu stopped in his tracks and slowly walked in. In the room on duty, there was a figure sitting in the seat that originally belonged to Li Qing. It was a female cultivator with the cultivation of the soul-condensing realm. She looked up at Li Mu and asked, "What's the matter?" This time, Li Mu didn't wear his official uniform. He looked at the female cultivator and said with a smile, "I'm looking for Jianghu County magistrates." The female cultivator stood up and said, "Lord Jiang is busy with official business. If you have any grievances to complain about, you can tell me first. If necessary, I will tell Lord Jiang." Li Mu. Li Mu didn't answer. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind him. Li Mu turned around. A middle-aged man smiled and said, "It's really you. I heard that you've only been in the county office for 2 months and you've already been promoted to constable. You've really made our county office proud." Li Mu smiled and cupped his fists. "Constable Zhou." The female constable looked at Li Mu and said in surprise, "Is this the Constable Li who scolded the imperial court?" Constable Zhou looked gratified and said, "Yes, Constable Li came from our county office. When he was transferred, you hadn't come yet. When he returned to the county office, everything had changed." Li Mu smiled at Constable Zhou and said, "Is Lord Jiang here? I have something to talk to him about." "Yes," Constable Zhou said hurriedly, "Lord Jiang is in the back office. I'll inform him." A moment later, in the back hall of the county office, Jianghu County magistrates made a cup of tea for Li Mu and said with a smile, "It seems that I was right to suggest you go to the county office. You've been promoted to constable so quickly. Come, have some tea." Li Mu sipped the tea. Jianghu County magistrates also picked up the teacup and said, "Li Mu, you have a conscience. When you came back to the county to visit your relatives, you didn't forget to visit me. You're not like that ungrateful Xianxia. He ran away before I was transferred." Li Mu put down the teacup and said with a smile, "Actually, I came here this time to inform Lord Jiang of something." Jianghu County magistrate sipped the tea and said, "Go ahead." Li Mu waited for him to finish drinking the tea and put down the teacup before saying, "Lord Jiang, please sit tight." Jianghu County magistrates was stunned at first. Then he immediately stood up and said, "I suddenly remembered that the imperial court ordered me to leave office today. I'll pack my things now. The mountain is high and the road is long. We'll meet again if fate wills it." Li Mu said helplessly, "Lord Jiang, don't be in a hurry to pack your things. It's too late to pack now. Jianghu County magistrates held the chair and looked at him with bright eyes. He asked, could it be that Qinhuan Shangren is still alive? Li Mu shook his head and said, how could that be? Jianghu County magistrate sat down and sighed with relief. He said, don't scare me. I'm timid and can't stand being scared. Li Mu smiled and said, don't worry. It's not a big deal this time. Jianghu County magistrates leaned back in his chair and said, what is it? Li Mu asked, Lord Jiang, have you heard of Chu Jiang of Gojouxian? Jianghu County magistrate's heart skipped a beat. He asked, what happened to Chu Jiang of Gojouxian? Li Mu said, Chu Jiang of Gojouxian is going to sacrifice all the people of Yangqiu County in 7 days. The county magistrate asked me to inform you so that you can make preparations. Jianghu County magistrate stood up abruptly and said, the imperial court ordered me to go to Jianghu County as soon as possible. The carriage is ready. You can tell the next county magistrate about this matter. Li Mu added, don't worry, Lord Jiang. At least 5 Fifth Realm cultivators will be involved this time. Yangqiu County will be safe. If this matter is handled properly, Lord Jiang will be rewarded again. Jianghu County magistrate sat down again and stroked the short beard on his chin. He said, I've thought about it. As long as I'm in Yangqiu County, I'm still the local magistrate of Yangqiu County. If Chu Jiang of Gojouxian wants to harm the people of Yangqiu County, he'll have to step over my dead body first. Li Mu cupped his fists and said, Lord Jiang is righteous. Although the 18 Hell formation was very powerful and could cover the entire county after it was set up, it would take a long time to prepare before the formation was set up. If Chu Jiang of Gojouxian wanted to unleash the greatest power of this formation, he had to choose a time when the 18 Hell formation would be set up. If the plan was known in advance, it would be impossible to set up the 18 Hell formation. From now on, Jianghu County magistrates would send people to keep an eye on all the important locations in the county. Even if Chu Jiang of Gojouxian set the time in advance, he would be able to discover it immediately. What happened next had nothing to do with Li Mu. In a battle of that level, cultivators in the condensed spirit and transcendent realm would be injured if they were grazed by it. Li Mu only needed to wait in the county yamen for news. Deep in the mountains in the southeast of Beijing. Welcome, Your Highness. 18 ghostly figures knelt in 3 rows. In front of them stood a stalwart man. The man had a cold expression. He wore a black robe embroidered with a golden dragon and a jade crown. He exuded a powerful aura. Chu Jiang of Gojouxian looked at the 18 ghostly figures and exhaled. He said slowly, after 5 years, I've finally waited for this day. We congratulate Your Highness on your success. All the ghosts said loudly. King Chu Jiang swept all the ghosts with his gaze, and then he suddenly looked at one of them and asked. Soul Reaper Ghost, how long has it been since you became this king's ghost general? Among the ghosts, a ghost general raised his head and looked at Chu Jiang of Gojouxian with a mocking expression.